Even Jinnah, I don't know how far ideologically or by conviction he was subscribing to an Islamic state. It was more of a mission. And in the very first speech in the National Assembly of Pakistan, he said, look, now our objective is over, now everybody would be equal. And one more fact which is not much talked about is that on the 14th of August, the midnight, when Pakistan was granted independence, the very first national anthem was written by a Hindu poet called Jagannath Azad. और वो किस्सा यूं हुआ कि Jinnah asked for a panel of poets who would have to write this, and when he noticed the name of a Hindu young poet, he said, look, okay, let's have this, it might send out a message. And the phrase of Jagannath's anthem was something different. It was like Sar Zameen Pakistan. It was dedicated to Mother Earth of the new country, nation. And then, of course, later on, it got changed. Then Hafiz Jalandhari wrote, jo aajkal hai Jive Pakistan. That's right. So, and the same night, Jagannath used to tell us, he's of course no more, he was Professor Emeritus of Iqbal. Even after partition, he kept visiting all the universities across the subcontinent for his Iqbal lectures. He used to take quite a lot of sadist pleasure in narrating कि जब मेरा ये बन रहा था कौमी तराना, तो उसी वक्त प्रिसाइजली मैं वहां से भाग रहा था कि मेरे कुछ मुस्लिम हमसाए वहां से आए, तो उन्होंने कहा साहब आपका तराना तो बज रहा है, बड़े खताब की बात है, लेकिन कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि ये जो राइट चल रहा है यहाँ आप मारे जाए और हम आपको बचा नहीं पाएंगे. So they managed his safe passage into this side of the territory. And therefore what is mean is that it was traumatic, not only physically, it was also traumatic psychologically. It took a toll of every aspect of human existence.
So you agree when the Prime Minister says that this is a thought continuum?
Yes.
And I'm bringing it front and center because the Yuva of today, do they need to understand their history? Do they need to be colored by their history? Or do they need to accept and move on? What do they need to do? Because what the PM is saying is, और आप भी यही कह रहे हैं कि there is a fundamentalist कट्टरपंथ thought process, एक विचारधारा, along with those जिनको सत्ता की भूख है, who are hungry for power at all costs. Is it a combination of these two? And this continue?
Absolutely.
So is the Waqf to be seen from that perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. The two are intertwined and they tend to supplement each other to the convenience of these handful of. Now, going back to the part that you said about the Nehruvian, is it just deliberate that part of BJP agenda? No, because we live in an evidence-based era, so it is not that if I say somebody has to agree. I'll give you just 3 examples which have been, proven or disproven with the passage of time. 3 of Nehruvian initiatives. First, of course, was Article 370, which he himself told Mukherjee in the Constituent Assembly meeting, when Mukherjee asked him, could we have a rethinking, he said, Dr. Sahab, ye ghiste ghis jayegi ye dafa. But he was proved wrong because his own successors didn't want it to ghissify. They found a vested interest in A. Second, his China. Sardar Patel kept warning him, but यहीं पर इसी दिल्ली की में चौवनलाई को परेड कराया गया था in an open car, and just 3 years later there was the Chinese attack, तो वो भी खत्म हो गया, the Chinese policy. Third, the non-aligned movement. Non-aligned movement died its death in just 1 decade because Mrs. Gandhi was the one who did that. She got into an Indo-Soviet accord when there was an imminent threat of Pakistan aggression happening. And US at that point in time siding apparently with Islamabad. तो वो भी खत्म, non-aligned भी खत्म. तो 3 जो उन्होंने कॉन्सेप्ट दिए थे वो तीनों उन्हीं के 10-15 बरस के अंदर खत्म हो गए. And this, of course, this appeasement became a convenient tool for vote bank politics. And then it went on and got deeper and deeper. And of course, Waqf भी उसी का नतीजा आया, शाहबानो भी उसी का आया. But BJP, right from the beginning, from the times of Sama Prasad Mukherjee, has followed the mantra, the basic mantra of appeasement to none, justice to all. So justice, not to a single section of society, justice to every section of society, including Muslims, including Hindus, including Buddhists. So why should we have a different policy for someone who is subscribing to a particular religion? So it's, I think, doing justice to even the Muslim brethren. It's not doing them any harm.
Sir, there is a serious thought process now कि हिंदू आपको वोट देते हैं, आप उनके लिए कुछ नहीं करते. मुस्लिम्स लार्जली बीजेपी को वोट नहीं देते, आप उन्हीं के लिए सारे लेजिस्लेशंस पास कर रहे हैं, इंस्टेंट 3 तलाक हो गया, वक्फ हो गया. तो देयर इज दिस होल थिंग कि जो वोट दे रहे हैं उसके लिए कुछ नहीं कर रहे, जो वोट नहीं दे रहे हैं उनके लिए आप कर रहे हैं, एंड ऑल इन द गार्ब ऑफ ट्रेइंग ओके जस्टिस फॉर ऑल, अपीसमेंट.
इसीलिए मैं कहता हूं कि मोदी जी ने इस देश में हमारी राजनीतिक संस्कृति को बदलने का काम किया है. ही इज ट्राई टू ब्रिंग अ चेंज इन द वेरी पॉलिटिकल कल्चर ऑफ दिस कंट्री, द वे द पॉलिटिक्स इज प्रैक्टिस्ड. ये नहीं है कि उसने वोट नहीं दिया तो उसको नहीं देना. ये कांग्रेस का कल्चर था. हमने देखा एक पानी की जल की ड्रिंकिंग वाटर की नालियां पाइप्स डाली जाती थी. जिस कॉलोनी में जनसंघ वाले होते थे वो उसको छोड़ देते थे. पर मोदी जी ने पहले दिन से ही कहा कि मेरी सरकार गरीब को समर्पित, किसान को समर्पित, महिला को समर्पित, जो वंचित है उस तक पहुंचेंगे, जो पिछली सरकारों की खामियां रहेंगी उसको पूरा करेंगे. हम ये नहीं कहेंगे. आपको हैरत होगी, मैं कुछ समय तक संगठन की ओर से काम देखता रहा यूपी के वेस्टर्न यूपी का. मोहल्ले के मोहल्ले जहां केवल और केवल मुसलमान बसते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के तहत पक्के हो गए. मैं उनसे जाके पूछता था, मेरे पास वीडियो भी अगर आपको दिखाएंगे. वो कहते साहब हमसे पूछिए. तो फिर हम कहते थे कि पिछली बार वोट नहीं दिया था ना. तो वो मुस्कुरा के कहते, जवाब ना देते. तो मुझे लग रहा है कि मोदी जी ने ये वोट पॉलिटिक्स से बढ़ करके, हट करके, ऊपर उठ करके एक नई राजनीतिक संस्कृति का आगाज करने का प्रयास किया है इस देश में. वी हैव टू रीच आउट टू दोज हु नीड अस, द लिवर टू द विजडम ऑफ द पर्सन whom to vote for. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि अगर किसी ने वोट नहीं दिया तो उसके लिए करना नहीं है, और किसी ने दिया तो उसके लिए ज्यादा करना. फिर कांग्रेस और इसमें फर्क ही क्या रह गया? एंड दिस इज प्रिसाइसली द रीजन विच Sama Prasad Mukherjee cited when he founded the Jansangh. He was asked by RSS what was he looking for. We would look for a kind of an approach where we would be part of the decision making. At the same time, we would not follow the policy that Congress has been following.
So you're saying you're trying to change the political discourse and the approach to governance. Let me also just quickly ask you on this entire political part of it, that do you plan to continue going down this path, and should history need to be revised? जगहों के नाम बदल दिए, शहरों के नाम बदल दिए, या मान लीजिए जो ओरिजिनल नाम थे आपने रिस्टोर कर दिए, जिस तरह से भी आप उसको देखना चाहें. Is this not revisionism? What do you want the युवा to do? Should they read history, accept it as it is, and then move on, or should they be colored by it and say, अच्छा ये तुमने स्कूल में गलत पढ़ा, अब ये पढ़ो और इसी के आधार पर अपनी धारणाएं बनाओ?
नहीं, ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग, जो आपने पहला पार्ट पूछा कि वुड यू लाइक टू गो डाउन, आई थिंक आई एम टू स्मॉल अ पर्सन टू रिस्पॉन्ड टू सच अ लॉफ्टी क्वेश्चन. देयर आर leaders sitting out there, policy makers. I'm just an ordinary karyakarta. But having said that, having been groomed,
this is how he underplays his role.
No, sorry. But having been groomed and trained in the political culture of the party that I belong to, I think even if you take it from the point of view of youth, it's one of the best times happening for the youth of India. And if you give me 1 minute, I'll explain to you 2-3 levels. Because as I said, we've been taught to speak with the evidence. Otherwise, the youth don't, accept. आजकल तो वो जमाना है कि माता पिता भी कहते हैं बेटे को कि भाई फलां पार्टी को वोट डालो, तो वो फेसबुक से निकालता है कि पिताजी देखिए कितना दुष्ट आदमी है. So you can't, carry yourself with the youth like that. Lekin, in fact, the other day in the podcast, somebody asked me, any regret and any wish? I said, no regret, because God would be angry if I start regretting. But wish, of course, I wish I was a youth in this age and times.
You're the second leader to say that. On the Rising Bharat Summit platform, second political leader to say that you are lucky that you are in this generation.
No, I tell you,
I tell you, please.
First, the opportunity that is available now was not there. We were just about 350 startups in 2014. Now we've gone to 1.75. We are number 3 in the startup ecosystem. Our global innovation index was 81. Now we are 39. We were taken very non-seriously as number of some research papers or even researchers. Today we stand number 4 in number of publications. Now some of the cynics say, no, आपकी publication का standard और होना चाहिए. Oh, that's because you can say, but publication आनी तो शुरू हुई. Till 30 years back, there was no habit of documenting in this country. In patent, we are number 6. And you know what is the difference now? 55 to 56% of the patents are Indian residents. यहीं पे पैदा हुए, यहीं प्रशिक्षण हुआ, यहीं काम किया, यहीं शोध किया और यहीं सक्सेस स्टोरी निर्माणित की. नहीं तो पुराने जमाने में ये भी एक लाछन था कि अरे क्या हुआ, हरगोविंद खुराना था तो आपने क्या किया, वहां गया तो उसको नोबेल प्राइज मिला. चंद्रशेखर, अब ऐसा नहीं है. The second level, I tell you, there's so much of unleashing of opportunities happening that I am witness to it because we have a number of schemes even to facilitate some of the youngsters who want to come back. We have a web hub scheme for young scientists, researchers, innovators to come back if they wish to. We incentivize that also. So many of them want to come back. But my advice to them is कि भाई अगर आप जा रहे हो तो 5-6 साल का प्लान करके जाओ. ये ना हो कि आप वहां जाके सोचें कि वहां जाके फिर प्लान करेंगे. तो होता क्या है कि once 5-7 years are gone by, then the other factors, extraneous factors, take over. You know, once your children are in the adolescent age, you want to come back, but your children say, okay, you choose between us and choose between going back. So the other factors come in. Tisra, the esteem. In my age, if an Indian went to the West and introduced himself as Indian, he was not taken very seriously, not even looked up to. Today, there is a premium on being known as an Indian. Do you know, we were in Berlin last year. There's so many of Indian startups, 12 food outlets, because they also combine entrepreneurship. मैंने उसको पूछा, भाई ये 12 खोल दिए फूड आउटलेट, यहाँ तो इंडियन डायस्पोरा ही नहीं है. तो बोला, सर ये सिर्फ हिंदुस्तानियों को थोड़ी खिलाया है, हमने तो अंग्रेजों का टेस्ट बदल दिया. And most of the European startup groups had Indian boys and girls. So I asked one of the European heads of the group, I said, why do you prefer our boys and girls? You know what he said? उसने एक लंबी फहरिस्त गिनवाई, ये, and in the end says, the best part is they don't take a weekend off. So, इतना सारे गुण, ये अब समझ में आने लगे. So if you go out, even Pakistanis are now introducing themselves as Indians. Yeah. That means there's a definite premium on being an Indian. So the esteem has gone up. And that has raised our confidence. That has also raised our aspiration level. Acha, you look at the civil services, for example, because I'm also dealing with the academy. Yeah. एक टाइम था जब आपकी civil services में आंध्र प्रदेश, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, यहाँ से बिहार वगैरह जो traditional. Now you have toppers from Punjab, toppers from Haryana. You have 30% girls. For 3 years consecutively, I think 15, 16, 17, we have 3 girl toppers. पहले वो ईरा सहगल आ गई, फिर वो एक टीना डाबी, फिर नंदिनी. ऐसा लगने लगा कि ये तो अव्वल नंबर रिजर्व हो गया. So that rising of aspiration among the youth has also happened because now they feel that they have an equal opportunity. पहले तो होता था साहब ये हमारे बस के बाहर है. And I think the credit again goes to Prime Minister Modi. You remember, which is not often recalled now, soon after this government came in, because I happen to be associated with DOPT, one of the first decisions in the first 3 months was to do away with that practice of getting your documents attested by a gazetted officer. And that sent out a huge, huge message. Look here, now this is a government and now this is a prime minister who has the capacity to trust the youth of this country. When you have a population more than 70% below the age of 40, how can you do business without trusting? कल तो फिर आप बच्चे को भी कहेंगे अपने को, अपनी मार्कशीट किसी तहसीलदार से या डीसी से टेस्ट करा के यार नहीं तो मुझे एतबार नहीं है कि सच्ची है कि झूठी है. You have to learn to. And the second major decision which he announced from the Red Fort was abolition of the interviews for selection. वरना ये भी इल्जाम आता था कि जिसको 100 अंक मिलते हैं रिटर्न में उसको इंटरव्यू में फेल कर दिया जाता है, और जिससे कोई नेपोटिज्म है, कोई भाई भतीजावाद है, कोई लेन देन है, उसको इंटरव्यू में कर दिया गया. And please, I think many in this room may not understand, it's not an easy decision for a political dispensation to take. हमारे लोग कहते हैं साहब अपने लोगों का क्या होगा, लेकिन ये भी पॉलिटिकल कल्चर बदलने का काम मोदी जी ने किया कि सभी के बच्चे हमारे बच्चे हैं. We have provided a level playing field, and that is a cumulative outcome of the increase in opportunities, increase in aspiration, rise in esteem. And that's why I say, for all these reasons that I have tried to cite in the last few minutes, this is one of the best times happening for the Indian youth.
Makes a lot of people want to think that they should have been born sometime in the early 2000s so that they would be in the prime of their youth. But that's 2047, last 2-3 minutes, I just want to ask you, 2047, will space travel be possible? Will Bharat be sending tourists to moon and beyond? Is it possible? I think we've got a former astronaut also with us, Mr. Scott Kelly is there, and we'll try and spot him somewhere. Yes, Scott, hi. So I'll come to you for a question if you'd like to ask, because he's our Science and Technologies Minister also. But let me ask you, is space travel going to be possible?
But of course, sorry.
Yeah. We're sending a mic across to you, Scott. Yeah.
No, but as of now, as we go by the schedule that we have laid out for ourselves, and if we are able to move as we have envisaged for ourselves, we hope to land an Indian on the surface of Moon by the year 2040. So that's going to be a great accomplishment.
Let me go up to Scott, sir. Sorry. Yeah. Yes.
Well, that's in 15 years. My brother said at one point, he used to say, particularly about going to Mars, it's not about rocket science, it's about political science, meaning the money. So I think you probably have the technological capability. It's really whether you want to make the investment or not. So I'm confident if India decides that they want to land an Indian astronaut on the moon, as an example, in 15 years, assuming you make the investment, it's absolutely possible.
He's saying 15 years. Can we do it faster, sir?
Yeah, well said. That's precisely the schedule that we have laid out for ourselves. 2040 is the year where we hope to land an Indian on the surface of Moon. And before that, by 2035, and India's own international space station, which will be named as Bharat Space Station. So, see, technology-wise also, and I think broadly speaking, we should realize, and that's why I say that one of the best times happening for the youth. Today, we are running in the same level as any other nation in the world. For example, we are among the 4 or 5 nations in the world who are into quantum technology. We have a quantum mission. We are the first who have come out with a vaccine in COVID. Now, the importance of that is that India was never taken seriously as a healthcare nation, even our society. अगर कोई बीमार हो जाता है 3-4 दिन इंतजार कर लो. अगर ठीक हो गए तो माता का आशीर्वाद, माँ जी का. नहीं ठीक हुए तो पिछले जन्मों का कर्म. So we had homemade placebos.
Right.
Now, the same country which was not taken seriously by the world as a serious country, not taken seriously for curative healthcare or therapeutic healthcare, is being seriously taken as a global leader in preventive healthcare. देखिए कितना बदलाव आया. और इसी तरह से television, for example. It happened in America in 1950s. आप देखिए पिछले जितने प्रधानमंत्री हैं, जवाहरलाल नेहरू हैं, लाल बहादुर शास्त्री, आप आर्काइव्स में जाइए, उनके जितने भी टीवी इंटरव्यू तब के हैं जब वो विदेश गए तो बीबीसी ने उनका इंटरव्यू लिया. बिकॉज टेलीविजन हैपेंड इन दिस कंट्री ओनली अराउंड 1970. आपको आधे घंटे का चित्रहार देखने को मिला और तब तक वहां कलर हो चुका था. एंड द फेमस इलेक्शन 1960 वेयर जॉन कैनेडी टर्न द टेबल्स ऑन निक्सन happened because of a TV debate. But here हमें पता ही नहीं था टीवी क्या डिबेट है. Now thanks to guys like you, now you are at par. We are no longer 15 years behind them. So that also has added to our esteem, also added to our the opportunities, and added to the kind of perception that the rest of the world holds about India, as has been now said by Scott.
True. And Scott Kelly will be in session, and he will be on stage in a short while from now through the course of the Day-2 of Rising Bharat Summit 2025. But for the moment, we've got to call it a wrap. Dr. Jitendra Singh, amazing, engaging conversation as always. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for him, please. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished guests. Thank you so much. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Union Minister. Now, let's get to this next session. As we all know, cricket and films is considered religion in our country. So we are all set to now hop into the world of cinema with an actor who has redefined the narrative of Indian films. He is supremely talented, who has effortlessly transitioned from modeling to becoming a household name in the Hindi film industry with a filmography that is as diverse as it is impressive. From the much ahead of its time Meera Nair's Monsoon Wedding to the critically acclaimed performances in Once Upon a Time in Mumbai, Sahab Biwi or Gangster, Highway and Sarabjeet, not to mention blockbuster hits like Jism 2, Murder 3, Kick and Rang Rasya. And if that's not enough, he's also now recently made his directorial debut with Swatantra Veer Savarkar. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Randeep Hooda, actor, director, producer, onto the stage for a deep focus on the changing narrative of cinema. He is in conversation with my colleague, Rubika Liaquat.
हाँ भाई, नमस्कार है साਰਿਆਂ
राम राम भाई साहब ने।
भाई ऐसे तो शुरू ना हो पाए, जोरदार तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट, और ये तालियां सीधी
थैंक यू।
हरियाणा से आनी चाहिए एकदम। तो आप जानते हैं हरियाणा का छोरा हमारे सामने है। साल भर पहले सबके दिमाग की घंटियां बजा दी। लोग ये आपस में चर्चा करने लगे कि भैया ये छोरा है किस साइड, चाहता क्या है। आज हमारे साथ है, राइजिंग भारत समिट में हिस्सा बन रहे हैं। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रूपिका जी। हम भी आपके फायरी शोज और क्वेश्चनिंग को देख के काफी एंटरटेन रहते हैं।
इन्फॉर्म्ड भी रहते हैं।
सॉरी, इन्फॉर्म्ड भी रहते हैं।
ये साल कैसा रहा आपका?
ये साल बहुत बढ़िया रहा। अभी तो बस अप्रैल ही आया, लगता है बहुत लंबा हो गया ऑलरेडी। मेरी कल पिक्चर रिलीज हो रही है जाट, जिसको मैं पिछले अगस्त से शूट कर रहा हूं, और पहली बार मैंने किसी पिक्चर की शूटिंग से सीधा प्रमोशन में उसी पिक्चर के लिए किया है। तो बहुत लास्ट मिनट तक शूट करते रहे, तो काफ़ी थकान भी है, एक्साइटमेंट भी है, और लोगों के साथ अपना काम शेयर करने की इच्छा भी है।
वो एक ट्रेलर देखा आपका गजब का, मतलब उसमें एक डायलॉग है आपका, वो तो आप ही बोल पाएंगे कि नाम बहुत पसंद है, तो एक बार बोल के बताइए।
मुझे मेरा नाम बहुत पसंद है, रणदीप हुड्डा।
रणदीप हुड्डा अब से कुछ टाइम पहले तक उन एक्टर्स में शुमार थे जिनको जाकर पत्रकारों से बात करना पसंद नहीं था। एक ऐसा एक्टर जो चाहता था कि पर्दे पर मुझे देख लो, समझ लो मेरे किरदार को, दैट्स अबाउट इट। ये बदलाव कैसे आया? रणदीप अब जाने से सोचते नहीं है, यहां जाना है चलो चलेंगे, ये पूछना है चलो पूछो। ये दिल कैसे खुला, किसने खोला?
देखिए, हम उन एक्टरों को देख के बड़े हुए थे जो कि हमें पर्दे पे ज़्यादा दिखते थे और उनके बारे में हमें नॉलेज कम होती थी। वो मद्देनज़र रखते हुए मुझे भी हमेशा लगता था कि लोग मेरे कैरेक्टर्स में ज़्यादा बिलीव करेंगे और मेरे ऑन स्क्रीन परफॉर्मेंसेस पे ज़्यादा बिलीव करेंगे जब उन्हें मेरी पर्सनल लाइफ के बारे में कम पता होगा। पर ज़माना बदलता जा रहा है, लोगों तक पहुंचने के रास्ते बदलते जा रहे हैं, और सोशल मीडिया और ये सब आने के बाद एक अलग तरह का वो हो गया है कि अपने मुंह को, होठों को मछली जैसा बना के खुद अपनी पिक्चर खींच के सेल्फी लेके सोशल मीडिया पे डालने का ज़माना आ गया है। तो अभी कहाँ किससे छुपते घूमेंगे। खाने से लेकर हगने तक के सारे वीडियो बना बना के सोशल मीडिया पे शेयर करते रहो, तो शायद उससे एक नई दर्शकों की भीड़ जमा होगी, जिसको आजकल लोग कंज्यूमर कहते हैं। तो हमने तो दर्शकों के लिए काम करना शुरू किया था, पर शायद ये भी एक नया तरीका इजाद हुआ है।
तो ये दर्द है, ये मजबूरी है कि मजबूती है रणदीप हुड्डा की?
नहीं, ऐसा है, गंगा जाओ गंगा राम, जमुना जाओ जमुना राम। जहाँ पे आपका जैसे बनने लगे, जैसे जैसे वक्त बदलता जाए आपको भी बदलते रहना चाहिए, पर मैं वापस उसमें जाना पसंद करूंगा। सोशल मीडिया एक बहुत एडिक्टिव चीज़ है। मैं भी उस पर, जब मैं सावरकर डायरेक्ट कर रहा था तो मैंने नोकिया का फ़ोन ले लिया था कि उस पर ना व्हाट्सएप हो ना कुछ, सिर्फ बात से बात हो, और ज़िंदगी बहुत ही सरल हो गई थी। बहुत सारे लोग ज़िंदगी से कट गए थे और बहुत सारे लोगों की अहमियत पता चली थी। और उसके बाद वापस से मैंने अपना स्मार्टफोन ले लिया, तो जो एक 2 साल की कंटेंट कंज्यूमिंग की जो भड़ास थी वो इतनी निकली कि बहुत समय सोशल मीडिया पे गुजारने लगे। तो मैंने फिर वो फ़ोन से वो ऐप्स हटा दी और मैं अब बहुत ही सुखी और अपने आप को शांतिपूर्व पाता हूँ।
तो अभी आपके फोन में एप्स नहीं है, ये सोशल मीडिया एप्स नहीं है?
जी नहीं है, और ना ही चाहिए भाई। कौन क्या कर रहा है, मुझे अपने काम से, अपनी जिंदगी से फुर्सत नहीं है भैया, किसकी क्या देखेंगे। और सोशल मीडिया पे तो आजकल क्या होता है कि बस अब असली सुख, असली दर्द से दूर हटके बस यही दिखाया जाता है कि कितने मजे ले रहा हूं मैं अपनी लाइफ में, सबको यही दिखाते हैं आदमी। कोई असली सुख, कोई असली दर्द वहां नहीं है, कोई असली कनेक्शन नहीं है। बस ये दिखाते रहो कि मैं कितने मजे ले रहा हूं और उसके फ्रेम के बाहर से आदमी कितना ही दुखी हो।
अच्छा, अब चूंकि ये सवाल पूछा गया है और जवाब आया है, आप में से कितने इतने ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके फोन में सोशल मीडिया एप्स नहीं है? क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
देखा, हम माइनॉरिटी में आ गए हैं।
ओहो। और कितने ऐसे लोग हैं, आज देखने में अच्छा लगेगा ना, कितने ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके मोबाइल में एप्स हैं सोशल मीडिया?
बाकी सारे ही हैं। बहुत फ्री टाइम है आप लोगों के पास दूसरों की देखते रहने का।
ऐसा मत बोलिए, भारी पड़ जाएगा। कल आपकी फिल्म रिलीज हो रही है, वो फ्री टाइम नहीं होगा तो जाएंगे नहीं देखने फिर?
अरे जाएंगे जाएंगे, कैसे नहीं जाएंगे।
अच्छा, एक बात बताइए, आपने कहा गंगा चले गंगा राम, यमुना चले यमुना राम। अब ये जो आपने वाक्य बोला है, ये मुझे उस बिंदु पर लेकर जाता है कि इस वक्त यही देश में चल रहा है, आइडियोलॉजिकल वॉर। भाई, एक है लेफ्ट, एक है राइट, वो सेंटर पता नहीं कहां खो गया, आज तक मिल नहीं रहा है। रणदीप कहां है?
देखिए, मुझे पता था घूम के गुगली इधर ही आने वाली है, जैसे तो मैं कोई प्रवक्ता हूं। देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात तो लोगों को पता नहीं है, क्यों समझ में नहीं आती, कि द लेफ्ट एंड द राइट विंग बिलोंग टू द सेम बर्ड। वो एक ही उसका हिस्सा है और विचारधाराएं अलग अलग होनी चाहिए ताकि उनके एक संवाद हो, उनकी एक डिबेट हो और उसमें लोगों को समझ में आए कि कौन किस पक्ष में है, और दोनों पक्ष में भी हो सकता है और निष्पक्ष भी हो सकता है।
नहीं, पर वीर सावरकर की जब आप बात करते हैं तो एक आइडियोलॉजिकल वॉर ये है जो कहते हैं वो माफी वीर हैं। उनको बुजदिल तक का तमगा दे दिया गया कि माफी मांग के ये शख्स जो है बाहर निकला। और रणदीप हुड्डा एक मूवी बनाते हैं जहां वीर सावरकर के, आपने वीर पूरी फिल्म में कहीं नहीं कहा, लेकिन जब आदमी देखकर बाहर निकलता है तो वो उसको एहसास होता है कि भाई जो इस शख्स ने किया होगा कैसे किया होगा, तो फिर तो बढ़ जाता है ना मामला। एक है जो कहते हैं माफी वीर है ये।
देखिए, वो उनपे पॉलिटिकल लालचनाएं तब से चली आ रही हैं जब हिंदुस्तान में 3 मेजर पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज होती थी, जिसमें से एक इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस होती थी, एक हिंदू महासभा होती थी और एक मुस्लिम लीग होती थी। तो उस वक्त से आज भी वैसा ही होता है। विपक्ष गवर्नमेंट पे लालचना लगाता है और गवर्नमेंट विपक्ष पे लालचना लगाते हैं। एक जोक है इसके ऊपर, सुनोगे? विपक्ष ने गवर्नमेंट की प्रशंसा की।
ये तो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज है।
तो इसी पॉलिटिकल लालचना में उनका नाम भी आ गया। अब मेरा एक ही सवाल है, मैं उसमें जाके बैठ के उनके नाम की बहुत दलीलें मैं दे चुका हूं, तुमने सुनना है सुनो, नहीं सुनना मत सुनो। पर मेरा एक ही सवाल है, भाई जो आदमी माफी वीर था उसको 27 साल उन्होंने बंदी बना के क्यों रखा? अंग्रेजों ने 27 साल बंदी बना के क्यों रखा उस आदमी को जो माफी वीर था? यही एक सवाल आप अपने आप से पूछिए, उसके बारे में सोचिए। और जो माफी वीर नहीं थे वो खुले क्यों घूमते रहे? उनके जेल में बटलर, बैडमिंटन कोर्ट और रोज गार्डन क्यों होता था? आगा खान पैलेस में क्यों रहते थे वो बंदी बन के? तो ये सवाल आपको अपने आप से पूछने चाहिए और रिसर्च करनी चाहिए कि भैया जो आदमी माफी वीर था, जिसने अंग्रेजों की माफी मांग ली, ये कर लिया वो कर लिया, उसको 27 साल बंद करके क्यों रखा? वो तो उनका सबसे बड़ा पैरवी करने वाला होना चाहिए था।
तो आपको दुख होता है कि वो आपके ऊपर ये तमगा लगा देते हैं? और इनफैक्ट मैं आपको पुराने टाइम में ले जाती हूँ, आपको पसंद भी है जो किरदार आप निभाते हैं, आप उसकी रूह में, भाई रूह जिस्म में जाती है पर आप उसका अपना जिस्म जो है उसकी रूह में डालने की पूरी कोशिश करते हैं। तो उस वक्त आपने बताया 3 लोग थे, 3 पार्टियां हुआ करती थी, आईएनसी थी, हिंदू महासभा थी और इंडियन मुस्लिम लीग।
ये कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी भी होती थी पर उसको ज्यादा तवज्जो नहीं था। ठीक
है, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा आइडियाज उन्हीं के दिमाग में चलते हैं।
फ्री टाइम बहुत होता है उनके पास,
एक के बाद एक बड़ी खबर। तो रणदीप हुड्डा अगर सोशल एक्टिविस्ट होते या पॉलिटिशियन होते उस टाइम में, तो इन तीनों में से किसके संग होते? या चलिए चौथा कोण भी दे देती हूँ, कम्युनिस्ट, किसके साथ होते? हिंदू महासभा, इंडियन मुस्लिम लीग, आईएनसी और कम्युनिस्ट।
देखिए, ये सब बातें भी कुछ ही लोगों में होती थी, बाकी देश तो गरीबी से जूझ रहा था, गुलामी से जूझ रहा था और अपना जिंदगी काट रहे थे। मैं किस पार्टी में होता मुझे ये नहीं पता, क्योंकि ना मैं उस वक्त था और उस वक्त मेरी विचारधारा क्या होती मुझे नहीं पता। मैं शायद अंग्रेजी फौज में होता।
तो फिर आप गद्दार
हमारे
कहलाते?
बहुत सारे लोग अंग्रेजी फौज में थे, भूल रहे हैं लोग, जिन्होंने अंग्रेजों के पक्ष में, फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर में गांधी जी ने बोला था कि अंग्रेजों के पक्ष में लड़ते हैं तो शायद हमें आजादी जल्दी मिल जाएगी। सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर में सावरकर जी ने बोला था कि अंग्रेजों का साथ दे, अंग्रेजों की फौज ज्वाइन करो, क्योंकि अगर आप फौज ज्वाइन करोगे तो आपको ट्रेनिंग मिलेगी, आप अफसर बनोगे, आप इंजीनियर बनोगे और ये सब देश जब आजाद होगा तो हमारे काम आएगा। वो कहते थे कि वेपन्स की ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री जैसी आजकल हमारे पास है वो हमारे पास होनी चाहिए ताकि हम सशस्त्र बने। सशस्त्र बन के ही आप पीस एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं, कमजोरी में या अहिंसा से आप पीस एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर सकते हैं। अगर आप बॉर्डर पे जाएंगे चाइना या पाकिस्तान के, बोलोगे अहिंसा परमो धर्मा, वो आपकी नहीं सुनेगा भाई।
मतलब मैंने आपको 4 ऑप्शन दिए, हमेशा आपको ये करना होता है ना?
क्या?
जीवन आपको ऑप्शन देती है और आप कहती भक मैं लेता ही नहीं हूं और दूसरी दिशा में चले जाते हैं।
बेस्ट है ना, एटलीस्ट यूनिक तो है।
मतलब एक बयान दिया था इन्होंने जिसमें ये कहते हैं कि फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में पूरी तरह से भेड़चाल चल रही है। अगर एक चीज हिट हो जाती है तो फिर सभी उसी तरह की फिल्में बनाने लगते हैं। अब सबको स्त्री के बाद हॉरर कॉमेडी ही बनानी है। बतौर एक्टर मुझे ये पैमाना बिल्कुल भी सही नहीं लगता है, बिल्कुल उस पर सटीक बैठता है। ऑप्शन है आपके पास, नहीं हमको तो जाना है दूसरे डायरेक्शन में।
देखो भाई, हमारी जाटों की थोड़ी आदत ही ऐसी होती है, कान सीधा पकड़ना ही नहीं, और पकड़ना भी है तो दूसरे का पकड़ना है।
अच्छा, आप कहते हैं कि बॉलीवुड अपनी संस्कृति से जुड़े टॉपिक्स पर फिल्में नहीं बनाती है, साउथ उससे थोड़ा ज्यादा अटैच्ड और जुड़ा हुआ है।
हाँ, वो ज्यादा गांव खेड़े से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं। हमारा थोड़ा जो हिंदी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री है वो काफी बार एलिटिस्ट हो जाती है। और जैसे मेरे जो डायरेक्टर है गोपीचंद मिलेनिली, जो कि जाट के डायरेक्टर हैं, अब जैसे एक जाट ने जाके एक महाराष्ट्रन सावरकर पे पिक्चर बनाई, ऐसे ही वो तेलुगु का गोपीचंद मिलेनिली जाटों पे पिक्चर बना रहा है। तो वो उसके जो व्हाट्सएप स्टेटस है उस पे उसने लिखा है, आई डिड नॉट गो टू फिल्म स्कूल, आई वेंट टू मूवीज। तो जो हमारी एक दर्शकों की पिक्चर देखने की एक परंपरा चली आई है, एक हिस्ट्री है, एक बैकग्राउंड है, तो उन लोगों को उससे जुड़ी हुई ही पिक्चरें बनानी है और वो बहुत ही रूटेड पिक्चरें बनाते हैं। आज भी एक बड़ा विलन होता है, एक हीरो होता है, अत्याचार होता है गांव में, ये सब होता है और उसके ऊपर वो पिक्चरें बनाते हैं। हालांकि वो थोड़ी हाइटेंड करके बनाते हैं, जो कि मेरे ख्याल से सिनेमा की आज डिमांड भी है, क्योंकि जो म्यूटेड चीजें हैं आप वो ओटीटी पे भी देख सकते हैं। तो जब आप सिनेमा में जाते हैं तो आपको थोड़ा सा
लार्जर देन लाइफ
दिखना चाहिए, थोड़ा ड्रामा। क्यों?
तो वो ड्रामा हमें जाट में देखने वाला है, पर जाट में जाट नहीं है।
सबसे बड़ी गुगली तो यही थी।
मतलब क्यों?
मेरे पास आए, बोले जाट पिक्चर करनी है। मैं तो खड़ा हो गया सीट से, मैं कहा यार बड़े दिनों बाद एक ऐसी बॉल आई है जिसपे तो मतलब बल्ला बिला घुमाए छक्का मार देंगे। उन्होंने मेरे को स्क्रिप्ट सुनाई, वो भी तेलुगु में, बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग थी। तेलुगु में भी यार ऐसे साउंड इफेक्ट के साथ पिक्चर सुनाई। तो फिर बोले तुम्हारा रोल राणा तुंगा का है। मैं कहा है, मतलब मैं जाट नहीं प्ले कर रहा हूं। तो उसमें थोड़ी सी, हालांकि स्क्रिप्ट अच्छी थी, सब अच्छा था, तो थोड़ा मुझे लगा यार कहीं गांव में जरा लोग ना बोले यार जाट नाम की पिक्चर में तू जाट नहीं। तो फिर मैंने पेरेंट्स से पूछा, बोले भाई तू तो कलाकार है, तू अगर सावरकर बन सकता है तो राणा कुतुंगा भी बन सकता है, चार्ल्स सोबराज बन सकता है, राजा रवि बन सकता है, तो इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है? मैं कहा नहीं जी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। फिर मैंने अपने स्कूल के व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में भेजा, तो बोला अरे यार न्यूना चाल है, जाट कौन प्ले कर रहा है? मैं कहा सनी देओल। बोला चल भाई फिर ठीक है, तेरे ते बड्डा एक का जाट है, उड़े वो है सनी देओल।
अच्छा, कैसा लगा आपको सनी पाजी के साथ एक्ट करके?
बहुत,
मतलब जाट
बहुत।
वर्सेस जाट जब हुआ
आए
था,
थे यहाँ पे,
हाँ।
कितने सॉफ्ट स्पोकन है। वो 2.5 किलो का हाथ दिखता नहीं है ऐसे, वो सिर्फ स्क्रीन पे दिखता है। बहुत ही सरल सॉफ्ट स्पोकन इंसान है। और उन्होंने, वो कहते हैं कि गदर 1 ने मेरी दुकान बंद कर दी, गदर 2 ने फिर चला दी। उनके साथ क्या क्या हुआ होगा इन 20 सालों में, मैं इमेजिन नहीं कर सकता। मेरा तो 20-25 साल का पूरा करियर ही है। उन्होंने कैसे एक डिग्निटी से, एक पेशेंस से वो टाइम काटा है, और वो अपने आप में एक इंस्पिरेशन है, क्योंकि कलाकारों के साथ ऐसा होता रहता है। और जब उनके साथ काम किया तो हम भी अपने हॉस्टल में कवर्ड पे टूथपेस्ट से उनके पोस्टर लगाते थे, और डोले शोले हम भी नापते थे उनके। वही लड़ाई होती है, भाई संजय दत्त की बॉडी बड़ी आया सनी देओल की, तो हमारे यहाँ तो भाई सनी देओल ही चैंपियन था। फिर उनके फादर धर्मपा जी, हमको तो उनमें अपने लोग दिखते थे। पर इतने सॉफ्ट स्पोकन में कहिए कैसे करेंगे, पर जैसे ही एक्शन होता है भाई में माता आ जाती है। भाई एकदम तो पता नहीं क्या, हम भी थोड़े डर जाते थे। मैं कहा यार क्या हो गया। तो इज अ वेरी स्वीट मैन, वेरी, ही इज मेंट फॉर लार्जर देन लाइफ सिनेमा, एंड I really wish him well, and I hope this movie is a big sixer for him so that we can see more of that roar on the screen.
लेकिन आपने जब उनके साथ फाइट सीक्वेंस किया होगा तो 2.5 किलो का हाथ आपके ऊपर खूब पड़ा होगा, तो आपने अपना 250 ग्राम का हाथ वाथ उंगली कुछ ऐसा?
आपको ये किसने बताया कि मारा 250 ग्राम का है यार? देख ना आपके सनी देओल का पड़ा है ना मारा।
अरे सनी पाजी बड़े जाट हैं, तो मैंने कहा उनको थोड़ा, आप इतनी रिस्पेक्ट पे कर रहे थे तो मैंने कहा चलो मेरा भी 250 ग्राम दे दीजिए वहां
नहीं
पर।
नहीं, हम अपना हाथ तोलते नहीं है ज्यादा। नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। ही इज सच अ एक्सपर्ट एट एक्शन, मतलब तुम्हें लगने का तो सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता। पर जब हम मार रहे थे तो मुझे बड़ा डर लगता था, तो मैं फेस पे मारना था तो यहां मारता था। तो बोले यार मेरे फेस पे मारना, मैं हट जाऊंगा। मैं कहा यार पाजी थोड़ा बोला चल लगी चल। तो ही वॉज वेरी, ही हैड अ बिग ब्रावाडो अबाउट इट, एंड आई क्वाइट एंजॉयड वर्किंग विद हिम, एंड या।
अच्छा, आपका इंस्पिरेशन कौन है बॉलीवुड में?
यार मैं खुद इंस्पिरेशन बनने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। इंस्पिरेशन बहुत है। मैं नसीर साहब के साथ बहुत दिन थिएटर किया, उनकी वर्कशॉप्स की, उनसे सीखा। और सनी पाजी एंड हिज लार्जर देन लाइफ पर्सोना, Salman and his goodwill and his larger than life persona. There's many people who are inspirational, people who have had long careers and have stayed on top of their game. I always believe, like आपने जो पहले ये जो इंटरैक्शन का और सोशल मीडिया का जो सवाल किया था, आज भी आप ये बात नोटिस करिएगा, आज भी हमारे देश में जो बड़े स्टार हैं जिनको हमें देख के लगता है कि ये कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, वो स्टार हैं जो इंटरनेट और सोशल मीडिया के पहले थे। क्योंकि उनको देखने के लिए हमें फिल्मी मैगजीन लेनी पड़ती थी, चित्रहार देखना पड़ता था, आपको पिक्चरें देखनी पड़ती थी, वीडियो कैसेट हायर करना पड़ता था। अब तो आप मुफ्त में बटन दबाओ, किसकी क्या चल रहा है, कौन कितने कपड़े पहने हुआ है, कहाँ गया है, क्या हॉलीडे चल रहा है, क्या सब कुछ पता चल जाता है। तो वो एक इंट्रीग, एक स्टार, वो दूर अंतरिक्ष के जो सितारे थे उनको देखने के लिए आपको एफर्ट करना पड़ता था। तो ये भी एक थॉट है कि क्या उस वक्त के स्टार्स आज भी इतने वो क्यों हैं? क्योंकि हमारे जहन में उनकी एक रेयरिटी थी, उनकी एक स्पेशल वैल्यू थी, वो हर जगह नहीं दिखते थे। तो वही शायद मैं भी उसी को फॉलो करने की कोशिश कर रहा था, पर मरता क्या ना करता।
हाँ, क्या करें फिर?
हाँ, करना ही पड़ेगा भाई।
और बॉलीवुड में फिर आप एडजस्ट कैसे कर पाएंगे? मुश्किल हो जाएगी ना।
मैं तो जब बॉलीवुड गया था, एक्चुअली मैं बॉलीवुड में सिर्फ हॉलीवुड के लिए अपनी शो रील बनाने गया था। 20 साल बाद हॉलीवुड में काम करने प्रोमोज आते थे, तो मैं अपनी काउच पे बैठा सोचता था कि यार, काउच नहीं, पहले तो नीचे गदेली होती थी, गदेली में बैठ के सोचता था कि मैं कौन सी पिक्चर में फिट होता हूं। तो मैं किसी भी पिक्चर में फिट नहीं हो रहा था जब तक कि मैंने कंपनी नाम की एक पिक्चर का ट्रेलर नहीं देखा जो राम गोपाल वर्मा ने बनाई थी। तो वो देख के मुझे लगा यहां मैं काम कर सकता हूं भाई। फिर कुछ ऐसा इत्तेफाक हुआ कि थिएटर में मेरे को किसी ने देखा, फिर वो भी आए प्ले देखने, और फिर वो मुझे, उन्होंने अपनी फैक्ट्री में एक पिक्चर में विलन का ही रोल ऑफर किया जिसका नाम था एक। वो पिक्चर कभी बनी नहीं, पर उन्हें एक ऐसा विलन चाहिए था जो कि एक अकेला एक साइड हो और पूरी इंडस्ट्री एक साइड हो। पर वो पिक्चर बनी नहीं, और मैं कुछ दिन के बाद उनके पास जाके बोला कि भैया अभी मैं क्या करूं। बोला नहीं नहीं, तुम और कोई काम मत करना, तुम्हें मैं लॉन्च करूंगा। तो ठीक है, मैं कहा घर कैसे चलेगा। तो बोले घर का कितना खर्चा होता है भाई महीने का। तो मैंने बड़ा बड़ा चढ़ा के बोला जी 35,000 रुपए। उन्होंने बोले मेरी 35,000 रुपए की तनख्वाह बांध दी, और 3 साल में 35,000 रुपए की तनख्वाह पे कुछ ना काम करने के लिए मैं लेता रहा। ऐसे ही मेरी लाइफ में काफी ऐसे इत्तेफाक हुए कि मेरे 25 साल के करियर में से 11-12 साल तो मैं एक दिन भी सेट पे नहीं गया हूं। तो सवाल क्या था आपका?
बॉलीवुड में एडजस्ट कैसे करते हैं
हाँ,
आप?
तो बॉलीवुड में ऐसे एडजस्ट हुए यार कि अपना एक सोचा कि मुझे ये करना है। और मुझे शुरू में ये भी हुआ कि मैंने डी और रिस्क जैसी पिक्चरें की जो कि थोड़ी सनी पाजी टाइप की पिक्चरें थी। और उसके बाद सबने यही कहा कि एक ही लुक रखो, एक ही जैसा दिखो, एक ही तरह के रोल करो ताकि आपकी एक इमेज बनेगी, उससे ही सितारा बनता है आदमी। मेरे को उस वक्त तक मेरी लाइफ में नसीर साहब तो थे ही, फिर ये डैनियल डे लुइस पुइस ये सब लोग आने लगे। तो मेरे को लगा यार काम तो ये अच्छा है कि हर चीज में आप अलग अलग करो। तो वहां से मैंने अपनी जर्नी शुरू की। और मैं, अगर आप मेरे रोल्स उठा के देख लो, कोई 40-45 पता नहीं कितने मैंने टाइटल्स किए हैं, उसमें से एक दो को छोड़ के आपको मैं किसी में भी एक जैसा नहीं दिखूंगा। मेरी नकल भी, आप रेडियो पे नकल उतारते ना लोगों की, मेरी कोई नकल भी नहीं उतारता है। और आई टेक इट एज अ मैटर ऑफ प्राइड। तो मैं बॉलीवुड में अपने अलग अलग रूप और वर्सेटैलिटी को लेके ही एडजस्ट होने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं। हुआ हूं, पता नहीं, आगे पता चलेगा।
नहीं तो ये तो बॉलीवुड में ही नहीं, आप तो यहाँ स्टेज पर भी देख लीजिए, कभी आप डायरेक्टर होते हैं, कभी आप एक्टर होते हैं, यहाँ पर आप पॉलिटिशियन की तरह बोल रहे हैं।
अरे
तो अच्छे क्या हैं आप, मतलब दिल के करीब क्या है आपके?
मैं अच्छा इंसान बनने की कोशिश करता हूं यार।
हाय
बाकी
हाय,
सब चीजें तो
हाय हाय।
बाकी सब चीजें तो आपके ऊपर लगाई जाती हैं। नहीं, आदमी को हर तरह की चीजें करनी चाहिए। मैं आजकल लिखता विखता भी हूं। एक कलाकार के तौर पे आपकी सिर्फ एक ही कला नहीं होती, आपका एक कलाकार का माइंड सेट होता है।
नो बट व्हाट इज योर अल्टीमेट गोल, क्या है? आप शाहरुख खान बनना चाहते हैं, सलमान खान बनना
मैं
चाहते हैं?
रणदीप हुड्डा बनना चाहता हूं यार, क्या बात कर रहे हो। आज मैं यहाँ बैठा हूं, मैं किसी और की तरह बन के नहीं बैठा हूं, मैं खुद बन के बैठा हूं भाई, जिसमें उतना ही पॉलिश है जितना उसमें रफ है।
बहुत खूब। तो लेकिन एक आपका टारगेट है कि यहां तक पहुंच जाऊं, उसके बाद तो फिर देखा जाएगा?
नहीं, मेरा टारगेट वो नहीं है। मेरा वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस बहुत खराब रहा है। हम काम के लिए ही जिए हैं, काम से ही शादी हो गई थी बहुत साल पहले। तो मैं उसको ठीक करना चाहता हूं। मैं और बहुत सारी कहानियां बताना चाहता हूं। मैं डायरेक्ट करना चाहता हूं, मूवीज बनाना चाहता हूं, मैं बहुत कुछ करना चाहता हूं। पर I'm just scared that I don't spread myself too thin, that's all.
आपने शादी की बात की, मुबारक अभी माशाल्लाह।
Thank you.
आपकी शादी, और कितने चर्चे हुए।
पिछले साल तक मैं थैंक यू बोलता था, आजकल मैं थैंक यू।
और चर्चे ऐसे थे कि क्या खूबसूरती से शादी हुई है, सारे रीति रिवाजों को ध्यान में रखा गया है, और दोनों आप बड़े खूबसूरत लग रहे थे। लेकिन उसके बाद एक चर्चा ये हुई कि रणदीप हुड्डा तो हर चीज पे बड़ा खुलकर बोलते हैं, शादी मणिपुर की लड़की से की है, वो खुद एक एक्टर हैं। मणिपुर में हो रही हिंसा पर तो कुछ ना बोले रणदीप हुड्डा। हालांकि हालात आज की तारीख में ठीक हैं, वहां पर रूल लगा दिए गए हैं। अब सीएम साहब नहीं देख रहे हैं, अब गवर्नर साहब देख रहे हैं, प्रेसिडेंट रूल लगा दिया गया है। लेकिन आप क्यों नहीं बोले मणिपुर पर कुछ?
मैं बोला, आपने नहीं सुना। शायद वो सोशल मीडिया पे इतना वायरल नहीं हुआ। भाई इनको भी भेज दो। क्या बोलेगा क्या आदमी कि वहां पे पीस होनी चाहिए। मैं कोई पॉलिटिशियन नहीं हूं, मैं सिर्फ एक कलाकार हूं, और जितना मैं बोल सकता था मैं बोला। मैं और मेरी वाइफ चुपके से वहाँ रिलीफ कैंप्स में कोविड के दौरान ये जो ऑक्सीजन की मशीनें होती थी ये सब हम करते रहते हैं। उससे ज्यादा हम क्या करें आप बताइए। काम किसी और का है, उन्हें करना चाहिए।
तो अब जो हालात हैं, आपकी पत्नी क्या बताती है? अब
अभी भी हालात इतने अच्छे नहीं हैं। मणिपुर देखिए, बहुत सालों तो वहां पे बहुत ही एम्बार्गोज वगैरह लगे रहते थे। तेल, पानी, चाय, दूध, इस सब की तकलीफ बहुत रहती थी। सप्लाई चेन बहुत थी। तो वो सप्लाई चेन ठीक हुई, वहां पे खुशहाली आई, वहां पे एकदम से एक रंग और एक खुशी की लहर और एक डेवलपमेंट का काम शुरू ही हुआ था कि ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट शुरू हो गया। तो वहां पे डेवलपमेंट कौन नहीं चाहता, वो हमको सोचना चाहिए।
तो आपको इस सरकार पर भरोसा है? कैन दे डू समथिंग?
सरकार ही कर सकती है। भरोसे के अलावा आप क्या कर सकते हो? आप क्या कर सकते हो?
लाइन अच्छी है।
सरकार ही कर सकती है भाई।
अब वक्त इजाजत के लिए कह रहा है, लेकिन मैं जाते जाते आपके साथ एक रैपिड फायर।
ये वायरल वाला काम है।
अरे एक
कि जल्दी से कुछ बेवकूफी वाली बात बोल दो, सब आपस में शेयर करके
अच्छा
सब
बताइए।
हंसेंगे,
बिल्कुल
कुछ
नहीं।
गाली देंगे।
नहीं नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। आप मुझे बताइए,
कुछ वीर सावरकर बोलेंगे, कुछ माफी वीर सावरकर बोलेंगे। क्या चल रहा है भाई?
नहीं, लेकिन देखिए, एक भी ऐसा जवाब है जो वायरल कंटेंट ना हो। अगर है तो तालियां बजा दीजिए आप सब, है ना? सारे के सारे जो बयान दिए वो वायरल कंटेंट, और कह रहे रैपिड फायर जाएगा वायरल कंटेंट। गलत बात है। हाँ, तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं। आजादी में बड़ा योगदान किसका? महात्मा गांधी, वीर सावरकर?
दोनों का बहुत था, दोनों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान था।
50-50।
आप किस पक्ष में हैं उसके हिसाब से देखिए।
नहीं, मैं तो भारत के पक्ष में हूं। दोनों पक्ष में मैं भारत
अच्छा,
के
इस पे मैं एक बात बोल देता हूं। वायरल मटेरियल 1946 से 1950-52 तक कोई 40-60 देशों को आजादी मिली थी अंग्रेजों से, राइट? वहां पे ना सावरकर थे ना गांधी थे, वो आजादी कैसे मिली? ये सवाल आप सबके लिए है।
तो वहां भी कोई गांधी रहा होगा, वहां भी कोई सावरकर रहा होगा। भारत
देखिए,
के
अंग्रेज थक
परिप्रेक्ष्य
गए
में।
थे, अंग्रेज थक गए थे। अंग्रेज थक गए थे और वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 में उनके बहुत नुकसान हो गया था। वो अपनी ब्रिटिश एम्पायर वेयर द सन नेवर सेट्स को एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिवली कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहे थे। वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 से जितने भी हमारे सैनिक वापस आ रहे थे, जो कि ट्रेंड थे, जो कि सशस्त्र थे और जो शस्त्रों के बारे में ट्रेनिंग जानते थे, वो लोग भी इनका रूल एक्सेप्ट करने को तैयार नहीं थे। जब इन्हें लगा कि बगावत हिंसक हो सकती है, जो कि बहुत पहले हो सकती थी, ये लोग यहां से चले गए। और विभाजन भी देश का सिर्फ हिंदू मुस्लिम पे नहीं हुआ था। ये रैडक्लिफ को जिसको बुलाया था, इनको नहीं पता था, तो पहले कभी आए नहीं थे। विंस्टन चर्चिल ने बहुत ही स्मार्टली ये विभाजन की बात 1945 में ही सोच ली थी, क्योंकि स्टालिन साहब, जैसे अब चाइना कराची में पोर्ट बना रहा है, स्टालिन साहब पोर्ट बना रहे थे। रशिया अफगानिस्तान तक आ चुका था। इंडियन जो कांग्रेस पार्टी थी वो सोशलिज्म की तरफ जा रही थी, तो उन्हें एक बेस चाहिए था एलाइड फोर्सेस को, जो कि पाकिस्तान था। और अगर आप आज पाकिस्तान की हिस्ट्री बना देख लें तो उन्हीं को वेस्ट से इतनी सपोर्ट क्यों मिलती है, वहीं पे वेस्टर्न ट्रूप्स क्यों हैं?
बिकॉज ऑफ द मेन पॉइंट जो अभी आप जिक्र कर रहे थे।
जी
भाई साहब, हिस्ट्री का प्रोफेसर बैठा है मेरे सामने इस वक्त।
अरे यार, मैं तो कलाकार ही था, तुमने बना लिया। पूछ पूछ के सवाल मुझे भी याद करके आने
रैपिड फायर
पड़ते हैं।
राउंड था, आपने पूरा एक बढ़िया सा लेक्चर दे दिया। अच्छा, आपकी पसंद क्या है, साउथ की फिल्में कि बॉलीवुड?
फिल्में।
वाह। पसंदीदा जगह कौन सी है, रोहतक कि मुंबई?
गांधी, सावरकर, रोहतक, मुंबई, मतलब क्या बात
आप
कर रहे
हंस
हो?
रहे हैं तो कह रहे हैं कि ये क्या बात हुई?
भैया दोनों है। एक मेरे मिट्टी का घर है, एक मेरी किस्मत का घर है।
ब्यूटीफुल। अच्छा, मुझे ये बताइए कि आपको सबसे अच्छा पॉलिटिशियन कौन लगता है? आज की तारीख में तो दो ही हैं, एक विपक्ष है और एक पक्ष है, नरेंद्र मोदी, राहुल गांधी। अरे भाई,
शुक्र है आपने ऑप्शन दे दी, नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू, आई होप यू
जोरदार तालियों के साथ एक बार फिर से
थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू
हुड्डा जी का यहाँ राइजिंग भारत समिट में शुक्रिया कीजिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Randeep. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Walk off.
Thank you, Rubika. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, after the electrifying magnetism of Randeep Hooda, let's now seg to something more brick and mortar. We are now all set for our next segment that is now all slated to be with a focus that is going to be on transformative power of creativity and innovation in building the new India. Let's now discuss how creative disruption can drive growth, innovation and sustainability in India's rapidly evolving landscape. From architecture and design to urban planning and development, let's explore the exciting possibilities that are shaping the future of our nation. So please join me in welcoming Sahil Vachani, MD and CEO of Max Estate, and Srimati Sri Lakshmi VS, additional CEO, Greater Noida IDA, for a session on creative disruption, the new Bharat bandwagon. They will be in conversation with Nalin Mehta.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Cities are the future of India, and one of the biggest city shifts that are happening around us in the NCR is in the NCR region, specifically with Noida and with Greater Noida, which are turning into major hubs for India's economic growth and development, with electronic exports and many big companies moving here. Noida is showing great promise to turn into a global infrastructure hub, to turn from a UP city into a global city. So with one of the highest growth rates on real estate in India now. So we couldn't get a better panel to talk about how things are changing, how they should change, and how they should change sustainably. Sahil Vachani, one of the most prominent real estate developers in India, with huge investments in Noida and in Gurugram, and Sri Lakshmi, the Karta Dharta of the Greater Noida Authority. So let me begin with you, Sri Lakshmi ji. We have the Jewar Airport coming up in Noida, in Greater Noida very soon, probably around September. So what do you see as the impact of the Jewar Airport on the economy of that region, and the plans that you have made and the ones that you are supervising to capitalize on that?
Thank you. I am glad that I am invited to be a part of this event. As far as Jewar Airport is concerned, I would say that getting an airport in the vicinity of a region like NCR, like close to the capital city, it will for once decongest the traffic which is in Delhi, and next to that, it is the investment which we are expecting to attract. The regional connectivity, when it improves through an airport, it will bring more investors, either in IT, real estate, industry, because the travel of both professionals as well as fleet will be, greatly improved by this Jewar Airport. So there will be huge attraction for the investment, as well as the regional tourism also will be promoted. As you know, we have this Agra as well as Mathura, which is nearby. And so in all manners, it will be boosting the economy because more investment will be coming to the region, and also improving the connectivity.
How much investment are you expecting?
Depends on, we plan to attract more of industry as well as IT sector, and also promoting the tourism. That is what we are.
Sahil, you've made a really big bet on Noida. I think we were talking outside around 6,500 crores in that whole region, Noida, Greater Noida, and the wider region. How are you seeing the evolution of this region with the airport coming in, the area becoming a new hub for logistics and transport and things like that?
No, thank you for having me here. So the first thing that we see, Nalin, in Noida, is that the physical infrastructure has always been fantastic. If you go back, it's been a well-planned city. There were challenges around safety, security, which over the last few years have been addressed largely. What was lacking is a huge element of social infrastructure. Now we believe with investment across industry, as ma'am mentioned, across GCCs, global capability centers, across real estate investments, and other sectors, we are very confident that the social infrastructure of Noida will evolve to really make it a city of choice and a destination in itself. The other aspect, I think it's a more important point of a global trend that we are seeing, Nalin. If you see how America was developed with suburban cities, where you worked in the middle of the city and you lived at the other end of the city. Whereas the current model where the world is going to today is what is called the 15-minute city, where you can live, you can work, you have your healthcare, your education and other needs within a commute of 15 minutes per se. So we believe that's the future, that's the sustainable way to grow. And this particular, the airport that's coming up is a step in that direction for those micro cities there. So yeah, we are very confident, not just for Noida, but for the NCR at large.
And that's a very evocative idea, the idea of a 15-minute city. So Lakshmi, I mean, when you're looking at investment plans or how do you attract, or you're also in a competitive world, right? So how do you, when you compare, say, Greater Noida with areas, with other growth centers in India, like Sriperumbudur in Tamil Nadu, with Whitefield in Bangalore, with Pune, with Hyderabad, what is your competitive advantage in your view? What are you telling companies? Why come here and not go there?
So there are two things I feel which is USP of Greater Noida. One thing is that Greater Noida is a greenfield project. So it was not that it was once a center or a city in olden days and later it got developed or it grew. It was entirely planned from scratch. So the land was acquired and plans were made, the sectors were made, different sectors for residents, commercial activity, industry, institution, all were planned. Broad streets, green areas, open spaces, all were planned. So being a well-planned city, which is, in just a handful all over India, is one big thing, people prefer. It is not just a profession or work which people now look for. It is like livability in a city which actually helps make people choices. So in that way, Greater Noida is a well-planned city and people from Delhi even prefer to come and settle down in Greater Noida and commute from there in that manner. So because these sectors are segregated, it is very, organized. And the infrastructure which has been developed, be it water lines, be it the roads, and be it the sewerage system or the solid waste management, everything are of high standards in the city. The second point is that, another unique feature of Greater Noida, it is at the cross junction of eastern and western dedicated freight corridor, as well as it is connected to the major highways in a very short distance. For instance, the Yamuna Expressway or the Eastern Peripheral Expressway, Western Peripheral Expressway. By infrastructure wise, it is at a junction of all these major roads and railways. And now again, as we have discussed, we have the Jewar Airport. So these two features where, are something which is unique only to Greater Noida.
Which are the industries you're focusing on, attracting specific industries, key focal areas?
See, being in NCR, we'll have to, we have these categories of industries which are only permissible. So as per the norms, we can, do for such kind of industries. But again, high-tech industries as well as IT companies are what we are, planning in our near future, next future. Foreign companies, investors are also invested, provided this strategic location.
Sahil, she made a very important point about livable cities, and we'll come to that in a second. But before that, I wanted to ask you that as somebody who's really invested your money in Noida, also in Gurugram, about 3,500 crores or something like around that number. When you look at the larger real estate landscape of India, and you look at these two regions, what's your prognosis on real estate? Would it be fair to say that Noida is now where maybe Gurgaon was 15 years ago at an inflection point, where things were just taking off? Would that be a fair comparison or not?
So, Nalin, 2 or 3 points. First, the prognosis for NCR, in my view, is very, very optimistic, and we are very bullish. Because if you're mostly from the northern part of the country, this is the tri-city that you will most likely want to live in. This is the economic hub. This is the infrastructure hub. This is where a lot of activity is happening. So you'd want to live here. Within that, I think that Noida, like I mentioned, has a huge opportunity to really evolve into a twin city, into another city. It doesn't have to be either or. It has to have the social infrastructure is what is missing today. And I'm sure with the coming of companies like Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and many other companies, there's going to be a huge opportunity for everyone to be able to see the city evolve. The larger question you ask is still one that we have to address, I think, for NCR at large, which is how do we make this city more livable? And I think we have challenges with respect to air pollution. We have challenges with respect to infrastructure, the walkability of the city. Climate change is only aggravating some of those problems.
You have 2 small children, I have 2 small children. Is this city livable for us?
I think we have to step up and take a little bit more ownership to see what we can do to make our cities more livable and more habitable. Of course, it has to happen with under the purview of the government, and we have to, kind of work with them and enable them to see what we can do.
So what's the way out? Do you see more public-private partnerships? Because, in India, we have this whole thing that you clean everything inside your house and that's perfect, but you just dump everything outside. So how do you deal with that kind of stuff?
I think there are multiple layers. The first is we definitely need to increase our own sense of civic awareness. We have to, exactly to your point, we make sure that our 4 walls are very clean, but what do we do about outside? And as real estate developers, I say this for our fraternity, we've been having discussions to say, how can we take more ownership? How can we make sure that the surrounding external environment or external infrastructure is as good as how we build our internal infrastructure? So those are some of the challenges and questions that we deal with. But absolutely, I think the biggest risk for the city is that the livability aspect of the city is decreasing and further gets worse. So we cannot afford...
Dr. Jaishankar, thank you very much for joining us at the Rising Bharat.
At a civic level to see what we can do at an individual level. The second is as institutions to be able to do what we can do outside our footprint as well. And the third obviously is a deeper level of public-private partnership. I don't want to suggest that this is not happening, but I think that we need to do a lot more to really make the city livable.
Sai, let me ask you another question. Sri Lakshmi was talking about IT companies as moving towards Greater Noida and their focus on that. From your point of view, you've invested in 3 kinds of things, and we were talking about that outside, on housing for senior citizens, on group housing, and for office spaces. What are the kind of companies that you think are moving here, and why, as opposed to other places in India?
I think there is a lot of traction that we are getting from the manufacturing sector. You heard the previous panel with the co-founder of a mobile brand called Nothing. He was talking about that. They manufacture in Noida. So we are seeing manufacturing come in. 2, we are seeing the new wave of services set up, which is global capability centers that are coming in. Hyderabad is a big market, and now Gurgaon and Noida are emerging as big destinations for global capability centers. And 3, banks, services, and other functions as well are moving in. So what I think with the population and the scale and size, people are realizing that these are all micro markets within it. So it's not a question of being in either one or the other, but in being more efficient, in being able to have presence across the spectrum. So that's exactly what we're seeing. So we are definitely seeing a huge inflow of investment, of companies, of services that are coming in. My only point that I want to make is that while we are doing all of this and we are all wanting to participate in the economic opportunity of it, there is a larger responsibility to be able to do this with heart, to be able to do this while keeping the future of the city in the mind, and for people like us to make the city a better place for our kids to inherit.
Shri Lakshmiji, we talked about the airport, and I think you talked about the multimodal hub. We also have the idea of this being a new area for the railways and a larger corridor being built. If you can talk a little bit about that for transport, with the role of railways in that, for Greater Noida in particular.
So, Eastern and Western dedicated freight corridors are two important, means of transport of goods. And for cities which are and states which are landlocked, most of the goods movement happen through the road or the railways. So for the entire belt of states which are on the northern part of India, it's just the railways and the roads which will cater to it. Being a confluence of these two important railway lines that is located in Greater Noida, there is a project which is under process. It is just under the final stages from the cabinet. Multimodal logistic hub is being developed under one of our SPVs which we hold, which is named as Integrated Industrial Township, Greater Noida Limited, in which we have 50% partnership with the Government of India. So we are developing this multimodal logistic hub at the confluence of these two railway lines. And this will cater to freight movement for the inland, which is landlocked, and towards the major ports of our country. And hence it will be boosting the industries which are located in this particular belt. Also, it will attract more investment because more companies would want to invest in this region because this goods movement has been facilitated.
See, you served in Mirzapur before this, and you've served in other in rural areas in UP before taking on this role with the Greater Noida Authority. What's the big difference you see here? And I want you to speak to that a little bit in comparison to others. In UP, for example, crime rates have changed a great deal in the last few years. And also this idea of livable cities that Sahil talks about. What's your focus on that, and how do you compare Greater Noida with other parts of UP at the moment?
See, Greater Noida, as I had mentioned before, it was a greenfield project, and the government wanted to develop a industrial city, industrial authority, and facilitate industrial development. So Greater Noida cannot be compared to other districts. And every district, like for instance Mirzapur I did serve, every district has got their own unique feature. For instance, in Mirzapur, which is an economic booster, is not industry per se, but it is religious tourism. There is a famous temple called Vindhyavasini Temple, and a Vind corridor has been, newly commissioned by the government there. And the source of, the driver for economic growth in Mirzapur is religious tourism. And nearby we have this Prayagraj as well as Varanasi district, which makes it a kind of, a circuit kind of thing where people have, an entire circuit to visit when they are in that area. So every city or every district has got their own unique features. It's not like, so development in that, it was identified at a later point of stage. Maybe they were back runners, but it doesn't mean that they don't have potential. So it was realized, and those cities and districts are being developed in such a manner that their strengths become their, drivers of growth. So it is, in one way, maybe they are lagging behind, but they will be picking up very soon.
Sahil, you raised about 800 crores, Max raised about 800 crores in QIPs last year. Can you tell us a little bit about how you're investing that money and the big bets you're making and why?
Yeah, so we are focused, firstly, we are absolutely a very deep focused regional wise. Our belief is that you cannot do real estate pan-India. So we are focused on just the NCR region, which is Noida, Delhi and Gurgaon. Within that, our focus is very clear. Our ideology is that we want to create developments that enable well-being for people who either live there or work there. And the third lens that we take is to be able to live, we are currently catering to two segments, which is the senior living segment through our brand Antara, and the luxury residential segment through our brand Max Estates. And then we have the office segment. which is commercial developments that we rent out. So we are very focused in that sense in terms of our asset classes, where we operate, in the geography that we do. But more than that, it's a deeper purpose that we are connected to, which is the ability to truly bring well-being into each of our spaces. And we spend a lot of time, effort, energy, capital to be able to do that through nature, through F&B, nutrition, through art, through community, through our value of Seva Bhav, etc. Just to give you an example, in our development in Noida, we've done about a 600,000 square feet office space, and in the middle of that, we've put a 15,000 square feet forest. So people walk through that to get to their work. And we believe through research that these aspects promote mental, physical, emotional, and social well-being. And we spend 80% of our time in our life in the built environment, either in the offices or at residential, in our homes. So the impact of this is huge. So we are connected to this larger purpose, and we are trying to do it in a conservative way financially and in a deeply focused way geographically.
Shilakviji, we've also had in recent months this idea of New Noida, which has been put forward by the UP government, by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, which is about redeveloping about 84 or 85 village blocks into a totally new entity, just like Noida and Greater Noida. Now that will have an impact on Greater Noida and the way where you sit, but also on the larger economy of Western UP. So how do you see that kind of integrated development, both for where you are sitting, but also for the larger region, and in the context of Viksit Bharat by 2047? So,
the development of this entire NCR region, bordering Delhi, especially of Uttar Pradesh, has been, it began with Noida, and now in the second, later on, Greater Noida was developed. These are all contiguous areas. So, this new Noida is a region which is just adjacent to the Greater Noida area. So it so happened that in Noida, there is a huge demand for land from the industry and the other investors. But because being an old city, the land bank has been somewhat saturated. So this area is being developed to cater to this rising demand. Entirely in the area of NCR, there is a huge demand for investment, be it industry or real estate or anything for that matter. So New Noida is one such, again, greenfield project which is under the process of development. In addition to that, adjacent to New Noida, there is a Yamuna Expressway project which is also underway, which is another region which is getting developed. So these all are contiguous parcels, and up to Agra, this entire area will be planned, well planned, as it happened with Greater Noida, so that it will cater to the rising demands of the industry, IT sector, institutions, and educational institution, all these things. And it will will be supplementary, not affecting the growth of another region per se.
So Sahil, at a very broader level, and then you talked about developing the forested area, for example. In an age of climate change with huge climate fluctuations, we see what happens in the NCR region, the pollution every year, where it becomes unlivable for 3 or 4 months, and a lot of families then move out, those who can afford to move out for some time, at least among the upper echelon of society. So as a builder, as a real estate developer, how does that change the way you look at your business models and in terms of sustainability in the environment that we are in now?
That's a great question. If you think about it, the tailwinds to the sector are the growing economy. I think everybody here discusses that, okay, if we don't have a great year, we may not grow 8%, but we'll grow 6%. I was just talking to some of your colleagues earlier. They were saying that India seems very well placed with what's happening at the global world today. With all of this, I think the growth is kind of given. We may have a few years of ups and downs, but the growth is given. The big risk is exactly what you said, that the cities don't become livable. And that's why we are talking about it. That's why we are trying to do more than we can do about it. And that's the main focus area, because the biggest risk to industry, to development, to society here is the ability that our cities get worse and not get more livable. If you look at it globally, by the way, London at one point was not a livable city. the pollution in London was so bad that people could not, there was disease that was rampant, but they fixed it. I understand that some cities in China have also been able to fix it. Right. So I think that there is an intention that has to start with oneself first, to be able to be more responsible, to do what we can, to, like we discussed, to make our cities more livable. And I think that's the big risk for all our business.
You mentioned London and the Thames once used to be as dirty as the Yamuna, but now it's, and if you look at other great European cities, and now a cleanup of Yamuna has started in the NCR region. Let me put this to you. As an urban planner, what are your top 2-3 priorities in terms of building a livable city, and how should that change as we go forward with the environment changing around us?
So always the priority will be to give projects which are pro-environment, be it transport, be it developing buildings, buildings adhering to green building codes. They are even incentivized by giving them additional floor area ratio spaces, which is, if they get it certified, they get it free of cost. So there are n number of incentives as well as prioritization of the projects which are pro-environment in our authority. So this is one way that how we will be promoting this environment, and that will be our priority, that will remain, because we also believe the fact that unless the cities are sustainable and unless that future generations are their life is also, unless it is made safe, doesn't make sense only building up cities as for today. Concrete jungles are made out of nowhere. Doesn't make sense. So our first priority will be to focus on pro-environment initiatives and projects. Second thing that we would like to, facilitate public transport. Like he had mentioned the example of London and many European countries, they promote public transport. They have no vehicle zones which are constructed. So these things are also, in the pipeline, providing for cycle tracks, pedestrian tracks, and open spaces where people can just come get together and, no vehicle zones. These, and we are also creating more of, busways, so that more public transports are in place, and electronic buses are also being promoted in our. So that is our second priority, promotion of, public transport and public spaces. And the third thing is that, what he had also mentioned, like how he has made his building with a green space in the between, which is actually commendable, I must say. And such kind of initiatives, we need youth. When IT companies are there in our city, or more youth will be there only if they find the workplace and their living space.
And also the idea of social infrastructure, which Sahil pointed out, which I thought is an interesting thing. That's the difference between Noida and Gurgaon at the moment, right? In terms of really livable spaces where people can go out and feel safe at late night, for example.
Absolutely, and some part of that is also supply creating the demand. We definitely hope, that with the planned approach that the bureaucracy and the government is taking, with what they call the double engine government at both Delhi and in Haryana and in Uttar Pradesh today. So we have the most optimistic we've been, and we look forward to this very positively.
All right. Thanks very much, Sahil. Thanks very much, Lakshmiji. And that's all we have time for. Thanks very much.
Thank you, everyone. Distinguished guests, as we speak, India's biggest sporting extravaganza, the IPL, is on in full swing, showcasing India's emergence as a global sporting destination. Fans are now getting immersed in those edge-of-the-seat moments at the stadium right through their mobile phones, aided by deepening digitization. Now, this has transformed the economics of sports in India, and how? The success in cricket is now spilling over into other forms of sports as well, with investments pouring in and talented athletes rising to the fore. We are witnessing a new era of Indian sports with consistent success in athletics, hockey, shooting, wrestling, boxing, and badminton. And why stop there? India has set its sights on the ultimate sporting prize, hosting the Olympics in 2036. The excitement is palpable. So let's find out from our esteemed panelists, Harsh Jain, CEO and co-founder Dream Sports, Mohandas Pai, Chairman Aaron Capital Partners, and Vivek Vadva, CEO Bionics Biosciences, who is an academic, entrepreneur and author on what's transforming India's sports. So join me in welcoming them to the stage for a session that's titled Be a Sport, Bharat's billion-dollar digital play. We are in conversation with my colleague Chandra Srikanth.
We have an excellent panel. Let's have a huge round of applause for Harsh Jain, Mohandas Pai and Vivek Vadva. Harsh Jain, who runs one of the most profitable unicorns in the country. Mohandas Pai, who's very vocal about a number of issues. So are you in a good mood or a bad mood today? You're in a good mood. And Vivek Vadva, who's come all the way from Silicon Valley. Thank you very much for talking to us. Before we get into the specific of the sports culture and sports economy, I want the three of you to give me an overview of the rapid digitization we have seen in India in the last 10 years. While there is room for improvement in many things, we must also acknowledge that we've come a long way from where we were in 2014. We have 800 million internet users. I think Dream Sports alone has 250 million users, registered users. UPI has taken off in a big way. So give us an overview of where we are, where we should be. Harsh, maybe you can start and Mr. Pai and Mr. Vadva can join in.
Thanks for having us here. I think we've been running Dream Sports for the last 18 years now. And I think the last 10 years have been completely transformative. Obviously, everyone should thank Jio because Jio has truly changed the game in terms of mass adoption of data and really good high-speed internet available at your fingertips. There's also been the COVID factor, which got people to pay at the right time online, and just before was demonetization. So there's been a bunch of very strong, high impactful events that have happened in the last 10 years that have led us to where we are today. Speaking of sports, I think that we have an insane opportunity where we have almost 1 billion sports fans in this country, 800 million from the last I checked online watching sports. That is more than almost every other, I think it's larger than every country on the planet, right? This is the largest sports fan base online in the world. And this moment is something that we can really, really utilize because India is still a cricket country. Cricket is religion. But today you can see the green shoots for kabaddi, hockey, football, so many different sports coming in. And I think that our technology, our tech startups, what we're trying to solve, the problems we have, along with the opportunities we have, which are very unique for such a large sports nation, can come together to produce some amazing results. And every conglomerate that I know, thanks to our PM's push, is now working on sports foundations, led by programs such as Khelo India and the TOP scheme.
Right. Mr. Pai?
Chandra, we are in the midst of the digital revolution for the last 10 years. In 1750, when the Industrial Revolution took place, it displaced India and China as the most richest countries in the world, and Europe took over and dominated. And now India is the third largest digital power in the universe. It's the United States, China, and India. And India and the United States are joined at the hip. Now it all starts with software and human capital. The US has 10 million people working in software, out of which 6 million in the United States. 1 million of the 6 million is Indian. India has 7.5 million people, 6 million in the export industry, 1.5 million in the local industry. And of 6 million, about 3 million work for American companies. Out of 10 million working for American companies, 4 million are Indians. 50% of global hiring in software in the free world outside China happens in India. And the 7.5 million will go to 10 million by 2030. We probably will have more people. We already have more people working in software in India than the US has in the United States. And let's understand that very clearly. We exported $235 billion of software. We export more software than I think Saudi Arabia exports oil, unless the price goes up. And out of the top 10 software service companies by market value globally, 5 are Indian. Of the top 5, 3 are Indian. Of the 3.2 million employees in the top 10, 2.3 million are Indians. And 50% of global hiring in software happens in India. If you look forward, we'll have the largest pool of human capital in the software technology industry, excluding the top 10%. The top 10% will remain in the United States because Vivek lives here. He's got to spend more time in India to make that happen. Now, among startups, with the third largest system, 167,000 startups, 22 founded. We got 119 unicorns, unless something has become a unicorn today. The third largest pool of unicorns. They created $600 billion of value. Another 1 or 2 years will go to maybe $1.5 trillion of value. And certainly, it's the United States, China, and India. Europe is far behind. Europe has become a digital colony of the United States. And India and the US are joined together. When AI comes, we're the largest pool of people trained on the use of AI. We don't have an LLM. We've not done that because there's no capital. Because what you are creating vertical AI, we're creating models, and every kid in Bangalore, when he has a startup, says, I'm AI first. Praxin says there are 7,500 AI first companies. I don't know whether they do AI. At least they're talking they do AI, which is fantastic. Now, when you look at the digital landscape in terms of mobile phones, we are there after China.
Right.
If you look at the amount of data, 32 GB of data per month as per Geo, and that is accelerating. 10 million Apple phones are purchased in India. We make, I think, 15 million or so. We export the balance. And I think if you go fast forward, you see tremendous change. Because now AI has come, quantum computing has come, hypercloud has come, the age of robotics has come. And in all that, we need it. To grow a country, we need 3 things. One is human capital. We have them. And Vivek hopefully will talk about that because he rediscovered the quality of human capital in India, and he's an evangelist right now. Second is we need financial capital. We don't have enough financial capital. That's what I told Piyush Goyal. In the last 10 years, 2014 to 24, India invested $160 billion in startups and venture. China, $845 billion. America, $2.3 trillion. So Piyush should get us to get more money into deep tech startups, which Shireen has been promoting for 25 years. Shireen is the one who discovered startups and ran a program for 25 years. You've been doing it for 10 years in Bangalore. You have a very exciting life where you discover innovation almost every week and write about it. Now, I'm very excited. I've been in the industry since '94. I'm more excited today, working harder than ever before, because our office gets 700 startups coming for capital every month. We make 12 or 13 investments. As a family, we have investment in 35 funds. There are 500 startups, 50 deep tech startups. Right. It's very exciting what India is doing. It's unbelievable scale. We need more money. We need more capital. We invest $1 trillion in capex in our economy. We need to up that. And here is my last statement. Modi 1.0 was all about the bottom of the pyramid, correcting the mistakes of the past. And he spent 35 lakh crores on DBT and others and helped the poor. I think the poverty has come down to 2-3% or whatever it is. Modi 2.0 was all about infrastructure. State and center spend $250 billion in infrastructure. Modi 3.0 should be at the top of the pyramid on innovation, on R&D, fighting the battle in the digital revolution, and become the dominant digital power. So I think it's very exciting. And it's happening. I wish Indians in this country understand what is happening, appreciate what is happening, and don't decry Indians, and don't try to beat them down to every opportunity, like saying you buy a Lamborghini and all that kind of nonsense. Don't make the kind of stupid remarks. Right. Understand what it is. And, people always criticize, said, where is the Google from India, Facebook from India, NVIDIA from India? It's only in the United States. Because US has got a 32 trillion GDP. They spend $2.5 trillion on digital and IT. And, it's only there it can happen, not in Europe, not in Japan.
Right. Before I get to Mr. Vadva, quick comment from you, Harsh. He spoke about how, we still have a long way in terms of capital. As a startup that has operated here in 10 years, revenues of 6,000 crore, profitable, would you agree that capital is an issue, or is it in specific sectors? Is there more in consumer, less in deep tech?
First of all, every time I hear Mohandas,
it's like listening to Shankar Mahadevan's Breathless, except that there are numbers.
Like, who needs AI when you have pi?
There is AI and pi.
So. Yeah, exactly. Right. This is our India AI. No, but all jokes apart, I think that capital is not today a problem. At least from my perspective, I think that capital going into startups is not a problem. But if we want to do the kind of deep tech work that's going on in the US, even in China, we need billions of dollars of patient capital. And that is just...
Where is that going to come from, Harsh?
I honestly, from my perspective, I think that, you spoke about Google and Meta and Amazon and, even in China, we've had companies like Tencent, Baidu,
Alibaba,
Ali, whatever.
yeah.
They've all had a decade or more of generating tens of billions of dollars of free cash flow.
Which is what they're reinvesting now to build.
Which is what they're reinvesting now. But you need to have that war chest to be able to reinvest into the future and have patient capital then. Today, the fact of the matter is that our profits are not maybe a decimal point on one of the largest conglomerates in the US in tech. But we don't have any tech startups today or tech companies in India that have over $1 billion of EBITDA. So if you don't have that, how are you going to have billions of dollars to play at the big boys table and invest in deep tech? So capital from when, 10 years ago to today we have seed capital, pre-seed capital, pre-series A capital, series A capital, B, C, D, growth capital, pre-IPO capital. We have capital available for startups. And that's going really well, and that's taken us in the last 10 years from like 1 or 2 unicorns to 100 plus unicorns. We are already there, so we are just lagging behind. This is the same thing that happened. Meta came from social networking. Amazon came from e-commerce. Even Tencent came from gaming. They all made their money from there, and then they were able to aspire to larger things with deep tech. India will get there. We just need a little bit of support and a little bit of patience. We are on our way.
Right. Vivek, as someone who...
I'm going to take equal time now. 3 points I'm going to make. Number one, I'll comment on the difference between Silicon Valley and here. Number two, I'll answer Mohan's question. Number three, I'm going to rip the shit out of all this deep tech nonsense. You folks don't even know what deep tech is. Everyone keeps saying India can't do it. You need billions of dollars. No, you don't do it. India can do it. So let's start with number one. I live in Silicon Valley. In Menlo Park, I would go hiking across the Route 280. And the moment I go 1 kilometer there, my internet stops working. There are no Wi-Fi towers. There's no internet access there. Where I live in Belmont right now, I've been dying to get fiber optic things. I can get something close to a gigabyte. Can't get it. Okay, you go around and then you go shopping, and they want credit cards. No digital currency, no digital anything. Here, everywhere you go, even beggars are taking QR codes, and they, that's literally what happened to me last trip over here. That this guy came up to me, he says, I forgot what his words were. He wanted to say, I said, I'm sorry, I don't have any cash. I didn't have any cash. He says, QR code, lelo. Silicon Valley, we can't even dream about anything like that. We have these old-fashioned credit cards. I have to have credit cards with me wherever I go. That's how primitive we are over there. And here people complain about the quality of their geo service. It's slow. My God, to me, it's lightning fast here. I can't believe how well everywhere I go, I have internet access. It costs nothing. Over there, my T-Mobile plan, if I exceed, so much a month, I start getting all these bills and warnings, and it costs a fortune to get a basic cell phone plan. Here, you get it for free, and you're complaining. All right, so don't don't get over the inferiority complex. You are much better off than Silicon Valley is as far as digital infrastructure goes. Number two, Silicon Valley hiring versus India. When I started Vionics, I was looking at starting in Silicon Valley. So I went to the VCs. I talked about that in my talk yesterday. And they were literally, when I mentioned I'm going to do my R&D in India, they were rolling their eyes. You're going to do machine learning, AI in India? What an idiot. And then when I talked about wanting to offer diagnostics for 100 rupees to the poor in India, it was like, why do you care about India? Why do you care about the poor? You can charge $1,000 a test here. And, so that's the attitude over there. Now, and then even here, Chris Gopalakrishnan, I respect him immensely, okay? He's one of the greatest entrepreneurs in the world, not only in India. But he said that, Vivek, you're going to have a hard time finding machine learning talent here. This is a deficiency that we have in India. Complete BS, my friend Chris. I've been able to find better ML talent in India than I could find in Silicon Valley because I started interviewing graduates from Berkeley, from Stanford. First of all, the arrogance level of these graduates is off the charts. You know, they want to know what perks you have. I mean, if I'm working from home, what can I do? I mean, they want if they can get free food delivery at home. They're more concerned about their perks. Starting salaries out of Stanford, $180,000, $200,000. One graduate wanted $250,000 starting salary just because he had a Stanford degree. I mean, it's just sort of ridiculous. I came over here, I happened to, this is about a year and a half ago, and I met one of my relatives who was graduating from Guru Gobind Singh College. And I said, what sort of salary are you looking for? I think he said 5 to 7 lakhs. I thought, okay, 5 to 7 lakhs a month. You know, that's not bad. It was a year.
A year.
Okay? So these kids,
IT companies, by the way, still pay 3.5 lakh per year. Mr. Pai will.
I couldn't believe how low the salaries were. And within 3 or 4, so we hired a bunch of interns and ML developers. Within 3 or 4 months, they're at par with the best in Silicon Valley.
So AI talent in India is on par.
Yeah,
with
now
best.
the problem was that they didn't know how to use cloud computing. There were a few things missing from the curriculum over here because the schools still aren't up to date with the reality of the startup world. But the fact is, I could hire talent for 1/20th of the cost of Silicon Valley without the attitudes. And also, all of the hires, I said, well, how much what do you expect your workload to be every week? How hard do you expect to work? In Silicon Valley, they want 35 hours. And if they work more than that, it becomes a problem. These kids were saying, well, Narayana Murthy, this is when Narayana Murthy made this statement about 70 hours a week. He said, he's inspiring us to work 70 hours a week. So I said, you're going to work 70 hours a week? Yes, sir. I mean, I was shocked. So rather than, them wanting perks and 28-hour work weeks, we're talking about kids getting practically nothing, wanting to work 70-hour work weeks.
Right.
So that's a big difference in hiring and culture. On the other point about deep tech, let's defer that so you can ask more questions, but we should talk about deep tech because I don't think these people know what they're talking about. I've done deep tech. If you go back, if you haven't seen my talk, go and watch the video of it on YouTube. I talked about building the deepest tech possible in India. Within 9 months, IIT Madras made breakthroughs that Silicon Valley has not been able to make in decades. I mean, in medical diagnostics, Theranos, go and read about Elizabeth Holmes and the $1.4 billion these idiots, Silicon Valley investors poured into it, only to get fraud out of it. What I'm doing is 10x more ambitious than what Elizabeth Holmes did. And we did it for practically nothing.
Right. We'll come to that, Mr. Badba. Harsh, a lot was said on the positives, on how India is amazing in so many ways, whether it's internet access, which Silicon Valley seems to struggle with, whether it's AI talent, whether it's just the size of the opportunity and the scale. But what challenges do you find? I mean, you're in a sector that constantly finds itself in a regulatory maze, right? So what more can be done from the government in that perspective? And Mr. Pai, you can weigh in after Harsh because I'm sure you have strong views on this as well. But specific to your industry, Harsh, because now, you're a company that has huge revenue, booming profits, and then the government suddenly decides, okay, let's slap 28% GST. You have to live with that. Then a state government comes and says, this is not gaming, this is how we view it. So you sort of have to live with that uncertainty every day. What more can be done there?
Yeah, so a couple of years ago when we had our GST changed by 3x, it was increased by 350% approximately. Of course, it was very hard to deal with. We had, overnight 30-40% of our revenue and 60-70% of our profits disappeared. But at the same time, it gave the whole sector a lot of legitimacy.
It also cleaned up the bad actors.
That's right. It also stopped a lot of bad actors who were genuinely taking advantage of a situation where they could get away with something. So I think a net positive is there for the players who have survived today. Through that, it is a net positive because now we have a lot more legitimacy, clarity, and the government's very happy with the tax collections. It's gone up by, I think, about 5x. GST collections have gone up from the industry from 3,000 crores to about over 15,000 crores now. And so now you have the good operators operating in the right way and the government's also getting their tax collections. However, yes, of course, we don't have regulations yet, which is a major issue for us. We have been waiting to get regulated. We are one of the only industries, I think, that is actually asking that please regulate us. I think that will help a lot. That's the next step towards our evolution, is to have a regulator like SEBI who can come in and clean up the gaming ecosystem and say this is right, this is wrong, and all the Indian entrepreneurs can then toe the line. So I think that's very important and very required today. Sorry, what else did you ask about?
The uncertainty around
I
state
think
governments, different state governments taking action.
And right, of course, when there's no central regulations, then state regulations kick in, and that's not fun to deal with, having to run from state to state and figure out everyone who's having their own regulations. But I think overall, I just want to say optimistically, as an Indian entrepreneur, this organized chaos we live in is a competitive advantage. You have, in the US, you have maybe the majority of unicorns would have non-American founders who've migrated, who've moved there. In India, I think from the 119 or 100 plus unicorns, do you know how many founders we have which are Indian? 119.
All of them.
Right, all of them. It's because dealing with this uncertainty is also a competitive advantage. And so as an entrepreneur,
Mr. Pai is vigorously shaking.
I have to look at the optimistic side of things. Are you in a good mood today?
Chandra, look, I've been in business 40 years. I suffered regulatory oppression all those 40 years. After we got independence, one set of imperialists left this country, another set of brown imperialists took over in Delhi. They looked down upon the people. We are subjects and victims of government in Delhi and in Bangalore and other places because they think they are rulers and we are their subjects and victims. And that wears off into the regulations. The income tax oppression and tax terror is enormous. Today there's 30 lakh crores of tax amount stuck up in disputes. 15 lakh crores for which there are cases in court, out of which 80-85% happened in the last 5 years. And Jaitley promised us in 2014 he's going to stop tax terrorism. And unfortunately, the finance minister has given more powers to tax authorities to oppress us than I think any finance minister I've seen in the last 35 years. Including the new section today, 247, 246, 248, which says that it can break into a social network, break into a digital, and do it willingly, which is come in the new bill, which we should fight out. I'm writing an article, I sent it to you. And that is an oppressive surveillance piece given to people. And the law says that an officer should have reason to believe that there is some tax evasion. And he goes to a person who signs off, who has reason to suspect, both internal, and then the reason to believe and the reason to suspect shall not be disclosed to any authority, any person, or any tribunal. Within them. And I want to know how many times the approving authority has not given approval to go after people on its rates. In the last 4 years, we collected 75 lakh crores of direct taxes. How much is the black money they have found out? How much is the tax they collected for black money? 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 crores. You're giving these people. We had this angel tax for 8 years. 8 years. I've been to Prime Minister's office. They called me. They changed the law 3-4 times. Met the finance secretary. They did everything else. Every time they change the law, they give more powers because the political establishment is very weak. It does not look at all this. And I think that the saddest thing for this country is tax oppression. The officer can do whatever they want. They threatened me long back that they convert what we have as export profit into local income and do it and said go in appeal.
Right.
I'm telling you, it is really bad state that has to go. Second is RBI. The people in Mint Street, I want to put it on record, public, think they're the only people saving this country from all the marauders outside who want to take away India's foreign exchange. And everybody is a crook in this country except them. We have FEMA in 1999. We had FERA, which was a piece of terrible legislation. And even though Parliament has given power, they write regulations in a manner, they don't allow us. You can't import some software, send some payment outside. If you export, you can't get money. They ask you where it is. And if somebody sells in India, foreign money, you can't take the money out. You got to do valuation and everything. And he knows. What is this valuation report that we have to get when we invest in a startup? It's a negotiation between two parties. He comes to me and says, I'm worth 10 million. I say, you're worth 8 million. We negotiate and we put money. We get liquidation rights. That is it. What is a valuation report? There cannot be a valuation report. RBI.
1 second, Mr. Pai.
I'll just finish 1 minute. Okay, RBI. So I think this regulation should stop and retrospective tax amendments should stop. Like this indexation benefit is taken away as retrospective. It should stop. And this oppression should start. And we should stop oppressing people like him. You want to change the taxes, do it in the future prospect after telling them. Now we retrospectively amended the law. And then they said 30,000 crore GST against Infosys. Remember? For what? For exporting. They're saying you pay taxes and get a refund. How can you do that? I mean, it destroys India's confidence of overseas investor in India. This is the biggest challenge for India, biggest lack of business. It's time as a country we stand up. We ask our political leaders and Prime Minister to change this, to make it easier so these people don't have to spend 3-4 hours looking after regulations and fighting all this. And they can focus on the business, work 14 hours a day, 365 days and build a great country and become billionaires.
Right.
Just
right 2 minutes to go,
here.
so Mr. Badwa, very quickly. Yes.
Yeah, the regulations are out of control. I've decided I'm not going to take any more capital from India because it's such a nightmare trying to get Indian investors to invest in a Silicon Valley startup. I mean, 4 months I've lost on this, dealing with all the BS from the Indian government. So I don't need Indian money anymore. Even though I love doing R&D here and everything else has been wonderful.
Right. Harsh, what do you think can be done here? And, Mr. Piyush Goyal's comments last week comparing India, China. As an entrepreneur, how do you view this? Do you think there are enough deep tech startups, but not enough investment, not enough government support?
Yeah, I think, look, I actually also agree with Vivek's view that a lot can be done. We've seen models around the world challenge the notion that there are billions of dollars or $100 billion required to play on that table. Today, the beauty of AI is that you can have a kid with a laptop, right? This is the first time that we're going back maybe 20 years since the dot-com era that we saw garage startups becoming Apple and Google and Microsoft and Meta. I think this is the first time, at least I've seen in 20 years, that is coming back. Any kid with a laptop and internet can launch a business that could become $1 billion business very soon. So yes, we do need a lot of capital for deep tech. I still believe that we need it for patient capital. But on the other hand, you also have, there has never been a better time to start a startup. You have all the larger companies today struggling with AI because we have to literally undo the way we've been doing business and relearn and start it all over again. Whereas the newer ones are born into AI.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a fantastic opportunity out there that people really are understating. So I think that Honorable Minister spoke about what we are doing versus what
we should
be doing. I think we are doing what we should be doing at a much smaller scale. The larger companies that started over 10 years ago are doing what we were doing for the last 10 years. We are now also investing in the future. And I think the only difference is a timing issue. So I agree with the sentiment that India needs to be at the forefront of tech in the world. And we are there. We're now, I think OpenAI also announced that India is the leading market.
Biggest market, yeah.
Git has also announced that India is the leading market. So we are already there. But you will see the outcomes of what's happening today in a few years from now. So we, like I said, Meta, Amazon, Tencent, they all started in the same way.
Right. We're completely out of time, but Harsh, I just need one headline from you. You recently flipped
back. You got all the headlines here.
No. You flipped back to India from the US, like PhonePe, Grow, and the others. Can we expect Dream Sports IPO soon?
We have a extremely large retrospective tax bill in Supreme Court. So I think until that matter is resolved, hopefully amicably, I don't think we would even be thinking about going public. We can't.
Great. On that note, Mr. Pai, Harsh, and Mr. Badwa, thank you very much for those candid views and that electrifying discussion. Huge round of applause. Thank you.
When Piyush Goyal is here, beat the crap out of him about the issues that he's raising, please. Don't give him a free ride.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Chandra. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please. Now, after that engrossing session, and all of them, I must say, it is now time to refuel. What am I talking about here? Let's now take a break and grab some lunch. Lunch is being served on the east side, which is on your right outside this particular hall. We will reconvene in 40 minutes. So get ready to dive back into a fresh set of conversations. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. Take a breather and get ready for some really exciting post-lunch sessions. Thank you.
Dr. Jaishankar, thank you very much for joining us at the Rising Bharat Summit. You've come here every time we've had a Rising Bharat Summit, so this is your third edition here. But I want to start off with something significant which some of our audiences may also be interested in knowing. It is the number 2140. Does that hold any special significance for you? I shall enlighten our audience and maybe even enlighten you. That's the number of days that...
This sounds like one of Elon Musk's tweets.
That's the number of days he's been External Affairs Minister. He's the longest serving External Affairs Minister of India since Nehru. So we can have a round of applause for that. And what a time to be in charge of India's foreign policy. You look back at the last 5 years and 10 months now, it's going to be almost 6 years. What do you think has been Indian foreign policy's singular achievement in these last 6 years? One thing if you were to name, with the mic, sir.
I would say, this is Bharat rising. So how do you manage the process of rise under extremely turbulent conditions? Because managing a process of rise is tough enough, but countries normally hope that you get a very conducive environment. We've got as tough an environment as anybody could sort of. No, not hope for.
Not hope for.
Anybody could actually
imagine.
And I think getting through that. I mean, just look at these last 6 years from a foreign policy perspective. I mean, you've had Ukraine, you've had the Middle East, you've had the whole Indo-Pacific turbulence, you had Afghanistan, you've had Myanmar, you've had COVID, you've had meltdown of various kinds, political changes in our neighbors. Actually the stresses and it's not just change. There have been big events, there have been fractures, there have been stresses, there have been surprises. So it's been as turbulent as it could have been.
I do want to, so since you said it's been challenging circumstances, it's beyond what anyone could have imagined, let's address the elephant in the room, and that is the tariffs that have kicked in today. That's what our business editors have been telling us. The reciprocal tariffs have kicked in today. And first of all, I'd like to understand from you, what is your assessment, what is your reading of, what is going to be the impact of these reciprocal tariffs on India? What is India's strategy to try and deal with the fallout of it? If you could sort of, elucidate what your views are.
I don't think it's possible to speak about what would be the impact because we don't know. What is our strategy? I think that's pretty clear. We decided that we will engage the Trump administration early on this set of issues. We were very open with them, very constructive with them, as they were with us. What we agreed to do was to try to negotiate a bilateral trade agreement by fall of this year. To the best of my knowledge, and I could be corrected here, I think we are the only country after President Trump has assumed presidency the second time which has actually reached such an understanding in principle. So I don't know, every country, because every country is tariffed, okay? So every country in the world today is fashioning its own strategy of dealing with the United States. In our case, our strategy has a goal. And the goal is to see whether it's possible to actually deal with this situation by concluding a bilateral trade agreement. And I should add that in an interesting way, this has long been our objective. The present situation may have created the circumstances for such a serious conversation. But if you look at President Trump's first term, we were actually negotiating a trade deal which could not fructify. And if one looks even at Biden's administration, we discussed trade possibilities and we ended up with the IPEF initiative. They were very averse to doing a bilateral agreement. So from the Indian perspective, actually doing, working out something bilaterally with the United States is not at all a sort of a negative or a sort of unwanted situation. On the contrary, it is something which has long been our objective.
But tell me, Dr. Jaishankar, as you take a moment to drink water, you've been part of many bilateral negotiations, trade negotiations in the past. These things take time. You said we're hopeful that the BTA will be wrapped up by the fall. Two things. What happens if it doesn't and if it takes longer than that? And two, how confident are you that you can actually wrap it up by the fall?
Well, I've always wondered why it takes such a long time. Frankly, I've never figured it out.
You tell us.
No, I've never figured it out because, I see, we have trade negotiations which have been going on for decades. And the negotiators meet, I think, every 6 months or 3 months or 4 months. And I wonder why. I mean, if I were doing a negotiation, I'd be at it till I got the job done. And I think today, when I look back at the last, since the Prime Minister's visit, I'd say mid-Feb, so we're about 6 weeks since then, we've actually had multiple rounds in this period. I think we've had more periods, discussions with the Americans in the last 6 weeks than I suspect we've had with the Europeans in the last 2 years.
Wow. More discussions with the US in the last 6 weeks than what you've had with Europe in 2 years. But you're also sort of accelerating the FTA talks with EU, with UK and so on. Do you think that, this is a 35,000 feet view question, do you reckon that Mr. Trump, by doing what he's doing, is forcing other countries to, start trading more with each other and start, processing these FTAs in a quicker fashion?
Look, you are attributing everything in a way to President Trump. Mm-hmm. I understand why. But I want you to look at it for a moment from an Indian perspective.
Sure.
Okay? Since the beginning of reform, 1990s, in 30 years, what are your FTA agreements? They're largely to the economies east of India, with the ASEAN, with ASEAN members, with Japan, with Korea, Australia, which is not the same. Now, where are actually your many of these are competitive economies.
Yeah.
Okay? In fact, with most of these countries, we are running today trade deficits. Now, where is the natural growth potential for our exports? It's to the countries west of us. It's in the Gulf, it's in Europe, it's in the UK, it's in the United States, possibly in Latin America. And actually, those are the agreements which have lagged behind. So it's been our endeavor, I can tell you. I mean, from 2014, for example, we've been pressing the Europeans saying, look, can we re-engage, because we had stopped engaging. Then after Brexit, we responded very quickly to the UK's interest in reaching an agreement. We see an opportunity, in the current situation vis-a-vis the United States. These are, to me, really the priorities which we should be doing. We should be doing it in our own interest, not because some other president of another country says he's created a situation.
I want to talk a little bit about Europe, because you had sort of become a bit of a lightning rod for them about talking about oil imports from Russia, saying how can you import from a country that's gone into war and invaded and so on. And you've laid out very articulately for India and for the rest of the world what India's position is. Now the same Europeans are scampering for an FTA with India. Do you see a double standard there? Or
No. I think you're being unfair to Europe. Yes, you're being unfair to Europe. I think the Europeans were serious about an FTA earlier. It's just we haven't seen that kind of urgency. Maybe their way of working is different. So I can't expect everybody to be the same. So they take, typically they have taken much longer periods between between interacting with each other. My point is that, look, Europe today, I think, realizes the importance of deeper ties with India and the relevance of the FTA for that purpose. We had in the end of February 21 European commissioners led by President von der Leyen visiting India. Very unique happening, not just for India, even for them. They don't normally do that. I think there's a very serious message coming out of Europe saying we want to move forward on this. We welcome it, we reciprocate it, and I'm pretty confident that just as we are seeing a very intense engagement with the United States, and by the way with the UK as well, I expect the pace to pick up with Europe. We have an aspirational goal. We'd like to close out the FTA this year, but you know, when we get there, we'll see.
I want to talk about the neighborhood. Last time you were here at the summit, the big concern, the big talking point was the relationship with China, and you had said that the relationship is not normal, and we need to deal with the situation at the border for the relationship to become normal. Now there's been a disengagement process. The Prime Minister has met with the Chinese President. You've met with your counterpart, I think, on a couple of occasions since then. How would you describe the state of the relationship with China? How far away from normal is it?
Well, it's obviously better than the last time I was here. Sure. I think the disengagement, particularly the Depsang-Temchok, was important. We are now addressing, to some extent, issues on the border because there's been a force build-up over a period of years. But there were many other things which also happened during this period. Some of it was a collateral of the situation. Some of it was actually a carryover from the COVID era. For example, our flights, direct flights, stopped during COVID. They were not resumed. The Kailash Mansarovar Yatra stopped during COVID. It did not again resume. So I think there is work to be done. We are at it. We are, sort of trying to see whether a lot of this post-COVID and, parallel to the border tension, the combination of these issues, how much we can progress on this. We are looking at it because at the end of the day, we have always maintained that the situation which we saw between 2020 and 2024 was not in the interest of either country. It was not in the interest of our relationship. And I think there is a recognition of that now.
So it's on the road to being normal again?
Well, I think we are moving in a positive direction. The problem with your profession is you want instantaneous transformation. The challenge of my profession is it's a very arduous and painstaking one.
I'm glad that we are sticking to each other's respective professions. But, because there's so much talk around trade and because President Trump has made that the point of conversation, you referred to, we have trade imbalances with a lot of countries to the east, right? Is this, you reckon, an opportunity, again, academically speaking, an opportunity for India to look at some of those trade relationships and say that, these imbalances cannot sustain? Just like America is saying that, an imbalanced trade relationship is not working for them.
Well, we've had concerns. We have articulated those concerns. This is not my direct remit, but I have a visibility into it, and we work as a team within the government. I think one of the issues for us, for example, has been the review of the ASEAN-India Trade in Goods Agreement, ITIGA, which we believe has been unnecessarily prolonged. I think it's important for all countries today to realize that the nature of the global discourse on trade is changing. There are new parameters, there are new metrics of judgment. I think countries will do what they need to do to protect their businesses to protect their labor, to protect their societies. We cannot be an exception to it. So I think we have concerns with many of the countries east of us, countries with whom we have FTA arrangements and also countries with whom we don't.
Prime Minister was recently at the BIMSTEC summit. You were there with him. It's the first time that he met with the new interim leader of Bangladesh, Professor Yunus. There's been a lot of concerns here in India about some of the statements that have been made by the leadership there, some of the goings-on the ground, whether it's attacks on minorities, so on and so forth. From within whatever you can divulge in the public domain, what did the Prime Minister tell Professor Yunus, particularly on this comment about India's northeast being landlocked and, Bangladesh being the gateway to the ocean, and also on the attacks on minorities, on both those issues?
No, look, I think the main messages from our side which came out at the meeting, one, that our relationship with Bangladesh, for historical reasons, is a very unique relationship. It's a very fundamentally a people-to-people connect. Much more so, perhaps, than any other relationship than I can think of. And that's something we need to recognize. So, it's not necessarily one of the garment of the day. Secondly, we have concerns. We have concerns about the rhetoric which is coming out of people in Bangladesh. We have concerns about radicalizing tendencies we see. We have concerns about the attacks on minorities. And I think we were very, open about sharing those concerns. Again, as a country which, no country wishes Bangladesh well more than us. That's in our, I would say almost in our DNA, if you can say that. And as a well-wisher, as a friend, I think we hope that, they make the, go the right way and do the right things. And as a country with a, which has a democratic tradition, democracies require elections. That's how mandates are given and mandates are renewed. So, we hope that they go down that path.
From well-wishers to not-so-well-wishers, I want to talk about Pakistan. Two questions. One, because this news just came this morning, the Tahir Rana, who's the convict in the 26/11 attacks, is likely to be extradited perhaps in the next 24 to 48 hours. So I want your comment on that. And second, this whole thing, Balochistan seems to be in a bit of a flux, and Pakistan has resorted to its old, copybook that, India is doing this, so on and so forth. So on both those issues, I would like your
there's nothing really new that I can say on the Tahir Rana issue. I mean, obviously, we welcome the decision of the American legal process. On the Balochistan issue, look, I don't want to say anything. I mean, there is clearly a very disturbed situation there. People are suffering there. And if I say something, there'll be finger pointing. So I don't want to say it.
But just on the principle that, every time India says there is terrorism emanating from Pakistan targeting India, you're met with a stone wall.
Look, Zaka, I don't have to say it. It's visible. Even they say it. But it's not like I'm making an accusation and everybody in Pakistan is there saying, no, this is completely untrue. You have people in Pakistan who openly declare that they are doing terrorist activities in India. So this is not an argument. I mean, this is not a hypothesis. This is something they proudly claim. So I think, we've always maintained, not just us, I mean, all sensible people have maintained that if you start a terrorism industry, you will be consumed by it. And that is exactly what we are seeing today in Pakistan.
So at a time when, there's an acceleration for regional partnerships and so on, you don't see any future for SAARC, given if Pakistan does not change its tack and does not use or employ terror as an instrument of state policy?
Well, let me pose that question to you. I mean, would you be okay if we were nice to each other in the morning and I come and attack your house at night?
Certainly not.
I mean, would you live with it?
Certainly not.
Then why would you even ask me that question?
No, just in the context of SAARC. Let me also come to last few questions. The relationship with Canada. We've had a pretty certain issues that plagued the relationship in the last couple of years. There's going to be an election there soon in the next few weeks. Are you considering reinstating the Indian High Commissioner in Ottawa? Is there anything moving in that direction post the election?
Look, again, I'm very cautious in anything I would say publicly about Canada. They're heading for elections. I don't want a remark become an issue out there in their politics. For us, the direction in which ties have gone is something which, again, we believe has not served the interests of Canada. The kind of latitude that was given to people espousing extremism, secessionism, violence, if you import such people and encourage such people, it's going to have consequences in your own landscape. And, what we were saying, in a way, the cautions we were uttering inside the room, unfortunately, played out outside the room as well. So we would like certainly to see, after all, it's a big country, Commonwealth country with whom we've had, generally good relations. Yes, things, again, for almost exactly the same reasons had happened in the 80s. So to the extent that, we see them recognizing the problem, and not giving that kind of political space to such forces, if we would then naturally take that into account. I mean, I have no gain by having bad relations with Canada. I would like them actually, I would like both sides to mend the relationship, but I would also like people to recognize that there's a real problem out there. And the problem is, the kind of space given to these forces.
One final question. We're anticipating President Putin of Russia to visit India at some point this year. In this new emerging global order where, President Trump wants to end the war, he's talking directly to both Russia and Ukraine, how does India figure in this emerging matrix? Because India is one of the few countries, yesterday the Prime Minister was here, India is one of the few countries that can speak to both Russia and Ukraine and has good relations with both.
We've had a very, I would say, both a sensible position and a helpful position. Sensible in terms of very early on, we took the view publicly that this conflict cannot be resolved on the battlefield, that it was necessary for a return to dialogue and diplomacy, that it was important for the parties concerned to talk to each other, because that was not happening. And there was actually a view at that time that everybody else will gather together and somehow produce a solution, and the other party, in this case Russia, would be confronted with that as a choice. Now, much of what we held in 2022, 23, 24 has actually come to pass. There's no vindication in it. I mean, in fact, if anything, there is regret that, so many lives have been lost, so much time has gone, so much damage has been done, not only to the countries, but to the global society and to the international economy. But now there is a greater understanding that we need, appreciation that we need to they need to engage each other. So, to the extent we can motivate that, foster that, encourage that, we would do that. Again, I maintain that we've always, what we said in Moscow was not different than what we said in Kiev and what we said in third places. And we've tried to, have conversations here, take those there with the approval of each party. And so that's one part of what we've tried to do. The other is, there have been different dimensions of this conflict which have popped up from time to time. Different countries have weighed in, and I think it's such a really serious issue. It's natural. It's not a single or a small number of countries. We approve of all of that. I think anything which any country can do or any group of countries can do to help, we welcome that. We've tried to do a few things ourselves. We weighed in with other people. It could be some of the nuclear-related issues, or it could be grain corridor, or whatever it is. But the objective is to help. The objective is not to put yourself ahead. I mean, we're not, actively searching for a role. But if, either of the parties or any other country comes and says, look, can you help out on this? We'd be open to doing it.
All right, and I'll wrap up. I know you like cricket a lot. So these 2,140 days as the longest serving foreign minister post Nehru, you look at it as a test match, as a T20, as a one-dayer, or this is your career with an asterisk, not out. S. Jaishankar batting at 2-1-4-0, not out.
No, I think on this one, look, it's been, again, it's been a very interesting heading to 6 years as foreign minister, but I treat it to some degree as a continuum of what I was doing earlier. In a way, I think the next few years will be extraordinarily challenging. It'll be challenging for the world. It'll be challenging for us as a country, precisely because we have to keep rising through all this clutter, through all these tensions. And to be associated with that process, to be given responsibility of that process, I think is a great honor, it's a great responsibility, and I'm very, very, grateful for it.
We have the best batsman batting at not out on that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister of India. So Justice Chandrachud, one of the longest serving Chief Justices of India, thank you very much and welcome to Rising Bharat. My colleague Ananya is with me and will be asking you a few questions. Let's start with the theme of Rising Bharat this year, which is Youthful Aspirations. There's a crowd of young people here. What would you tell young people, who want to get into your profession particularly, at a time when, let's face it, there's a challenge of technology in your profession, there is entry barriers, all kinds of things. People are saying lawyers won't be required anymore. What would you say to young people who want to make law their profession?
The most important thing about the law is that it signifies a commitment to public service. Because the law is all about societal service. Of course, lawyers do service to themselves as well when they earn fees from their clients, but that's a small part of the story. The essence of law is realizing rights, and in the process of realizing the rights of others, to bring about a wider social transformation. So in that sense, I would encourage young people to join the law. It's a profession which is breaking glass ceilings, it's breaking feudal barriers, it's breaking patriarchal barriers. You asked me about, AI, and will AI take the place of lawyers or possibly judges? Well, there's lots that AI can do, as we will possibly discuss, but there's one thing which AI cannot substitute, and that's compassion, a sense of love, a sense of respect, a sense of dignity, and that only humans can bring to the process.
But the profession still has a lot of entry barriers, right? I mean, you talked about feudal barriers, gender barriers. How do you make the profession a lot more egalitarian, if you will, for people who are wanting to enter it and make a career out of it, particularly in the context of women? Again, it's something that you've taken a great interest in when you were a judge and then later on CJI. Do you think this is a level playing field?
Well, there are two segments of the profession that we must deal with. One, which is purely in the private realm, which is unregulated, namely lawyers entering into courts. And then you have the more structured part of the legal profession, where young lawyers join the judiciary right at the inception. And there you find that because the process of recruitment to the Indian judiciary at the lowest levels is structured. It's based on competitive examinations, on interviews, where there's a level playing field, particularly for women. You'd find that that's the place where the social barriers are being broken down. Because a young person across the realm, irrespective of their command over English, because as you know, the local language, the regional language is the language of the courts. These young people are now entering into the legal profession. They're all first generation judges. So quite contrary to what is portrayed very often in the media, these are people without any background who aspire for nothing but the best. The second thing that is happening is that so many young women are entering into the Indian judiciary at the lowest levels. You asked me about women, and should we deal with that briefly right now itself? I mean, I'll leave it to you, because there's something very important that, we need to focus on about women. The issue about creating a level playing field for women is not just an issue of the legal profession. It's an issue which has a broader social content. Take a very simple case where both spouses work and you have a child. There's a parents-teachers meeting in this class. Who goes to those parent-teachers meetings? The mother? If the child falls sick, is down with measles for 2 weeks, who stays home? The mother? Who stays home when the woman is expecting a child and she's in an advanced stage of pregnancy? Obviously the person who is carrying the child. Now what happens as a result of these societal inhibitions and barriers? The woman also has a very disproportionate responsibility for looking after the elderly in the family, parents, in-laws, the aged in the family. So if a woman drops out of the workforce at an early stage, it becomes extremely difficult to get back. Now take the case of the Indian judiciary. If a woman has, say, had a break for 3 years or 5 years when the children were young, it becomes extremely difficult then to get back at the same level as a male counterpart would be at. For the reason when we are recruiting judges to the High Court, we look at how many judgments do you have? What's the volume of cases that you have dealt with? A woman who has faced this break in career is basically not able to compete at the same level. So first and foremost, we will have to therefore lower, in a certain respect, the entry barriers or the entry standards to have more women entering into the higher judiciary, which is not to say that you are lowering quality, but you are lowering these barriers, conscious of the fact that women face these disproportionate social burdens which men do not necessarily face. But as I said, Zaka, this is not really so much an issue of the legal profession as a broader social issue. In the legal profession, there are certain peculiar things which women have to combat. One of them, for instance, is that, the high mobility at the workplace. You don't go to one job or one desk and sit there the whole day, right? Going to your office is only a very small part of a woman's or a man's role in the legal profession. You're working in the court all day long, but your work doesn't come to an end after court hours are over. You go back to your office, you're meeting clients, you're traveling cities. So, in a sense, these particular constraints of the legal profession have a disproportionate impact on women in our society. And really speaking, therefore, there has to be a broader societal response to ensure that more and more women enter into the workplace. But as I said, India is changing. I mean, you just look at the audience in a court and you will find an overwhelmingly large number of young women today in our courtrooms, which is just a sign of the changing times.
But at the same point, while we have a lot of women entering into this profession, but at the same point of time, they exit too soon as well. So because, we have seen how delicate the washrooms in the trial courts would be. They're into very bad shape. They cannot go. And there are a lot of infrastructural issues also. Do you think that if they are addressed or some other things are adjusted, there could be better workplace management for women, and there might be a chance that more and more women could actually stay in the profession for a longer time itself?
Well, of course, I completely agree with you. For instance, in the district judiciary, we have very standard and well-established rules which allow for maternity leave, for leave at different stages of a woman's career when a child is, say, for instance, appearing for a 10th board examination or a 12th board examination. So where you have structured rules which provide for a level playing field for women, women are able to really respond to the challenges of the profession. The problem arises in the unstructured market-based system, which is the private space in the legal profession, where you have individual lawyers recruiting juniors. There's no overall structure in the sense that there is no overall regulation on how you will treat women in the workplace, because you don't have one large corporate entity like a big law firm only employing women. So where you find that, the interface of women in the legal profession is with a structural organization like the judiciary or law firms, there you would find that more and more women are extremely, successful. On the other hand, when it comes to solo practitioners, how much will you pay? Will you stop paying a woman because she's on leave for 3 months in your chamber? She's gone on leave for 3 months because a parent is seriously unwell. A woman has gone on leave for 3 months because she has a child coming up to deliver. How do we ensure that, you have a more socially responsible and socially responsive legal profession? And that's therefore something which the law can do only to a certain extent. The law is not an answer to everything. The change has to come through and it has to take place within society.
Chief Justice, there's a lot of talk around judicial reform of late, and I know we don't want to get into the specifics of anything because, some things could be still under investigation, some matters could be sub judice. I just want your 35,000 feet view on judicial reform. Is it a good time to have this debate in this country? You were part of, various judgments which talked about judicial reform. There is a view that, something needs to be done. I want your 35,000 feet view on whether it is an apt time to have that debate in this country about whether certain things need to be reformed in the higher judiciary.
35,000 feet above sea level, when you have an air pocket, the pilot tells the passengers to fasten their seat belts and navigates that air pocket. Now, there is something to learn from that. And that's something which I have learned over, years of being in the judiciary and before that as a lawyer, which is never take decisions which are reactionary. When you have a problem on hand, deal with that problem on hand. Allow the dust to settle. Have a broad stakeholder consultation, a broad reflection on what needs to be done, and then take decisions which will be in the interests of the institution and the nation. Never take decisions on the spot because you may be reacting to a situation and your decision would be a decision which may not be well thought of. Talking of judicial reform, I think reform has to begin at the very base of the pyramid, namely the district judiciary, because that's where common people come into contact with the judicial system. A young couple which has a matrimonial dispute, where do they go to? They don't go to the High Court or the Supreme Court as a matter of first instance. They go to the family court. Now you see that in the family courts, there's a huge backlog of cases for the reason that we have used the adversarial system for resolving family disputes, which is so completely incorrect. Family disputes have to be resolved by applying non-adversarial systems because you have a child. If the couple has a child, there are issues of child custody, of child welfare. So we have to adopt a more non-adversarial system at the level of the district judiciary. The second important reform which we need to focus on is the huge vacancies in the district judiciary. Recruitment to the Indian district judiciary takes place in the states. It's never at the national level. I am a proponent of at least some national deliberation taking place on should we have an all India judicial service in India. In other words, we must make some effort to attract the best into the Indian judiciary at the district judiciary level. Apply reservations. Now, the states do have some concerns because we are a federal nation. So will having an all India judicial service impact on the responsibilities, the authorities, the constitutional role of the states? That has to be obviously thought of, and I don't discount the concerns of the states. But having said that, we can at least have a national level examination and then allow for recruitment by the states on the basis of the merit list in the national examination, applying reservations in relation to each state, whether for the SCs, the STs, or the OBCs, as the case may be. So that reform has to take place at the lowest level. Just one final word on this question, which is that the government, the state, is the largest litigator in Indian courts. The largest volume of litigation into Indian courts comes from the government. Now, I think the government has to rethink its policy on litigation and reduce the amount of litigation which governmental agencies take resort to. If that is done, you will find that more and more efficient means of resolving disputes take place. Unfortunately, we live in a culture of distrust where, the ordinary feeling is of every officer, say at the middle level or a senior level in government, go to court. If the court tells us to do it, well, we are protected because the court decided in a particular way. I think we have to answer that and allow for less and less disputes to go to litigation and allow for less and less disputes to go to trial. I saw, for instance, in the Supreme Court that every case goes to an oral hearing. Even a case where, say, 3 courts are in agreement with each other. We are probably one of the few Supreme Courts in the world where oral arguments are the predominant method of resolving disputes. Should we have reliance on oral arguments to that extent? Because they place a burden on the productive time of the courts. Then which are those cases where you should have oral arguments? Which are those cases where you should not have oral arguments? Some serious conversations across the nation on these aspects is necessary because we now have gathered experience over 75 years of the functioning of the judiciary. And there has to be a broader national dialogue on these critical issues which face the Indian judiciary to make it a more efficient judiciary, because unless we do so, the judiciary will not really in that sense be able to be a critical component in the advancement and the development of the nation. The judiciary is a very key aspect of rule of law. So when you speak, for instance, of getting more business into India, investment into India, what does investment need? What does global investment need or domestic investment need? Global or domestic investment needs a climate where the law is certain, the law is objective, the law is applied in a transparent manner, and disputes can be resolved efficiently. So, reforming the judicial system in that sense is going to be a key element in the overall progress of the nation to being truly a developed nation, both economically and socially.
Judiciary often walks down the tightrope between activism and restraint. So how do you feel? You've been the Chief Justice, you've been a judge of the Supreme Court for, years long. How do you feel that delicate balance can actually be maintained, or things do not go either this way or that way?
I don't think that the dichotomy or the conflict is between judicial activism and judicial restraint. The choice is between judicial responsibility or judicial abdication. Take a very simple case like COVID vaccinations. The government initially was not a proponent of the policy that vaccinations should be supplied free of charge to all Indians. Now, the case came up before the Supreme Court of India. We were in a lockdown. We were all doing the case through a video conferencing platform situated within our own homes. And we asked some critical questions to the government. We said, is it not your duty to ensure that public health is prioritized over everything else at this particular point of time? Now, at a certain level, whether vaccination should be distributed free of charge or on a paid basis, it's a question of policy, right? But is it a question of policy when you are dealing with the right to life of our citizens? And the answer would be no. So it ultimately you're looking at the perspective of the problem. And I gave you this particular case because I believe the Supreme Court had a very important role in getting the government to agree to a policy where free vaccinations would be distributed across the nation. And as we know, we were a success story, not just domestically, but across the world where, our vaccinations reached out to different parts of the globe, including nations which are not developed nations or which lack resources, where we provided vaccinations to them. So courts, coming back to your question, apply standards which are laid down in the law. They apply standards which are laid down by the Constitution. Take a case of the environment and development. To what extent should you protect the environment? To what extent do you allow for development by, say, setting up a greenfield airport or highways in hilly areas, which are necessary for national security? So courts constantly are applying legal standards. And therefore to say that, courts are activist is, I think, not a very correct appreciation of the way work takes place in the courts. The courts have a responsibility under the Constitution. If they were not to fulfill that responsibility, it would amount to abdication. And therefore I said the questions of responsibility versus abdication and not really activism versus restraint.
So I just wanted to follow up on that. You say that the choice between activism versus restraint is a false one. It's more responsibility versus abdication. There's also the balance that needs to be found between judicial, the right to fair reputation of a judge versus the right to transparency of the public to know what the judge holds, right? There is now a new move that your successor has made that all judges have to declare their assets. I know it started under you, and at the last time we met, I think you said 30 out of 35 judges have already declared their assets and put it on the website. Now he's made it mandatory for everyone. Do you feel there is a need in this country to restore full faith in the judiciary when it comes to the question of assets, when it comes to the debate that we're having about judicial reform, etc.? And how do you speak to that need?
It's important to understand that right from, I believe, 2009, there was a resolution of the full court of the Supreme Court that all judges must declare their assets. Now, as you know, all of us as citizens have to declare our assets for the purposes of income tax. And all judges are like individual citizens. Income tax pays. So when you file your returns, you necessarily have to disclose your assets, which are dealt with, in certain cases audited. Now, the resolution which was passed by the Supreme Court of India was that declaration of assets by all judges, including the Chief Justice of India, is mandatory. Whether they should be put on the website should be left to each individual judge. Because there is more to be said on both sides of the picture. Should you have judges' assets declared on a website so that just anybody can scrutinize what kind of assets which you have? Or should this be subject to some level of responsible institutional mechanisms? What is the purpose of declaring your assets? To identify whether a judge has recorded a sudden spurt in the assets during the course of the judicial career. Now, does putting that on the website necessarily pursue the aim of transparency? Or does it only give an opportunity to social media to pick up a judge and target a judge, not knowing where those assets came from? You have judges, for instance, let me share with you. You have judges who have come to the Supreme Court from the district judiciary who have been salaried employees from the first day of their joining the judiciary. On the other hand, you have lawyers who have been extremely successful, lawyers who have been recruited directly from the Supreme Court, bar, to become judges of the Supreme Court. Their asset base would be very different. Then you have people like me, who were lawyers for a while. I practiced for 20 years and then became a judge of the High Court in 2000. So there is a broad diversity within the Indian judiciary itself, in the higher judiciary. So far as the district judiciary is concerned, again, there are very stringent rules which apply across the states, which requires for a disclosure of assets. So yes, I completely understand and I support the decision which has been taken. I support the decision which was taken by my predecessors a decade ago on the declaration of assets. To what extent should you have transparency? That's a very important question, and that's a more vexed question. We shouldn't, in the name of transparency, be doing something which will prevent genuinely competent people from entering into the institution of the judiciary. And that's the one danger which we have to balance out.
You know, while we speak of institutional transparency, we are in a stage of live streaming where we have regional judgments now coming in. What more steps do you feel that, can come in as far as institutional transparency, either at the Supreme Court or the district judiciary is concerned, so that everybody can actually access the law, everybody can know how court proceedings go on? Because already we have steps. You had initiated, live streaming. You had a robust system of live streaming, simplified judgment, regional. What more can be put in as far as, increasing this institutional transparency is concerned?
Let us begin with legislation, the process of forming laws. Now, a very welcome step which was taken by Parliament and therefore by the government while it moved the Finance Bill of 2025 was to simplify the Income Tax Act. And just to give the viewers some figures, there were 47 chapters in the Income Tax Act which have been brought down to 23. There were 819 sections which have been brought down to 536. There were 5.12 lakh words in the Income Tax Act which have been brought down to 2.60 lakh words. There were 1,200 provisos, the provisos in legislation, provided that, and provided further that. So these 1,200 provisos have been removed. There were 900 explanations which have been removed. So the first step, I think, and I'm not being critical, it's just a process of evolution. It's important that we simplify laws. Say a law meant for maintenance of senior citizens. The senior citizen must be able to understand the law. A law meant to protect women against domestic violence. That law must be understood by those women who are going to seek access to justice. The law is not meant for judges and lawyers alone, right? It's meant for citizens. One problem which you perceive in the law, and I'm sure so many of the audience would also agree with me, is that there is a disconnect between the spoken version of our regional languages and the official version of our regional languages. For instance, my mother tongue is Marathi, but I'm very fluent in Hindi and I know several other Indian languages. Now, spoken Marathi at home or spoken Hindi is very different from official Marathi or official Hindi. Now, how does a citizen understand official Marathi or official Hindi, or that for that matter, official Tamil or Malayalam or Telugu or Bangla or Gujarati or Punjabi? So we have to bridge this gap between the way laws are drafted in the official text and the laws as they should be understood in the language which citizens speak. So the first step is, of course, the Saral movement. Make laws more Saral, make them more simplified. The second, insofar as what the judiciary should do. Now, I must share with you one of our initiatives when I was Chief Justice of India. We began a monthly newsletter through the Center for Research and Planning, and every judgment which was delivered by the Supreme Court, the judgment may be 50 pages, it may be 500 pages, we would put into a small paragraph in very simple terms what that judgment decides, so that the common citizen must know what is it that this judgment has done for me. That is something which we have done. Almost all the important judgments from independence, we tried to pick up the most important among them, simplify them, and to put them on the website of the Supreme Court. for allowing for citizens to understand what the content of the judgment is. Because, and the third and final thing, which is that the language of judgments has to also be simplified. You know, legal language is extremely complex. It's all jargon. There's so much of Latin, audi alterum partem, or, nemo judex insua causa. Good heavens. Citizens are not concerned with, Latin of some bygone age. Or you have words like thereunder and whereunder and heretofore and hereinafter. Stop using these kind of words. I think we need to simplify the way we write, because who do we write for? You write for citizens. And therefore, language has to be a lot more simple. It's extremely difficult to be simple. It's very easy to be complex. So, that's one thing that we need to do. Final thing, live streaming. Live streaming, I think, has been a very critical part of our outreach to citizens. Live streaming of court proceedings has taken the work of, particularly the Supreme Court and the High Courts, to the homes of Indian citizens. It's also, democratized access to justice. A citizen across India, a citizen sitting in Meghalaya, can appear and watch proceedings before the Supreme Court. When we had the Lok Adalat, we had citizens all over India watching what we were doing in the Lok Adalat. So it sort of allows for citizens to participate in the work of the courts.
I do want to ask you, the Supreme Court recently delivered a judgment, upholding the right to freedom of expression, particularly in the context of comedians and poetry and satire and so on. So you have that on the one hand, and then you have, and earlier on in one of the answers you talked about how judges are at the receiving end of social media criticism, right? And you have been a victim of that as well. One day you're celebrated as a poster boy of liberalism, the other day you're criticized because somebody didn't like a judgment that you wrote. How does one balance the two? The larger debate about freedom of expression and, should it be absolute or not? And two, what do judges do when you're this is the day and age that you live in. You are, whether you like it or not, subject to social media scrutiny. There are things you cannot say, but, your image gets tarnished. So how does one draw the balance?
Speaking for myself, free speech and a marketplace of ideas is critical to Indian democracy. And that's why the framers of our Constitution incorporated Article 19(1)(a) into the Constitution. Freedom of speech and expression is non-negotiable. And that's why we are here today on this platform, because our society, our Constitution allows for this discourse. Now, when you have discourse, that discourse is not going to be as civilized as, say, the discourse in a rational forum. Sometimes the discourse can be very pungent. But my own take is that so be it. Let people decide. If you don't like a movie, don't watch it. You don't like a book, don't read it. Nobody compels you to watch a movie. Nobody compels you to read the book. The danger arises when you have prior censorship. And that is the danger to the freedom of speech and expression, which you had, for instance, in the emergency. But having said that, we have robust law. We have robust law in India which deals with issues such as obscenity, defamation, causing hatred between religious groups or religious communities. And our laws, I believe, are robust. Now, the process of creating the infrastructure for implementing the laws is a different thing. And that needs to be strengthened to make these laws more effective. You have cases of excess. Some of them we have been seeing in the recent past. But then how do you deal with, say, someone who abuses the right to free speech? I think that is more vexed. And my take is that allow the existing law to deal with these cases if there's a breach of law. Let's not get unduly sensitive about someone who says something which is perhaps not appropriate. And speaking for judges, what should they do for all the criticism which they have to encounter? Should I tell you my genuine answer?
Yes, please.
The answer is perhaps a little it's symbolic. Judges just need to use the gym more often and to have a better workout. Why? You must have robust shoulders.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on Rising Bharat. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. A huge round of applause for Nothing and 11 Labs, two of the most exciting consumer tech and AI companies in the world. Thank you very much, Akis, for flying down all the way from London for our Rising Bharat Summit. Thank you, Siddharth, for flying down to New Delhi. It's a very exciting time in AI. Just a while ago, I was in conversation with Arvind Srinivas of Perplexity, and he said he gets very little sleep these days because when he stops working and he's unwinding, he's still thinking about what is happening because the pace of disruption is just so much. So tell me how you are infusing AI in what you do. So for those who are not aware, Nothing is a smartphone brand. Akis was with OnePlus before he decided to build this completely new smartphone brand. And India is now the biggest market for Nothing. So that's amazing. And 11 Labs was the AI startup that worked on the Modi-Lex Friedman podcast recently. So, you saw PM Modi talking real time in English, content getting dubbed. That happened due to 11 Labs' AI effort. So, huge round of applause for both of them. Akis, what's happening in the world of smartphones?
Yeah, I think AI brings quite an exciting opportunity to the table. I think for the longest period ever, there has been this kind of app-led user experience when it comes to our smartphone, and this hasn't really drastically changed in the last 10, 15 years. And on the other hand, our dependency on smartphones has drastically changed. We use smartphones for everything nowadays. And therefore, AI brings a whole new opportunity in terms of redefining that user experience. If you think about the app-led experience, is very siloed in a way, where you need to kind of open different screens, menu, apps to kind of bring content or things you want to do. Whereas AI, if applied thoughtfully on top of this experience, you will be able to kind of be a connective tissue between your intent and action, right? Your smartphone understands probably more than yourself, and basically it will help facilitate a user experience that's a lot more intentional, more contextualized, and also a lot more dynamic. Because if you think about the current experience in consumer tech products, those are kind of system forced onto the user. Whereas now we have the opportunity to be building systems that adapt to the users, because the way you would use a smartphone is probably different than the way I would use a smartphone or the content I would consume. So that's what we're kind of working on. That shift will be happening in the next probably 10 years and in a gradual way. But at the end of the day, drastically changing the whole smartphone
So will we be spending more time on smartphones than ever? I mean, smartphone addiction, screen addiction is already an issue. Is that only going to go up? Will we become slaves of the AI agents operating our smartphones?
If anything, I think our smartphone usage will become a lot more intentional, right? Because now you're using apps or services that have their own agendas, right? Whereas in the future with AI, basically it will be systems that will adapt to your user experience. Even on social media, for instance, you open your social media, you see everything except content from your maybe best friend, because she's not posting so much, and it doesn't come into the algorithm. But in the future, that content will be from your best friend or family member, will be able to kind of be brought up straight onto your maybe home screen without having to open an app. So you kind of keep in touch with people that you meant to be in touch with when you first started using social media. That's where things are heading. So agendas won't be pushed onto you, but the user experience will be a lot more personalized, a lot more dynamic, and hopefully a lot more intuitive and intentional. So hopefully you'll be spending less time, or at least the time you'll be spending will be a lot more productive on your smartphone.
Right. Siddharth, tell us about this podcast of Modi. How did you do this live AI dubbing? And you know, what was interesting was typically when we see this happening live, right? Someone else is doing the voiceover. But here it was PM Modi's own voice. So did you train it on his voice? How long did it take? Because it was a 3-hour interview. And I mean, it was like he was talking in his own voice. How did AI do that?
First off, thanks for having me and 11 Labs here at this event. Glad to be here. You know, the Modi and Lex Friedman interview, it was a culmination of a journey for us, right? You know, we're a 2-year-old, little over 2 years AI lab. We build our own audio and models.
Which is already raised 250 million, valued at 3 billion in just 2 years.
Exactly, that's right. So it's been an unbelievable year from January 23 when we put out our first model publicly to today where, you know, here I am amongst all of you, right? So it's a fantastic journey. Now, we've had a partnership, you know, with Lex for a couple of these already, right? So, you know, we worked on the Javier Milei podcast he did. We worked on the one with Zelensky. And, you know, we got to participate in the opportunity to make the Modi interview a lot more accessible, but also to make Lex Friedman more accessible in India, right? I think if you look at his voice in Hindi, I would say that was pretty spectacular as well, right? Now, that's pretty much what our mission is. We're trying to make content accessible in every voice and every language all around the world. So, you know, when we got this, you know, the team got together. We said, how do we do justice to this? How do we make sure we deliver the best experience so that, you know, in the context of what we just heard from Akis, I think there's the other side, which is also an extension, which is how do you sort of deliver that ultimate personalization? Because finally, content at the end of the day is about connecting at an individual level. You know, we've already seen that journey on the distribution side and content. We've started seeing that to evolving palettes of content consumption when it comes to social media, digital content, and so forth, so on. And now what AI does is it takes that and gives it its next jump, right? And we were able to be a part of that for, you know, something as relevant and important as this.
Right. So give us an example. You, me and Akis are talking right now in English. Suppose we want to do this, want this to be accessed in, say, Hindi and Tamil. In our voices, like in Akis's voice Tamil, in your voice Hindi, my voice both. How long will it take for you?
So the state of the technology is today that later today we could actually have this ready, right? You know, we could...
Why don't you do this for us?
You could do this if you chose. If you want, after this, we could go create a Chandra voice clone and
Okay,
then...
that is scary because it can be used in multiple ways.
By you.
Okay.
So I think that's the other part which is important, right? You know, you sort of put the power in the hands of the likeness IP voice owner in that sense. So, you know, it's a liberator for you. You have your voice clone, and then you get to choose what the purpose is, and you get to use it in a way which makes sense for you and amplifies everything that you're doing today.
Right. So how do you create those checks? Because what if somebody uses Siddharth's voice clone and starts sending notes to employees of 11 Labs? How do you prevent that? What checks are you putting in place?
So, you know, I think we're in a category where from day one, we realize that responsibility has to be a part of the framework, right? From day one. So we've got our own responsibility framework, which is really around moderation, then, you know, accountability, and then finally provenance. So today what we do is, you know, for example, in the Mr. Modi voice clone example, which we just discussed, you know, the average person can't go up onto 11 Labs platform at least and then start generating clones and, you know, creating mischief with that, right? We don't allow that, right? So we've got processes where as you sort of do this, first of all, you yourself are in the room and consenting. Number two, every generation is watermarked. And third, you know, if there is a need to sort of track back a piece of content out there and verify, A, was it done in 11 Labs, and B, what was the source of generation, we make that happen the whole way. And so, in fact, that matching, you know, that's a 99% precision plus, right?
How many of you would like to have voice clones, your clones of your own voices? Let's have a show of hands. Okay, how many of you are worried that it will be misused? Still a long way to go to gain trust, I think.
I agree. But, you know, if you sort of look at these capabilities, you know, we're in something that is maybe 2.5 years old. If you look at this whole category of generative AI, right? So like these things, I think everything is a story of time. Everything's a story of familiarity and comfort and usage. And everything's also a story of private and public entities sort of working together to evolve sort of the new standards, right? And you already start seeing some standards here in the space like C2PA, for example, digital fingerprinting and so forth, so on. So I think this is a journey that society, private actors, public actors go on together to sort of find that equilibrium which makes sense for people at large.
Right. Akis, as a smartphone maker, what has the last week meant for you? This whole Trump tariffs has roiled public markets. People are too scared to look at their stock market portfolio these days. But as a smartphone manufacturer, you make in India, you make in China. I think in India you have partnerships with Dixon and BYD India. What has this meant for you?
So yeah, as you said, for us, I mean, and especially at our scale, we started now kind of 4 years ago. India is our kind of main market, and we already kind of manufacturing everything here in India. So at this stage, quite limited in a way.
So prices will not be impacted for now?
Limited, yeah. Limited impact.
Right. But we also understand that you're in the process of getting into this big joint venture in India. You're identifying manufacturing partners and, you could be investing a huge amount. So tell us about your manufacturing plans for India. Will we see India becoming a global export hub for nothing going forward?
Yeah, we're very bullish on India, to be honest. When we started this company, the level of excitement and support we're getting out of India was crazy, to be honest. And I think this is due to the fact that India is one of the largest and youngest digital population. I think the level of expertise and knowledge that people have in tech here, is way, way beyond anywhere in the world. The questions we can ask about like processor, what type of RAMs, and, users are so knowledgeable. So I think this kind of tech savviness, ever since we started, brought in this kind of organic traction as a new entrant in the tech space. And since then, our growth has been tremendous. Last year, we're the fastest growing smartphone brand in India. And I think the future is actually big. I feel that basically, India is at the verge of an entire new revolution when it comes to the smartphone industry. I think India will be quite rapidly at the forefront on the global stage. And for us, we want to be part of the journey. We can facilitate that journey. We've been in the industry for quite some time. Now we have already a big team here in Delhi and planning to aggressively expand. And again, the whole ecosystem, I feel, is very good as well. I think the government with, Make in India, Digital India, Startup India, there's been this kind of foundation in terms of a thriving tech ecosystem that will help to really kind of propel that growth, especially within the kind of smartphone industry. So yeah, we're quite excited and ramping up very rapidly in terms of our expansions plan here. Both from an operation standpoint and manufacturing level.
Right. What kind of unusual trends have you observed when it comes to smartphone buying in India? You said that, this is your fastest growing market. You've recently taken charge of the India market in addition to your other responsibilities. What has surprised you? Are you seeing demand come in from smaller cities, from, different age groups? What usage patterns have surprised you?
So the average selling price is increasing year on year. So I guess this is mirroring the sort of growth of the local economy as well. And I think what people are demanding from the tech, from their kind of consumer tech products, start going beyond pure kind of functionalities. Or for the longest period of time, all the sort of new OEMs entering India were purely focusing on, value for money. Here are the specs. Here is the. Whereas I feel now, and we've seen the shift, and I think that's where why also nothing has been growing. People are buying more and more into experiences and more into aspirational brands. And I think that's where it sort of was the perfect match for a brand like us, because ever since we started has been really focusing on the user experience. Everything we've done has been from a user standpoint, because we started this company because we didn't feel excited about what the market had to offer. So every single product we ship to the market are products we're really proud of and products we'll be using ourselves. And that approach really helped kind of growing quite aggressively in India, and then the whole kind of design aspects, careful attention to things that go beyond the pure functionality of the products. We saw also that there was a lot of interest as well. And yeah, it's been going good so far.
Will it be easy for you to break into the US market? Are people kind of bored of Apple there?
I think it's another beast. It's another beast. I think we have already a lot to do here in India, and again, we're quite excited in the way that we're seeing India being at the forefront on the global stage of the smartphone industry. And if you think about it, history, there's been a lot of smartphone brands that were born out of the tailwinds of the big economies. It was first Apple with the Silicon Valley. China 10 years ago, we saw like a lot of like brands coming out of China, and we're definitely again quite bullish on the fact that India is next. So I think this is the place to be for the next 5 to 10 years when it comes to the smartphone.
Wow, India is the place to be for the next 5 to 10 years. Maybe you should relocate from London soon.
In the process actually.
Great. Siddharth, voice is emerging as the new interface across smartphones, earbuds, smart home devices. People are very comfortable using audio messages for everything. So how do you see Levin Labs integrating into that? Are you exploring partnerships there? For instance, will we see Levin Labs and Nothing working together?
So, before 11 Labs, right, I had the opportunity to be a part of the digital video, social media, that whole industry, right? And there you sort of saw with the advent of the mobile telephony revolution, you sort of saw what might have been decades compressed into 2-3 years, right? Right now, from our vantage point, if you sort of look at what is happening with AI and sort of professional enterprise consumer adoption, it is absolutely staggering. It is staggering. So if you think about it, the breadth of use cases, right? How it's cutting across industries, personas, it's just at a scale which is unbelievably exciting when you sort of think about that, right? And, India does have some very unique constructs which allow for this, right? So, for example, there may be 100-odd million podcast listeners today. You got video at 500, 600 million users. You have maybe 140, 150 million voice interactors with their devices, right? To the point that you spoke. The language, the linguistic, the dialect diversity, all of this is sort of the perfect recipe for this, right? Yesterday, Mr. Modi also talked about how we've got an unbelievably fertile content, podcast, creator ecosystem and media ecosystem in the country, right? So I think that's the perfect set of environment for a technology like us to really sort of find its home, and that's what we sort of see, right? So if I think about this, let's say, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years down the line, what do I think will play out? India, which already is, will continue to probably be one of our highest user and usage markets, number one. Number two, we have moved from the phase of sort of people experimenting or just sort of coming in to figure out, wow, this is new, to folks now really doubling down on use cases or trying to figure out, hey, this is where my imagination is, can I scale the technology into that, right? I think a year from now, those things would have proved to be true, and you will start seeing population scale at that. That is two. And the third, the way we go to market will surely evolve in that sense, right? Today we've got great online distribution. I think about 70% of our distribution today is by repeat visitors coming to our website and then accessing our technology, right? And we're in the process of setting up, other partnerships, other modes of taking our technology, partnering with big companies and going to market. So yeah, a lot of exciting things in the works in that sense.
Final 2 minutes. So Akis, tell our audience how you use AI every day, and one tip, how can they use AI to kind of be more efficient, be more productive? Very quick, 1 minute each.
I think when it comes to smartphone, like the use case is still quite limited. Now we introduced basically our first kind of AI features where it acts as.
और कोशिश करती हूँ ये जानने की कि उनमें उनका जवाब क्या है. Do you want me to do that? Do you want me to read somebody's mind? Now, ladies and gentlemen, to read somebody's mind, I need somebody with a mind that is active and alert. देखो माइंड पे नीचे करने की जरूरत नहीं है हाथ. देखो बी वेरी सेल्फ अवेयर. ओके, मेरे को यहाँ पे हेल्प लेनी पड़ेगी बिकॉज अ लॉट ऑफ यू आर रेजिंग अप योर हैंड, और मैं नहीं चाहती. देखो मेरे बहुत वीडियोस है ऑनलाइन, और उन वीडियोस पे बहुत सारे कमेंट्स है जहां लोग लिखते हैं ये सब स्क्रिप्टेड है. सुहानी पेस पीपल टू एक्ट इन हर वीडियोज. ये सब एक्टर्स है भाई. पहली बात तो जो लोग ऐसे लिखते हैं मेरे कमेंट सेक्शन में दैट आई पे पीपल टू एक्ट इन माय वीडियोज, मुझे उन्हें बताना है आई एम नॉट दैट रिच. ठीक, मेरा काम ये नहीं है कि मैं दुनिया भर घूमूं, लोगों को पैसे दूं मेरे शो में एक्ट कराने के लिए. बट ऑल्सो बिकॉज आई वॉन्ट दिस टू बी एब्सोल्युटली रैंडम, मैं किसी को पिन पॉइंट करके नहीं बुलाऊंगी बिकॉज यू माइट थिंक आई माइट हैव प्लान्ड. सो आई एम गोइंग टू टेक सम हेल्प फ्रॉम Parikshit. Parikshit who was hosting the show before. Parikshit, can I request you to join? Can we have a round of applause for Parikshit, please? Doing an incredible job of hosting this wonderful event.
सुहानी, round of applause for you.
Thank you.
मैं बहुत डरता हूँ आपसे, आप माइंड पढ़ लेते हैं.
ऐसी हरकतें करते क्यों हो कि डरना पड़े.
और ये मेरे पासकोड पढ़ लेती हैं आपके फोन का बिना बताए. आप बताओगे नहीं और ये बता देंगी, तो थोड़ा बच के रहना चाहिए.
बिना बताए नहीं, मैं कंसेंट लेके करती हूँ.
कंसेंट लेके
ठीक है. हाँ, मैं पूछ के बताती हूँ, वरना मेरे मन में रखती हूँ.
ओके.
परीक्षित, आई वांट योर हेल्प. देखो बहुत सारे लोगों ने अपना हाथ रेज किया है दैट दे वांट मी टू रीड देयर माइंड. इसे कहते हैं ब्रेवरी. ठीक है, बट ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. आई हैव आल्सो नॉट सेट अप दिस विद यू. तो कैन यू चूज 3 people, any 3, your wish, whose mind you think will be difficult for me to read or whose mind you want me to read. कोई भी 3 को आप बुला सकते हो.
No, this is great. I'm going to give you 3 very formidable women from Network 18. आप नहीं पढ़ पाओगे उनका mind.
3 women, first of all, मैं तो उसमें ही डर गई हूँ.
नहीं. 3 of our biggest faces. I'm going to give you their names. Should I call them?
Yes, I feel you are ready. Maybe somebody told you.
नहीं, मैं तो मुझे आपने जैसे ही बताया मैंने देख लिया.
Okay.
Let me call upon Shireen Bhan.
Okay, can we have a round of applause for Shireen, everybody?
Rubika Liaquat.
Rubika Liaquat, everybody.
And let me see, Palki. Palki is there. Let's have Palki on
Can
stage.
we have a round of applause for Palki? Oh my God. Shireen, can I have you here? Center stage. Welcome on stage. You're looking amazing. Rubika, can I have you here? Welcome on stage, Rubika. Lovely having you. Palki, can I have you here? First of all, can we have a round of applause for these powerful, amazingly beautiful women on stage? आपने 3 महिलाएं क्यों चुनी?
अब आप इनको टेस्ट करके देखिए. मुझे लगता नहीं आप पढ़ पाओगे इनका माइंड.
ये क्या चैलेंज है भाई? शो तुम्हारा बिगड़ेगा.
Okay, I'm going to leave you with them.
Thank you, Parikshit.
Have a good session, and ladies and gentlemen, enjoy that. I'll be right back.
Round of applause for Parikshit. Thank you for helping me. Thank you. Okay. देखो सबसे पहले तो मैं बता देती हूँ कि मेरा ये मानना है, कोई अगर मुझे बोलता है सुहानी व्हाट इज क्लोजेस्ट टू मेंटलिज्म, क्या कोई आपका माइंड रीड कर सकता है, तो मैं उनको हमेशा बोलती हूँ कि अगर एक व्यक्ति है जो आपका माइंड रीड कर, जो क्लोजेस्ट आते हैं माइंड रीडिंग में, तो वो है आपकी मम्मी. ठीक है, दैट इज योर मदर. क्योंकि माओ को सब पता होता है क्या होने वाला है, क्या नहीं होने वाला, कौन आपके लिए अच्छा है, कौन बुरा है, ये चीज का पढ़िए, वो चीज का. बट उससे क्लोज आई डोंट थिंक इस दुनिया में कोई आता है टू रीड समबडीज माइंड. अब मैं खड़ी हूं यहाँ पर 3 अमेजिंग वुमेन के साथ. ठीक है, तो ये इन इटसेल्फ एक चैलेंज है. ओके, नाउ मैं, अरे फॉर मी, आप लोगों को क्या घबराना है यहाँ पर. सो मैं थोड़ा सेफ खेलूंगी और अपने आप को भी एक चैलेंज दूंगी. एवरीबडी हैज सीन मी रीड वन पर्सन्स माइंड. मैं कोशिश करूंगी, आई एम नॉट 100% श्योर, बट मैं कोशिश करूंगी कि मैं तीनों को एक साथ करूं. ओके, आई विल ट्राई दिस थिंग. सो फॉर दैट मेरा एक सवाल आप तीनों से सेम होने वाला है. माई क्वेश्चन फॉर यू इज, I want you to think of a day or a memory और कोई moment जो आपके लिए बहुत ज्यादा स्पेशल है. ठीक है, अगर आपको उसका तारीख याद होगा that'll be amazing. The exact date, year, अगर जो भी information है, if you have the date and the year, that will be amazing. But whatever information you have will be great. That's what I want you to do. Date, memory, both. Whatever you remember, whatever you want me to reveal, whatever you're okay. In fact, you know what? I'm going to, you guys, कैसे हमने 3 एंकर्स को बुलाया और उनको माइक नहीं दिया हाथ में, मतलब मैंने कैसे सोचा कि ये लोग कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे. मेरी गलती है ये तो. I'm going to give you a mic in case you want to talk anything. तो again I'm repeating this. Very simple task. मैंने बहुत सिंपल क्वेश्चन रखा है, लेकिन ये मेमोरी कुछ भी हो सकती है. अब बहुत बार लोगों को ये लगता है कि मैंने शायद आप लोगों को स्टॉक किया होगा, मैं फेसबुक ट्विटर पे गई होंगी या कहीं, तो थिंक ऑफ समथिंग दैट आई कैन नॉट नो अबाउट. कि यार सुहानी कितने भी लोगों को पूछ ले, कितना भी मेरे को मैं स्टॉक नहीं कर रही वैसे. लेकिन अगर कर ले तो मेरे लिए जानना इम्पॉसिबल है. ऐसी कोई डेट, ऐसा कोई मोमेंट अगर आप अपनी लाइफ में सोच सकते हैं, वॉट एवर यू वॉन्ट टू रिवील दैट बी ग्रेट, बट थिंक अबाउट इट इन योर माइंड. डू यू हैव इट? Palki? You have it?
I think so.
You think so? Shireen, you have it? Rubika is still thinking.
Okay, I have it.
You have it. But you're very... I'll only reveal as much as you
we're
want me to.
changing our mind. We're changing our mind.
Oh God, don't change minds, guys, please. एक तो आप लोगों का mind read करना वैसे ही difficult. Don't keep changing your minds. But you have it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to take the mic away from you. I'm going to ask you to hold something in your hand. And then I'm going to ask you to do something very, very important for me. Can you hold this closer to your chest? Same thing for you. Same thing for you. Perfect. Like this. जैसे भी पकड़ना है, that is fine. Shh. I feel Rubika is this little kid in the class, the last bencher, where anybody has to like, teacher को बार-बार बोलना पड़ता है, बैठ जा बहन, पढ़ ले. Okay, on this, can I request all three of you to look into the audience? 1, 2, 3, can I request you to close your eyes now? Keeping your eyes closed, I want you to think of this memory in your mind, whatever you want to think. ये कोई चीज हो सकती है, मतलब कोई इवेंट हुआ हो सकता है, और अगर कुछ भी नहीं आपको बताना तो कोई डेट, अगर आपको डेट भी याद है, that will be amazing. Think about it in your mind. Keep your eyes closed. Even if I do speak something, if I do reveal something, do not give it away with your expressions. Okay. Over here, no, keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. Okay, I'll come to you in a while. Over here, I feel you are very, this person is very clear. उनको डेट भी मन में याद पता है, उनके पास ईयर भी है और उनके पास इंसिडेंट भी है कि ये क्या चीज है यहाँ पर आई एम फिगरिंग देयर इज हिचकिचाहट थोड़ा सा, तो इफ ओके कीपिंग योर आईज क्लोज रुबिका, आई सी थोड़ी हिचकिचाहट है, तो हियर्स व्हाट आई वांट यू टू डू. आई ओनली वांट यू टू थिंक ऑफ द डेट, जस्ट द डेट इन योर माइंड. Shireen, over here, I see that you are thinking of an event in your life. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Think of this event, what happened this day, and why is this important to you? You can give me some space too, right? Yeah. Okay, over here I see a lot of clarity. There is event, date, year, everything. Is that correct? Okay. Can you give me the year right now? Oh, in your mind. Don't say out loud. That'll be weird. Okay. I'm gonna go with... You'll see what's happening. I know. I want you to keep your curiosity with you for now. No. What do you mean open one of your eyes? Yes. इसको हर जगह negotiate करना है भाई. Okay. I think I'm going to be fast. It's just that it's 3 people and reading mind is not as easy as we think it is. Rubika, I think I am a little there with what you are thinking. Shireen, I think I am where you're thinking. It's just that I'm going to take a little time for Palki. I think this is going to be so... Okay, I think this is good. Shireen, can you one more time think of the... Oh, now you added this. Okay. 1, 2, 3. You guys can open your eyes now. Do not look at the boards, please. And not at the screens as well. You were thinking of a date in your mind. Do you want to say what date that was?
Can I say?
Yes.
27th October. Is it there?
Now, coming to you, Shireen, before you say the date you were thinking in your mind, tell me if this is correct. You were thinking of a very important moment in your life. In fact, to a point, you actually lived it in your mind right now. Like you went to that day and you lived it, and this is something about your career?
Yes.
Is this the day you started your career or something like that?
Yes.
And you lived that day in your mind right now? What is the date you were thinking?
7th December 2000.
Do you want to have a look at the board? Wow. Okay. Coming to you, Palki. First of all, is it any way possible I can know what you were thinking? Yeah. Then it should be a no, clear no. Like I cannot know what you're thinking, right?
I suppose. I don't know. Are you asking me to tell you what I was thinking?
No, don't tell me. But I'm just confirming. Is it any way possible I can know?
I'd be worried if you do. No, generally, as a
you should be worried then.
Yeah. Okay, tell me.
Okay, so I think you were also thinking something related to your career.
Yes, absolutely.
But this was not the start of your career.
No.
And this was also, you thought of a moment where you were not at work. It was something at your home or a moment that was not at work. And it is a moment you were thinking in your life where it was more like a switch that you made. Like you changed paths. Is it a moment when you changed career paths?
Yeah.
Is that correct? And what was the date?
8th March 2017. Oh no. I'm always thinking about my career, so this is fine too.
But my career is not going well right now.
You're fabulous. Yeah.
Thank you. You know, as a magician, my job is to make things right. It was not going to be this date. You know why? That's my mother's birthday, by the way. It was not about your career shift.
Okay.
That's different. Can you turn your board, please, Rebecca? Can you just turn it and show it to the audience? That's 8th. That's 3, which is March. Could you turn this? 2017. That's 8th March 2017. Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for them? Thank you so much for doing this. Take the boards from me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Rebecca, I know you were very hesitant in telling us what happened on 27th October. Do you want to say it? Because she clearly in her hand was like, Suhani, please don't say it out loud. So I didn't have the consent. So do you want to say what happened? Or you don't want to say?
No, of course I want to. There was a competitor that came home. It's my sister's birthday.
Oh, why would you not want me to say that? But that's your sister's birthday. Thank you, Rubika. Thank you, Shireen. Thank you, Palki, for doing this. Amazing women on stage.
Amazing. I had a wonderful time.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for them, everybody. And thank you so much, everybody, for having me here for this event today. Before I end my performance, I need to tell you guys that I feel magic is an art form which a lot of magic has been born in India, and I feel today that it is an art form which has to still come up and live up to its potential. And I feel absolutely amazing and honored to be performing at such prestigious stages where I can bring my art form to the world and present it to people like you. So thank you so much for thinking of me today, the entire Network 18 team. And I wish all of you many more magical moments in your life. Thank you and namaste.
Suhani, we're not letting you go.
You're not letting me go. Okay.
But that was superb. How do you do that? And I was reading you've been doing this since the age of 7.
Yes.
Kaise kar rahe ho aap?
It's been many, many years that I have been performing magic, and कैसे करते यार तो अच्छी तरह से कर लेते हैं. और
आपके टीचर्स डरते थे आपसे?
मैं स्कूल नहीं गई हूँ. So for those who do not know, मैं फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड के बाद कभी स्कूल नहीं गई. बिकॉज मैं शोज कर रही थी. हमारे देश में जैसे आप देखते हो बहुत कन्वेंशनल देसी शोज होते हैं, उस तरह से मैं गांव से गांव जाकर शोज करती थी अपने, और वहां से यहाँ तक का सफर हुआ है जो बहुत अच्छा लगता है. लोगों के प्यार की वजह से पहुंची हूँ. सो थैंक यू सो मच.
So 5,000 performances, and I was just watching a video of yours on an Australian broadcaster where you correctly predicted the crush of the anchor. The passcode as well. What was the reaction? And, how do you keep yourself going? You've got a very, very sharp mind, very clearly.
Thank you for saying that, and thank you for watching those videos. I clearly feel, जैसे मैं अभी बता रही थी, कि मैजिक हमारे देश में पला बड़ा हुआ है, और फिर मुझे लगता है हम खुद मैजिशियंस ही और बहुत सारे लोग वेस्ट में देखने लग गए थे. तो मेरे को अब ये ठान ली है कि मैं चाहती हूँ कि जो इंडियन मैजिक की वैल्यू है वो दुनिया तक पहुंचे. एंड आई एम रियली ट्राइंग दैट I could go to different countries and be at different platforms and show to them that Indian magic is still thriving and it is up to its potential. And हमारे देश में बनी एक कला है जो दुनिया को देखनी बहुत जरूरी है. तो मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है कि लोग पूरी दुनिया में इसको देख रहे हैं और इसको प्यार कर रहे हैं.
Suhani, you're a total rock star. Thank you so much for coming by, leaving our audience absolutely enthralled. Wow, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we're all still reeling from the mind-blowing experience with Suhani Shah. But let's shift gears and talk about food now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to welcome the Honorable Union Minister of Food Processing Industries, Shri Chirag Paswan. He has entered Bharat Mandapam. He is entering the hall, ladies and gentlemen. And this is going to give you a lot of food for thought. As the driving force behind India's food processing sector, Shri Paswan ji has been instrumental in promoting the country's culinary delights globally, from reducing agricultural wastage to ensuring food security. His efforts have been geared towards transforming India's food landscape. His commitment to supporting farmers, promoting value addition, and strengthening the supply chain from farm to fork is truly commendable. He's someone who's been an actor, very familiar with Bollywood, very respected by youth all across the country. So let's dive into the world of food processing, explore the opportunities and challenges, and uncover the minister's vision for India's culinary future. Join me in welcoming, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Chirag Paswan in conversation with Rubika Liak. Over to you, Rubika, and this is going to be a fantastic discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause.
हाँ तो भाई खूब जादू देख लिया आपने, खूब माइंड रीडिंग हो गई. अब बारी हमारी है. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम यह है ना कि हमारे सामने हमेशा राजनेता होते हैं और इनका दिमाग पढ़ना सुहानी के लिए भी, मैं बता देती हूँ, टेढ़ी खीर साबित होने वाला है. सुहानी होती तो मैं बुला देती, क्योंकि हर मौसम इनके मिजाज बदल जाते हैं. लेकिन ये एक ऐसा शख्स है जो हमेशा आंधी की तरह राजनीतिक गलियारों में आया, आजकल युवाओं का दिल जीत रहा है. नाम है चिराग पासवान, केंद्रीय खाद्य प्रसंस्करण उद्योग मंत्री. जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए.
थैंक यू.
बिहार की राजनीति में चमक रहे हैं, एकदम एक अलहदा मुकाम बनाने की कोशिश में है. लेकिन आजकल आपका एक बयान बहुत चर्चा में, और खासकर वक्फ बिल के पास हो जाने के बाद आपने उसका स्वागत किया, आपके सांसदों ने साथ दिया. लेकिन आप याद दिला रहे हैं कि मेरे पिताजी तो मुस्लिम मुख्यमंत्री चाहते थे और मुसलमानों से उनको इतनी मोहब्बत थी कि वो बिहार के लिए एक मुस्लिम चेहरा चाहते थे. उनकी वजह से, उस चाहत की वजह से उन्होंने विधायकों को खोया है. मतलब इस बयान के माने क्या है, आप क्या बताना चाह रहे हैं?
मैं सिर्फ ये बताना चाहता हूं कि जब आप चिराग पासवान का बहिष्कार करते हैं और कुछ ऐसे धार्मिक संगठन, पहली बात तो बिफोर आई बिगिन दिस आई वुड वांट टू से, मैं ये मानता हूं और मैं चाहता हूं कि एक ऐसी व्यवस्था तैयार हो जहां पे धार्मिक संगठन राजनीतिक पक्षपात ना करें और राजनेता और राजनीतिक दल धर्म के विषयों पे चर्चा ना करें. जिस दिन अगर हम लोगों ने इन दो चीजों को अलग कर दिया ना, राजनीति से धर्म को अलग कर दिया और धर्म से राजनीति को अलग कर दिया, तो मुझे लगता है कि एक बड़ी समस्या का समाधान वहीं पे हो जाएगा. बट बहरहाल
से पहले, चूंकि आप कहते हैं राजनीतिक पार्टियां रिलीजियस मुद्दों पर या रिलीजन को डिस्कस ना करें, जब आप ये कहते हैं तो वो 4 उंगलियां आपकी तरफ नजर आती, या ये कहिए वो 3 उंगलियां आपकी तरफ. क्यों? क्योंकि आप एनडीए का हिस्सा हैं.
एब्सोल्युटली.
बीजेपी को कहते हैं कि हिंदुत्व का परचम बुलंद करने वाली पार्टी है. चिराग पासवान ने माथे पर माशाल्लाह बड़ा सा टीका लगाया हुआ है, इतने सारे कलेवा अपने बांधे हुए हैं. और बीजेपी ये कहती है कि राम मंदिर हमने बनाया, फख्र से कहते हैं. तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी जो चर्चाएं करती है हिंदुत्व पर, वो आपको नहीं चाहिए?
मुझे बिल्कुल नहीं चाहिए, और मैं चाहता हूं कि इस पे कोई चर्चा किसी को नहीं करनी चाहिए. ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ व्यक्तिगत आस्था का विषय. मैं टीका लगाऊं, मैं कलेवा पहनूं, मैं पूजा करूं, मैं कुछ करूं, ये मेरी व्यक्तिगत आस्था है। इसमें किसी दूसरे, तीसरे, चौथे व्यक्ति एंड लीस्ट ऑफ ऑल राजनीतिक दल को कुछ कहने का हक, अधिकार नहीं होना चाहिए। मैं अपनी आस्था का पालन कैसे करता हूं, मुझे कहाँ पूजा करनी है, मुझे कहाँ नमाज पढ़नी है, मुझे किस गुरुद्वारे में जाके माथा टेकना है या कहाँ किस चर्च में जाके मुझे कैंडल जलानी है, ये मेरी व्यक्तिगत आस्था का विषय है। ए, आप कोई नहीं होते मुझे बताने वाले। बी, नहीं बोलना चाहिए। बड़े विषय हैं, बड़े एजेंडे। रूबिका जी, मैंने पहले भी ये बात बोली थी, मुझे तकलीफ इस बात की होती है, अगर ये विषय नहीं हो तो हम लोग एक्चुअल डेवलपमेंटल इश्यूज पे चर्चा करेंगे जो होनी चाहिए। टुडे यू हैव कॉल्ड मी हियर एज अ खाद्य प्रसंस्करण मंत्री, फूड प्रोसेसिंग मिनिस्टर। यू शुड बी आस्किंग मी व्हाट हैव यू डन पास्ट 6-8 महीने में, आपने क्या किया अपने मंत्रालय में।
आई एम गोइंग टू आस्क यू द
ये
नेक्स्ट
विषय
क्वेश्चन
होने
इज
चाहिए।
दैट
बट दिक्कत ये है कि जब ये हिंदू मुस्लिम चलता रहता है, और मुझे पता है आप फिर बोलेंगे कि 3 उंगलियां मेरी तरफ उठ रही हैं, बट अगर मेरी तरफ उठ भी रही हैं तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं है ना कि मैं उन चीजों को वॉइस भी ना करूं जो मैं सोचता हूं। अगर मेरे सहयोगी में से भी कोई है, अगर वो भी गलत कर रहे हैं, तो ये जिम्मेदारी भी तो मेरी ही बनती है कि मैं कम से कम फ्लैग ऑफ।
वो भी गलत कर रहे हैं या आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी गलत कर रही है? क्योंकि बीजेपी तो कहती है विरासत भी और विकास भी।
मैं कतई मैं इसको जनरलाइज करके पूरी पार्टी पे नहीं, मैं ये मानता हूं कुछ लोग ऐसे होते हैं किसी भी राजनीतिक दल में, और वो हर पार्टी में होते हैं। कई बार मैं खुद अपनी ही पार्टी में कितने नेताओं को मुझे टोकना पड़ता है कि भाई ये मत बोलो, ऐसा मत कहो, ये मत करो। तो होते हैं कुछ लोग जिनको सूट करती है ये पॉलिटिक्स, जहां पे आप सांप्रदायिकता के आधार पर, कम्युनलिज्म के आधार पर लोगों को बांटने का प्रयास करते हैं। नॉट ओनली कम्युनलिज्म, इवन कास्टिज्म। आई कम फ्रॉम अ स्टेट जहां की पॉलिटिक्स इज डोमिनेटेड बाय द कास्ट सिनेरियो देयर। सो कई लोग जातीयता के आधार पर, आई हैव अ रीजनल पार्टी देयर हु फ्लॉन्ट्स MY समीकरण। व्हाट इज MY समीकरण? इट्स अ समीकरण बेस्ड ऑन जातीयता एंड सांप्रदायिकता। इस चीज पे बना हुआ वो समीकरण है। ऐसे में जो लोग ये करते हैं अपने राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए, मैं मानता हूं कि वो देश के हित में तो कतई नहीं है।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि ये पार्टियों को नहीं करना चाहिए। MY समीकरण जो है वो कहीं ना कहीं तुष्टीकरण की तरफ, सांप्रदायिकता की तरफ आपको लेकर जा रहा है।
बट यू डिडंट लेट मी कंप्लीट द आंसर।
अच्छा ठीक है,
द क्वेश्चन दैट यू आस्क्ड मी, कि मैंने पिताजी का वो जिक्र क्यों किया।
एग्जैक्टली, मैं उसी तरफ आ रही थी कि आपका भी एक मुश्त वोट बैंक है।
बिल्कुल है, मैं उसको वोट बैंक नहीं मानूंगा। मैं उसको उन समर्थक की तरह मैं देखता हूं जो आपके विचारों के साथ जुड़ते हैं, और वो जाति धर्म के आधार पर नहीं है। वो मेरे वो सपोर्टर्स हैं या मेरे पिता के वो सपोर्टर्स हैं जिन्होंने उनकी सोच, उनकी आइडियोलॉजी पर विश्वास किया। मैंने अपने पिता
वो तो आप सोचते हैं ना, पॉलिटिकल पंडित ये मानते हैं कि वो आपकी कम्युनिटी से ताल्लुक रखने वाले हैं, इसीलिए वो आपका पक्का वोट बैंक है।
जो भी टर्मिनोलॉजी आपको देनी है, बट मेरी सोच इसमें थोड़ी सी अलग है।
ऑलराइट,
बट देन लेट मी कंप्लीट।
हाँ प्लीज।
So why, क्यों मैंने उस बात का मैंने जिक्र किया? क्योंकि जब कुछ धार्मिक संगठनों ने मेरा बहिष्कार किया और ये कहा कि चिराग पासवान से दूरी बना के रखी जाए, क्यों? क्योंकि ये एक ऐसे विधेयक का समर्थन कर रहे हैं जो मुसलमानों के खिलाफ है, विदाउट इवन गेटिंग इनटू द मेरिट्स की उसमें क्या है, मैं किस चीज का समर्थन कर रहा हूं, किस चीज के सजेशन मैंने दिए, क्या सुझाव दिए। आपने मेरा तो बहिष्कार किया, जिसके पिता ने अपनी पार्टी को 2005 में समाप्त कर दिया, ये कहते हुए कि बिहार में एक मुस्लिम मुख्यमंत्री होना चाहिए। तथाकथित जितनी सेक्युलर पार्टीज हैं जिन्होंने सेक्युलरिज्म के नाम पे सिर्फ मुस्लिम अपीजमेंट का काम किया है, आप उनका संरक्षण आप कर देते हैं। ये वो दल हैं जिनके बारे में सच्चर कमेटी की रिपोर्ट 2006 में कहती है कि देश में मुसलमानों के हालात कितने बदतर हैं। कौन था 2006 से पहले देश की राजनीति में, या मेरे प्रदेश का ही जिक्र कर लीजिए तो निरंतरता में 15 साल लालू जी रहे, 90 के दशक से राजद रही वहां पे। उससे पहले लालू जी, उनके परिवार के आदरणीय राबड़ी जी, यही लोग रहे। देश में आप देख लीजिए कांग्रेस समर्थित सरकारें। ऐसे में जब आप खुद अपने आप को यूज करने देते हैं विदाउट इवन अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि इसमें क्या संशोधन किए गए हैं, वो कैसे गरीब मुसलमानों को फायदा देंगे, बिना इस बात को समझे हुए एक फॉल्स नैरेटिव सेट कर दिया जाता है। सीए के वक्त रूबिका जी क्या हुआ था? यही हुआ था, देश भर में आगजनी का माहौल बना दिया था। उस वक्त मैंने पार्लियामेंट में मैंने स्पीच दी थी, प्लीज अगर होगा तो आप उस स्पीच को सुनिएगा। उस वक्त मैंने कहा था कि हाथ कंगन को आरसी का अभी 2-4-6 महीने में पता चल जाएगा कि किसकी नागरिकता छीनी गई। फॉल्स नैरेटिव ऐसे सेट किया जाता है, एक नागरिकता देने वाले कानून को नागरिकता छीनने वाला कानून बता दिया गया और लोगों को डरा दिया गया कि आपकी नागरिकता छीन ली जाएगी। धारा 370 हटने पे धमकी दे दी गई कि देश भर में आगजनी का माहौल हो जाएगा। ट्रिपल तलाक के वक्त भी ऐसा माहौल बना दिया गया जैसे पता नहीं हम लोग क्या अहित कर रहे हैं मुसलमान औरतों के साथ। ऐसे नैरेटिव जब आप सेट करते हैं और उसमें जब ऐसे धार्मिक संगठन आपका साथ देते हैं बिना बिना सोचे हुए कि गरीब मुसलमानों का हक अधिकार है जो उनको मिलना चाहिए,
ओके।
ये गलत है।
ओके, अब मैं समझ गई कि आप ये कह रहे हैं कि राजनीतिक पार्टियां गफलत फैलाने की कोशिश करती हैं, कंफ्यूजन फैलाने की कोशिश करती है, तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करती है। ये तो एक तरफ है। दूसरा, मुसलमान बहुत हद तक ये मानते हैं, और आप भी जानते हैं, वो आपका वोटर भी नहीं है, वो बीजेपी का वोटर भी नहीं है, और ये मैं सीएसडीएस के आंकड़ों के आधार पर बोल रही हूं, हवाई बातें नहीं कर रही हूं। मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहती हूं कि ये जो एक परसेप्शन है, आपके लिए नहीं लेकिन बीजेपी के लिए, कि वक्फ में देख लीजिए, जमीनों पर कब्जा करने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये काम कर रही है, आरएसएस ये काम इसलिए कर रहा है क्योंकि मुसलमानों को एक कोने में धकेल के रखना चाहिए। क्यों कौम को इस बात पर ज्यादा विश्वास होता है बनिस्बत इस बात के जो आप कह रहे हैं कि ये नागरिकता देने का कानून है, छीनने का नहीं। वक्फ में मुसलमानों और गरीब मुसलमानों, यतीमों, बेवाओं के लिए अच्छा काम हो, उसके लिए वक्फ को पारदर्शिता लाने का काम हो रहा है। ये बात मुसलमान ज्यादा यकीन नहीं कर रहे, उनको इस बात पर यकीन है कि ये कब्जा कर लेंगे।
क्योंकि हम लोग क्या है, ढिंडोरा पीटते नहीं है बैठ के, और मैं मानता हूं कि समय दीजिए, समय के साथ परिस्थितियां बदलेंगी, लोगों का विश्वास आपके साथ जुड़ेगा। उदाहरण मैंने दिया ही ना, सीए में बता दीजिए किसकी नागरिकता छीन ली गई, धारा 370 हटने के बाद बता दीजिए क्या हुआ, क्या कहा था इन्होंने, लोकतंत्र समाप्त कर दिया जम्मू कश्मीर से, अब कभी चुनाव नहीं होगा वहां पे। क्या हुआ, चुनाव हुए ना, वापस से उमर अब्दुल्ला जी ही वहां पे जीत कर आए, वही वहां पे मुख्यमंत्री बने, व्यवस्था वैसी की वैसी बनी। समय बीतेगा, अपने आप पता चलेगा। जब ये जो नए संशोधन हम लोगों ने किए हैं, जिसको लेके भ्रम फैलाया जा रहा है कि हम लोग जमीन हड़पना चाहते हैं, हकीकत है कि जितनी जमीन वक्फ बोर्ड के पास है उसका अगर सही इस्तेमाल किया जाए तो कितनी व्यवस्था आप तैयार कर सकते हैं समाज के गरीब मुसलमानों के लिए, जो आपकी जिम्मेदारी थी, जो आपने नहीं किया। और क्या किया आपने, विवादों में उलझा के रखा। आज कितने लोग गए सुप्रीम कोर्ट, न्यायालय गए दरवाजा खटखटाने इसके अगेंस्ट में, आपको तकलीफ हुई तो आप न्यायालय जा रहे हैं। आपने गरीब मुसलमानों को ये हक तक नहीं दिया था अनेकों प्रावधान में कि वो न्यायालय तक भी जा सके, उनके पास तो ये भी नहीं था। अगर हमने इस प्रावधान को बदल के उसमें संशोधन किया कि कम से कम एक गरीब मुसलमान न्यायालय जा सकता है, जैसे आप जा रहे हैं, जब आपको मिर्ची लगी उसको तकलीफ होगी तो वो जा भी नहीं सकता था, आज अगर हमने उनको वो हक दे दिया तो क्या गलत किया?
नहीं तो फिर मुसलमान मानता क्यों नहीं है इस बात?
मान जाएंगे,
कैसे मानेंगे?
समय दे दीजिए।
आपको लगता है वो आपकी तरफ
कभी कभी होता क्या है ना कि झूठ इतनी जोर से बोला जाता है। इसी लोकसभा में देख लीजिए क्या किया था विपक्ष ने,
खतरे में आ जाए,
संविधान खतरे में, आरक्षण खत्म कर दिया जाएगा, लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो जाएगी अगर मोदी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बन गए। आज मुझे बताइए 9 महीने हो गए, पूछे इन लोगों से कि कहां का संविधान खत्म कर दिया गया, या कौन से, किसका आरक्षण छीन लिया गया, या कौन से लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो गई। अगर आपको सिर्फ झूठ बोल के राजनीति करनी है तो फिर ये सोच कम से कम हम लोग की तो नहीं हो सकती है।
अच्छा, क्योंकि बिहार में चुनाव आने वाले हैं, राहुल गांधी एक के बाद एक दौरा कर रहे हैं, 4 दौरे कर लिए हैं।
करें, हमारी मदद करते हैं जितने दौरे वो करते हैं।
कन्हैया कुमार उनके साथ है,
सोचिए कौन है उनके साथ।
अरे आपको सोचना है, चुनाव आप लड़ रहे हैं, मैं क्या करूंगी सोच के।
देखिए रुबिका जी, सारी चीजें एक तरफ, बट राष्ट्र हित से ऊपर कुछ नहीं हो सकता। कतई कितने भी बंटवारे की राजनीति कर लें, सांप्रदायिकता, जातीयता जो कर लें, बट व्हेन इट कम्स टू द नेशन, उसके ऊपर कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए। और मैं मानता हूं ईमानदारी से हर इंडिविजुअल, हर भारतीय को सोचना चाहिए कि कोई एक ऐसा व्यक्ति जो देश में रहकर बंटवारे की राजनीति करता हो, जो देश में रहकर भारत के टुकड़े रखने की सोच रखता हो, क्या ऐसे व्यक्ति के साथ किसी को भी जुड़ना चाहिए? और देश की एक बड़ी पार्टी, और बड़ी पार्टी नहीं जिनका आप जिक्र कर रही हैं, वो हमारे एलओपी हैं लोकसभा में, वो उनके साथ खड़े होते हैं जिन्होंने देश के टुकड़े करने के नारे लगाए। ये उचित नहीं है।
नहीं, पर वो ये कहते हैं कि मैंने कभी ऐसे कोई नारे नहीं लगाए, कहीं भी ये साबित नहीं हो पाया है, और हाँ, मैं टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग से हूं, मैं बीजेपी के टुकड़े करने के लिए आया हूं। सीधे तौर पर उन्होंने ये बयान
प्रयास करें, उनके नेता भी यही प्रयास करते हैं, देखते हैं कौन सफल होगा।
सबसे ज्यादा हावी मुद्दा बिहार में क्या रहने वाला है? वो ये कि इससे पहले मुझे याद है कन्हैया कुमार कह रहे थे कि सड़कें नहीं बन रही हैं, लोग वोट नहीं कर रहे हैं।
उन्होंने स्वीकार किया कि विकास हुआ है बिहार
नहीं, पर
में।
पानी चोरी के लिए सड़कें बन रही हैं।
कब पानी की किल्लत होगी, कब चोरी होगी, हाँ, उसके लिए सड़कें आज बना रहे हैं हम लोग। क्या सोच है ये? अगर ये एक युवा, पढ़े लिखे युवा की सो कॉल्ड अगर सोच है, तो मैं कतई इससे इत्तेफाक नहीं रखता हूं। मतलब ये, बट कम से कम इन द प्रोसेस उन्होंने इस बात को स्वीकार तो किया कि बिहार में विकास हुआ, वहां पे सड़कें बनी। हाँ, वो किस सोच के लिए बनी बताइए? मतलब कब वो समय आएगा? उसके लिए हम लोग को चिंतित होना चाहिए जरूर, वाटर सेव करना चाहिए, पानी को हम लोग को बचाना चाहिए। आने वाले समय में संभवतः ऐसी परिस्थितियां उत्पन्न होंगी, पर वो कब होंगी उसके लिए बिहार आज सड़कें बना रहा है। सोचिए क्या बात कर रहे हैं लोग।
अच्छा, लेकिन आपको क्या लगता है कन्हैया, अभी पद यात्रा हुई है, राहुल गांधी एकदम जातिगत जनगणना को लेकर बहुत एक्टिव थे, फिर बाद में उन्होंने जो जातिगत जनगणना हुई थी उसी को कहा कि ये ठीक से नहीं हुई है। आप भी फेवर में रहे हैं जातिगत जनगणना के, बीजेपी ने क्लैरिटी से बताया नहीं है, तो ये फिर आपको ऐसे कटघरे में खड़ा करता है कि भाई ये कैसा साथी है?
नहीं, कैसा साथी नहीं है। देखिए, मैं साथी इसीलिए हूं ना, नहीं तो मैं उन्हीं का सदस्य होता। Why am I a different party? Because I have my own priorities. I have my own ideology. मेरी अपनी विचारधारा है, मेरी अपनी सोच है, मेरी अपनी प्राथमिकता है, इसीलिए मैं एक अलग दल हूं। अगर सब कुछ सेम ही होता और उन्हीं की सोच के साथ मुझे चलना होता तो we might as well be one party ना। Why am I an ally?
लेकिन
Because I have my...
चिराग जी ऐसा कहते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए परसेप्शन ये है कि जो उन्हें पसंद वही बात करेंगे, जो तुमको ना पसंद वो बात नहीं करेंगे। वो क्या गाना है ना, तो आपको कभी ऐसा नहीं, मोदी जी ने, अमित शाह ने ऐसा नहीं बोला कि भाई चिराग ये ऐसे तो नहीं चल पाएगा, ये क्या है, तुम अलग ही अपनी राह पर चल रहे हो, अलग ही राग है?
गाना आपने ठीक बोला,
हाँ।
साइड आपने गलत कर दी। वो वर्जन मेरा था,
हाँ।
आपने उनकी तरफ से सुना दिया। जो मुझे हो पसंद वही बात करेंगे। उन्होंने किया भी है। मैंने लैटरल एंट्री को लेके एक बड़ा विषय था और मेरी प्राथमिकताओं का विषय था। मुझे खुशी है इस बात की कि जैसे ही मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी के समक्ष उस विषय को रखा, उन्होंने तुरंत उसको एक्नॉलेज किया, उसके ऊपर एक्शन किया और उसको विड्रॉ किया। और जब जब मैंने उनके सामने ऐसी बातों को रखा है, और मैं अपनी बात ही नहीं, मैं शायद आई डोंट नो, आई कैन टॉक ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ ऑल द एलाइज, बट आई थिंक वी ऑल आर ऑन द सेम पेज। जितने भी सहयोगियों ने अपनी बातों को, अपने कंसर्न्स को रखा है, हमेशा प्रधानमंत्री जी और गठबंधन के भीतर उसको वो सम्मान दिया गया है।
नहीं, तो आप जिस तरीके से बातें रखते हैं कि ये नहीं होना चाहिए, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, तो आपको कभी कहा नहीं जाता है कि चिराग थांबा?
हाँ? क्या गलत बोलता हूं मैं? अगर मैं कुछ गलत बोलूंगा तब कोई मुझे रोके ना। अगर मैं किसी के हक की बात कर रहा हूं और मैं जिनका प्रतिनिधित्व करता हूं, समाज के गरीब वंचित वर्ग का, अगर मैं उनकी बातों को वहां तक नहीं लेके जाऊंगा तो और कौन लेके जाएगा? ये मेरी नैतिक जिम्मेदारी भी है। और उनके साथ मैं हूं ही इसीलिए ना, ताकि समाज का वो वर्ग भी उनके साथ जुड़े जो संभवतः शायद वैसे नहीं जुड़ता होगा, ताकि मैं उनकी बातों को उन तक पहुंचा सकूं, प्रधानमंत्री जी तक, सरकार तक लेके जा सकूं। इस भूमिका को मैं भी निभाता हूं और वो भी इसको अप्रिशिएट करता है।
मैं बिहार आपको वापस लेकर आना चाहती हूँ, लेकिन उस बीच चूंकि आपने इसका जिक्र किया, मैं आई डोंट वांट टू मिस इट कि रूबिका, आप मुझसे मेरे मंत्रालय के बारे में सवाल पूछ रही होती अगर ये हिंदू मुसलमान नहीं हो रहा होता और दुनिया की दूसरी चीजें नहीं हो रही थी, बट दैट्स द फैक्ट, इट इज हैपनिंग, और वो सवाल मुझे पूछना पड़ेगा। लेकिन आपके जितने भी विरोधी हैं वो सब ये कहते हैं क्या चिराग पासवान को झुंझुना थमा दिया है ना, कि क्या हो जाएगा इसमें?
ऐसा भी बोला था?
हाँ, ऐसे भी बोलते हैं, मतलब ये ऐसा मंत्रालय है कि बस पकड़ा दिया है। लेकिन मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि आपने अब तक क्या हासिल किया है, या ये कहिए कि आपके जरिए देश ने क्या हासिल कर लिया है, आपके मंत्रालय के जरिए आपने ऐसा क्या काम किया है? अगर मुझे 5 ऐसे काम फटाफट से आप गिना दें।
पहले तो मैं इस मंत्रालय की अहमियत बता देता हूं। जो लोग इसको झुंझुना समझते हैं इस मंत्रालय को, उनको ये समझना जरूरी है कि आज की तारीख में अगर सबसे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण, नॉट दैट आई एम फ्लॉन्टिंग बिकॉज आई एम द मिनिस्टर फॉर दिस मिनिस्ट्री, हकीकत में भारत जैसे कृषि प्रधान देश के लिए, जहां पे एक बड़ी आबादी कृषि के साथ जुड़ी है, किसानी के साथ जुड़ी है, अन्नदाताओं के लिए सबसे महत्वपूर्ण अगर कोई सेक्टर है तो वो फूड प्रोसेसिंग का है। हम लोगों को निरंतरता में इस बात की चिंता रहती है पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉसेस को लेकर। वो तस्वीरें आपको भी विचलित करती हैं, मुझे भी करती हैं, जब सड़क पे हम लोग आलू टमाटर जब किसान फेंक देते हैं। हाँ। ऐसे में इन तस्वीरों को का अगर विकल्प बनना है, इन तस्वीरों से अगर हम लोग को हटना है, तो प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर को मजबूत करना होगा, जो कि अनफॉर्चुनेटली झुंझुना समझने वाली सोच ने कभी उसको महत्व नहीं दिया। आज की तारीख में प्रोसेसिंग ना के बराबर ये सेक्टर की प्रेजेंस है हमारे देश में, और इसको जितना हम लोग बढ़ाएंगे, ना सिर्फ पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉसेस को हम लोग नियंत्रित करेंगे, बल्कि प्रोसेसिंग गुणवत्ता को बढ़ाने का काम करता है, वैल्यू एडिशन का काम करता है। जो खाद्य पदार्थ आप डायरेक्टली निकाल के खाएंगे, उसमें 4 गुण और बढ़ाकर ही आपकी टेबल पर वो लेकर आएगा। ग्लोबली हम लोग कैसे इंपैक्ट कर सकते हैं आज की तारीख में? थ्रू फूड प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर, इवेंचुअली भारत में वो सामर्थ्य है, हम लोगों में वो क्षमता है कि भारत अपने आप को एक ग्लोबल फूड बास्केट के तौर पे प्रस्तुत कर सकता है। एक बड़ी आबादी को हम लोग ना सिर्फ उनकी हंगर नीड्स को पूरा कर सकते हैं, बल्कि ग्लोबल हंगर नीड्स को भी हम लोग पूरा कर सकते हैं। सो एज अ सॉफ्ट पावर थ्रू फूड प्रोसेसिंग वी कैन हैव अ मेजर फुटप्रिंट अक्रॉस द ग्लोब। जिस सोच पे मैं काम कर रहा हूं, भारत को एक ग्लोबल फूड बास्केट बनाने की सोच की दिशा में मैं कार्य कर रहा हूं। साथ ही में मेरा ये सपना है, मैं चाहता हूं और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी भी ये चाहते हैं कि दुनिया का कोई ऐसा डाइनिंग टेबल नहीं होना चाहिए जहां कम से कम भारत का एक व्यंजन उस डाइनिंग टेबल पर जरूर हो। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण हम लोग शुरू से घर में जुड़ा रहा है। मतलब जब हम लोग प्रसंस्करण जानते भी नहीं थे कि प्रोसेसिंग भी कोई वर्ड होता है, तब से हमारे घर पे हमारी नानी दादी अचार बनाती हैं, पापड़ बनाती हैं, दही जमाती हैं। क्या है ये सब? प्रोसेसिंग ही तो है। उसी की एक बड़ी व्यवस्था, और ये व्यवस्था, इसकी जितनी कारपेट बॉम्बिंग होगी, किसानों की भी आर्थिक मदद होगी, रेवेन्यू जनरेशन होगा, जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्रिएट होंगी, इन तमाम दिशा को मजबूती
तो
देने
100% पाने के लिए कितना % चल चुके हैं चिराग पास?
अभी काफी चलना बाकी है।
बहुत।
वी आर अभी बेबी स्टेप्स पे ही हैं।
ऑल द बेस्ट। लेकिन बिहार में तो बेबी स्टेप लेने के बिल्कुल मूड में नहीं लग रहे हैं आप।
ऐसा कहने का कारण?
मैंने सुना है आप जैसे फूड बास्केट है
सुनी
वैसे।
सुनाई बातों में ना जा
तो अब मैं कंफर्म कर रही हूँ ना आपसे, अब आप जायंट स्टेप लेना चाह रहे हैं, तो बेबी स्टेप आप फूड प्रोसेसिंग में
सबसे पहले प्रोसेसिंग को लेकर मेरे मंत्रालय में जो मुझे लगता है कि एक हमारी सबसे बड़ी उपलब्धि है, फॉर द लॉन्गेस्ट टाइम वी बीन वांटिंग निफ्टम, एक ऐसा इंस्टीट्यूट जो कि खाद्य प्रसंस्करण से जुड़ा हुआ है, जहां पे हम लोग R&D करते हैं, पूरी व्यवस्था है वहां पे नए नए टेक्नोलॉजीज को, नए नए इनोवेशंस को क्रिएट करने की। साथ ही में प्रसंस्करण से जुड़ी हुई, प्रोसेसिंग से जुड़े हुए तमाम विषयों की पढ़ाई वहां पर होती है। एंड फॉर द लॉन्गेस्ट टाइम माय मिनिस्ट्री वाज डिमांडिंग, बिकॉज अभी तक देश भर में एंड INI मान्यता प्राप्त ये इंस्टीट्यूट है, मात्र 2 निफ्टम थे, एक तांजावुर तमिलनाडु में और दूसरा कुंडली में। तीसरे उसकी लंबे समय से मेरा मंत्रालय मांग कर रहा था, बिकॉज वो डिमांड थी, युवा आना चाहते हैं, जुड़ना चाहते हैं, प्रोसेसिंग में जाना चाहते हैं। सो मुझे खुशी है इस बात की। सो दिस आंसर्स 2 क्वेश्चंस कि बिहार के लिए भी क्या। तीसरा,
हाँ मैं सोच रही थी कि जाना था रंगून, पहुंच गए चीन।
हाँ, तो तीसरा निफ्टम जो है वो बिहार में खुलने जा रहा है। इसी बार वित्त मंत्री जी ने बजट में उसकी घोषणा की है। मुझे लगता है कि ये बड़ी
इंस्टीट्यूट खुलेगा, मैं समझ गई। लेकिन बिहार में जैसे फूड बास्केट आप तैयार कर रहे हैं, मैंने सुना है सीटों का बड़ा बास्केट भी आपने तैयार कर लिया है। अमित शाह जी के पास जाएंगे और कहेंगे देखिए ये बास्केट में सीटें नहीं आई तो फिर खत्म मामला, ऐसा है?
एप्पल ऑरेंजेस कैसे एक साथ एक बास्केट में आप ले आए? सीधा खाद्य प्रसंस्करण से, हाँ, गठबंधन का प्रसंस्करण। अभी इस पे कोई चर्चा नहीं हुई है, कोई चर्चा अभी नहीं हुई।
जो आपके ऐसे दिल से निकली है ना, ये है कि
कभी नहीं थी, ना 2014 में ना 15 में, 20 में थी जरूर और मैं अलग हुआ था, बट 24 में वापस उतनी ही मजबूती से इस गठबंधन के साथ हूँ। गठबंधन में हमेशा सहयोगियों का सम्मान किया गया है और मैं मानता हूँ उसी सम्मान के साथ हर किसी को सीटें दी जाएंगी।
और ये मेरा आखिरी सवाल है, पर्सनल है लेकिन पूछना जरूरी है क्योंकि बहुत वायरल हो रहा है आपका ये बयान। प्रोफेशनल फ्रंट पर चिराग पासवान जितना बढ़िया कर रहे हैं, प्रोफेशनल फ्रंट पर जितना चमक रहे हैं, पर्सनल फ्रंट पर बहुत परेशानियां हैं। ये बात सच है क्या? खासकर बंटवारे को लेकर, और चाचा जी तो आपसे बेइंतहा मोहब्बत करते ही हैं।
मैं सहज नहीं हो पाता हूँ पारिवारिक बातों को सार्वजनिक मंच पे करने के लिए, बट परिस्थितियां ऐसी हैं कि अब कुछ पारिवारिक रहा ही नहीं है, सारी चीजें इज देयर इन द पब्लिक डोमेन।
आप चाचा को मना क्यों नहीं लेते? आप इतना मतलब सहज हैं, इतना अच्छे से बात करते हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता है आपके बड़े भी हैं, तो आप जाइए ना, उनसे कह दीजिए।
मैं गया तो था, दरवाजा ही नहीं खोला उन्होंने, गया तो था, यू नो दैट। उस वक्त तबीयत भी ठीक नहीं थी। बड़े हैं मुझसे उम्र में, एक हद के बाद बोलने की मेरी मर्यादा भी नहीं है उनके सामने बातों को, बट यहाँ पे विषय मेरी माँ से जुड़ा हुआ है, मेरी माँ से जुड़ा हुआ है। ऐसे में ठीक है, इट्स अनफॉर्चुनेट जो हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है, बट आई एम अ फाइटर सन, फाइट कर रहा हूँ, हर स्तर पे कर रहा हूँ, पर्सनली भी, पब्लिकली भी,
आपने तो
राजनीतिक में
एकदम
भी।
माँ चंडी का अवतार ले लिया था, बयान देते देते कहा कि फिर आ जाएं, अगर उनको बंटवारा करना है तो और मैं भी बता दूंगा, मतलब आपके पास तो जैसे लिस्ट पड़ी हुई है कि चचा ने क्या क्या काम कर रखे हैं और क्या क्या कांड कर रखे हैं।
कोई आपको धक्के मार दे, आप बर्दाश्त कर लोगे। एंड आई नो हाउ मच यू लव योर मदर टू, रुबिका जी। कोई आपकी माँ के साथ ऐसा करे, खून खौलता है। मैं रिश्ते की मर्यादा रखता हूँ, मर्यादित रहने का प्रयास करता हूँ, बट तकलीफ तो होती है हद से ज्यादा।
नहीं, आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड, और आपको तो मैं पर्सनली भी जानती हूँ और मुझे पता है आप इस बात को लेकर कितने इमोशनल हैं। ऑन दिस नोट मैं चाहती हूँ कि आपसे इजाजत लूँ। सवाल तो बहुत सारे थे, लेकिन फूड प्रोसेसिंग को लेकर आपका ड्रीम जल्द से जल्द पूरा हो, ये उम्मीद हम करते हैं, क्योंकि ये भारत के सपने की बात है। राइजिंग भारत का एक मजबूत हिस्सा है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया,
थैंक यू सो मच।
जोरदार तालियां चिराग पासवान के लिए।
और बिफोर मैं इस मंच से निकलूं, एक चीज मैं कहना चाहता हूं, जो मेरे सेक्युलरिज्म पे सवाल उठाते हैं, तिलक कलेवा पे सवाल उठाते हैं, उनको मैं ये बता दूं कि मेरे सबसे करीबी और सबसे अच्छे दोस्तों में मेरी एक मुस्लिम दोस्त है, रुबिका जी। थैंक यू।
Right, thank you so much, Minister Paswan and Rupika. Of course, we can see the excitement in the audience. I think lots of them are rushing to take selfies. But ladies and gentlemen, he has a lot of security around him. I don't want to dampen your expectations, but be seated in the hall. The Minister, there is protocol. There are a lot of people there. He's going to get out very soon. So we'll request you to stay here. The afternoon is just warming up. It's going to be a great, great session over the next few hours. And I'd really like to thank all of you for joining us here in the audience. We are now going to be moving our focus, ladies and gentlemen, even as we try to get the people back into this hall. Yes, we are speaking about getting goods from the factory to your front door. And this is the backbone of any successful business, isn't it? From creating production competitiveness to optimizing supply chains to navigating the challenges of last mile delivery, our panelists will share their expertise and experiences. But ladies and gentlemen, I'll request you all to hold on. Guys, can we have you seated, please? Please have a seat, ma'am. Our colleagues from Network 18, if you're moving around, please get seated. The gentlemen who are walking at the back, ladies and gentlemen, we have panelists coming on stage. We would be requesting you to respect them as well, their time and attention. Please get seated. On my right, there are people, there are gentlemen on the phone standing. I'll request you all to please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Very kind of you. Thank you so much. Please have a seat. Those gentlemen who are walking at the back, please have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's begin. Now, welcome to our partner panel discussion, Factory to the Front Door, Made, Moved, Delivered. We have an incredible lineup of experts who will be diving into the world of logistics and manufacturing. Please join me in welcoming Abhishek Chakrabarti, CEO, DTDC, Srinath Ramakrishnan, co-founder and COO, Zetwork, and Sahil Goel, MD and CEO of Shiprocket, in conversation with Shweta Punj. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Let's welcome them on stage with all the energy we can do.
Thank you, Parikshit, and thank you very much to our audiences who decided to stay back to listen to this session. We are a country that is in a hurry, right? And that's what we've been talking about all day yesterday and today, Rising Bharat. We are a nation that is really roaring and raring to go and grow. So much optimism. We had the Prime Minister yesterday express his vision, spell out his vision for India. We had the Foreign Minister this morning, Mr. Jaishankar, talk about India's growing soft power. I want to ask all of you a question. How many of you here have a quick commerce app on your phone? Can I see a show of hands? That's pretty much everybody. So that is us, right? हमको सब चीज जल्दी में चाहिए. We want everything very quickly. The 10-minute delivery, the e-commerce delivery disruption has come from India, and it has become one of the classic successful case studies for businesses across the world. In a country where we are, always battling traffic, कहीं पे भी टाइम से पहुंचना बहुत मुश्किल होता है, पर हमारी ग्रोसरीज 10 मिनट में आ जाती है. Right? So that is being made possible by the business representatives here, the 3 businesses amongst several others in the country. We have with us Abhishek Chakrabarti of DTDC, which is one of the oldest logistics company in the country. We have Sahil Goyal, CEO and co-founder of Shiprocket, and we have Srinath Ramakrishnan of Zeptwork. Well, let me begin by asking Sahil. Sahil, it's an interesting time. We are working with so many unknowns, and every day there is a new story that we wake up to. How are we looking at the logistics space responding to the changed dynamics? We're seeing tariff lines being imposed. We're seeing a completely changed global scenario. How do you see that impacting Indian businesses?
See, I think there are 2 aspects to that, Shweta, and specifically since we're talking about global tariffs, there is an aspect of business impact, which is I think the one all of us are kind of trying to figure out. Is this a net positive for India in some way? Are there more changes coming, right? What happens to bulk versus individual parcels and de minimis? All of those questions are still outstanding. And I think the supply chain is also trying to figure out how it needs to respond because, while decisions can be made in seconds, it takes time for shipping routes, etc., to reorient. And, there's demand-supply patterns that are deep-rooted over years. All of that stuff is, to be honest, it's massive disruption. But, if the macro win for India here potentially is that there's more trade, from India to the world, then that's worth kind of investing time behind.
Srinath, you are in the manufacturing space, contract manufacturing, and currently the hope and the expectation is that with tariff lines going up, specifically for our competitors such as Vietnam and China, we will see a lot of that business moving to India. I want you to take us through the opportunities that you see at this point and the challenges.
Yeah, we are living in very interesting times, and the world for the longest time, over the last at least 2 decades, for global manufacturing is concerned, had only one answer, which was largely China, and today, with everything that's happening on tariffs and in general, countries and companies thinking about not putting all their eggs in one basket, the world is looking at definitely solutions outside of China. That's where we as a country have an incredible opportunity. Over the last 30 days, the reciprocal tariffs and all of these conversations, I think, should only accelerate momentum towards more and more countries and companies looking at India as an important option in their global sourcing manufacturing footprint. We have always had incredible potential, but it's time for us also to get more aggressive, invest in capacities, and capture this lion's share of the change that is going to happen over the next 5 to 10 years as far as global manufacturing sourcing is concerned.
I love the optimism. Abhishek, you have been in the business for over 3 decades. So the oldest company really on the stage. And you've seen several business cycles, right? How are you viewing this? Because, when there is a tsunami, and we are amidst a tsunami, it leads to a lot of destruction, but also renewal. How are you viewing this? Are you viewing this as an opportunity, or do you think that it will get worse before it gets better?
See, I think
let's look at a little bit of history to put this into context and see whenever such disruptions happened, what did it mean for India? And I can take us back to 1990, literally when DTDC was born. 1991 is when the opening up of the Indian economy happened. And you know that that happened at the back of a crisis. India was at a point where we were literally looking at pretty grim circumstances. The ministers and the leaders at that point in time of the country took India down a path. And we know the globalization world that we see today for India was at some point in time kind of initiated then. You look at 2008-9 when the big financial meltdown happened. Everybody said it's a black swan event. It's going to bring the world crashing. The startup ecosystem that today we celebrate, of which all of us are a part, was pretty much born around the 2008-2009 period. You look at COVID as a crisis. The world was wondering how do we even get out of our homes. The e-commerce and the quick commerce that you referred to would not have been born or would not have got to the point. So my whole perspective here is every time these disruptive moments have come, it's a time for you to seize that opportunity. I think in these last 2.5, 3 decades, we've inadvertently seized the opportunity. I think now at what we've been hearing over the last 2 days, and indeed that's the spirit of the new India that we all represent. We really want to seize these opportunities front and center. Whether that means we got to restructure our supply chains, look at products differently, look at technology and services differently. Indeed, make India a far more attractive place to not only invest, but to buy from, to source from, and also to deliver towards. I think all of that is a mindset, and if that mindset is put in the right way, this is always going to be an opportunity. I call it the spirit of pragmatic optimism.
I think it's also the resilience, right? It's our desi resilience. You know, when we talk about the opportunity that this presents for India, we've also undertaken several reforms, right? In the last few years, we've had GST, we've seen so much focus on building roads and highways. Just take us through how have those reforms really helped in your business, in logistics? Because Sahil and I were having a chat, and one of the big concerns that were raised by businesses at some point were logistics management. The whole e-commerce revolution has happened because there's someone who's managing logistics, right? So let's take us through how has GST, the fact that now there's just this one tax across the country, how has that transformed ease of doing business? Or is it still a work in progress and you'd like to see more work being done on that so that you're able to really take this opportunity forward? Abhishek, you want to start?
See, I think clearly GST has been a very defining moment in India's history, economically, socially, but definitely if we talk about the logistics space, the fact that one nation, one tax meant that the hitherto borders of our states, which were impediments to movement of material and people and goods and services, once that got lifted, I think the speed at which we were able to move materials and the cost at which we were able to move materials has significantly improved. Earlier, every business, every brand had to maintain a totally different strategy for their warehousing, for their logistics, for their inventory. In every single state, at times, even at a district level, you had to have piling up of inventories, which meant unnecessary cost and quality concerns were coming up as well. All of that has improved massively. The fact that
Can you share some numbers with us on how much, for instance, in terms of the time taken, how much?
I think on an average, if you take a combination of GST as well as the way in which the infrastructure on our road transportation has improved, a Delhi to Mumbai, which is the biggest and most important corridor between any two cities in India, which would average on a ground transportation would have taken you anything between 2.5 to 3 days to do transit, even in 2015 or 2016. In just a few months' time, we're going to confidently say that in 12 to 15 hours' time, you will be able to leave from a warehouse in the outskirt of NCR and reach Bhiwandi, outskirt of Mumbai. And that means you can have possibly next day services now being made possible on ground transportation, for which only air was the only choice. Now look at what that means for volumes, look at what that means for cost. I think it's phenomenal and it's going to happen. It's not wishful thinking anymore. It's happening as we speak.
Fantastic. Did your father ever think that this is something that he'll see as he built the business?
See, I think he was very bullish about one thing. If India needs to grow, India needs to have Indians solving the logistical problems of India. It won't happen from any foreign entities coming in and setting up shop. And that's the larger theme I'd like to leave people with. Indians will solve Indian problems in a very Indian way. We will not follow somebody. We will leapfrog and get to what we need to get to. I think that's something he believed in. That's something DDDC as an organization has always believed in. And that's why we are still here in business and 35 years. And we don't call ourselves a 35-year-old company. We are a 35-year young company. And as young as India is, that's how young our aspirations and our possibilities to do things are.
Of course, 35 years is young by any standard. let's keep that. That's right. I'm loving the applause from the audience. Srinath, you work with a lot of MSMEs, about 10,000 MSMEs on contract manufacturing. You're making defense components. When we speak about the reforms that have happened in the manufacturing space, we've had a PLI, several PLIs in fact. We've had, again, a lot of investments that have gone into building roads and highways, tax reforms. Just take us through the journey. When you started out, you were mentioning you were working with, say, a couple of hundred MSMEs, and now that's gone up to 10,000. 30% of your business is actually in the United States. So how, just help us understand, how has policy enabled this? And then going forward, let's also look at the pain points that businesses like yours face that need resolution going forward.
Yeah, we were talking about GST before. GST has also impacted the manufacturing industry. I'll talk about, my father was running a manufacturing business definitely in the pre-GST era. Back in the day, we used to have excise duties. And I don't know how many of you remember CST, CFOM, 2%, all of that. These used to be very, very cumbersome processes, for businesses which were transacting with a lot of MSME suppliers, particularly outside, if your business is located and your supplier's business is located outside your home state, then there is CST that is applicable. There's a lot of paperwork, So all of that has definitely improved ease of doing business, ease of sourcing, even within the country, Back in the day, say capital equipment sourcing, there is, say, big companies, say like L&T, or say in Pune, there's Thermax. So they would always have supplier ecosystems surrounding the cities where they used to be based. Today, the manufacturing supplier ecosystem is more pan-India. A company in Chennai can definitely source components, get manufacturing outsourcing done with a vendor in Haryana thanks to GST and thanks to all the simplification of this paperwork. So coming to reforms itself, one definitive event that I can think of is the PLI movement that has happened and the capacity creation that has happened in this country over the last 3-4 years, right? If you look at electronics, over the last 3 years, we've had 10x more capacities that have gotten created within the country. Yeah, the debate today is, all the assembly or, lower level value addition activities have definitely moved into the country. Otherwise, we were dependent on China or Southeast Asia or some other countries. So today there is definitely that Atmanirbhar movement that has happened in the electronic space at least. Now, as we speak, I definitely believe in the next 5 years, semiconductor is another sector where there is going to be a lot of indigenous Indian capacities that's going to happen. So all of this is leading to more and more reliance on our own manufacturing ecosystem. Now, what needs to happen further? We need to definitely focus on two most important things. One is backward integration. We have to move on from this and start celebrating more and more value addition happening within the country. Second is definitely skilling. I think, so we are going to capture all this market share from other countries and move all this market share to India, and there is more manufacturing activity that is going to definitely happen in India. But for us to move up the value ladder, we need to focus on skilling. And it is not just the government's problem, it is industry's problem. And this is where industry and government needs to come together and create en masse skilling opportunities. Otherwise, this is going to be an important risk that is going to challenge the manufacturing ecosystem today.
Let's also talk about, Sahil, the fact that we still have, what is referred to as regulatory cholesterol. We still have, customs clearance is still a challenge. So, what would you like to see the government do to enable that? Because we've outlined the opportunity, but the point is that are we ready to take on that opportunity? Because currently, even now, even with all the ease of doing business measures that have been announced and implemented, there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, I think happy to answer that both from a domestic retail or domestic e-commerce perspective, as well as from a cross-border or export e-commerce perspective. And see, I think there's been leaps and bounds of movement in the last 10 years of us having been in this industry, whether it is the empathy for understanding what MSMEs or retailers, small retailers go through. The GST, the new GST regime, as everyone spoke, has obviously been a boon to speed of movement of goods. It's simplified filing, right? A lot of times, like, we forget that for businesses that are 10, 20, 50 lakhs a year in revenue, just filing from 2 locations itself with an APOB is a challenge, right? We forget that. They don't have an accounting team. So how do you manage, like, how do you help some of that stuff? From a global perspective, I think there's a very strong movement by the government, whether it is, and we see this working with them either through India Post or with DGFT coming up with export hub pilots and so on, where today I think the number is about 3 or 4 billion of e-commerce export from India. The target is 200 or 300 billion by 2030. So there's a 100x kind of growth assumed there. I'm saying even if we come halfway off that, that's massive. And I'm talking about e-commerce only. I'm not talking about bulk goods. And in that, there's obviously flow of goods, but then there's flow of information, which is all the way through, airport systems and then to the foreign clearance and customs. And how do you make that streamlined is a huge opportunity for multiple companies. Again, very focused on India, for India, and building for Indian businesses.
We are almost out of time, but very quickly, I want to ask you, Sahil, there's been talk about an IPO for Shiprocket, and currently looking at what we are seeing in the equity markets, are the plans still on?
See, I think I've said this before as well. We are planning to be a IPO-ready company and have been for about 18 months. And we think that it brings in a lot of discipline, governance, measurability, kind of long-term thinking, alignment from team members, investors, and all of that stuff. And that's been happening for a while. For the company's perspective, the IPO it's not a milestone in a sense of like, it is a milestone in a sense of achievement to some extent, but it's not the end. Like, in many ways, it's a reset to say, okay, this is the next, a couple of decades. And for us, it means immortalizing the company. It means institutionalizing what we've built and then, have it see through the next 100 years. So I think that for us happens now, 2 years later. 3 years later, it makes no difference to the.
But we are seeing a lot of movement in the logistics, in the delivery space. So are you hoping to, capitalize on that sentiment?
I mean, there's always, logistics is an area which is always going to be exciting in many ways. As unexciting as it appears, it's the magic behind everything that you do every day, from the shampoo bottle you consume to, the brick that builds your house. Like, everything you can think about is logistics, whether it's quick or slow commerce. And India has got India 1, 2, 3, all of it together. So I just like it. There's always going to be some trend, right?
Srinath, same question for you. A lot of talk about Zetworks IPO. What can we share with our audiences here?
No, same, very similar answer. But we are working like we want to do it tomorrow. We're not rushing into it.
Okay.
It's the logical next step that a company of our scale, size, and diversity has to take. Thankfully, we're not under pressure that, hame IPO karna hai next month hi, next quarter hi, kind of a thing. But we are going about it.
But has Trump changed your plans?
No, there is no change in plans.
There's no change. So you had said,
absolutely no change
there were
in
reports
plans.
that it could come as soon as this year.
No. Talk to me. There's no change in plans. We are working with the same velocity to take the company public. And so this is a combination of input and external factors, right? Input though is 200%.
So very quickly, 30% of your business is coming from the US market. With Mr. Trump and his policies, is there an assessment of the impact that's likely to have on your business?
Short-term impact is confusion, right? Customers are confused. And when there is uncertainty, what people do, people pause decision making, right? And when decision making gets paused, there is going to be some slowness in that US business that we have. But long term, like I said, it could be a very, very net positive moment for India, and we are looking to capitalize that.
Okay. Very quickly, last question. What's the future for quick commerce? We are already in 10-minute deliveries. Where do we go from here?
I won't say we're going to do it in seconds. But what I would do like to highlight is that there's a whole space over there. What quick commerce has opened up for all of us is the thinking that we can get products faster, closer to the consumers. Not only everything needs to get delivered in 3 days, 5 days, but I think there's a beautiful space that's going to emerge, which I like to call as rapid commerce, where people can get many other products which do not need to get delivered at 10 minutes, but can be delivered in 2 hours, 4 hours, same day, but at a cost, at a price point at which it is good for the seller.
But we're already talking about iPhones also in quick commerce. We've already crossed many product categories.
Yeah, but I think it's an iPhone which sells at a significant price point, which is going to be much more costly, hopefully, because of these tariffs. But we're talking about a whole basket of products that's out there. And also for those brands and businesses to be able to get it in the hands of consumers, not only fast, but also sustainably. And I think that's Rising Bharat. It's got to be fast, but it's also got to be sustainable. And that's what is the future of the business.
All right. Thank you so much. Rising Bharat will not only be fast, but also sustainable. And I think that's a very positive note to end this conversation with. A big thank you to all our panelists for joining us. Really the backbone of the India manufacturing story. The representatives of that industry are right here with you. Many thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shweta, for that wonderful conversation. And ladies and gentlemen, today is an important day. 9:30 a.m. this morning, the reciprocal tariffs on India and the rest of the world kicked in. 26% tariffs on India, China tariffs as high as 104%. We are definitely going to feel the impact over the next few months. India definitely not immune, maybe in a better position, but we'll only know in the next 6 to 8 months. And hopefully, we will have a bilateral trade deal to give us some reprieve. And those are really the focus of the negotiations, as Minister Jaishankar also pointed out, that we're very hopeful of concluding a bilateral trade agreement with the US before fall, and that would actually give us a reprieve, a pause from these reciprocal tariffs. And India is the first country to have that understanding with the United States. Let's move on. As we navigate the ever-changing landscape of education, one thing is clear: the future of learning and teaching is being rewritten. But what is the new chapter, ladies and gentlemen? From innovative pedagogies to cutting-edge technologies, our next set of speakers will delve into the most pressing questions. What skills will tomorrow's leaders actually need? How can we make the education system more accessible and inclusive? And what role will technology play in shaping the future of learning? Join me in welcoming three visionary leaders who are shaping the narrative of education in India. Hitesh Oberoi, founder and trustee of Plaksha University. Pramath Raj Sinha, founder and trustee, Ashoka University, for a session titled Chapter and Verse, the Future of Learning and Teaching in Conversation with Nalin Mehta. Over to you, Nalin. This is going to be a fantastic conversation, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are part of an ancient civilization that greatly valued education. You think of the old hymn from the Hitopdesh, Vidyadadati Vinayam, Vidyadadati Patram. Knowledge gives humility, and humility gives you worthiness, depending on how you translate that. We've had universities like Nalanda, Takshashila, long before the Oxfords and Cambridges of the world or the Harvards of the world. But today we struggle to find places of educational excellence on scale in this country. We have about 43 million students in higher education, 58,000 institutions, but we are low on quality in curriculum, institutions, institutional facilities, faculty, and so on. So who better to talk about the future of learning and teaching in India than these two gentlemen on the stage? Pramod Sinha, the founder and trustee at Ashoka, founding dean of ISB in the previous avatar, now involved in multiple other initiatives. Hitesh Oberoi, co-promoter and MD and CEO of InfoEdge, also co-founder of Plaksha University, also co-founder of Ashoka. So let me begin with you, Hitesh. What do you think is the greatest challenge of higher education in this country, now that you've been involved in Plaksha for 8 years now and Ashoka for a bit longer than that?
You know, there are so many issues, I don't know where to start. But if I were to pick one, and because in my day job, I run Naukri.com, which is India's largest job board, as you know, and therefore we work with all the companies, all the employers, on the one hand, and with all the job seekers on the other. I think there's a huge disconnect between academia and industry. What is being taught in colleges and universities in this country is very, very different from what perhaps industry needs. There is too much focus on degrees, not enough focus on acquiring the right skills. Curriculums are outdated, pedagogy is outdated, infrastructure is stuck in the 90s in most institutions. So, so if I were to pick one thing, I think we need to bridge this gap between academia and industry.
Pramod, from where you sit, you've sort of experienced a whole gamut of educational institutions, ISB with MBA education, Ashoka with liberal arts. You've also been involved with online and multiple other things. You also wear other hats as a businessman. What's your perspective on this?
We've been talking about problems in education for decades now. I've come to the conclusion that because of the large numbers in our country, the current model of education where you need a classroom and a teacher, the physical model which has been around for centuries now, is just not going to work. It's a impossibility. It's like, we were listening to Shiprocket. I don't know exactly what they do, but it must be in the quick delivery space. It's like saying that you're going to do Shiprocket with, bullock carts. You just can't do it. You can't achieve the level of quality education at scale with 25 million children being born every year. And so I don't have answers. But I think our problems are fundamentally, the core problem is that we are not able to get education to enough people who need it. In trying to get to all of those people with the meager resources we have in this old antiquated model, we are delivering poor quality. There's disconnect between industry and academia that Hitesh is talking about. People like us are solving this problem in a very, almost like a sandbox and a petri dish in a lab. These are all small experiments. And honestly, we are also doing the same. We are following the old model and trying to do something in a very protected, idealistic manner.
So let me push you a little bit on that. That sure, I mean, your efforts are like drops in an ocean, and that it has to be like that. But what have you learned? Like, what is the problem, for example, that you're trying to solve at Plaksha, and some of the solutions you've come to in this process?
So, at Plaksha, see, there are maybe already some 5,000 engineering colleges in this country. So we didn't want to set up the 5,001st engineering college. There's no shortage of colleges. Today, anybody who wants to become an engineer in India can become an engineer. It's not like how it was in the 90s, when it was very hard to get into engineering college. Today, anybody who wants to become an engineer, you'll get that degree. Right? It is another matter that when you graduate, companies complain that only 20% of the engineers who graduate are employable and so on and so forth. But degree, mil jati hai. So at Plaksha, Plaksha basically started with a group of maybe 5 or 6 of us who actually had been to IIT in the 90s. And what we saw around us and what we are seeing around us is that, in fact, a lot of our kids are going overseas for higher education. And starting from undergrad itself. During my IIT days, people used to go overseas, but after their undergrad, and if they got a scholarship, and so on and so forth, Today, take DPS RK the school I went to, maybe 100, 200 kids go overseas every year. The number was perhaps 1 or 2, 30 years ago. And this is happening because I think institutions in India have not kept pace. And the reality of life also is that, like Prabhat mentioned, government has limited resources. Higher education is highly subsidized in this country. When I went to IIT, fees at IIT was lower than the fees I was paying in school. And that perhaps is still the case. And because of these limited resources which are available, and they're spread over thousands of institutions which are run by the government, I think institutions are not able to evolve, they're not able to keep pace in terms of their curriculum, in terms of their pedagogy, in terms of their infrastructure. When I went to IIT Delhi, there were 1,500 students on that campus. Today the same campus has 10,000 students, 12,000 students. Same campus, right? So we saw all these issues and we were like, yeah, we need one institution at least in this country where we can perhaps try and address some of these issues as far as possible and try and build over a 20-30 year period the Stanford of India or the MIT of India and give people the experience they would get overseas in India at a fraction of the cost, right? Perhaps it will be more expensive than an IIT, but if you can do it at a fraction of the cost at which these institutions give this kind of exposure and experience overseas in India to a few thousand people, then over time, more people will aspire to do the same.
Right. So
that's really how it started.
So Pramod, with this question started with the answer that you had given earlier. So at Ashoka, what are your learnings at Ashoka in terms of finding solutions? Because Ashoka is also different from others.
So I think the higher education, and you mentioned Takshashila. Takshashila was created 2,500 years ago. What we are just doing is bringing back the fundamental the purest form of higher education, which we as a civilization discovered. And that is that in college, you don't force feed people. You let people figure out and discover what they want to do and how they want to lead their life. College is supposed to be, school is about when you teach people essential knowledge and skills that they will need to live in today's world. College also you do that, but it's at the choice of the student. You make them independent, you make them think, you make them take initiative, and therefore you go out in the world and you tell them, okay, now go make the world a better place. So the biggest learning at Ashoka is really that you give people choice. You do prescribe a certain method by which they have to exercise that choice. They can't go and do something random, then come out with nothing in the end. But that was the essential form of education which we lost, and all we are trying to do is replicate that. The subjects and so on are less important. Of course, we will teach AI and we will teach data science and we will teach science and history and so on. But really this fundamental point of giving students agency. And by the way, when people go to places like the United States or the UK or Europe, that's why they are going there. I studied in both countries and I was surprised that from IIT, where I was really restricted, to go to University of Pennsylvania, I felt like I was completely liberated. I could do whatever I want. I went from being a metallurgical engineering to doing a PhD in robotics, which had no connection. And they allowed me to do that because I wanted to do it and I was willing to put in the effort.
So let me ask you something about the funding model. I think at Ashoka, you guys have raised together something like 3,500 crores over a 12-15 year period. At Plaksha, you raised about 1,500 crores over an 8-year period. And the model is collective philanthropy with a bunch of people coming together. So how does collective philanthropy work? What patterns are emerging? what challenges did you face and why collective philanthropy as opposed to individual one? Pramod, if I can start with you.
Yeah, I can quickly start and look, this whole experiment actually started with ISB. And that was the first time that we tried to implement this. And that was really driven by the fact that if you looked at the great universities of the world, nobody owns them. No one person, no one entity, no one corporation, no one foundation, no one enterprise owns the university. The moment you say that this is owned by Nalin or Pramath or Hitesh, the best academics will not join you because they don't want to work for some individual or some entity. They want to work for the university, which is owned by no one. Yet, anybody who's part of the university, whether it's a student or a faculty or an alumnus, feel like they own the university. Hitesh mentioned IIT. I mean, he's passionate about IIT Delhi. I'm passionate about IIT Kanpur, and I'll fight him any time to say we were better than them. And I have nothing to do with IIT Kanpur, nor does he have
Do you guys also fight on the boards on Plaksha and Ashoka?
No, we don't actually. But the point is that everybody owns it and yet nobody owns it. And how do you replicate that? So our solution was, and plus you have to raise money. If one of us can put in all the money like an Azim Premji or a Shiv Nadar or a Munjal to build a university or a Jindal to build a university in their name, we could have done that. But if we want to build a university where we don't have enough money to build it and you have to go and ask lots of people, you take money from lots of people, but you tell them all that regardless of how much money you give me, you'll only get one vote. So you don't have decision rights that are proportionate to the donation you've given. And that was tough to implement, but the success at ISB emboldened us to do it at Ashoka, and then Plaksha is doing the same. That's one big thing that is a real innovation that actually nobody talks about.
So I want to ask you this a little bit more on this. So in theory, from the outside, collective philanthropy sounds very good. Okay, one person, one vote, no matter. But you also then have, for example, recently you've raised 70 crores with Bini Bansal for the center. Ashoka has also got named centers. So what happens on those kinds of things, right? So does it really work like that or it's different?
So, I'll just add a little bit to what Pramod said about collective philanthropy and then I'll answer your question. See, the other big advantage I see of collective philanthropy is that it allows individual philanthropists to dream big and to think big. Because a project like Ashoka will ultimately require maybe $1 billion. A Plaksha will require $1 billion if you aspire to build a Stanford of India or a Harvard of India or whatever you may, right? And it's often not possible for an individual to sort of do that, right? At the same time, I've also realized that with collective philanthropy, many people are now partners in the project and they want the project to succeed. And the money is just one aspect. Enough of them contribute, enough of our founders and the Ashoka founders, for example, contribute with their time, they open their networks, they help us hire faculty, they help us place students, they help us connect with industry, our academics with industry. So there are so many benefits when you have a lot of like-minded people working together towards a common mission, right? Now, as far as, what Pramod mentioned was that no matter how much money you give to the institute, you have one vote, which is how collective philanthropy works at both Ashoka and Plaksha. But there are there's a gift tree, for example, at Plaksha and also at Ashoka, that you can get naming rights if you donate more or if you contribute more. So, for example, at Plaksha, we have a Bharti Airtel building, we have a Havells building, we have a HDFC center. Bini Bansal is now funding the, institute, Innovation Institute. Harish Shah has sort of funded the AI center, right? So, so we've got this whole thing where you can, if you want, you can sort of do much more for the institution. But from a governance standpoint, from a voting standpoint, you have only one.
Right. So, is the pool of funders increasing? Are you guys working on raising more funds, and how's that?
Yeah, I think what is remarkable, Nalin, and I think it's driven by entrepreneurs. I've seen that journey because I started raising money, got involved in raising money for ISB 30 years ago. At that time, we would go to the usual suspects, the big families, the big go. At that time, we would go to the usual suspects, the big families, the big names. When you look at the people contributing to Ashoka and Plaksha, the list is very different from the ISB list. So it's no names that didn't exist. Some even names today who people don't know. Who is this person?
So in some ways, it's also a story of Indian capitalism. When I was
Absolutely, I think it's amazing to see, and honestly, it's heartwarming. Rakesh Jhunjhunwala is one of our big donors. Yesterday, we did a lecture in his name in Bombay. A lot of people don't know that he was ready to give away most of his wealth in philanthropy.
So let me ask you this, and we are running out of time. So we're talking about reforming education, but there's also the 1,000-pound gorilla in the room, which is AI, right? So what is AI doing to jobs? What does it do to the idea of a university, the idea of a digital university which has been around for a long time? So if I can get both of you to comment on that.
Well, like you said, see, AI is the 1,000-pound gorilla in the room today. And, when I've seen in my journey that every 10 years you have a brand new technology, which is very disruptive. So when I was growing up, we had computers. When we started doing Naukri, we got digital. 10 years ago, we got, this whole mobile revolution, right? And now we have AI. AI, of course, is magical, in the sense that it's, when I first used ChatGPT, and I'm sure when all of you used ChatGPT for the first time, you must have been like, is this even possible? Is it somebody who's answering the question, or is it technology, right? And that's the thing about technology, So now AI is a horizontal technology in my view, so it will impact every industry, it will impact every function. So there will be use cases for AI in sales, in marketing, in customer service, in coding, in physics, in chemistry, in biology. You name every area, you will see people using AI. And AI, like computers and digital before it, will be net negative for some jobs, clearly, and and some of the, we are at our company are using a lot of AI in operations. We are automating a lot of operations. So some people there will become redundant. AI, customer service, clearly big use case. Some jobs will get impacted, and in many other areas as well. But with every new technology, there is also opportunity, right? And you already have so many startups which are funded in the AI world, and every company is trying to use AI, including us, to do new things, to create new products, to create new features, to do stuff which was not possible to do earlier, to solve problems which are not possible to solve earlier. Pramad mentioned about education and the model. AI can be used to educate every Indian. AI can be used to take healthcare to every Indian, in every village. Perhaps not possible earlier. So with new technologies, new things become possible. And often you need those entrepreneurs and those thinkers and those creators to make those things possible, which will happen with time. And that will create new jobs. Now, the people who get disrupted by AI, will they get these new jobs? May not, right? Unless they're able to reskill themselves, unless they're able to upskill themselves, right? Which some will be able to, some will not be able to. And that is how it is always.
Right, so that's at the people who are already employed, but the people who are getting into the workforce now, Pramad, how do you deal with that?
I think it's going to be a game changer for people who are anyway not getting an education and have no hope for a job. They will completely leapfrog going to school or college, is how I think this will. This is a game changer for India. We have to get this right. And we have to enable every Indian to be AI literate. Agar unko calculus karna nahi aata, it's okay. But they should know how to use these tools. And if they can use these tools, they can actually be citizens of the world.
Right. Final question to you, Hitesh. I'm wearing your Info Edge hat. We are seeing GCCs growing in India, but that is also an impact on the IT sector. If you can comment on where you see the GCC market going vis-a-vis the IT sector.
So, give or take a couple of hundred, there are some 1,700-1,800 GCCs in India today. These are the global capability centers which have been set up by Fortune 2000, 5000, now increasingly a lot of small firms as well overseas who have set up captive centers in India where they're outsourcing work from the US and other parts of the world to India. In the beginning, and some of these centers are very big, they employ 40,000, 50,000 people. Some very big companies have 20% of their workforce in India. So India is never more than 2-3% of the sales for any company, MNC. But in many cases, India is where 10 or 20% of the workforce is now based for a lot of companies. And in the beginning, in the early years, most of these jobs which are outsourced to India were low-end, IT jobs or low-end customer service jobs or low-end call center jobs. But over the last few years, a lot of these GCCs have moved up the value chain. Now we are increasingly seeing high-end jobs being outsourced to India. Right. Engineering jobs, research jobs, finance jobs. Now, according to a lot of reports and estimates, because we don't really know how things are going to play out given the change in government in the US, but at least till some time back, the consensus was that this number will double over the next 5-7 years.
Okay. Thanks very much. We are in an age of disruption, and these two gentlemen are riding the wave of that. So thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oberoi and Mr. Sinha. Ladies and gentlemen, let's change course a bit towards history, towards civilizational understandings. Bharat, as the successor state to the Indian civilization, has remained a fascinating idea of research and debate. More so in recent history, when Bharatiyas have begun to undertake a critical decolonial study of Bharat's history, especially in the context of the Constitution, so that the religiosity towards the document is moderated by a sense of proportion, perspective and purpose. Our next session is with two distinguished persons on the New India Chronicles. Please welcome Dr. Vikram Sampath, historian and columnist, and Sanjeev Sanyal, economist and historian, in conversation with Rahul Shivshankar.
Good evening, everyone. We are here with two narrative warriors, as I like to call them. Narrative warriors who we all know, very well read, and who are trying to revisit and decolonize our reading of our Indic culture and history. But who defines the Indic way fundamentally? Who gets left out when it becomes an instrument of narrative power, for example? These are some questions that we must explore, because so many people say that history is being rewritten to pursue some interests, some political interests. So let me begin with you first, Sanjeev Sanyal. You advocate for a civilizational lens in statecraft. But can policy rooted in the past, in the ancient, still have relevance today in this complex world, modern plural nation states, the vicissitudes of time and dogma, etc.? How does that work?
So let me say first that think about how our history is explained to us at a meta level. You will get the impression from reading our history that, it's a long series of defeats that Indians have had against. Every time some passing fellow from Central Asia came by, they defeated us, ruled over us. Even our Vedic culture that we are proud of was given to us by some white people who came from Central Asia. And even our freedom struggle is taught to us in a very peculiar way, in which you get the impression that Gandhiji gently suggested to the British that they should leave, and they politely left. So if that is the narrative in which we are all the becharas who are getting handouts from the rest, and even Vedic culture was given to us by the white people, and so the impression is that the British Raj was basically a software update when another bunch of white people came and sort of reformed us, all the great reformers of the 19th century, stopped sati and all this, and of course gave us the railways. So we are given this impression that our entire culture and civilization is us being becharas, who are, being handed out by, occasionally civilized by these passing hordes. And we really are kind of passive recipients of the vicissitudes of time. That is the impression you'll get from. So what I did is dig into this and look into this. Look, we are the oldest continuous civilization. Surely we must have won a few battles along the way. There must be some strength in us that after all these thousands of years, I'm still chanting the Gayatri Mantra. So there must be something going on. So I dug into this and I discovered that the history is completely different from what we are being told. So for example, completely different. So I'll give you one example. You'll get the impression, there were these caste rules about crossing the seas. So we Indians had a peculiar people that we lived right next to one of the biggest oceans in the world. In fact, oddly enough, the only nation which actually has an ocean named after it. But we showed no interest in crossing it or sailing into it, etc. Which is of course nonsense, because you just have to go to Southeast Asia and see the enormous influence of India everywhere. I mean, the largest Hindu temple in the world is not in India, it's in Cambodia. The largest Buddhist structure in the world is in Indonesia. The history of Korea begins with the marriage of a princess of Ayodhya to a local prince. So we were clearly everywhere. And indeed, once you begin digging into it, we discover that we have a maritime history that is perhaps the longest and most exciting in the world. Going back to the Bronze Age, from the Harappan period,
That's right.
we have a continuous history. So what I'm trying to do is to simply dig this up and present it. And one is to write books and so on, which also I do, and so does Vikram and others. But I thought there are other interesting ways of doing it. So one way I'm doing it, for example, I am actually building a Gupta period ship from the 5th century. No nails in it. We're going to stitch it together with rope, literally the old style. And that ship has already been sort of tested in water. Next month, we will name it. And hopefully, if all the testing goes well, in December, we will sail it to Oman.
Wonderful.
Just to demonstrate to everybody that we used to do these kinds of voyages 1,000 years before, or many thousand years before Columbus.
And you're going to take me along and TV18 and we'll do a documentary on that.
If you're willing to suffer through 2-3 weeks without bathing, you're on.
Wonderful, wonderful, as long as we don't get scurvy. But Vikram Sampath, now you've written extensively about figures erased or vilified. And for the benefit of our viewers, he's written one of the definitive biographies of Savarkar. Now, if I would ask you one adjective to define Savarkar, a lot of you people might come out and say he was a coward, British apologist, this, that, the other. But look, some of these people have been vilified, some erased by the Nehruvian consensus, as you sort of talked about. But is correction, quote unquote correction, the new cover for a selective romanticism?
Just adding to what Sanjeev said, I think it was George Orwell, the novelist, who had said, "He who controls the past controls the present and the future." In fact, Orwell had also said that the best way to destroy a people is to deny and obliterate their understanding of their own past. And that is exactly, as Sanjeev pointed out, what the colonial masters did. And sadly, we had a golden opportunity at the turn of independence, which we squandered away in the hallowed Nehruvian consensus that you mentioned. Now look, when you talk of revisionism, there was a very famous historian who said every work of history is an interim report. And every generation looks back and, drawing from its own experience, tries to revisit the past. Everything about the past, if it is already cast in stone and we already knew it, then professional historians like me would go out of job. So it is a constant dialogue. History is a constant dialogue between the historian and his or her sources and how one interprets it. So revisionism is not a bad word. It's an intrinsic element of the discipline itself. Along with some of these, distortions that Sanjeev pointed out. In fact, he also became the inspiration for me to write one book on precisely these battles we won, titled Brave Hearts of Bharat. We have had another very terrible, trend in our historiography, which is to deny and put under the carpet all the uncomfortable truths about our own past. Now, we've had a very long and troubled history. Will Durant had said the Islamic conquest of India is one of the bloodiest tales of human history, not just of Indian history. But do our popular narrative, do our history textbooks talk about the kind of civilizational wound that this has caused? Because we somehow, falsely labor under a misapprehension that talking about these truths of history is going to upset today's social cohesion. Communities will get upset. Why should communities of today get upset if you talk about Ghazni and Ghori and Timur and Aurangzeb, who's now all the time exorcised from the tomb, or Tipu Sultan, about whom I've written? The communities of today, the Muslims of today, are not responsible for what all these barbarians did. But the converse also needs to be true, that communities today should not be hyphenated with these barbarians. They should not look up to them as their role models, go to their tombs and read, psalms to them. And we need to de-hyphenate
But why?
this.
We're in a democracy. We're allowed to sort of idealize whoever we want to for whatever reason.
Well, tomorrow someone might want to idolize even a General Dyer, which, exactly what Tipu Sultan did. In my latest book, I cover it as to how on the eve of Deepavali, he invites about 700 men, women and children of a particular community of Mandyam Iyengars for a feast. And while they're in the midst of the feast, the temple doors are closed and elephants are left to trample them all to death. Now, this was very similar to what General Dyer did at Jallianwala Bagh. There we have a General Dyer Jayanti, like how we have a Tipu Jayanti in the state that I come from, in Karnataka, where Section 144 had to be imposed, where more than 4 people cannot congregate and celebrate this. What sort of a celebration is this, and for whom? So I think the weaponization of history by politicians and political parties, rather than leaving it to people on the academic front to have different opinions, I think that is what muddies the water. And the fact that we have not told the truth as it is. Itihas, or the word itihasa itself in Sanskrit, translates to it thus happened. Ye aise hua tha. So if it has happened like that, you can't sugarcoat it just because it is politically inconvenient for you today, or you have vote bank politics to pander to.
So, Mr. Sanya, let me ask you this. Look, organizations such as the RSS, they've reacted with discomfort at the talk around Aurangzeb and the way it was sort of exploded onto our TV screens and into the public sphere. So I have to ask you this, because many people are saying Aurangzeb now functions less as a historical figure and more as a cultural flashpoint. Are we weaponizing the past to settle the present?
So first of all, one thing is to be clear, as both of us here are involved in the business of writing out the history. Let's be clear about what the primary facts are. The primary facts are that Aurangzeb did carry out large numbers of massacres of Hindus because of religious bigotry. It was not some political battle. I mean, the imposition of jizya, for example, is known. His pulling down of large number of Hindu temples is a historical fact. Now, what that means in the politics of today, I will leave it to the politicians or other people to,
but that's dangerous.
To debate. No, this is precisely the point I'm making to you. That if we are not comfortable with the truth, then this will always fester. We have to be, first of all, comfortable with what actually happened. It's a different matter what the politicians do, that is, you ask them. But I don't think we are going to ever have peace of any kind, social, political or otherwise, if we do not confront which actually these things happened, because there will, the evidence of it is everywhere.
So
Rahul,
let
just
me
to
ask
add
you
to
this.
that-
Yeah, just paraphrasing from where he left off, where does rightful remembrance, he's sort of talking about going back into the past and all of that. Where does this rightful remembrance end and retributive history begin? This is another problem, isn't it?
See, I mean, you have politicians and scholars who also talk about reparations we need from the British. We all the time keep talking about return the Kohinoor, return this and that and so on. Now, what about the period before that? Now, this is, it's not any monetary returns that one is looking for, history also offers a space for healing of communities. Now, these wounds that have been left in the past, there is an intergenerational trauma. Just as the caste oppressions are getting a retributive justice through, reservations and affirmative actions, so also some of these crimes, just the fact that you're talking about them, denying them altogether is just adding, insult to injury.
No, but when you take it forward, for example, in Kashi, Mathura, Gyanvapi, these are sacred causes for restitution. Or are they political tools to polarize? Because you talked about reparations. Who's going to give you reparations on these?
So this is something for the modern society to deal with. And as Sanjeev mentioned, we really need to have a Truth and Reconciliation Commission in India, just as what happened in South Africa, perhaps. Where there, of course, the victim and the perpetrator were alive, and Desmond Tutu got them both to, look each other into the eye. This whole philosophy of Ubuntu, or saying sorry. But here, as I said, the victim and perpetrator are dead. But there is an intergenerational memory and trauma associated with that. So sometimes just talking about it, and as a historian, I would say, let's not be stuck in the past. When Bharat is rising and literally at the threshold of greatness in all ways, I think we should just make peace with this rather than subterfuge, whitewash, suppression, denial of facts. You can't retrofit your history to suit your current needs. You just have to tell it the way it needs to be told, with the caveat that you're not holding today's communities responsible for it. And today's communities should not glorify and associate themselves with barbarians and so on. And to make them comfortable, you don't have to whitewash the truths of history.
Yeah, because it's strange.
And let me show you what happens if you do that.
Yeah.
Pakistan is a very good example of it. It names its missiles after Ghori and Ghazni. Now look at the sheer absurdity of this, because they were not only invaders into India, but in fact into those particular parts of India which is now Pakistan. So the ancestors of the Punjabis and Sindhis who are today's Pakistan and glorifying Ghazni and Ghori were specifically the ones that were under attack by them. Not mine, I'm from Bengal. So Ghazni and Ghori never went that far. So it is actually the Punjabis and Sindhis whose ancestors actually were persecuted by these people. So look at the sheer absurdity of it. And of course, this precise problem causes a serious dissonance inside Pakistani society all the time. In fact, right now, you have, the Afghans who are actually from where the Ghazni and Ghori came from, mocking the Pakistanis for glorifying Ghazni and Ghori, because in fact, these were Afghan invaders.
This is very interesting. Mr. Sampath, let's put this slightly differently, but let me stick to this particular point, because it's an important one. He's talking about names that are offensive. Now, city names, cityscapes, and institutions here are named after certain individuals. In the West, I find this rather strange, because many people say that, look, denying the Holocaust is a reprehensible act of moral subterfuge. But in India, this is accepted. I mean, is it accepted? Has it been made to be accepted? Or people just don't know any better, they don't question?
Look at the enormous hypocrisy, the historical amnesia we suffer from. India was the land of some of the greatest universities in the world. Vikramshila, Takshashila, Nalanda, Udantapuri. All these places were the Harvards and Princetons of our country, where Fahian, Hyeonsang, all scholars from all over the world came to study. Now in Nalanda, when Bakhtiyar Khilji attacks Nalanda, it is said that the amount of manuscripts and knowledge that was there when he set it to fire, it burned for 6 long months. That was the knowledge systems of this country that was destroyed. Today you go to the Nalanda ruins and you come out of that place, the town there is named Bakhtiyarpur. Now, Bakhtiyarpur station. Now, which other country in the world, tell me, actually glorifies somebody who ransacked your Oxford and Princeton and Harvard? That is historical amnesia. That is a total lack of historical consciousness. We feel, and this is again the Nehruvian construct, where we feel you need to have a rupture from the past. Let's not even talk about all of this. But you can't chart a new future for rising Bharat unless you address the problems of the past. These wounds have to heal, and it will heal only through truth, not through subterfuge.
So, Mr. Sanyal, are we at the risk of making the Indic civilizational idea, and some people have a problem with this, too cultural, too Sanskritic, too majoritarian, and therefore too brittle?
No, so I have a problem with this idea. Just because we are bringing up a civilizational view of history, a longer view of history, does not mean that we want to turn it into some sort of a monolithic view. Ironically, the Hindu view and Hinduism itself is hardly anything monolithic. In fact, it is all about diversity. The fact that we have diversity after thousands of years of being a unified civilization and consciously one, we still have so much diversity. It tells you that there is many views of history. I have no problem with different interpretations of the facts. I have no problem with that. After all, you just need to watch your own television debates to see that we cannot decide on what happened yesterday. They are loudly debating about what happened yesterday. So I have no problem about different people having different views of what happened 2,000 years ago. Historians will obviously disagree. The problem is that you are not even agreeing on basic facts which are obvious and clear. You see, you're allowed to your own opinion. You're not allowed your own facts. So this is my real problem. If once you have a set of information, interpreting it slightly differently here or even quite a lot differently here and there and having different impressions of it is perfectly fine. I mean, clearly the Bengali view of history may not be the same as the Kannada view of history. That is fine.
Vikram Sampath, finally, how do we come to terms? You said truth and reconciliation, maybe that doesn't happen. So you want to obviously educate the masses on what really happened. School curricula can be rewritten, for example, and reflect perhaps the civilizational narrative in the correct perspective, right? Or does that sort of risk state-sponsored history of another kind?
See, I mean, there are always, as I said, multiple versions of history, and every group jostles for its voice to be heard. The problem in India, what happened even in colonial times, where space was provided for the nationalist school of historiography. It was not a bad word to be a nationalist even under colonial rule, where historians like Sir Jadunath Sarkar, R.C. Majumdar, V.K. Rajwade, K.P. Jaiswal, all these people thrived. It's only after independence, ironically, that all alternative voices were snuffed out. And this very monochromatic, hegemonic rule of Marxist historiography was imposed on everybody. And anybody who didn't subscribe to that had to pay a very heavy price with their careers being destroyed and so on. So I think today there is, thanks to the information age, there's space for multiple voices to be heard. Some of us are doing our work as individuals to correct it. I think Sanjeev is also part of a committee which is trying to correct the school textbooks and their curriculum, which ideally should have happened a long while back, but better late than never, they say. Some of us also in the private sector, be the change that you want to see. So a small example I'd give of myself, where I've started a foundation called the Foundation for Indian Historical and Cultural Research, which is to foster new scholarship in Indian history. The only answer to distorted history is to create more and more scholarship, just not complaining and blaming this or the other. And so we are giving out fellowships in the name of Sir Jadunath Sarkar for people to write books. We are actually incubating projects in universities, a current one with Nalanda University on the history of Buddhism in Bharat, which is always used as an area of schism between the two communities. Myths about Ashok and so on, which Sanjeev has busted in the past. So all of this with actually going back to the primary sources. The problem, Rahul, is our history is written in languages that we don't know. I mean, Sanskrit, Pali, Prakrit, Persian, Arabic. It's such a...
and the Indus Valley script.
And all of those scripts. Yeah. So for a modern historian to learn all these languages, it will take me a couple of lifetimes. So maybe what we are doing here at FIHCR is to create a multidisciplinary group where a historian talks with scholars of those languages, an archaeologist, a geologist, maybe a geneticist and molecular biologist is needed to decode things like this whole Aryan invasion myth and so on. And that is a scholarship that we hope to put out and change the narrative for a rising Bharat.
Well, let's just hope that the two of you can pen more chronicles that reset the framework in which we read our history, and hopefully it'll be more factual. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Put your hands together for two very learned individuals in this lovely conversation we've had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sampath and Mr. Sanyal. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rahul. That was a lovely conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now take off to somewhere else, to space. Oh, you're going to love this. 2 years ago, Bharat entered the elite space club as Chandrayaan-3 landed on the moon's south pole, making India the first country to do so. And as we speak, the world and India has welcomed back one of its own space heroes, Sunita Williams, who has spent an incredible 286 days in space. We are in the middle of an exciting new space age with private players joining the fray, driven by visionary billionaires seeking to leave a lasting legacy, setting their sights on daring goals, from launching a space tourism sector and colonizing Mars. So buckle up, everyone, as we get to now dive into the fascinating world of space. Please join me in welcoming Scott Kelly, former NASA astronaut and retired US Navy captain who spent a year in space. And this is a session that's titled Spacewalk, Rocketing Towards Future. He is in conversation with Palki Sharma.
He has seen the world from a perspective that we can only imagine. 400 kilometers above the Earth's surface, orbiting the planet at what, 28,000 kilometers an hour. He spent 340 days in space, testing the limits of human endurance and science. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Captain Scott Kelly.
Thank you.
First question, which I'm sure is in the minds of everyone watching here. What is it like to be in space?
You know, spaceflight is probably one of the most exciting things you can do for, I think, most people. Certainly not for everyone. You know, there's the excitement of the launch. In my case, I flew 2 missions on the space shuttle, 7 million pounds of thrust instantly on liftoff. There's the microgravity, which is fun to float around and fly around. Makes most things harder to do, however. Certainly the view of the Earth is absolutely spectacular. Coming back is also amazing, you know, returning to this wonderful planet that we have. But what I like the most about flying in space is that it's a really, really hard and challenging thing to do. Probably one of the most challenging things you can do. A job that has immense risk, but likewise much reward. And to be able to do it with an incredible group of people, your colleagues that you fly in space with, people on the ground, I think for me, the challenge and the team that you get to do it with is the best part about it, however.
What does a typical day look like on the International Space Station, and what is not so typical about your day there?
Well, a typical day, we operate on the space station on Greenwich Mean Time. So you generally wake up, 6 in the morning, Greenwich time. You might do some quick science experiments that involve taking like medical samples of yourself that you have to do when you wake up. Quickly do your morning activities like making believe you're taking a shower by, moving the dirt around on your body with a washcloth, having a quick breakfast. And then the next 12 hours is a combination of doing science experiments, doing general maintenance, kind of like things you would do in your home just to keep it operating, and then fixing the hardware that may break, that's unexpected. You do a lot of exercise, and then at the end of the day, probably around dinner time, maybe 7 o'clock in the evening, you woke up at 6, so 13 hours later, you have a conference with the ground to talk about the plan the next day, eat dinner, and then maybe have a couple hours of your own time in the evening, and then repeat that the next day. Occasionally, it's interrupted by things like doing a spacewalk or robotics activities, but generally speaking, most days it's a combination of doing science and, just fixing stuff or maintaining stuff on the space station.
Do you get the weekends off?
We get like 1 day off generally a week if things are going normally. So it's mostly about 6 days of work a week with a Sunday off. You generally exercise either 6 or 7 days a week. Some people exercise every single day. I had to always take a day off. It was more like a mental health day for me where I had to just relax and try to do nothing if I could get away with it.
Yes, I'll come to mental health in a bit, but I'm sure you're asked this a lot. You spent almost a year up in space. What is the one thing that people on Earth tend to underestimate or not really understand about being in space?
Well, I think a lot of people think that the microgravity would be the most awesome thing ever. Whether it's, being able to go from here to the other side of the room very quickly with little effort. Yeah, that's fun. But it makes most things that you do so much more difficult when you can't put anything down. You always have to either stick it in your pocket, tape it to the wall, Velcro it somewhere. There are two things that are easier. Everything else is harder, and that is moving stuff that is heavy because it no longer has weight, still has mass. You have to be conscious of things that have a lot of mass when you're moving it around. And then just putting your body in different positions to do your work. That's very easy to do that. Everything else is harder, including sleeping. I think, we evolved sleeping in gravity. And for me, there are certain aspects of sleeping in space that are more comfortable and certain aspects that are less comfortable. And overall, I just always prefer to sleep in a nice bed with a pillow.
Right. I suppose most people's point of reference is the Big Bang Theory. I'm sure the real deal is different. You want to comment on that?
I was just going to say I've never seen it.
Oh, you've not. Okay. How does it change your body? And I know that you have a twin, and when you came back after 340 days up in space, then NASA studied the genetic and physical changes. What was it about that report that surprised you the most?
Well, we evolved in gravity. Our physiology is based on, much of it is based on trying to push blood from our legs into our upper body, to our vital organs, to our brain. And in the absence of that gravity, our cardiovascular systems don't have to work as hard, whether it's your heart or your blood vessels constricting to keep that blood up. On my last mission, that was 340 days, I lost 25% of my heart mass. My wife Amiko there says, good thing I had a big heart beforehand. It all came back eventually. But you lose bone mass, you lose muscle mass, 1% each for every month you're in space if you didn't do anything about it. So like, if you were in space for 100 months and you never exercised, you'd have no skeleton left. You'd be like, I don't know, Gumby, a little toy that has rubbery kind of toy. There's a fluid shift to your head that can be very uncomfortable. That never quite goes away, even after my last day in space of 340 days. I still had a head that felt swollen. That pressure affects your vision. We have astronauts that have vision problems. You may notice if you see my brother, he doesn't wear glasses. He doesn't have a vision correction that he needs because, he's only flown in space for like 50 days compared to my 500. He loves when I point that out. So there are those effects. There's effects of radiation. In space, we get anywhere from 10 to 20 chest X-ray equivalent of radiation every day in space, and that has effects on our genetics, whether it's gene expression, turning different genes on or off. There was actually an experiment. My brother is also a former astronaut, my twin brother, and we had this comparative study between the two of us comparing our genetics, and there was an experiment on our telomeres. And our telomeres are the ends of our chromosomes. And as we age, they get smaller and frayed. It's really an indication of our physical age. And the hypothesis of this experiment was that me in space, the stress, maybe the radiation, things that they don't know, my telomeres would have certainly got older or smaller or more damaged compared to his, but they actually got better. And NASA was really surprised about this. When you have an experiment and the hypothesis is the exact opposite from the results, that's quite surprising. You're trying basically to prove the hypothesis. And it was the opposite. Mine got better compared to his. Initially, we thought it was due to the controlled diet and the exercise. But about 6 months after I got home, NASA learned that the Japanese Space Agency had a telomere experiment going on the same time I was on the space station with these little worms, and their telomeres got better too, just like mine did. And I never once saw those guys working out on the treadmill or doing any kind of exercise. So there was more to it than that. And we actually learned that radiation can exercise your telomeres in a good direction. May have some other negative effects, but at least your telomeres are getting better.
That's very interesting. And these are all tangible changes that one can measure. What about the psychological toll that it takes to be up there? How do you deal with the isolation?
Well, I think everyone handles the isolation differently in some respect. Now, most astronauts are very highly vetted, even psychologically. When I was interviewing to become an astronaut, they gave us written psychological exams. You meet with psychologists, psychiatrists. Leading up to a mission, you may have meetings with two psychologists, two psychiatrists at the same time leading up to the flight. In the flight, you have regular, every 2 weeks, you'll have a conference call with them. So NASA and our international partners obviously take mental health really seriously, which is important. And I wish the rest of the world would consider mental health just as important as our physical health, because our brain is the most complex thing the human brain that's ever existed, and there's this stigma around that. But NASA takes that very, very seriously. So everyone handles this a little bit different. But for me, on my last mission in particular, it was actually easier to be in space for 340 days than it was for my 150-day mission. And the reason it's because one of the reasons I was there for a long time was to be there for a long time. It was part of my mission objective. So my point is, when you are expecting something, and that is how it turns out, when it meets your expectations, when you're prepared for it, it can sometimes be easier than maybe something that you might perceive to be like being sent for 8 days and being there for 9 months. Yeah, exactly.
I think that takes a whole different level of mental toughness. We've seen the case with Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore. That mission was supposed to last only for 8 days, and a lot has been said about it, even in the political circles. Who do you think is to blame for this? U.S. President Trump and Elon Musk say that it's the Biden administration that must take responsibility for what was obviously a big fiasco.
Well, we build spacecraft. Any country that's going to build a spacecraft needs to fly it for the first time on a test flight. And when you're testing something for the first time, you expect things to go wrong. And in the case of this Boeing spacecraft that Butch and Sonny launched on, it had some serious issues. NASA decided that it was safer to bring that spacecraft home without the two crew members on it. So that's what they did. They returned it. As soon as they had another spacecraft up there that Butch and Sonny could return on in the event of an emergency. And that was decided in August, that in September they would launch a SpaceX, which thankfully we have 2 vehicles, and SpaceX has, so far been pretty reliable. But they launched the SpaceX in September with 2 crew members on board, where they normally have 4. And they did that so there would be room for Butch and Sonny. and that's the spacecraft they came home on a few weeks ago. So that was always there with them the entire time, and the decision to bring them home on that spacecraft was made last August.
Let's switch gears, and you've openly spoken about your early academic struggles. So what was the turning point? How did a boy who struggled academically end up in NASA and become an astronaut?
I think one word, and it's inspiration. And I think inspiration is important because all kids are motivated differently. I was this young kid that had trouble in school. I wanted to do well. I would always show up the first day of school and think I'm going to turn this whole situation around. I'm going to become a straight A student. And by day 3, I was 3 days behind in homework and thinking about the next year. I graduated in the bottom half of my high school class. I went to college because that's what everyone was doing, or at least my friends were, so I thought I should go to college also. So I went to the only college that I got into. I applied to a few, got into one. At the time, wasn't a great school. Still struggling, not doing well. Eventually, I'm not even going to class. And basically on the path to being a first-year college dropout. And I don't know what I would have done had what happened next had that not happened. But one day I was just walking across the college campus, happened to go into the bookstore to buy like gum or a snack or something, not a book. Was not a big reader, but I saw this book on the end of the shelf, and it was had this really cool cover, cool title, picked it up, looked at it, read the back, and the book was The Right Stuff by Tom Wolfe. And I took my gum money, bought that book, read it. It took me about 3 days. I was very proud. I had finally read a whole book. And but I recognized that in the pages of that book, there were these fighter pilots that became the test pilots, that became the original Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo astronauts. And I felt like I had something very much in common with them, with one exception, and that is I couldn't pay attention and do my homework. And I didn't do well in school. But if I could only become a good student, maybe I could graduate from college someday, maybe I could go on and be a pilot in the Navy. Maybe if not the Navy, maybe the Air Force. Generally easier. I know that doesn't translate well here, but, military guys in the U.S. laugh at that joke. Maybe become an astronaut someday. And, I know, you think 18-year-old kid reads book, decides he or she's going to become an astronaut. That's a giant leap. But really, for me, in retrospect, what it was a foundation and a bunch of much more smaller, manageable steps built on that foundation that would have never started without the inspiration I found from a book. And I think it's important to recognize that all kids are different and they need to find their own inspiration wherever they can.
What an extraordinary story. And let us show our audience here some pictures from the time you landed.
I don't think that's not me, though.
That's not you?
No. I wish it was.
Oh, those are the pictures. Can you see them? These are yours. Yeah. This is you, right?
Yeah, that's me looking at the cupola of the International Space Station. That's day 1 of a year in space. That's the U.S. laboratory module. I don't know if you want me to narrate these.
That'd be nice if you want
yeah,
to tell us about the pictures.
That's, I think, somewhere in South America. Watching the Super Bowl on the International Space Station by myself. Some aurora. We can go on. Selfie. Space selfie.
Some things don't change between Earth and the space.
I think that's Spain. Yeah.
Fabulous. What a story. What a story. What is your message to young people? You spoke about inspiration and you judged a book by its cover and it changed your life. But I'm sure it took a lot of discipline as well from what you told me about what a typical day on the space station is like. How do you strike a balance and what should they do to sort of maybe strike big, go to space, achieve their dreams?
Well, I think it's important for I know a lot of kids want to be astronauts, and they'll come to me sometimes and say, hey, I want to be an astronaut. What should I do? And I tell them, hey, choose the career field that you like, that you're interested in. Certainly, if you want to work in the space industry, it probably should be something that's technical, science, mathematics, engineering. But choose something you like, because if you don't like it, you're not going to do well in it. And space agencies, I'm sure your space agency is very similar to NASA in that regard, and that we want people that have done well in their chosen career fields. That's very important, because that's probably the biggest indicator of how you're going to do in your next job, how you've done in your past job. But I think it's very important for people to love their work. I always felt like in my 20 years in the Navy, my 20 years working at NASA, some of that, 25 years in the Navy, 20 at NASA, they overlapped a lot, that it was never a job. It always felt to me like a hobby that I was just fortunate to get paid to do, and I wish everyone else would have that kind of privilege to have a career like that.
Here in India, we are very emotional about our space program, and we are very proud of what ISRO has been able to do. The world did not give them a chance, but we've seen what they've been able to achieve with the Chandrayaan-3 mission and now Gaganyaan. How do you see ISRO's rise?
How do I see what?
ISRO's rise, the Indian Space Agency's rise, and what they've been able to do.
Well, I think it's,
over the
you mean
years.
Indian Space Agency. I think it's very exciting. I mean, landing on the South Pole of the moon. I've met, recently we had our every other year astronaut reunion in Houston. I got to meet a couple of the Indian astronauts that are training there, particularly the guy, I guess, who's going to fly the first mission on the Indian rocket. Very professional, very excited. I think you have a great future. You definitely have the technology to be successsul, and the talent to be successful. Like what I mentioned earlier, my brother, who's it's kind of ironic that he used to say this years ago, as an example, going to Mars, it's not about rocket science. It's about political science. Because we really have the technology we need. We know what we need to do it. What we need is the public support to elect officials that believe in the mission, that believe in science, so they can provide the funds to get there. So, yeah, I think as long as your country is excited about it and supports it, you'll be will be successful.
Captain Scott Kelly, thank you very much for your words of inspiration and for sharing your fabulous story with our audience here. Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Thank you, Palki. Ladies and gentlemen, let's spend some more time in space, shall we? Do we do that? Do I hear a yes? Okay. So we hear a yes, and that's why from Earth's orbit to that vast expanse of space, our next set of speakers will be sharing their experience, challenges, and triumphs in building India's space ecosystem. We will explore the latest advancements, emerging trends, and the infinite possibilities that await us in the cosmos. Welcome to Breathing Space, Talking Future, which is a panel discussion that brings together the founders of India's most innovative space startups. They are redefining the boundaries of space and exploration and technology. So buckle up and let's dive into the fascinating world of space startups. Please welcome Anirudh Sharma, founder and CEO of the Gantra, Awais Ahmed, founder and CEO of Pixel, and Srinath Ravichandran, co-founder and CEO of Agnikul Cosmos, for a session that's titled Breathing Space, Talking Future. They are in conversation with Shireen Bhan. Welcome, gentlemen. Shireen, the stage is all yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You heard there from Scott Kelly. He was talking about how the world is excited about what's happening in Indian space and what's happening with Indian startups in specific. He was talking about the future, and the future is here with us on this panel, the future of Indian space tech, being represented here by three very exciting and innovative startups and very young startups as well. So without further ado, let me give you a little bit of their backstory and get them to explain to us what they're aspiring to do, what they're hoping to do, and the problems that they're hoping to solve. Srinath, I'm going to go in order of seniority because you've had a couple of rounds around the block ahead of these two. From Wall Street to getting into space tech, it's been quite a journey for you, and you've done it at IIT Madras, at the IIT Madras incubator. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you've recognized him, but he was all over television screens last year as their first semi-cryogenic rocket went up, Agnikul. So a big round of applause to Srinath and his team at Agnikul Cosmos for that achievement. How did it all happen, Srinath?
Thank you for having me here, Shireen. So yeah, it's been a circuitous long journey, as I think with everything in space. But for me specifically, I did a couple of things outside of space tech, like in finance and electrical engineering and all that, before it all came back to building rockets, which is what I always wanted to do. So we build small rockets that take satellites to space on demand. The one thing that is the biggest surprise for me even today is when we started, we never knew there would be this much clarity in policy. There would be a body to authorize space missions from India and all that. We started thinking, okay, we like to build rockets. If we build something interesting, someone would fly with us. That's how it started. But yeah, I mean, a lot of things have changed. There is now a body to allow these things to happen. I'm hearing about hundreds of startups in the country now. So it almost feels like, another version upgrade for space tech in India altogether.
Well, it clearly is an inflection point, as you point out, for space tech in India. But the cliche is it's not rocket science. So I want to understand that from you, because you make it sound so casual. We just decided that we're going to create this space transportation system. It's almost as if, you woke up one day and decided this is what I want to do after breakfast. I mean, it can't have been that easy.
No, it was not that easy. And it's that one statement that we can never use in our company, right?
It's not rocket science.
It's not rocket science. We can't say that. No, it was hard and it was easy in different ways, right? The hard part was in terms of getting the quality aspects right, in terms of getting the integration of things right, in getting people from different expertise, specializations to talk to each other, because otherwise everyone ends up building his or her own rocket, and it doesn't add up. But the good part is we have a very strong retired ISRO community in the country, and these people have flown rockets for decades. So you can start off from that, but then the new technology will have to be built in-house. So that's how we have,
So very quickly, and I'm going to ask you to do this for us in a minute so that everybody here understands the kind of innovation that's gone into putting that first rocket that you launched in space. What makes it different? What is the innovative aspect as far as technology is concerned? And even in terms of cost, because I understand it's been significantly much more cost efficient and much more cost effective. So your time starts now.
The investor question. Okay.
The investor question. You're perpetually fundraising, so you never know. There might be somebody watching here.
I think I can answer that any time of the day now. So the satellites, the way in which satellites work have completely changed. So it means you need a new really expensive, because anything in manufacturing works better at scale. Now you're trying to fight economies of scale. You can't fight economies of scale. That's it's almost like a truth, right? So you have to figure out technologies that work at this scale at the same cost. So this is where things like 3D printing, modularity and automation, all of these things come in. So what we did in our launch was to prove a bunch of these technologies that we had developed in-house. Say, for example, our rocket engines. It's one of the most spoken about ones in the media, at least, which is it's a single piece of hardware. The entirety of the rocket engine is made by the printer without any interference from a human, right? So it's almost like you stand back and watch the engine getting made, and then what comes out as a full engine. So that's because only at that, with that kind of manufacturing was the pricing working out. Similarly, our autopilot, and this is one of the other things, right? Because everyone talks about the 3D printed engines, the software team is like, wait, we're also building cool stuff. But it is not as fancy probably to say we have built our own autopilot now, I don't know. But there is a lot of work going on for the, you know, the software aspects of it, the autopilot aspect, the flight was special also because it was a controlled flight. Like it had a vertical liftoff, it had a particular point it had to get to, and it lifted off from our own private launch pad. Just to make that.
And it was a first. It was a first in India. So that again deserves a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's not easy to do. It is certainly not easy to do.
Yeah, and then, you know, that comparison is always very stark in my mind. When we wanted to start Agnikul, a lot of people were asking me this question, why are you not doing this in the US? Because I came from there to start this, and from there, and you know, people asking whether it is even legal to privately launch a rocket in the country, to allowing us to have our own private launch pad within ISRO's premises and launch from there. I mean, that's what it's really like, a complete version upgrade. It's almost like, you know, the whole sector has seen a completely different shade of what can be done in India.
Absolutely, and you've shown what can be done here in India. Oveis, I'm going to come to you next in line in terms of seniority, because you decided to start up when you were all of 21. Take me through the story of Pixel, a boy from Chikmagalur to BITS Pilani. How do you get to this point of being able to create, in your words, satellites that monitor the health of the planet?
Yeah, no, thanks again for having me here. I think it all boils down to an obsession or love for space. Like most kids, I think we can recall going out, looking at the starry skies and being fascinated with it. But from the earliest days, since my dad got me this space encyclopedia for kids, I was obsessed with space. Like I wanted to be an astronaut. Very seriously made up a list of what I need to do to become an astronaut. But obviously that didn't come to pass for a variety of different reasons. But when I joined college at BITS, and I was 18 or 19 at that point in time, there was a student satellite team at the university that was working with the scientists at ISRO. And I was like, oh, there's actually a team that you can go to where you can actually build hardware that would go to space, taught by people that know how to send stuff to space at ISRO. And my first and second year at college was, you know, outside of class, you know, with more time spent with this team than inside classes, learning how to build a satellite. And then the second more formative experience that came up was when, this was in 2017, Elon Musk was tweeting about traffic in Los Angeles and about the Hyperloop, and SpaceX created a competition out of it. We decided we would participate just because we thought it might be a good chance to meet Elon at that point in time. And to our pleasant surprise, we got through the first stage, and then we took it a lot more seriously, ended up building India's first ever Hyperloop pod in Bangalore, took it to Los Angeles. And so while we were there at the SpaceX headquarters, it was basically the only place outside of space agencies where space was being done at scale, rocket engines being built, rockets being landed back on Earth. That was my eureka moment. I remember, you know, 27th of August in 2017, that I decided, you know, if a private company can do this in the US, I don't see why we can't do this in India. Of course, I was a lot naive back then. So came back from there, looked at what was happening in space. And as a college student that didn't come from a background of money, you know, wanting to build rockets or space stations seemed like very, very far away. But satellite imagery, thankfully, didn't seem that far off. So we worked with different sources of satellite data that were being sent down by ISRO satellites, by other satellites. And we realized that a lot of these satellites can't see some problems that you need to be seeing. You know, for example, if I have a broken bone and go to the doctor, a normal phone camera won't tell the doctor what's wrong. You would need to go beyond the electromagnetic spectrum to see it with an X-ray. Similarly, the satellites and cameras that were up in space today couldn't see crop diseases or methane leaks or pollutants, and that's where you could build a new different kind of satellite called a hyperspectral satellite. And since no one else in the world surprisingly was doing that, I think we were at that right place at the right time where we said, if we build this for the world, we can build that health monitor. And so the plan was we will build and launch our own constellation of satellites.
And do it here in India. And 2024 has been a big year for you. Tell this audience why 2024 was a big year for you at Pixel.
Yeah, so I think, you know, just a few months ago, we launched India's first ever private satellite constellation. You know, before this, it was only ISRO that used to, thank you, ISRO that used to launch satellites and constellation of satellites. So in 2022, actually, we launched Shakuntala, which was our first demo satellite. That was India's first ever private satellite. But it was a demonstration. It was a prototype. But from getting from that point to just a few months ago launching 3 satellites at one go, built in India, designed in India, and at the highest resolution, these kinds of satellites that were launched globally. I think, as Sheena was mentioning, India's space has come a long way, so it was a big last few months for us in terms of actually getting those satellites up.
Well, congratulations to you and your team, and I think this is really the answer to can India do it? Can India and Indian startups be innovative? And you've got 3 startups here that prove that yes, it can be done, and they're doing exactly that. I'm moving down in the order of seniority because Ove started when he was 21 and Anirudh here started when he was all of 19. Take us through the story of Diganta, and he explained it to me very simply when I asked him. I said, what is it that you're attempting to do? And he said, simplistically, we're trying to create a GPS for space. So in your words, tell the story of Diganta.
Diganta started out of my university when we were working on a similar student satellite team within our university. At that point in time, there was a question that we had: what problem should we solve for? Should we build an Earth observation satellite? Should we put a spectrometer or something else? At that point in time, we had a space agency that we were working with in South America. These folks wanted us to work with them on building the satellite chassis for one of their programs, because we started to work with them in our early days of doing the student satellite team. That's how we sort of started working on space. And the company itself was more of an accident. We didn't plan to do space situational awareness when we started. We started as a space consultancy company. Initially, we were working just on building these structures for just this one South American company, working on avionics, structures, and selling it to them. So the first invoice that we had to raise was in 2018, 2019 time. That's why we started this company, because we had to give an invoice. And we had no plans beyond that. So that's how Diganta started.
With or without GST?
I mean, I don't remember, I think. Like, I was deciding whether we should do a partnership company, private limited company, and we ended up registering a private limited company because it sounded more credible. I didn't have any knowledge beyond that. So that's how Diganta started. So even the name, we chose Diganta because we had only one day to, start this process, and in 1 week we had to give an invoice, and I didn't know what to, name this company. We were just like, let's keep something Indian. And we just Googled synonym for space in Sanskrit. First was Antariksh, which was taken, so the MCC folks said you can't take this one. So the next one we chose was Diganta, and that's how the company started. Post which, these components that we supplied to went as part of a NASA education launch program, where the satellite was launched, and that satellite stopped working after 6 months because of a debris hit. And that's when we realized that the problem of space debris is huge. And this was back in 2019, 2020, when we had only 2,000 satellites in orbit. Today we have over 13,000 satellites in orbit.
Over 13,000 satellites in orbit
Most
today?
of it is commercial today because of Starlink.
Yes.
So because of that, we realized that at some point in time, you need an infrastructure that you have in aviation sector for space. Let's start working on tracking all of these objects. So we started working towards understanding what are the mechanisms that exist today to track objects in space. Most of them were ground-based, which had atmospheric limitations. So we ended up working on a technology that uses a LiDAR system to track objects in space.
Okay.
And that became our base infrastructure to collect data of every object that's in orbit and build a map. So today, to investors, I often say we build Google Maps equivalent platform, but for space, by tracking every single thing that's happening in Earth's orbit. So that's what we do at Diganta.
That's what you do at Diganta, and what a fabulous story it is, and what a journey the three of you have made. But Srinath, I want to come to you now and talk about what the future looks like as far as space tech is concerned, because we've seen several things change. Policy has changed, it's become much more enabling, it's become much more facilitative. Investors are now starting to see the case for investing in this sector, albeit proportionate to what quick commerce and other consumer tech companies are getting. It's still fairly small, but you've raised in excess of $50 million. It is a capital intensive business. What have you seen as being the big changes, and what continue to be the pain points, the friction areas?
So I think the biggest change from a the sector standpoint is people are starting to think of space more as a like a platform as opposed to a destination. Before, you used to go to space to take photos or to help with communication, and that's about it, right? And it's always around this. But now we're hearing about people who are trying to use space for what it offers. And what I mean by that is if you're in low Earth orbit, for example, you are in microgravity, you are in vacuum, and if you are oriented right, you can be exposed to very low temperatures, which means a lot of the applications of manufacturing processes, for example, which need these environments for prolonged periods of time, can actually be done in space. So suddenly space has become like a platform, as opposed to like, okay, I went there and that's about it. That is the whole point. Now it's like after you go there is where the real work actually starts, right? So I think that is a big change, and the reason I'm talking about that is that's what drives money into the system, right? Because the more people start thinking about space as a tool, as opposed to space as a, oh yeah, that's for the rich boys and girls. I think that has to change for the sector.
The very rich boys and girls.
The very rich boys. Yeah, and I think at least on this panel, we all didn't start off with the 200 million that Elon had. So I think that way in India, which is where the second point I'm coming to, which is the investor point. So a lot of things have changed. In 2017, which is when we formally registered Agnikul, it was a very different thing because I think hardly any space investments as such. 2 or 3 companies were there, but not too many. Definitely no investors. So today, if you look at it, it's almost, I don't know if I can say this perfectly, but it's almost easy to raise the first 5 million. I don't know if you guys agree. The first 5 million in space tech is not that hard in India.
Not that hard.
In India.
Okay.
Forget globally, in India, which is like a huge deal. Like 5 million in 2017, I would have been like partying all night, right? So I think that is a big change, and that has come from, first of all, the sector opening up, policy becoming much more clear, and general awareness itself is slightly better right now. So the question now is that 5 to the 100 million point. I think now 5 million is not that.
5 million is in the bag. 5 to 100 is the journey we now need to navigate. But always, we were chatting and I was telling you that, when we talk to investors today, everyone's talking about space tech as one of the areas that they're looking at. But are they starting to write the big checks yet?
Yeah, I would say not the big checks in India yet, at least, right? So as I think every year we have raised money, the next year it has gotten easy to raise that round, right? So in 2019...
So what's the 2025 benchmark?
So I think the 2025 benchmark, I pretty much agree with Srinath. 5 to 10 million you can probably get from purely Indian investors if you have not even started generating any revenues. If you're doing really good, if you have a really strong team, maybe, you've hired a lot of people from ISRO, you've built a prototype, and you have strong pedigree, you can probably relatively easily raise up to $10 million today in India. But for you to be able to do beyond that, you have to get foreign investors and foreign money to actually come in.
You've got in a significant amount of foreign capital, raised what, 60 million so far?
60 million last round, 95 in total.
95 in total. That's not a small chunk of change.
Yeah, but the last 2 rounds, right, the 60 million Series B and then the 27 million Series A that we did, both were led by international investors, right? You had Google that came in the last round, US money, and before that we had Canadian money that sort of came in. And of course, there was Indian participation. Our first institutional round was led by Lightspeed and Bloom when Tier 1 funds investing in space tech was unheard of. The first question that investors used to ask is, you barely graduated from college and you expect us to hand you money? And then on top of that, you're actually building a hardware company, which is going to take a lot of capital to get there. And on top of that, this hardware is actually going to go to space.
Yeah.
So we are out, right? So everyone's interested in space. Like when you mention space...
But they just don't want to put their money on it.
It's very hard to get the money out, yeah. Everyone wants to talk to you and dive deep, but when it comes to writing the check, that's where things start to hit a block.
You're out there fundraising as well, Anirudh. At this point in time, you've managed to raise funds, but you're, as we've discussed, all of you are perpetually in the market looking to raise funds because this is a capital-intensive business. Has it gotten easier now? When people ask you about the return on investment, how do you respond?
So I would say it's relatively different today because of all the changes that we've seen at the government level, where you have policies today. That's a positive signal for investors to invest into this sector, which was not there 2 years ago. So it has become relatively easy. Like Awais said, raising 10 million is much easier at this point in time. But beyond that, when you have to do a growth round, that's when you need real metrics like revenues, all the projections that you have to show for the company, and then the ROI. So all these aspects comes when you're doing a growth round. So we're in the process of doing that right now.
So let me ask you questions that investors are going to be asking you. How many clients do you have at this point in time? What kind of revenue are you making? What is the revenue visibility that you're looking at?
So the first thing that I would say is, so in space sector there are two things, right? The first thing is technology risk. So have you mitigated this technology risk when you're doing the growth round? So that's something that we have done recently. We launched India's first, or even world's first, space-based space situational awareness sensor, which tracks objects
So
in
that's
space.
a world first. So that does deserve a big round of applause for the team at Digantra as well. Yeah.
So this gives us a good comfort that the data that we are generating is very unique and we can sell it globally. And looking at what's happening geopolitically, we've kind of moved away from just selling our data to commercial, now mostly on defense side. So most of our customers today are global defense agencies, which includes
means the
India,
government.
US.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, so you're selling to the Indian government, you're selling to the US
government,
the US government as well. Are you worried by the position that President Trump is taking at this point in time?
So I would say at least for space and defense sector,
The tariffs don't impact. The tariffs don't impact space tech at this point.
It does for a bit.
Well, export controls have already been in place, so you're perhaps a
But I
sector
think
that's already.
with Elon working with Trump, so we have that.
For now, we don't know how long that honeymoon is going to last, but for now, that certainly is the case. But let's talk about the use case. And Navesh, I'll come to you now in terms of revenue, in terms of clients, in terms of what we should expect in the next 5 to 10 years as young entrepreneurs who are looking at getting into the space tech sector.
Yeah, I think, space is very sparkly and fancy. It's very cool.
It sounds sexy, but let's talk about the brass tacks.
Yeah, I think when someone wants to start any company, including a space tech company, you got to have a very strong business plan in mind. It's okay to have maybe the first 3 to 5 years spent on R&D, where you're spending money, using investor money to build something. But unless you're able to convince yourself and the investors that here is a very strong business model, here is a set of clients that are already lining up to buy this. What we did, what did we do the last 3 years before we had to launch the world's highest resolution hyperspectral constellation? We had to go and talk to thousands of customers across the globe, agri customers, oil and gas mining, and you have to convince them.
And so most of your customers are also global?
Most of them are global. 99% of the customers are global because India's never really had a private buying ecosystem for satellite imagery, because it was ISRO launching the satellites and government agencies buying it, so it was all intra-government. And now, when a private company comes in, it takes time for a ministry to actually start doing this. For example, we have an MOU with the Ministry of Agriculture, which is probably the very few Indian customers that we have, and they're very interested in looking at this data. But 99% of it, more than 60 or 70 customers that we have are mainly from the US or Europe, agri companies, oil and gas companies, mining companies, and you have to convince them that this technology works for you, it's the best in class, and then the price factor comes in that, we're actually now doing it cheaper than you could do it elsewhere.
So, Srinath, the next 5 years, what should we expect? What are you targeting? What does the canvas look like at this point in time as far as Agnikul is concerned?
5 years, I think we should be able to at least get one launch done every month, if not...
One launch done every month?
If not 2 launches a month. So, we'll see. That's the path in which we are
When
heading.
is the next launch coming up?
Planning it for the last quarter of this year. Very likely, yeah. A lot of interesting stuff out there. I'll probably keep it all for a proper press release, not now. But so the next 5 years for us is about commercialization, like what Anirudh was saying. The tech part got proven for us with the launch. It was a control launch. We did it exactly like how we would do our commercial launch, right, with the same engine and so on. So we know first what it takes. Second, we know what ISRO would be expecting. We know what flight safety would, because rocket launch is always also about flight safety and so on.
Yeah.
So now it's about, putting in more money and effort into doing the same thing again correctly. So the question now is shifted from R&D and design to quality and, scaling. So that's what we focused on.
Quality and scale, targeting 2 launches a month. That's the aspiration over the next 5 years as far as Agnikul is concerned. Always the target for you?
So we'll launch 6 satellites in total this year. 3 went up 3 months ago. 3 more will go up in June. And then we plan on launching 18 more satellites next year in early 2027. That constellation will enable us to capture every part of the landmass of the planet every day. So every 24 hours, we'll see what's happening in every forest, in every lake, in every mountain in the world. And beyond that, I think, expand from there to more satellites and more data and more AI.
And more AI. I was waiting for AI to be brought up, but Anirudh, 5 years.
For us, I think, so the first point is that today only 4% of all space activity is tracked. We're looking to build the largest catalog of space objects. by launching more satellites and sensors to orbit that can track everything from low Earth orbit to geo. This is the first part. The second part is moving mostly towards defense contracting, working towards intelligence and surveillance aspect by using the same data.
By using the same data. So I'm going to end by asking you, aspiration of going up in space. You talked about the rich boys and girls who have the opportunity. It's probably going to get a bit more affordable. Is that something that you're looking at, Srinath?
Human space travel?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely there. I mean, for
Is
myself
that
as an
is that on
astronaut,
your checklist for yourself?
yeah, hopefully. I learned scuba diving with that in mind, but then it went into building rockets than flying in a rocket. We'll see what happens there.
Always, what's on your
I think
vision board?
1000%. I think before the end of my life, hopefully, I want to have habitats in space where we can actually go and stay for a few days as a vacation and come back, and maybe even habitats in Mars. So absolutely, 1000%.
Anirudh?
So for me as well, I'm looking forward for traveling to space, and we're already seeing a lot of science fiction, which used to be science fiction, real
No
today.
longer?
Yeah.
No longer science fiction. It is a reality that these three gentlemen on our panel are making happen right here in India for the world. Srinath, Oves and Anirudh, many, many thanks. We wish you all the very best with all the exciting plans that you have launched and are about to launch. And thank you so much for putting India on the global space tech map. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for India's bright young innovators. Thank you so much for your time.
Shireen and the boys, thank you very much. All the very best. We had the Union Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh, say, and Scott Kelly also opines, that India puts its might and mind where the money is, then we should be able to achieve this in the next 15 years, space travel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that time of the day when I've got to go and remind you of what you as audience have to do. You've been wonderful through the day. We're going to take 2 minutes to explain to you what happens next. Well, you got to look to your right and you got to make your way out. Why? Because we're going to have another security drill ahead of Union Home Minister Amit Shah ji's arrival here at the Rising Bharat Summit 2025. We've got some fantastic sessions lined up ahead of his arrival. We have Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. We also have Union Minister Piyush Goyal's session, and there is a session even before that. But there's this just short break where we've got to vacate the entire auditorium along with the bags, and everybody has to make your way to your right. That is the east gate, and that's the east entrance. Please do not leave your bags behind. Please take your bags with you. The security drill mandates that you please carry your bags. We will reassemble fast, quicker than yesterday.
हाँ भाई, नमस्कार है साਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ।
राम राम भाई सब ने।
भाई ऐसे तो शुरू ना हो पाए, जोरदार तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट, और ये तालियां सीधी हरियाणा से आनी चाहिए एकदम। तो आप जानते हैं हरियाणा का छोरा हमारे सामने है। साल भर पहले सबके दिमाग की घंटियां बजा दी। लोग ये आपस में चर्चा करने लगे कि भैया ये छोरा है किस साइड, चाहता क्या है। आज हमारे साथ है, राइजिंग भारत समिट में हिस्सा बन रहे हैं। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रूपिका जी। हम भी आपके फायरी शोज और क्वेश्चनिंग को देख के काफी एंटरटेन रहते हैं,
इन्फॉर्म्ड भी रहते हैं।
सॉरी, इन्फॉर्म्ड भी रहते हैं।
ये साल कैसा रहा आपका?
ये साल बहुत बढ़िया रहा। अभी तो बस अप्रैल ही आया, लगता है बहुत लंबा हो गया ऑलरेडी। मेरी कल पिक्चर रिलीज हो रही है जाट, जिसको मैं पिछले अगस्त से शूट कर रहा हूं, और पहली बार मैंने किसी पिक्चर की शूटिंग से सीधा प्रमोशन में उसी पिक्चर के लिए किया है। तो बहुत लास्ट मिनट तक शूट करते रहे, तो काफी थकान भी है, एक्साइटमेंट भी है, और लोगों के साथ अपना काम शेयर करने की इच्छा भी है।
वो एक ट्रेलर देखा आपका गजब का, मतलब उसमें एक डायलॉग है आपका, वो तो आप ही बोल पाएंगे कि नाम बहुत पसंद है, तो एक बार बोल के बताइए।
मुझे मेरा नाम बहुत पसंद है, रणदीप हुड्डा।
रणदीप हुड्डा अब से कुछ टाइम पहले तक उन एक्टर्स में शुमार थे जिनको जाकर पत्रकारों से बात करना पसंद नहीं था। एक ऐसा एक्टर जो चाहता था कि पर्दे पर मुझे देख लो, समझ लो मेरे किरदार को, दैट्स अबाउट इट। ये बदलाव कैसे आया? रणदीप अब जाने से सोचते नहीं है, यहां जाना है चलो चलेंगे, ये पूछना है चलो पूछो। ये दिल कैसे खुला, किसने खोला?
देखिए, हम उन एक्टरों को देख के बड़े हुए थे जो कि हमें पर्दे पे ज्यादा दिखते थे और उनके बारे में हमें नॉलेज कम होती थी। वो मद्देनजर रखते हुए मुझे भी हमेशा लगता था कि लोग मेरे कैरेक्टर्स में ज्यादा बिलीव करेंगे और मेरे ऑन स्क्रीन परफॉर्मेंसेस पे ज्यादा बिलीव करेंगे जब उन्हें मेरी पर्सनल लाइफ के बारे में कम पता होगा। पर जमाना बदलता जा रहा है, लोगों तक पहुंचने के रास्ते बदलते जा रहे हैं और सोशल मीडिया और ये सब आने के बाद एक अलग तरह का वो हो गया है कि अपने मुंह को, होठों को मछली जैसा बना के खुद अपनी पिक्चर खींच के सेल्फी लेके सोशल मीडिया पे डालने का जमाना आ गया है। तो अभी कहाँ किससे छुपते घूमेंगे? खाने से लेकर हगने तक के सारे वीडियो बना बना के सोशल मीडिया पे शेयर करते रहो, तो शायद उससे एक नई दर्शकों की भीड़ जमा होगी, जिसको आजकल लोग कंज्यूमर कहते हैं। तो हमने तो दर्शकों के लिए काम करना शुरू किया था, पर शायद ये भी एक नया तरीका इजाद हुआ है।
तो ये दर्द है, ये मजबूरी है कि मजबूती है रणदीप हुड्डा की?
नहीं, ऐसा है, गंगा जाओ गंगा राम, जमुना जाओ जमुना राम। जहां पे आपका जैसे बनने लगे, जैसे जैसे वक्त बदलता जाए आपको भी बदलते रहना चाहिए, पर मैं वापस उसमें जाना पसंद करूंगा। सोशल एक बहुत एडिक्टिव चीज है। मैं भी उस पर, जब मैं सावरकर डायरेक्ट कर रहा था तो मैंने नोकिया का फोन ले लिया था कि उस पर ना व्हाट्सएप हो ना कुछ, सिर्फ बात से बात हो, और जिंदगी बहुत ही सरल हो गई थी। बहुत सारे लोग जिंदगी से कट गए थे और बहुत सारे लोगों की अहमियत पता चली थी। और उसके बाद वापस से मैंने अपना स्मार्टफोन ले लिया, तो जो एक 2 साल की कंटेंट कंज्यूमिंग की जो भड़ास थी वो इतनी निकली कि बहुत समय सोशल मीडिया पे गुजारने लगे। तो मैंने फिर वो फोन से वो एप्स हटा दी और मैं अब बहुत ही सुखी और अपने आप को शांतिपूर्व पाता हूं।
तो अभी आपके फोन में एप्स नहीं है, ये सोशल मीडिया एप्स नहीं है?
जी नहीं है, और ना ही चाहिए भाई। कौन क्या कर रहा है, मुझे अपने काम से, अपनी जिंदगी से फुर्सत नहीं है भैया, किसकी क्या देखेंगे। और सोशल मीडिया पे तो आजकल क्या होता है कि बस अब असली सुख, असली दर्द से दूर हटके बस यही दिखाया जाता है कि कितने मजे ले रहे हैं, मजे ले रहा हूं मैं अपनी लाइफ में, सबको यही दिखाते हैं आदमी। कोई असली सुख, कोई असली दर्द वहां नहीं है, कोई असली कनेक्शन नहीं है। बस ये दिखाते रहो कि मैं कितने मजे ले रहा हूं और उसके फ्रेम के बाहर से आदमी कितना ही दुखी हो।
अच्छा, अब चूंकि ये सवाल पूछा गया है और जवाब आया है, आप में से कितने इतने ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके फोन में सोशल मीडिया एप्स नहीं है? क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
देखा, हम माइनॉरिटी में आ गए हैं।
ओहो। और कितने ऐसे लोग हैं, आज देखने में अच्छा लगेगा ना, कितने ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके मोबाइल में एप्स हैं सोशल मीडिया?
बाकी सारे ही हैं। बहुत फ्री टाइम है आप लोगों के पास दूसरों की देखते रहने का।
ऐसा मत बोलिए, भारी पड़ जाएगा। कल आपकी फिल्म रिलीज हो रही है, वो फ्री टाइम नहीं होगा तो जाएंगे नहीं देखने फिर?
अरे जाएंगे जाएंगे, कैसे नहीं जाएंगे।
अच्छा, एक बात बताइए, आपने कहा गंगा चले गंगा राम, यमुना चले यमुना राम। अब ये जो आपने वाक्य बोला है, ये मुझे उस बिंदु पर लेकर जाता है कि इस वक्त यही देश में चल रहा है, आइडियोलॉजिकल वॉर। भाई, एक है लेफ्ट, एक है राइट, वो सेंटर पता नहीं कहां खो गया, आज तक मिल नहीं रहा है। रणदीप कहां है?
देखिए, मुझे पता था घूम के गुगली इधर ही आने वाली है, जैसे तो मैं कोई प्रवक्ता हूं। देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात तो लोगों को पता नहीं है, क्यों समझ में नहीं आती कि द लेफ्ट and the right wing belong to the same bird. वो एक ही उसका हिस्सा है और विचारधाराएं अलग अलग होनी चाहिए ताकि उनके एक संवाद हो, उनकी एक डिबेट हो और उसमें लोगों को समझ में आए कि कौन किस पक्ष में है और दोनों पक्ष में भी हो सकता है और निष्पक्ष भी हो सकता है।
नहीं, पर वीर सावरकर की जब आप बात करते हैं तो एक आइडियोलॉजिकल वॉर ये है जो कहते हैं वो माफी वीर हैं। उनको बुजदिल तक का तमगा दे दिया गया कि माफी मांग के ये शख्स जो है बाहर निकला। और रणदीप हुड्डा एक मूवी बनाते हैं जहां वीर सावरकर के, आपने वीर पूरी फिल्म में कहीं नहीं कहा, लेकिन जब आदमी देखकर बाहर निकलता है तो वो उसको एहसास होता है कि भाई जो इस शख्स ने किया होगा कैसे किया होगा, तो फिर तो बढ़ जाता है ना मामला। एक है जो कहते हैं माफी वीर है ये। देखिए,
वो उनपे पॉलिटिकल लालचनाएं तब से चली आ रही हैं जब हिंदुस्तान में 3 मेजर पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज होती थी, जिसमें से एक इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस होती थी, एक हिंदू महासभा होती थी और एक मुस्लिम लीग होती थी। तो उस वक्त से आज भी वैसा ही होता है। विपक्ष गवर्नमेंट पे लालचना लगाता है और गवर्नमेंट विपक्ष पे लालचना लगाते हैं। एक जोक है इसके ऊपर, सुनोगे? विपक्ष ने गवर्नमेंट की प्रशंसा की।
ये तो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज है।
तो इसी पॉलिटिकल लालचना में उनका नाम भी आ गया। अब मेरा एक ही सवाल है, मैं उसमें जाके बैठ के उनके नाम की बहुत दलीलें मैं दे चुका हूं। तुमने सुनना है सुनो, नहीं सुनना मत सुनो। पर मेरा एक ही सवाल है, भाई जो आदमी माफी वीर था उसको 27 साल उन्होंने बंदी बना के क्यों रखा? अंग्रेजों ने 27 साल बंदी बना के क्यों रखा उस आदमी को जो माफी वीर था? यही एक सवाल आप अपने आप से पूछिए, उसके बारे में सोचिए। और जो माफी वीर नहीं थे वो खुले क्यों घूमते रहे? उनके जेल में बटलर, बैडमिंटन कोर्ट और रोज गार्डन क्यों होता था? आगा खान पैलेस में क्यों रहते थे वो बंदी बन के? तो ये सवाल आपको अपने आप से पूछने चाहिए और रिसर्च करनी चाहिए कि भैया जो आदमी माफी वीर था, जिसने अंग्रेजों की माफी मांग ली, ये कर लिया वो कर लिया, उसको 27 साल बंद करके क्यों रखा? वो तो उनका सबसे बड़ा पैरवी करने वाला होना चाहिए था।
तो आपको दुख होता है कि वो आपके ऊपर ये तमगा लगा देते हैं? और इनफैक्ट मैं आपको पुराने टाइम में ले जाती हूँ, आपको पसंद भी है जो किरदार आप निभाते हैं, आप उसकी रूह में, भाई रूह जिस्म में जाती है पर आप उसका अपना जिस्म जो है उसकी रूह में डालने की पूरी कोशिश करते हैं। तो उस वक्त आपने बताया 3 लोग थे, 3 पार्टियां हुआ करती थी, आईएनसी थी, हिंदू महासभा थी और इंडियन मुस्लिम लीग।
ये कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी भी होती थी पर उसको ज्यादा तवज्जो नहीं था। ठीक
है, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा आइडियाज उन्हीं के दिमाग में चलते हैं।
फ्री टाइम बहुत होता है उनके पास,
एक के बाद एक बड़ी कर। तो रणदीप हुड्डा अगर सोशल एक्टिविस्ट होते या पॉलिटिशियन होते उस टाइम में, तो इन तीनों में से किसके संग होते? या चलिए चौथा कोण भी दे देती हूं, कम्युनिस्ट, किसके साथ होते? हिंदू महासभा, इंडियन मुस्लिम लीग, आईएनसी और कम्युनिस्ट।
देखिए, ये सब बातें भी कुछ ही लोगों में होती थी, बाकी देश तो गरीबी से जूझ रहा था, गुलामी से जूझ रहा था और अपना जिंदगी काट रहे थे। मैं किस पार्टी में होता मुझे ये नहीं पता, क्योंकि ना मैं उस वक्त था और उस वक्त मेरी विचारधारा क्या होती मुझे नहीं पता। मैं शायद अंग्रेजी फौज में होता।
तो फिर आप गद्दार
हमारे बहुत सारे लोग अंग्रेजी फौज में थे, भूल रहे हैं लोग, जिन्होंने अंग्रेजों के पक्ष में, फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर में गांधी जी ने बोला था कि अंग्रेजों के पक्ष में लड़ते हैं तो शायद हमें आजादी जल्दी मिल जाएगी। सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर में सावरकर जी ने बोला था कि अंग्रेजों का साथ दे, अंग्रेजों की फौज ज्वाइन करो, क्योंकि अगर आप फौज ज्वाइन करोगे तो आपको ट्रेनिंग मिलेगी, आप अफसर बनोगे, आप इंजीनियर बनोगे और ये सब देश जब आजाद होगा तो हमारे काम आएगा। वो कहते थे कि वेपन्स की ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री जैसी आजकल हमारे पास है वो हमारे पास होनी चाहिए ताकि हम सशस्त्र बने। सशस्त्र बन के ही आप पीस एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं, कमजोरी में या अहिंसा से आप पीस एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर सकते हैं। अगर आप बॉर्डर पे जाएंगे चाइना या पाकिस्तान के, बोलोगे अहिंसा परमो धर्म, वो आपकी नहीं सुनेगा भाई।
मतलब मैंने आपको 4 ऑप्शन दिए, हमेशा आपको ये करना होता है ना? क्या? जीवन आपको ऑप्शन देती है और आप कहती भक मैं लेता ही नहीं हूं और दूसरी दिशा में चले जाते हैं।
बेस्ट है ना, एटलीस्ट यूनिक तो है।
मतलब एक बयान दिया था इन्होंने जिसमें ये कहते हैं कि फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में पूरी तरह से भेड़चाल चल रही है। अगर एक चीज हिट हो जाती है तो फिर सभी उसी तरह की फिल्में बनाने लगते हैं। अब सबको स्त्री के बाद हॉरर कॉमेडी ही बनानी है। बतौर एक्टर मुझे ये पैमाना बिल्कुल भी सही नहीं लगता है। बिल्कुल उस पर सटीक बैठता है। ऑप्शन है आपके पास, नहीं हमको तो जाना है दूसरे डायरेक्शन में।
देखो भाई, हमारी जाटों की थोड़ी आदत ही ऐसी होती है, कान सीधा पकड़ना ही नहीं, और पकड़ना भी है तो दूसरे का पकड़ना है।
अच्छा, आप कहते हैं कि बॉलीवुड अपनी संस्कृति से जुड़े टॉपिक्स पर फिल्में नहीं बनाती है, साउथ उससे थोड़ा ज्यादा अटैच्ड और जुड़ा हुआ है।
वो ज्यादा गांव खेड़े से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं। हमारा थोड़ा जो हिंदी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री है वो काफी बार एलिटिस्ट हो जाती है। और जैसे मेरे जो डायरेक्टर है गोपीचंद मिलेनिली, जो कि जाट के डायरेक्टर हैं, अब जैसे एक जाट ने जाके एक महाराष्ट्रन सावरकर पे पिक्चर बनाई, ऐसे ही वो तेलुगु का गोपीचंद मिलेनिली जाटों पे पिक्चर बना रहा है। तो वो उसके जो व्हाट्सएप स्टेटस है उस पे उसने लिखा है, आई डिड नॉट गो टू फिल्म स्कूल, आई वेंट टू मूवीज। तो जो हमारी एक दर्शकों की पिक्चर देखने की एक परंपरा चली आई है, एक हिस्ट्री है, एक बैकग्राउंड है, तो उन लोगों को उससे जुड़ी हुई ही पिक्चरें बनानी है और वो बहुत ही रूटेड पिक्चरें बनाते हैं। आज भी एक बड़ा विलन होता है, एक हीरो होता है, अत्याचार होता है गांव में, ये सब होता है और उसके ऊपर वो पिक्चरें बनाते हैं। हालांकि वो थोड़ी हाइटेंड करके बनाते हैं, जो कि मेरे ख्याल से सिनेमा की आज डिमांड भी है, क्योंकि जो म्यूटेड चीजें हैं आप वो ओटीटी पे भी देख सकते हैं। तो जब आप सिनेमा में जाते हैं तो आपको थोड़ा सा
लार्जर देन लाइफ
दिखना चाहिए, थोड़ा ड्रामा। क्यों?
तो वो ड्रामा हमें जाट में देखने वाला है, पर जाट में जाट नहीं है।
सबसे बड़ी गुगली तो यही थी।
मतलब क्यों?
मेरे पास आए, बोले जाट पिक्चर करनी है। मैं तो खड़ा हो गया सीट से, मैं कहा यार बड़े दिनों बाद एक ऐसी बॉल आई है जिसपे तो मतलब बल्ला बिला घुमाए छक्का मार देंगे। उन्होंने मेरे को स्क्रिप्ट सुनाई, वो भी तेलुगु में, बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग थी। तेलुगु में भी यार ऐसे साउंड इफेक्ट के साथ पिक्चर सुनाई। तो फिर बोले तुम्हारा रोल राणा तुंगा का है। मैं कहा है, मतलब मैं जाट नहीं प्ले कर रहा हूं। तो उसमें थोड़ी सी, हालांकि स्क्रिप्ट अच्छी थी, सब अच्छा था, तो थोड़ा मुझे लगा यार कहीं गांव में जरा लोग ना बोले यार जाट नाम की पिक्चर में तू जाट नहीं। तो फिर मैंने पेरेंट्स से पूछा, बोले भाई तू तो कलाकार है, तू अगर सावरकर बन सकता है तो राणा तुंगा भी बन सकता है, चार्ल्स सोबराज बन सकता है, राजा रवि बन सकता है, तो इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है? मैं कहा नहीं जी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। फिर मैंने अपने स्कूल के व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में भेजा, तो बोला अरे यार न्यूना चाल है, जाट कौन प्ले कर रहा है? मैं कहा सनी देओल। बोला चल भाई फिर ठीक है, तेरे ते बड्डा एक का जाट है, उड़े वो है सनी देओल।
अच्छा, कैसा लगा आपको सनी पाजी के साथ एक्ट करके? मतलब
बहुत,
जाट
बहुत,
वर्सेस जाट जब हुआ
आए थे यहाँ पे,
हाँ।
कितने सॉफ्ट स्पोकन है। वो 2.5 किलो का हाथ दिखता नहीं है ऐसे, वो सिर्फ स्क्रीन पे दिखता है। बहुत ही सरल सॉफ्ट स्पोकन इंसान है। और उन्होंने, वो कहते हैं कि गदर 1 ने मेरी दुकान बंद कर दी, गदर 2 ने फिर चला दी। उनके साथ क्या क्या हुआ होगा इन 20 सालों में मैं इमेजिन नहीं कर सकता। मेरा तो 20-25 साल का पूरा करियर ही है। उन्होंने कैसे एक डिग्निटी से, एक पेशेंस से वो टाइम काटा है, और वो अपने आप में एक इंस्पिरेशन है, क्योंकि कलाकारों के साथ ऐसा होता रहता है। और जब उनके साथ काम किया तो हम भी अपने हॉस्टल में कवर्ड पे टूथपेस्ट से उनके पोस्टर लगाते थे और डोले शोले हम भी नापते थे उनके। वही लड़ाई होती है, भाई संजय दत्त की बॉडी बड़ी आया सनी देओल की, तो हमारे यहाँ तो भाई सनी देओल ही चैंपियन था। फिर उनके फादर धर्मपा जी, हमको तो उनमें अपने लोग दिखते थे, पर इतने सॉफ्ट स्पोकन में कहिए कैसे करेंगे। पर जैसे ही एक्शन होता है भाई में माता आ जाती है, भाई एकदम तो पता नहीं क्या, हम भी थोड़े डर जाते थे। मैं कहा यार क्या हो गया। तो इज अ वेरी स्वीट मैन, वेरी, ही इज मेंट फॉर लार्जर देन लाइफ सिनेमा, एंड आई रियली विश हिम वेल, एंड आई होप दिस मूवी is a big sixer for him so that we can see more of that roar on the screen.
लेकिन आपने जब उनके साथ फाइट सीक्वेंस किया होगा तो 2.5 किलो का हाथ आपके ऊपर खूब पड़ा होगा, तो आपने अपना 250 ग्राम का हाथ वाथ उंगली कुछ ऐसा।
आपको ये किसने बताया कि मारा 250 ग्राम का है यार? देख ना आपके सनी देओल का पड़ा है ना मारा।
अरे सनी पाजी बड़े जाट हैं, तो मैंने कहा उनको थोड़ा, आप इतनी रिस्पेक्ट पे कर रहे थे तो मैंने कहा चलो मेरा भी 250 ग्राम दे दीजिए वहां
नहीं
पर।
नहीं, हम अपना हाथ तोलते नहीं है ज्यादा। नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, ही इज सच अ एक्सपर्ट एट एक्शन। मतलब तुम्हें लगने का तो सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता। पर जब हम मार रहे थे तो मुझे बड़ा डर लगता था, तो मैं फेस पे मारना था तो यहां मारता था। तो बोले यार मेरे फेस पे मारना, मैं हट जाऊंगा। मैं कहा यार पाजी थोड़ा बोला चल लगी चल। तो he was very, he had a big bravado about it and I quite enjoyed working with him and yeah.
अच्छा, आपका इंस्पिरेशन कौन है बॉलीवुड में?
यार मैं खुद इंस्पिरेशन बनने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं। इंस्पिरेशन बहुत है। मैं नसीर साहब के साथ बहुत दिन थिएटर किया, उनकी वर्कशॉप्स की, उनसे सीखा। और सनी पाजी एंड हिज लार्जर देन लाइफ पर्सोना, Salman and his goodwill and his larger than life persona. There's many people who are inspirational, people who have had long careers and have stayed on top of their game. I always believe, like आपने जो पहले ये जो interaction का और social media का जो सवाल किया था, आज भी आप ये बात नोटिस करिएगा, आज भी हमारे देश में जो बड़े स्टार हैं जिनको हमें देख के लगता है कि ये कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, वो स्टार हैं जो इंटरनेट और सोशल मीडिया के पहले थे। क्योंकि उनको देखने के लिए हमें फिल्मी मैगजीन लेनी पड़ती थी, चित्रहार देखना पड़ता था, आपको पिक्चरें देखनी पड़ती थी, वीडियो कैसेट हायर करना पड़ता था। अब तो आप मुफ्त में बटन दबाओ, किसकी क्या चल रहा है, कौन कितने कपड़े पहने हुआ है, कहाँ गया है, क्या हॉलीडे चल रहा है, क्या सब कुछ पता चल जाता है। तो वो एक इंट्रीग, एक स्टार, वो दूर अंतरिक्ष के जो सितारे थे उनको देखने के लिए आपको एफर्ट करना पड़ता था। तो ये भी एक थॉट है कि क्या उस वक्त के स्टार्स आज भी इतने वो क्यों हैं? क्योंकि हमारे जहन में उनकी एक रेयरिटी थी, उनकी एक स्पेशल वैल्यू थी, वो हर जगह नहीं दिखते थे। तो वही शायद मैं भी उसी को फॉलो करने की कोशिश कर रहा था, पर मरता क्या ना करता।
हाँ, क्या करें फिर?
हाँ, करना ही पड़ेगा भाई।
और बॉलीवुड में फिर आप एडजस्ट कैसे कर पाएंगे? मुश्किल हो जाएगी ना।
मैं तो जब बॉलीवुड गया था, एक्चुअली मैं बॉलीवुड में सिर्फ हॉलीवुड के लिए अपनी शो रील बनाने गया था। 20 साल बाद हॉलीवुड में काम करने मिला। जब मैं हॉलीवुड गया तो वहां पे पहले एक ईटीसी का चैनल आता था। बॉलीवुड में ईटीसी चैनल होता था। हाँ, जिसके ऊपर सारे गाने और प्रोमोज आते थे। तो मैं अपनी काउच पे बैठा सोचता था कि यार, काउच नहीं, पहले तो नीचे गदेली होती थी, गदेली में बैठ के सोचता था कि मैं कौन सी पिक्चर में फिट होता हूं। तो मैं किसी भी पिक्चर में फिट नहीं हो रहा था जब तक कि मैंने कंपनी नाम की एक पिक्चर का ट्रेलर नहीं देखा जो राम गोपाल वर्मा ने बनाई थी। तो वो देख के मुझे लगा यहां मैं काम कर सकता हूं भाई। फिर कुछ ऐसा इत्तेफाक हुआ कि थिएटर में मेरे को किसी ने देखा, फिर वो भी आए प्ले देखने, और फिर वो मुझे उन्होंने अपनी फैक्ट्री में एक पिक्चर में विलन का ही रोल ऑफर किया जिसका नाम था एक। वो पिक्चर कभी बनी नहीं, पर उन्हें एक ऐसा विलन चाहिए था जो कि एक अकेला एक साइड हो और पूरी इंडस्ट्री एक साइड हो। पर वो पिक्चर बनी नहीं, और मैं कुछ दिन के बाद उनके पास जाके बोला कि भैया अभी मैं क्या करूं? बोला नहीं नहीं, तुम और कोई काम मत करना, तुम्हें मैं लॉन्च करूंगा। तो ठीक है, मैं कहा घर कैसे चलेगा? तो बोले घर का कितना खर्चा होता है भाई महीने का? तो मैंने बड़ा चढ़ा के बोला जी 35,000 रुपए। उन्होंने बोले मेरी 35,000 रुपए की तनख्वाह बांध दी, और 3 साल में 35,000 रुपए की तनख्वाह पे कुछ ना काम करने के लिए मैं लेता रहा। ऐसे ही मेरी लाइफ में काफी ऐसे इत्तेफाक हुए कि मेरे 25 साल के करियर में से 11-12 साल तो मैं एक दिन भी सेट पे नहीं गया हूं। तो सवाल क्या था आपका?
बॉलीवुड में एडजस्ट कैसे करते हैं?
हाँ, तो बॉलीवुड में ऐसे एडजस्ट हुए यार कि अपना एक सोचा कि मुझे ये करना है। और मुझे शुरू में ये भी हुआ कि मैंने डी और रिस्क जैसी पिक्चरें की जो कि थोड़ी सनी पाजी टाइप की पिक्चरें थी। और उसके बाद सबने यही कहा कि एक ही लुक रखो, एक ही जैसा दिखो, एक ही तरह के रोल करो ताकि आपकी एक इमेज बनेगी, उससे ही सितारा बनता है आदमी। मेरे को उस वक्त तक मेरी लाइफ में नसीर साहब तो थे ही, फिर ये डैनियल डे, लुइस पुइस, ये सब लोग आने लगे, तो मेरे को लगा यार काम तो ये अच्छा है कि हर चीज में आप अलग अलग करो। तो वहां से मैंने अपनी जर्नी शुरू की, और मैं अगर आप मेरे रोल्स उठा के देख लो, कोई 40-45 पता नहीं कितने मैंने टाइटल्स किए हैं, उसमें से एक दो को छोड़ के आपको मैं किसी में भी एक जैसा नहीं दिखूंगा। मेरी नकल भी, आप रेडियो पे नकल उतारते ना लोगों की, मेरी कोई नकल भी नहीं उतारता है, और आई टेक इट एज अ मैटर ऑफ प्राइड। तो मैं बॉलीवुड में अपने अलग अलग रूप और वर्सेटैलिटी को लेके ही एडजस्ट होने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं, पता नहीं, आगे पता चलेगा।
नहीं तो ये तो बॉलीवुड में ही नहीं, आप तो यहाँ स्टेज पर भी देख लीजिए, कभी आप डायरेक्टर होते हैं, कभी आप एक्टर होते हैं, यहाँ पर आप पॉलिटिशियन की तरह बोल रहे हैं।
अरे
तो अच्छे क्या हैं आप, मतलब दिल के करीब क्या है आपके?
मैं अच्छा इंसान बनने की कोशिश करता हूं यार,
हाय
बाकी
हाय,
सब चीजें तो आपके ऊपर लगाई जाती हैं। नहीं, आदमी को हर तरह की चीजें करनी चाहिए। मैं आजकल लिखता विखता भी हूं। एक कलाकार के तौर पे आपकी सिर्फ एक ही कला नहीं होती, आपका एक कलाकार का माइंड सेट होता है।
नो बट व्हाट इज योर अल्टीमेट गोल, क्या है? आप शाहरुख खान बनना चाहते हैं, सलमान खान बनना
मैं
चाहते हैं?
रणदीप हुड्डा बनना चाहता हूं यार, क्या बात कर रहे हो? आज मैं यहाँ बैठा हूं, मैं किसी और की तरह बन के नहीं बैठा हूं, मैं खुद बन के बैठा हूं भाई, जिसमें उतना ही पॉलिश है जितना उसमें रफ है।
बहुत खूब। तो लेकिन एक आपका टारगेट है, यहां तक पहुंच जाऊं, उसके बाद तो फिर देखा जाएगा?
नहीं, मेरा टारगेट वो नहीं है। मेरा वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस बहुत खराब रहा है। हम काम के लिए जिए हैं, काम से ही शादी हो गई थी बहुत साल पहले, तो मैं उसको ठीक करना चाहता हूं। मैं और बहुत सारी कहानियां बताना चाहता हूं, मैं डायरेक्ट करना चाहता हूं, मूवीज बनाना चाहता हूं, मैं बहुत कुछ करना चाहता हूं, पर I'm just scared that I don't spread myself too thin, that's all.
आपने शादी की बात की, मुबारक अभी माशाल्लाह।
थैंक यू।
आपकी शादी, और कितने चर्चे हुए।
पिछले साल तक मैं थैंक यू बोलता था, आजकल मैं थैंक यू।
और चर्चे ऐसे थे कि क्या खूबसूरती से शादी हुई है, सारे रीति रिवाजों को ध्यान में रखा गया है, और दोनों आप बड़े खूबसूरत लग रहे थे। लेकिन उसके बाद एक चर्चा ये हुई कि रणदीप हुड्डा तो हर चीज पे बड़ा खुलकर बोलते हैं, शादी मणिपुर की लड़की से की है, वो खुद एक एक्टर हैं, मणिपुर में हो रही हिंसा पर तो कुछ ना बोले रणदीप हुड्डा। हालांकि हालात आज की तारीख में ठीक हैं, वहां पर रूल लगा दिए गए हैं, अब सीएम साहब नहीं देख रहे हैं, अब गवर्नर साहब देख रहे हैं, प्रेसिडेंट रूल लगा दिया गया है। लेकिन आप क्यों नहीं बोले मणिपुर पर कुछ?
मैं बोला, आपने नहीं सुना, शायद वो सोशल मीडिया पे इतना वायरल नहीं हुआ। भाई इनको भी भेज दो। क्या बोलेगा क्या आदमी कि वहां पे पीस होनी चाहिए। मैं कोई पॉलिटिशियन नहीं हूं, मैं सिर्फ एक कलाकार हूं, और जितना मैं बोल सकता था मैं बोला। मैं और मेरी वाइफ चुपके से वहां रिलीफ कैंप्स में कोविड के दौरान ये जो ऑक्सीजन की मशीनें होती थी, ये सब हम करते रहते हैं। उससे ज्यादा हम क्या करें, आप बताइए। काम किसी और का है, उन्हें करना चाहिए।
तो अब जो हालात हैं, आपकी पत्नी क्या बताती है? अब
अभी भी हालात इतने अच्छे नहीं हैं। मणिपुर देखिए, बहुत सालों तो वहां पे बहुत ही एम्बार्गोज वगैरह लगे रहते थे, तेल, पानी, चाय, दूध, इस सब की तकलीफ बहुत रहती थी, सप्लाई चेन बहुत थी। तो वो सप्लाई चेन ठीक हुई, वहां पे खुशहाली आई, वहां पे एकदम से एक रंग और एक खुशी की लहर और एक डेवलपमेंट का काम शुरू ही हुआ था कि ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट शुरू हो गया। तो वहां पे डेवलपमेंट कौन नहीं चाहता, वो हमको सोचना चाहिए।
तो आपको इस सरकार पर भरोसा है? कैन दे डू समथिंग?
सरकार ही कर सकती है, भरोसे के अलावा आप क्या कर सकते हो? आप क्या कर सकते हो?
लाइन अच्छी है,
सरकार ही कर सकती है भाई।
अब वक्त इजाजत के लिए कह रहा है, लेकिन मैं जाते जाते आपके साथ एक रैपिड फायर।
ये वायरल वाला काम है।
अरे एक
कि जल्दी से कुछ बेवकूफी वाली बात बोल दो, सब आपस में शेयर करके
अच्छा
सब हंसेंगे,
बिल्कुल
कुछ गाली देंगे।
नहीं नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं। आप मुझे बताइए,
कुछ वीर सावरकर बोलेंगे, कुछ माफी वीर सावरकर बोलेंगे। क्या चल रहा है भाई?
नहीं, लेकिन देखिए, एक भी ऐसा जवाब है जो वायरल कंटेंट ना हो। अगर है तो तालियां बजा दीजिए आप सब, है ना? सारे के सारे जो बयान दिए वो वायरल कंटेंट, और कह रहे रैपिड फायर जाएगा वायरल कंटेंट। गलत बात है। हाँ, तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं। आजादी में बड़ा योगदान किसका? महात्मा गांधी, वीर सावरकर?
दोनों का बहुत था, दोनों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान था।
50-50।
आप किस पक्ष में हैं उसके हिसाब से देखिए।
नहीं, मैं तो भारत के पक्ष में हूं, दोनों पक्ष में मैं भारत
अच्छा,
के
इस पे
पक्ष
मैं एक बात बोल देता हूं, वायरल मटेरियल। 1940 से 1950-52 तक कोई 40-60 देशों को आजादी मिली थी अंग्रेजों से, राइट? वहां पे ना सावरकर थे ना गांधी थे, वो आजादी कैसे मिली? ये सवाल आप सबके लिए है।
तो वहां भी कोई गांधी रहा होगा, वहां भी कोई सावरकर रहा होगा। भारत
देखिए, अंग्रेज थक गए थे, अंग्रेज थक गए थे और वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 में उनके बहुत नुकसान हो गया था। वो अपनी ब्रिटिश एम्पायर वेयर द सन नेवर सेट्स को एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिवली कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहे थे। वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 से जितने भी हमारे सैनिक वापस आ रहे थे, जो कि ट्रेंड थे, जो कि सशस्त्र थे और जो शस्त्रों के बारे में ट्रेनिंग जानते थे, वो लोग भी इनका रूल एक्सेप्ट करने को तैयार नहीं थे। जब इन्हें लगा कि बगावत हिंसक हो सकती है, जो कि बहुत पहले हो सकती थी, ये लोग यहां से चले गए। और विभाजन भी देश का सिर्फ हिंदू मुस्लिम पे नहीं हुआ था। ये रैडक्लिफ को जिसको बुलाया था, इनको नहीं पता था, ये तो पहले कभी आए नहीं थे। विंस्टन चर्चिल ने बहुत ही स्मार्टली ये विभाजन की बात 1945 में ही सोच ली थी, क्योंकि स्टालिन साहब, जैसे अब चाइना कराची में पोर्ट बना रहा है, स्टालिन साहब पोर्ट बना रहे थे। रशिया अफगानिस्तान तक आ चुका था। इंडियन जो कांग्रेस पार्टी थी वो सोशलिज्म की तरफ जा रही थी, तो उन्हें एक बेस चाहिए था एलाइड फोर्सेस को, जो कि पाकिस्तान था। और अगर आप आज पाकिस्तान की हिस्ट्री देख लें तो उन्हीं को वेस्ट से इतनी सपोर्ट क्यों मिलती है, वहीं पे वेस्टर्न ट्रूप्स क्यों हैं?
बिकॉज ऑफ द मेन पॉइंट जो अभी आप जिक्र कर रहे थे।
जी
भाई साहब, हिस्ट्री का प्रोफेसर बैठा है मेरे सामने इस वक्त।
अरे यार, मैं तो कलाकार ही था, तुमने बना लिया। पूछ के सवाल मुझे भी याद करके आने पड़ते हैं।
राउंड था, आपने पूरा एक बढ़िया सा लेक्चर दे दिया। अच्छा, आपकी पसंद क्या है, साउथ की फिल्में कि बॉलीवुड? फिल्में। वाह। पसंदीदा जगह कौन सी है, रोहतक कि मुंबई?
गांधी, सावरकर, रोहतक, मुंबई, मतलब क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
आप हंस रहे हैं तो कह रहे हैं कि ये क्या बात हुई?
भैया दोनों है, एक मेरे मिट्टी का घर है, एक मेरी किस्मत का घर है।
ब्यूटीफुल। अच्छा, मुझे ये बताइए कि आपको सबसे अच्छा पॉलिटिशियन कौन लगता है? आज की तारीख में तो दो ही हैं, एक विपक्ष है और एक पक्ष है, नरेंद्र मोदी, राहुल गांधी। अरे भाई,
शुक्र है आपने ऑप्शन दे दी, नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू। आई होप यू
जोरदार तालियों के साथ एक बार फिर से
थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू
हुड्डा जी का यहाँ राइजिंग भारत समिट में शुक्रिया कीजिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
Dr. Jaishankar, thank you very much for joining us at the Rising Bharat Summit. You've come here every time we've had a Rising Bharat Summit, so this is your third edition here. But I want to start off with something significant which some of our audiences may also be interested in knowing. It is the number 2140. Does that hold any special significance for you? I shall enlighten our audience and maybe even enlighten you. That's the number of days that...
This sounds like one of Elon Musk's tweets.
That's the number of days he's been External Affairs Minister. He's the longest serving External Affairs Minister of India since Nehru. So we can have a round of applause for that. And what a time to be in charge of India's foreign policy. You look back at the last 5 years and 10 months now, it's going to be almost 6 years. What do you think has been Indian foreign policy's singular achievement in these last 6 years? One thing if you were to name, with the mic, sir.
I would say, this is Bharat rising.
So how do you manage the process of rise under extremely turbulent conditions? Because managing a process of rise is tough enough, but countries normally hope that you get a very conducive environment. We've got as tough an environment as anybody could sort of no, not hope for.
Not hope for.
Anybody could actually
imagine.
Imagine. And I think getting through that, I mean, just look at these last 6 years from a foreign policy perspective. I mean, you've had Ukraine, you've had the Middle East, you've had the whole Indo-Pacific turbulence, you had Afghanistan, you've had Myanmar, you've had COVID, you've had meltdown of various kinds, political changes in our neighbors. Actually the stresses and it's not just change. There have been big events, there have been fractures, there have been stresses, there have been surprises. So it's been as turbulent as it could have been.
I do want to, so since you said it's been challenging circumstances, it's beyond what anyone could have imagined, let's address the elephant in the room, and that is the tariffs that have kicked in today. That's what our business editors have been telling us. The reciprocal tariffs have kicked in today. And first of all, I'd like to understand from you, what is your assessment, what is your reading of, what is going to be the impact of these reciprocal tariffs on India? What is India's strategy to try and deal with the fallout of it? If you could sort of, elucidate what your views are.
I don't think it's possible to speak about what would be the impact because we don't know. What is our strategy? I think that's pretty clear. We decided that we will engage the Trump administration early on this set of issues. We were very open with them, very constructive with them, as they were with us. What we agreed to do was to try to negotiate a bilateral trade agreement by fall of this year. To the best of my knowledge, and I could be corrected here, I think we are the only country after President Trump has assumed presidency the second time which has actually reached such an understanding in principle. So I don't know, every country, because every country is tariffed, okay? So every country in the world today is fashioning its own strategy of dealing with the United States. In our case, our strategy has a goal, and the goal is to see whether it's possible to actually deal with this situation by concluding a bilateral trade agreement. And I should add that in an interesting way, this has long been our objective. The present situation may have created the circumstances for such a serious conversation. But if you look at President Trump's first term, we were actually negotiating a trade deal which could not fructify. And if one looks even at Biden's administration, we discussed trade possibilities and we ended up with the IPEF initiative. They were very averse to doing a bilateral agreement. So from the Indian perspective, actually doing, working out something bilaterally with the United States is not at all a sort of a negative or a sort of unwanted situation. On the contrary, it is something which has long been our objective.
But tell me, Dr. Jaishankar, as you take a moment to drink water, you've been part of many bilateral negotiations, trade negotiations in the past. These things take time. You said we're hopeful that the BTA will be wrapped up by the fall. Two things. What happens if it doesn't and if it takes longer than that? And two, how confident are you that you can actually wrap it up by the fall?
Well, I've always wondered why it takes such a long time. Frankly, I've never figured it out.
You tell us.
No, I've never figured it out because, I see, we have trade negotiations which have been going on for decades. And the negotiators meet, I think, every 6 months or 3 months or 4 months. And I wonder why. I mean, if I were doing a negotiation, I'd be at it till I got the job done. And I think today, when I look back at the last, since the Prime Minister's visit, I'd say mid-Feb, so we're about 6 weeks since then, we've actually had multiple rounds in this period. I think we've had more periods, discussions with the Americans in the last 6 weeks than I suspect we've had with the Europeans in the last 2 years.
Wow. More discussions with the US in the last 6 weeks than what you've had with Europe in 2 years. But you're also sort of accelerating the FTA talks with EU, with UK and so on. Do you think that, this is a 35,000 feet view question, do you reckon that Mr. Trump, by doing what he's doing, is forcing other countries to, start trading more with each other and start, processing these FTAs in a quicker fashion?
Look, you are attributing everything in a way to President Trump. I understand why. But I want you to look at it for a moment from an Indian perspective.
Sure.
Okay? Let us say, since the beginning of reform, 1990s, in 30 years, what are your FTA agreements? They're largely to the economies east of India, with the ASEAN, with ASEAN members, with Japan, with Korea, Australia, which is not the same. Now, where are actually your many of these are competitive economies.
Yeah.
Okay? In fact, with most of these countries, we are running today trade deficits. Now, where is the natural growth potential for our exports? It's to the countries west of us. It's in the Gulf, it's in Europe, it's in the UK, it's in the United States, possibly in Latin America. And actually, those are the agreements which have lagged behind. So it's been our endeavor, I can tell you. I mean, from 2014, for example, we've been pressing the Europeans saying, look, can we re-engage, because we had stopped engaging. Then after Brexit, we responded very quickly to the UK's interest in reaching an agreement. We see an opportunity, in the current situation vis-a-vis the United States. These are, to me, really the priorities which we should be doing. We should be doing it in our own interest, not because some other president of another country says he's created a situation.
I want to talk a little bit about Europe, because you had sort of become a bit of a lightning rod for them about talking about oil imports from Russia, saying how can you import from a country that's gone into war and invaded and so on. And you've laid out very articulately for India and for the rest of the world what India's position is. Now the same Europeans are scampering for an FTA with India. Do you see a double standard there? Or
No. I think you're being unfair to Europe. Yes, you're being unfair to Europe. I think the Europeans were serious about an FTA earlier. It's just we haven't seen that kind of urgency. Maybe their way of working is different. So I can't expect everybody to be the same. So they take, typically they have taken much longer periods between interacting with each other. My point is that, Europe today, I think, realizes the importance of deeper ties with India and the relevance of the FTA for that purpose. We had in the end of February, 21 European commissioners led by President von der Leyen visiting India. Very unique happening. Not just for India, even for them. They don't normally do that. I think there's a very serious message coming out of Europe saying we want to move forward on this. We welcome it, we reciprocate it, and I'm pretty confident that just as we are seeing a very intense engagement with the United States, and by the way with the UK as well, I expect the pace to pick up with Europe. We have an aspirational goal. We'd like to close out the FTA this year. But, you know, when we get there, we'll see.
I want to talk about the neighborhood. Last time you were here at the summit, the big concern, the big talking point was the relationship with China, and you had said that the relationship is not normal. And, we need to deal with the situation at the border for the relationship to become normal. Now, there's been a disengagement process. The Prime Minister has met with the Chinese President. You've met with your counterpart, I think, on a couple of occasions since then. How would you describe the state of the relationship with China? How far away from normal is it?
Well, it's obviously better than the last time I was here. Sure. I think the disengagement, particularly the
Welcome back, everyone. How are you all doing after that refreshing and rejuvenating tea session? How's everyone doing? Let's hear it. We are waiting for that next session to begin. All right. I get a heads up. Okay. So, distinguished guests, let's now head to Bihar, the pole-bound state. All roads in Bharat's politics are now leading towards Bihar, where a potentially high-octane assembly election is due in October and November. So what's driving the ruling NDA's, in fact, bullishness about its prospects? Who better to talk to about this than Sanjay Jha, who is the National Working President of the JDU, also MP in the Rajya Sabha and former cabinet minister in the Bihar government. So ladies and gentlemen, let's hear his insights on Bihar's growth story and its leadership with the centre and electoral chances in the state elections for a session titled Bonding with Centre, Boom Time for Bihar. He will be in conversation with Amish Devgan. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Amish, all yours.
कई बार कुछ अच्छा होने वाला होता है तो उससे पहले थोड़ी शांति हो जाती है, तो माइक ने वही किया। यानी ये सेशन बहुत जोरदार रहेगा, क्योंकि पहली बार में माइक नहीं चला और दूसरी बारी में चला, तो सोचिए सेशन कैसा रहेगा। तो जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करिए संजय कुमार झा का, नेशनल वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट और जेडीयू के मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है राज्यसभा के। जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन है। और ये सेशन बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि बिहार में चुनाव भी है और दिल्ली में भी गठबंधन वाली सरकार है। तो संजय झा जी, अगर मैं विपक्ष की भाषा को पकड़ूं तो ये जो सेंटर में करंट सरकार है ये बैसाखी की सरकार है। तो एक तो टीडीपी आंध्रा में और बिहार में जेडीयू, तो ये जो बैसाखी की सरकार है ये ठीक चल रही है? आप खुश हैं, संतुष्ट हैं?
बिल्कुल मजबूत सरकार चल रही है और ये बैसाखी की सरकार नहीं है। ये प्री पोल अलायंस में हम लोग साथ चुनाव लड़े और नरेंद्र मोदी जी को तीसरी बार देश के लोगों ने वोट देके प्रधानमंत्री बनाया और हम लोग का बिल्कुल परफेक्ट अलायंस चल रहा है और ये डबल इंजन की सरकार है। केंद्र में भी हम लोग हैं और बिहार में भी हम लोग साथ चुनाव सरकार चल रही है वहां पर।
जी, चलिए पूरी कहानी शुरू से शुरू करते हैं। पहले जो जेडीयू थी वो बीजेपी के साथ थी, फिर जेडीयू जो थी वो आरजेडी और कांग्रेस के साथ चली गई, फिर जेडीयू जो थी वो फिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी यानी एनडीए में वापस आ गई। ये उलट पलट और फिर पलटना हमने फिल्मों में तो देखा था, मतलब शाहरुख खान की फिल्मों में, लेकिन राजनीति में ये पहली बार देखा। कैसे हुआ, कैसे किया और किसने किया? सब कहते हैं आपने किया।
नहीं, मैं इतना आपको बता सकता हूं कि बीजेपी जेडीयू एक नेचुरल अलायंस रहा है और हम लोग 25 साल से साथ, इवन मोर देन 25 साल साथ रहे हैं। और बिहार में भी जब चेंज आया 2005 में नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनी तो बीजेपी जेडीयू दोनों ने मिलकर सरकार बनाई या उस समय सरकार बनती और लगातार साथ ही रहे। बीच में जरूर एक दो बार ये हुई, लेकिन इस बार मुख्यमंत्री जी ने भी कहा है और बिल्कुल हम लोग साथ हैं। पॉलिटिक्स में कभी कभी कुछ चीजें होती हैं लेकिन वो फाइनलिटी नहीं है। लेकिन बिहार की जनता ने जब हम लोग साथ आए उसके बाद लोकसभा का चुनाव हुआ तो बिहार की जनता ने इस अलायंस पर अपनी मोहर लोकसभा चुनाव में लगा दिया।
पर मोहर तो पहले भी लगी थी और तब भी आप अलग हो गए थे, लेकिन इस बार संभव कैसे हो पाया? उसके पीछे की कहानी अगर आप पूरी बताना चाहें तो अच्छा रहेगा, क्योंकि देश जानना चाहेगा। ये जो आपके दिल की बात है आप बोल सकते हैं आज।
नहीं, मैंने कहा ना कि नेचुरल अलायंस रहा है और एक दूसरे से व्यक्तिगत रिलेशन भी रहे हैं लोगों में। और जिस अलायंस को लेकर के नीतीश कुमार जी देश भर में घूम रहे थे, वो अलायंस बने, उसको इनिशिएट कर रहे थे, तो उसमें लग गया उनको भी एक स्टेज के बाद कि इस अलायंस का कुछ होना नहीं है, इसमें कोई ऐसा नहीं है जो कोई विजन लेके कुछ चल रहा है देश के लिए। आपसी कंफ्यूजन भी बहुत सारा था, तो उसके बाद कॉल लिया गया कि नहीं, हम लोग जो पुराना हम लोगों का अलायंस रहा है, जो हमारे स्टेट के लिए भी अच्छा है और जो केंद्र में भी लोग हैं बीजेपी की तरफ से, उन लोगों का भी था कि नहीं साथ आ जाना चाहिए। तो वो फिर हो गया जनवरी 2024 में साथ आने का।
24 का जो वो अलायंस था, अगर वो कहते हैं वो अलायंस ना हुआ होता तो बीजेपी की सरकार ना बन पाती इस बार केंद्र में।
बिहार में तो हम लोगों ने बहुत अच्छा किया।
वही सीटें आई तभी 240 बीजेपी पहुंची और एनडीए 293 पहुंचा, 293 पहुंचा।
बिहार में हम लोगों ने बहुत अच्छा किया, लेकिन हाँ ये जरूर है कि उस समय एक जो उन लोगों ने चलाया था संविधान को लेकर के, वो कहीं न कहीं वो कंफ्यूजन उन लोगों ने जरूर कुछ जगह आपको फैलाया, लेकिन बिहार में ये बात सब नहीं चल पाई।
पर बिहार में नहीं चला, बगल के राज्य उत्तर प्रदेश में चल गया, महाराष्ट्र में चल गया, ऐसा क्यों?
बिहार में जो सरकार चल रही है नीतीश कुमार के नेतृत्व में, वहां ये सब कंफ्यूजन आप पैदा नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि 19 साल का जो ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड उनका है उसमें उन सब वर्गों के लिए जो काम किया है, ट्रस्ट है लोगों का इस सरकार के ऊपर। कोशिश बहुत हुई लेकिन ये चीज कभी वहां चल नहीं पाया इस चीज।
जी चलिए, मैं अब प्रधानमंत्री कल राइजिंग भारत के मंच पर थे और जो प्रधानमंत्री ने पहली बार बोला वो वक्फ के लिए बोला और कहा कि ये गरीब मुसलमानों के हक की बात है, ये पसमानदा मुसलमानों के हक की बात है। लेकिन वक्फ पर सपोर्ट के लिए आपको यानी जेडीयू को और टीडीपी को सॉफ्ट टारगेट बनाया जा रहा है, इसको आप किस तरह से देखते हैं?
देखिए, ये जब बिल आया उस समय खास करके जेडीयू की बात मैं कह सकता हूं, जेडीयू में हम लोगों का ये जरूर था कि ये जेपीसी में जाना चाहिए, कि ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी में जाना चाहिए, एक वाइडर डिस्कशन हो, कंसल्टेशन हो और उसके बाद ये आना चाहिए। और ये हुआ, जेपीसी में पूरा इस पर डिस्कशन हुआ, लंबा इस पर मीटिंग चला, बहुत सारे स्टेक होल्डर को बुलाया गया और बिहार में हमारे मुख्यमंत्री के पास इस समुदाय के बहुत सारे लोग, बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन के लोग वो करके मिले, अपना कंसर्न बताया और उस मीटिंग में मैं भी था और हम लोगों ने यही कहा कि जिस जो क्लॉज है उसका, उसमें आपको जिस भी बिंदु पे लगता है कि आपके इंटरेस्ट के खिलाफ है या नहीं होना चाहिए, वो सब बात आप हम लोगों को दीजिए और हम लोग के जो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं जेपीसी में, उन बहुत सारी बातों को एकोमोडेट किया गया।
आप लोगों को तो पॉलिटिकल धमकी दी जा रही है कि अब आपने वक्फ का समर्थन किया है तो अंजाम भुगतने के लिए तैयार रहिए, पॉलिटिकल अंजाम भुगतने के लिए तैयार रहिए।
मुझे नहीं लगता है कि इसका कोई,
कई मुस्लिम संगठनों ने बोला
नहीं, इसका कोई असर इन सब चीजों पे पड़ेगा, क्योंकि हम लोग बिहार में भी देख रहे हैं। आपको पता है कि बिहार में ही अकेला प्रदेश है जहां जातीय गणना हुई है।
बिल्कुल।
आज लोग प्रवचन दे रहे हैं, लेकिन वो कभी करा नहीं पाए जहां उनको मौका मिला। अकेला स्टेट है जहां,
पर राहुल गांधी तो उस जातीय जनगणना को आजकल मान ही नहीं रहे।
हाँ, उनको कुछ पता ही नहीं है, वो क्यों मानेंगे? उनको क्या जानकारी है जातीय गणना के बारे में? उनको अपने कास्ट के बारे में नहीं मालूम है।
अब कह रहे राहुल गांधी को अपनी कास्ट के बारे में
क्या
नहीं
मालूम है उनको क्या आइडिया है इस सब चीज का?
वो गांधी हैं,
गांधी तो सबसे ऊपर है, उनको क्या जातीय गणना के बारे में आइडिया?
तो खुद अपने आप को ब्राह्मण
बिहार
कहते हैं।
में साइंटिफिक
दत्तात्रेय ब्राह्मण,
हाँ, कह सकते हैं। अब वो क्या बोलते हैं पब्लिक को समझ में नहीं आती है, जनता को समझ में नहीं आती उनकी बात। लेकिन जातीय गणना बिहार अकेला प्रदेश है जो कराया। ये तो सरकार में थे तो क्यों नहीं उस समय बोले कि ये सही नहीं है? हम लोग के साथ थे ना
जी।
तो कहाँ बोले?
मैं फिर वक्फ पर आता हूं। वक्फ को लेकर जो आपको सॉफ्ट टारगेट किया जा रहा है, और कुछ खबरें भी आई कि आपके कुछ नेता छोड़ के चले गए हैं।
तो वही बता रहा हूं, उसमें जो मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी का 73% बिहार में पसमानदा मुस्लिम है, जिसको आप अति पिछड़ा मुस्लिम कहते हैं।
बिल्कुल।
जो गरीब मुसलमान है, तो उनके लिए आज तक वो वक्फ से क्या हुआ, उनको क्या मदद मिला? लेकिन अब जो ये आया है, निश्चित रूप से हमको लगता है कि जो वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी है, होना काम मुस्लिम समुदाय के बीच में ही है जो काम होना है, तो उनमें मैं देखता हूं कि नहीं अप्रिसिएशन है कि नहीं। अब जो जेन्युइन लोग हैं, जो सही में गरीब है, उनके बीच में ये पैसा लगेगा। कोई हॉस्पिटल नहीं बना, कोई स्कूल नहीं खुला, हम लोग तो नहीं देख रहे हैं पूरे बिहार में कहीं खुला हो वक्फ के पैसा से, उन लोगों के लिए ही। तो इसका फायदा हमको लगता है मिलेगा धीरे धीरे।
लेकिन ये कुछ नेताओं को ये जिसे कहते हैं, खासतौर पर विपक्ष के नेताओं को ये पच नहीं रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी मुसलमानों के बारे में सोच रही है। ये दिक्कत ये है, प्रिसेप्शन ऐसा है।
अब ये तो क्योंकि भावना भड़का के वोट मिलता रहा, काम तो कभी किए नहीं। अगर मोदी जी का यूनिवर्सल पॉलिसी से अगर हर एक समुदाय को फायदा हो रहा है तो ये बात नहीं बोलेंगे वो। अगर वो सबको मदद मिल रही है, अगर आयुष्मान योजना है सबको मदद मिल रही है, ये बात नहीं बोलेंगे। अभी तक भावना भड़का के ही ये लोग करते रहे, और मुझे लगता है कि धीरे धीरे उन लोगों को भी समझ में आ जाएगा। और चुनाव बिहार में है, इससे भी थोड़ा आइडिया लगेगा आपको।
जी, लेकिन आपको लगता है कि आपकी पार्टी में वक्फ पर जो आपने समर्थन दिया उस पर सहमति है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है?
नहीं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। मैं तो बताया कि वाइडर
राजद बार बार कहती है कि तूफान आने वाला है जनता दल यूनाइटेड में।
देखिए, कुछ मुद्दा है नहीं उनके पास। उनको भी पता है कि दीवार पे लिखावट क्या है, चुनाव का रिजल्ट क्या होने वाला है। वो अपना चिंता करें, हम लोगों की चिंता करने, हमारे पार्टी की चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है।
जी, मैं बिहार के, आपने चुनाव का जिक्र किया तो एक सवाल मन में आ रहा है बार बार कि नीतीश कुमार क्या अगले 5 साल मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे बिहार के, अगर सरकार चुनकर आती है तो?
भाई, नीतीश कुमार अभी पिछले 1.5 महीना से पूरा प्रदेश घूम रहे थे।
जी।
जब 4 डिग्री टेम्परेचर था तो वो नॉर्मली पटना से ही सरकार चलता है, कहाँ मुख्यमंत्री जाता है। पूरा प्रदेश में प्रगति यात्रा घूम रहे थे, पूरा अभी असेंबली में उनका रहा है, और डेली कहीं न कहीं कार्यक्रम में जाता है।
क्या नीतीश जी एनडीए के मुख्यमंत्री कैंडिडेट हैं?
नीतीश जी के ही नेतृत्व में चुनाव होगा तो स्वाभाविक है वही मुख्यमंत्री कैंडिडेट।
अगले 5 साल चुन के आते तो वही रहेंगे?
हाँ, ऑब्वियसली, तो उसमें कहाँ डाउट है।
क्योंकि एक एग्जांपल शिंदे जी का है कि नेतृत्व में उनके चुनाव हुआ, बन गए फडणवीस जी।
वहां पर क्या हुआ वो तो मैं नहीं कह सकता हूं, लेकिन पिछले 2020 से 2025 तक 20 में भी हम लोगों की संख्या कम थी। और ये भी सच है, मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा था बीजेपी के लोगों को, प्रधानमंत्री जी को कहा था कि भाई बीजेपी अपना मुख्यमंत्री बना।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि नहीं, आप ही के नेतृत्व में चुनाव हुआ है, आप ही बनेंगे। ये सच है।
एक कहा जाता है कि जिसकी जितनी संख्या बारी उसकी उतनी हिस्सेदारी। तो ऐसा तो नहीं होगा कि बीजेपी का नंबर इस बार ज्यादा आएगा तो बीजेपी बोलेगी पिछली बार तो हमने छोड़ा था, इस बार नहीं छोड़ेंगे?
नंबर किसका क्या आएगा, अभी भी तो हम लोग लड़े ना
जी।
17 सीट बीजेपी लड़ी, 16 सीट हम लोग रहे, दोनों का संख्या बराबर आया, 12 आया।
तो ये आप कह रहे हैं कि इस बार भी
विधानसभा
में बराबर
कह नहीं रहा होगा कि रिजल्ट जो भी होगा, दोनों का रिजल्ट बेहतर होगा, दोनों साथ ही सरकार बनाएंगे, उसमें कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं।
तो टिकटों का बंटवारा तय हो गया है कि, क्योंकि 5 पार्टियां एनडीए में?
नहीं, कोई अभी तो हम लोग लड़े ना लोकसभा चुनाव,
विधानसभा की मैं बात
मैं कह रहा हूं, तो कोई विवाद सुने क्या आप टिकट को लेकर? ऐसे ही विधानसभा में ये स्मूथली हो जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
आप कह रहे हैं कि टिकट का बंटवारा हो गया है या अभी होगा?
अभी इतना अर्ली थोड़ी होता है, नवंबर में चुनाव है, तो जब समय आएगा उस समय टिकट का बंटवारा हो जाएगा।
तो जेडीयू की हिस्सेदारी बढ़ी रहेगी उसमें?
वो सब तो उस समय तय होगा, और जेडीयू एक महत्वपूर्ण पार्टी है, इंपॉर्टेंट पार्टी है इस अलायंस का, इसलिए कोई दिक्कत नहीं है
जी। लेकिन बिहार की राजनीति को अगर हम देखते हैं तो उसमें कटुता कभी नहीं रही है, लेकिन हाल फिलहाल में हमने जो बिहार के सदन में देखा, नीतीश जी और तेजस्वी यादव के बीच में, राबड़ी देवी और नीतीश जी के बीच में, उसको आप किस तरह से देखते हैं? क्योंकि राजद का कहना है, आरजेडी का कहना है कि बहुत गलत टिप्पणी करी गई थी राबड़ी जी पर।
ऐसा तो उन्होंने कुछ कहा नहीं, वो तो परिवारवाद पर बोल रहे थे
जी,
कि भाई जब मौका मिला तो लालू जी थे और उसके बाद अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला तो अपने परिवार के बाहर नहीं जाने दिए, उस बैकग्राउंड में वो बात कर रहे थे। और दूसरा वो बोल रहे थे जिसको कि ये लोग दूसरे तरीके से प्रेजेंट करते हैं, कुछ सच्चाई बताना भी चाहिए कि नीतीश कुमार जी को जब बिहार मिला तो उस बिहार में सड़क कितना था आपको पता है? बिहार में अपहरण उद्योग के अलावा कोई चर्चा नहीं होता था। अच्छे डॉक्टर भाग गए, उद्योगपति भाग गए बिहार से, ये सब सच्चाई है जो आ करके आजकल प्रवचन देते हैं। तो बिहार में लोग अच्छा घर नहीं बनाते थे, पैसा रहते हुए गाड़ी नहीं खरीदते थे डर से उस बिहार में, और वहां से बिहार को लेकर के 18-19 साल में नीतीश कुमार जी ने पूरा ट्रांसफॉर्म कर दिया उस स्टेट को। वो सही में नए बिहार के आर्किटेक्ट वही हैं। आज बिहार में आप जाइएगा, कनेक्टिविटी के मामले में, रोड के मामले में प्रॉब्ली वन ऑफ द बेस्ट स्टेट है, रूरल एरिया में भी जाइएगा तो।
जी, आपने गाड़ी की बात करी, बंगले की बात करी, तो तेजस्वी यादव को मैं कोट कर रहा हूं। तेजस्वी यादव ने कहा कि नीतीश कुमार की सरकार 20 साल पुरानी कार जैसी है जिसकी अब मार्केट में वैल्यू खत्म हो रही है। उन्होंने कहा कि बिहार में युवाओं को मौका मिलना चाहिए, बदलाव आ सके। तो वो बेसिकली इशारा कर रहे हैं कि अब नई गाड़ी मेरी है, आजा मेरी गाड़ी में बैठ जा।
नई गाड़ी उनका कहा, उनकी गाड़ी वही है
जी
जो शोरूम से लोग गाड़ी उठा लेते थे, पता है ना, उसी गाड़ी के पार्ट है, शोरूम से गाड़ी उठा लेते थे।
पर वो नीतीश जी की गाड़ी को पुराना कह रहे हैं।
नीतीश जी की गाड़ी मर्सिडीज गाड़ी है, उनको बता दीजिएगा, और वो इतनी मजबूत गाड़ी है जो बिहार की जनता बार बार, उनको पता है बिहार के जनता को कि किस गाड़ी में बैठना है, तो उसी में बिहार की जनता उन्हीं के गाड़ी में, वो तो टाइम एंड अगेन प्रूव हो गया ना। देखिए ये सब बात बोल करके एक जो लेगेसी वो लेके चले हैं और उनको लगता है उससे वो बच नहीं सकते हैं, ये ट्रुथ है।
अच्छा, ये जो नई पार्टी आई है जन स्वराज पार्टी प्रशांत किशोर जी की, इसको आप किस तरफ जाता हुआ देख रहे हैं? कहीं ये खेल आपका बिगाड़ ना दे, क्योंकि आकलन किया जा रहा है कि ये वो वोट लेगी जो बीजेपी और जेडीयू लेती है और युवाओं का वोट ले सकती है।
हमको
कहीं महंगा ना पड़ जाए। मुझे बगल का राज्य झारखंड था, वहां पे भी एक नई पार्टी आई जो बीजेपी का खेल बिगाड़ के चली गई।
ग्राउंड पे तो हम लोगों को नहीं कुछ दिखता है। ग्राउंड पे लोगों को पता है कि डबल इंजन की सरकार है, लोगों को पता है कि अभी जो 2 बजट सेंटर में आया 2024 और 25 को
जी,
उसमें बिहार के लिए विशेष ध्यान प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रखा। लोगों को पता है कि एक गोल्डन टाइम है बिहार के लिए, कि बिहार में भी इन्वेस्टमेंट आ रहा है, बिहार में भी इंडस्ट्री आ रहा है, बिहार में भी आपको पता है देश का सबसे बड़ा जो 7 लाख स्कूल बैग्स हर एक मंथ बिहार के मुजफ्फरपुर में बनता है। अब मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री में बिहार अच्छा कर रहा है, तो चीजें ग्राउंड पर काफी बदल रही हैं बिहार में, तो लोग वो टेस्ट कर चुके हैं।
प्रशांत किशोर को आप किस तरह से आंकते हैं?
मैं बता रहा हूं ना कि मुझे ग्राउंड पे नहीं कुछ दिखता।
पर रणनीतिकार तो बड़े हैं, वो तो चुनाव जितवाने का दावा करते हैं।
चुनाव जितवाने का दावा कर सकते हैं, लेकिन खुद जब राजनीति में आने पर वो रणनीति कितनी चलती है तो वो तो मुझे तो ग्राउंड पे नहीं दिखता है, क्योंकि अभी बाय इलेक्शन भी हुआ था 4 असेंबली में, तो मुझे तो नहीं कुछ ग्राउंड पे दिख रहा है।
कई बार गाड़ी स्टार्ट होने में टाइम लेती है, फिर आगे बढ़ जाती है। अरविंद केजरीवाल एक बड़ा एग्जांपल है दिल्ली के अंदर।
हाँ,
नई पार्टी लेकर आए थे, खेल बिगाड़ दिया।
सब जगह केजरीवाल रिप्लिकेट नहीं हो सकता है ना, और बिहार एक डिफरेंट बॉल गेम है, बिहार को थोड़ा स्टडी करना चाहिए। और
अच्छा, एक सवाल, जब बीजेपी इस बार जीत के आई थी तो बीजेपी का नंबर कम था, 240 था। उसके बाद बीजेपी ने हरियाणा जीता, जो कि बहुत असंभव नजर आ रहा था, फिर महाराष्ट्र जीता और दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल का किला भी भेद दिया फाइनली। तो क्या आपको लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो पॉलिटिकल सेटबैक सीटों के लिहाज से देखा, उसके बाद एनडीए क्या कमबैक कर रहा है? क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एनडीए की सरकार है, गठबंधन की सरकार है, क्या कारण आपको दिखाई देता है जो नंबर सेंटर में नहीं मिले वो उससे बेहतर नंबर स्टेट्स में मिल रहे हैं?
मुझे जो मैंने कहा
कारण क्या दिखता है?
मुझे लगता है कि एक नैरेटिव बनाने में विपक्ष सफल रहा संविधान को लेकर के। शायद बीजेपी के कुछ नेता भी वो अपॉर्चुनिटी दे दिए बोलने में, और वो नैरेटिव का नुकसान हुआ, मुझे व्यक्तिगत रूप से ये लगता है। और बाद में जब सरकार बन गई, लोगों ने देखा कि 11 साल से प्रधानमंत्री जी हैं और आज तक कोई संविधान या इस टाइप की बात, वो तो आगे बढ़ के उन सब चीज़ों को उन वर्गों के लिए काम करते हैं, वो नैरेटिव का हवा निकल गया। और उसका रिजल्ट ये हुआ कि जो आप महाराष्ट्र में देखे, जो आप हरियाणा में देखे, जो दिल्ली में देखे, तो वो बात खत्म हो गई। जो नैरेटिव एक कन्फ्यूजन की स्थिति लोकसभा चुनाव में हम लोग भी देख रहे थे कि एक कन्फ्यूजन फैलाने में सफल हुए थे।
जी, अगला सवाल श्रीमान राहुल गांधी के बारे में है। उनको आप किस तरह से देखते हैं एज ए लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन है? क्योंकि हाल ही में उन्होंने एक बयान दिया है, वो कई सारे बयान देते हैं, वो कहते हैं कि एक स्लीपर सेल कांग्रेस में एक्टिव है। अभी उन्होंने CWC की मीटिंग चल रही है अहमदाबाद में, उन्होंने कहा है कि हम दलित, मुसलमान और ब्राह्मण में उलझे रहे, ओबीसी साथ छोड़कर चले गए हैं। उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि हम मुस्लिमों की और अल्पसंख्यकों की बात करते हैं, इसलिए हमें कई बार मुस्लिम प्रस्त बोला जाता है, लेकिन ऐसे आरोपों से हम डरेंगे नहीं। अगर वो कह रहे हैं कि हमें कोई मुस्लिम प्रस्त कहता है तो कोई बात नहीं है, कैसे आंकते हैं?
देखिए, मैं तो अभी देख रहा था वक्फ पे लोकसभा में डिबेट हो रहा था, वो लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है, मुझे नहीं लगता कि एक वर्ड बोले भी वो लोकसभा में इस पर।
अब कह रहे थे उनको ज्ञान नहीं था उसके बारे में, कम जानकारी थी इसलिए।
कोई जानकारी सही में किसी विषय में जानकारी नहीं है, सिर्फ इसी विषय में नहीं, किसी विषय में उनको जानकारी नहीं है। अब बात करके देखिए ना 10 मिनट उनसे, कोई बात वो 15 मिनट आप।
लेकिन कांग्रेस तो कहती है जब राहुल गांधी सदन में बोलेंगे तो तूफान आ जाता है।
इतना दिन से तो 15 साल से लोग देख रहा है सदन में तूफान, कि कितना तूफान लाते हैं। देखिए
जी। अच्छा, एक कन्हैया कुमार का सवाल जरूर पूछना चाहूंगा। कन्हैया कुमार कांग्रेस के अब तो बिहार में बड़े नेता हो गए हैं। अब कन्हैया कुमार कह रहे हैं कि सड़कों का जाल इसलिए बजाया जा रहा है क्योंकि पानी पर नजर है।
अब आप सोच लीजिए किस माइंडसेट से और किस तरह की पार्टी है। बिहार में तो कुछ बचा नहीं इस पार्टी का, जो भी कुछ बचा खुचा इस चुनाव में खत्म हो जाएगा। बिहार में 6 लेन हाईवे, 3 हाईवे दिया गया है जो, और पूरा ट्रांसफॉर्म कर देगा। ऑलरेडी बहुत सारा हाईवे बना है बिहार के इन्वेस्टमेंट को लेकर के, बिहार के उद्योग को लेकर के, जो अभी 3 हाईवे 2 बजट में मिला है। तो मुझे नहीं लगता इसी टाइप का बात बोल करके, लार्जर चीज क्या है, इन दोनों पार्टी को पता है कि इस बार जो चुनाव होगा नवंबर में, बिहार का रिजल्ट क्या होने वाला है। उनको पता है कि नरेंद्र मोदी और नीतीश कुमार का ये कॉम्बिनेशन है, और ये जो काम बिहार में हो रहा है, कैसे कांग्रेस के लोगों ने कहा कि ये बजट देश का नहीं है, बिहार का बजट है। उनके पार्टी के नेताओं ने कहा जब बजट आया, तो उनके पार्टी का बिहार के लोगों को लेकर के क्या फीलिंग है, उससे ही आइडिया लगता है। बिहार को एक बड़ा समर्थन, बड़ा सहयोग केंद्र से मिल रहा है, और अगले 5 साल तक ये समर्थन मिलेगा बिहार को। बिहार ये मौका चूकना नहीं चाहता, इसलिए डबल इंजन की सरकार जो है वो बड़े मैंडेट से बिहार में चुनाव जीतेगी।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। लेकिन चलते चलते एक लाइन में अगर आप जवाब दे दें, नीतीश जी की हेल्थ ठीक है? क्योंकि बड़े सारे सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं उसके ऊपर।
नीतीश जी का हेल्थ बिल्कुल ठीक है, वो पूरे प्रदेश में घूम रहे हैं, पूरे विधानसभा में एक्टिव रहे,
बिल्कुल स्वस्थ हैं,
बिल्कुल स्वस्थ
क्योंकि कई सारे विपक्ष आरोप लगा रहा है।
अरे अब आज के डेट में आप देखते हैं कितना तरह का, अब चुनाव है, कितना तरह का नैरेटिव बनाया जाता है, कितना तरह का। हम तो देखते हैं कैसे, क्या है बोलते हैं उसको, एआई का युग आ गया।
एआई का युग आ गया। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया
बनाते हैं। ठीक है, थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अपना समय देने के लिए संजय जी।
Thank you, Mr. Jha. Thank you, Amish. Let's now shift our focus to the exciting world of sports. Ladies and gentlemen, India's rise as a global powerhouse is not just limited to the economic and foreign policy spheres. Our nation is making waves in the sporting arena as well. And we are not just talking Olympics here. Everywhere. It's not just restricted to cricket. Everywhere we are seeing how Indians are making waves when it is about the global stage. You name it and you have a favorite when it is about your favorite sporting star. So from the cricket pitch to badminton court, India's athletes are shining bright. But as we all know, there's still much to be achieved. With a population of 1.4 billion, the potential for growth is immense. Now, don't you agree with us? Do you? Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our sporting legends that are going to be here very, very shortly. But let's also hear it from you guys, as we need to know whether you are excited about this next session that we are now just about to begin. So to discuss what we're talking about here and how do we build a more evolved sports environment that can help our athletes thrive and bring home those coveted medals, that is up for discussion today. And to discuss that and more, I'm delighted to introduce our esteemed panelists who share their expertise and insights on how to create a robust sports ecosystem that nurtures talent, promotes excellence and brings glory to our nation. So please join me in welcoming Abhinav Bindra, Olympic gold medalist and founder of the Abhinav Bindra Foundation. Deepti Bopaya, CEO, Go Sports Foundation, and Aparna Popat, two-time Olympian, Arjuna Awardee and co-founder All Is Well app. Let's dive into the discussion on sprinting towards Viksit Bharat, building an evolved sports ecosystem. They are in conversation with Shireen Bhan. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Shireen, over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be back here on the Rising India stage with three very eminent speakers here who have many achievements to their credit. Abhinav Bindra, of course, needs no introduction. Aparna Popat has taken India to the global stage as well, and Deepti Bopaya is hoping to take many more athletes from India and make them global stars. So Abhinav, Deepti and Aparna, many thanks for joining us here this evening. You know, when we were introducing you, Abhinav, the fact of the matter is that there are only two individual goals that India still has. So is it a bittersweet moment for you when you're introduced as one of India's only two Olympic goals?
I'm going to evade and dodge this question. This panel has no gender equity here, so why don't you direct, it's ladies first, so please direct your first question to the eminent ladies on the panel, please. Because it's a tough question to answer.
I thought you were a shooter. You're playing football. This is a pass that you're making at the start. At the start, already a Pele pass. You've changed. Okay, fine. We're going to go to Aparna then. Aparna, let me start by asking you, as I was pointing out, a bittersweet moment there when we talk about what we've been able to achieve as far as our sporting aspirations and our sporting ambitions are concerned. As someone who has been in sport and someone who is now looking at sport from a different lens, what do you believe is broken? What do you believe we need to fix?
Well, I think, thinking back from my days to now, a lot has changed in sport, and kudos to, what India has managed to put together, whether you look at policies, whether you look at schemes, whether you look at the budget that has tripled in the last decade or so. You look at things like infrastructure, you look at the academies that have come up, and a lot of it, I thought, at least at my time, would never have been possible. But we've got our act together there, right?
I want to interrupt you there because this is an interesting anecdote, because Aparna and I were chatting and she said that she had made a checklist after the 2012 games, that, what is it that India must do and what was it that India has been able to achieve, and on that checklist, where do we stand today?
Well, I think everything has been checked off that list.
Really?
Which means we've managed to put whatever we thought at that point together. So I think we're right there with the macro sort of view of sport. We've put in the big bricks in place, and I feel now is the time to look at more micro. And if we do that, I'm sure, since now we have a sort of a structure and an understanding of sport, and there are a lot of great minds that have come together to put this together, right? With, of course, support from the government and, corporates and the CSR activities that are happening. I think we just need to get the micro pieces in order and we will be able to shine.
So I'll get to what the micro fixes are that you believe we need to prioritize. But Deepti, I want to talk to you. Aparna saying that, look, a lot of distance has been covered. Not to say that there isn't a long journey to be made. But when we're talking about India's Olympic aspirations, we're talking about 2036. I was having a conversation with Vijay Amritraj here on this stage yesterday. And his point was, great, we must aspire to host the Olympics. But we must also aspire to break into the top 5. We're 71 as of today. How do we get even remotely close to that aspiration of being top 20, top 10, top 5?
It's interesting that Aparna has laid out this 2012 vision to where we are now. And if you look at 2036, we're not too far away.
No.
We should have started work already. But when you look at the number of events that India actually participates in at the Olympics or the Paralympics, out of the 33, 34 events, we participate only in 14 or 15. So we are expecting medals from the few events that we participate, and events like athletics, cycling, fencing, which have so many medals at stake, we don't even send people into those events. So I think if we want to host the Olympics, we have to look at the events that we're good at, the sports we're good at, and go really deep into it, into the grassroots. We were talking sometime earlier about it's not our current set of athletes, it's much younger athletes who we need to be working on. And what are those events that we're looking at?
So to the point that Abhinav was making before we came onto stage, that for 2036, we've got to find the 8-year-olds and the 10-year-olds. How do we find the 8-year-olds and the 10-year-olds? Is the system that we have today geared up to finding the 8-year-olds and the 10-year-olds who are going to be competing in 2036? Do we have a system problem, or is the system functioning?
I think our system currently is focusing on the elite, on the top. It was important for India to show that it's possible. I think Abhinav did that beautifully when we believed that we cannot win an individual gold medal. I think he showed that it's possible. And I think for all, different countries, you need to show that there is hope. So when you look at elite athletes, you have to show that it's possible. And I think we've built that model really well, where you have a few role models in many sports that we talk about. But now when you look and go deeper into each of those sports, you don't have the middle or the junior athletes. So I think now we need to flip our model a little bit. While we focus on our elite, also keep going down the pyramid and focus on the ladder. And also, most importantly, show that sport doesn't sit out of our general world. The athletes are going to come from people who just move and have physical activity, and then elite sport happens. It's not going to just come out of somewhere, some talented athletes.
Yes, it doesn't operate in a vacuum. It has to be part of culture. It has to be part of the mindset. Now, are you going to take the question?
We'll try.
Okay. So, Abhinav, to the point that was made there by Aparna, that we've got the building blocks perhaps more or less in place, that now we need to fix the micros. To Deepti's point, that look, the system needs to start to identify the missing middle. And that's not just a case as far as the sports business is concerned. I think the missing middle is a story for a lot of sectors in India, whether it's SMEs and so on and so forth. How do we fix the missing middle? How do we find the missing middle? And on the micro issue, what do you believe we need to prioritize today?
I think we have to start looking at sport a little bit differently. I think so far we've looked at the role of sport from a very narrow perspective. Our relationship as a society with sport has been pretty transactional in nature.
You win a medal, we celebrate you, and then we forget it.
We support athletes, and athletes win. I think as a country, I'm not quite sure if we love sport as of today.
Cricket?
No, wait a minute.
But with the exception of cricket.
1 minute. Patience.
Yes, sir.
I think we are in love with winning in sport. Okay? But we have to truly fall in love with sport. And how do we do that? We do that, in my perspective, by starting to look at sport from a much larger lens on how sport can truly contribute meaningfully in nation building. How can sports' role be powerful in making
Viksit Bharat?
Yeah. So from a health perspective, let me start with that.
Yeah.
I mean, physical inactivity in India is at an all-time high. I think there's data, WHO data, to show that there are 200 million Indians who are physically completely inactive. So physical inactivity has to be, it's the role of sport to alleviate that and to get young India just simply moving. to make India a healthier country, not just physically, but also mentally. And the role that sport can truly play to make our society healthy is a massive role to play. The health of the nation has a direct impact on the economy of this country. You know, we are aspiring to be a global workforce. If we are not a healthy workforce, productivity levels are going to be severely affected.
No, and the out-of-pocket expenses. Indians spend money on healthcare. It's out-of-pocket expense.
Physical inactivity is already giving a massive rise to non-communicable diseases. So let us see how do we integrate sport into making India truly healthy physically and mentally.
But you know,
one aspect of it.
But how do you get people to fall in love with the idea of sport and not the idea of winning? Because, you know, and we're in the media also guilty of that. The emphasis is on the medals, the emphasis is on the winners, the emphasis on who's standing at the podium. How do we create a culture of falling in love with sport?
We have to mainstream policy in sport across the board. So I started with health. Education. I think the role of sport in education is massive to build a culture of sport. But also, you know, education is a space which is going to be disrupted massively in the years to come. Artificial intelligence is going to play a massive role, already starting to play. But what AI will never be able to do is imbibe values in young people. What is the role of sport? What young people learn on the field of play? It gives the most valuable life lessons that will be needed for Indians to thrive and be successful in different aspects of life. So the role of sport in education is massive. So policy in education, sport has to be mainstream. You know, we are in a stage in this country where there's massive work happening on urban development and, you know, infrastructure development across the country. How do we integrate community level sports development in that aspect? So mainstream sport in that. Women's empowerment, the role of women in sport. Sport can play a massive role in making girls more confident. You know, data shows, you know, when girls play sport, you know, when they are physically active, they're just more confident. And that is going to help not just make athletes, but just very successful women. So sport has to be mainstream. And when that starts to happen, I really feel that there will be much, much more momentum across the board in sport. So far, sport has developed in India in kind of silos. And it is a complicated, to be very honest, it is a complex subject. Sport is also a state subject. So a lot of grassroots sport development really depends on the role what states play and the respective states play in that. But when we start to really look at sport from all these aspects, we will increase the playing population of this country. We do say that we are a 1.4 billion population, but do we really know what is the playing population of this country? We need more people to just embrace sport, not to win in sport, but just to purely enjoy sport, to become healthier, to become happier, and to imbibe those wonderful values that sport brings. And when that starts to happen, I truly believe
the medals
will become a byproduct of this whole thing.
Absolutely. That will become the natural outcome if we do embrace sport in all its glory. And as you talked about, we'll talk about the values program that the Olympics, and you've brought that to India in just a second. But Aparna, you know, I know you believe that, like Abhinav, that sport is a metaphor for life. To take this point forward about, as a culture, as a society, as an economy, as a country, embracing sport, let's now address the micros. What are the micro-level interventions that are required today to enable this embracing of sport?
Yeah, I think just to take off from what Abhinav said, right, the culture of sport. And I believe that, you know, what is a culture of sport? What is a sporting culture, right? It's how we view and how we engage with sport. And while a lot of people understand that sport is good for you, and I believe there are two things that we need to get right if we want people to actually get into a sporting culture. One is the experiences they have in sport. So now I want to come into sport, you know, I'm really interested, but when I come in, you know, things are not as, you know, the ground's not good, or there's no coach available, or there's no So while I want to, but I don't have the access and I don't have a good experience, I'm not going to stick with it because there are plenty of other options that I have to, put my time into.
Fair enough.
And the second thing is how you dominate the sport. And that is the high performance part of it. When we see champions, from India, there's a certain kind of motivation and there's a certain kind of energy that you feel towards sport, which makes you or draws you to sport. And I think both are equally important to put into place. Speaking of the micros, and I'll speak of the high performance part of it. Now, we look at high performance, when you talk about a high performance athlete, it's a journey from the age of 8 or 10 that you start off, and you probably play the Olympics, when you're 18 or 20 or 22. And there's a pathway that you have to follow, and there are different blocks in that pathway. And those blocks have to be strengthened and become world class. Because if you take a very talented 10-year-old or 12-year-old and you put them into the system, but when they reach 16, when the sports science is not available to them, when the funding to go and play tournaments is not available to them, all your effort of those 6-8 years is gone to waste.
Yeah.
Right? So now that we know that we have an athletes, now we have an infrastructure, can we get deeper into it? Can we bring in more expertise? Can we fix these blocks so that not only will we have a pathway for these athletes, we'll also be not sorting only for talent, we'll be sorting for the system as well. And what that will also do is actually give us roadmaps that today, if we have played, say, the 2024 Olympics, I have a roadmap for the potential of 2028 when they go in, that they have some learnings to carry through.
Right.
So it translates and you actually make better use of funding will always be limited. Just because we're such a big country, there's so many sports that we have to play catch up on. But what I
the
would
disproportionate amount of money gets spent on cricket, so
let it. If they are dominating the sport and if they have shown, the IPL for example, it is an industry in itself. They've made it. Let it be.
Yeah.
Can we learn from it? Can we get anywhere close to it? Can we make properties? We do, right? We have the IPL, we have the Mumbai Marathon. They've just completed the 20th year of the Mumbai Marathon. Can we do it? Yes, we can do it. We need the continuity. We need to build that legacy. And for starters, I think the sports that we are good at, like Deepthi mentioned, and she's absolutely right, we don't participate in all the Olympic sports. So you can't expect our medal tally to, multiple.
Yeah.
But the sports like shooting, sports like wrestling, where we're traditionally very strong,
we should be dominating those.
We should be dominating those.
Yeah.
So at least fix those, guarantee your, double-digit number medals. And as we do that, simultaneously go and, build for more.
Yeah, Abhinav, you wanted to come in.
Just to expand on Aparna's point, I think she made a very important point.
You'll have to hold the microphone up.
On the experience young people have with sport. And there I would like to talk about their first experience of sport normally happens in a school and the role of PE teachers in schools. Unfortunately, the PE teacher in our school system, unfortunately, in the hierarchy of a school system, the PE teacher is really at the lowest ebb. Just compare that, go to the United States, which dominates the Olympic medal tally, number one probably. Who's the most popular person in a school there or in a college there?
The PE
sports
teacher. Yeah.
So we need to change that because that is the first experience a young person has in sport, and that role that PE teacher plays is massive and has a great consequence on what happens years down the road.
And builds that pathway that Aparna was talking about pretty much from the start of somebody even aspiring to get into sport, whether or not they eventually do. Deepthi, you wanted to come in.
So, as a country, we love the first rank, we love the gold medal, we are ready to spend so much of money when someone comes back with the medal. But if we were to put even 5 to 10% of that money, that as brands and as people who want to promote sport, put it into the training and development of athletes, and I'm not saying to become champions only, but even to, for all the reasons that we've just discussed, I think it's a shift in the mindset. Because today when you look at CSR, and an organization like us has hugely benefited thanks to CSR. Otherwise we had to go to people who
understood why sport is important. And that's such a small percentage of people in any room. It doesn't add up in the math. But when you talk about women, when you talk about inclusion, when you talk about disability, and you tie it into your larger sustainable goals, and we've been talking about it over yesterday and today about Rising Bharat.
Yeah.
If we want a set of young citizens of this country, which is probably, which has the largest population as well, how are we going to dominate if we don't have health in place? And if we can put it into that structure, I think there's so much that can happen. And the other point that we brought about high performance, right? When you look at a UK model, when you look at a US model, an Australia model, those models have worked because there's a culture of sport. And they have very clearly bifurcated community sport and high performance sport. And there are separate professional teams actually running these things. But in India, we're looking at everything together. Yes, the Target Olympic Podium Scheme is a great example of what we've been able to do and support. Nowhere else in the world it happens where you actually support your top talent. But what happens to the entire ladder? I think building that ladder out with keeping health as the main goal is going to be critical.
One of the other things I want to talk to Aparna and Abhinav, and I want an athlete's perspective on this as well. Since we're talking about building out this culture and this ecosystem that encourages sport, etc., what about on the administration side? Because, we've got umpteen examples of where the administration has faltered, where the administration has let down sport in many ways. How do we fix that? What can we do? Is it a question of more specialists? Is it a question of capital? Is it a question of independence? How do we fix administration?
I'll just come to that, just to expand on Deepti's point. She was at her diplomatic best. I'll try and be a little bit more frank. I think CSR money more has to come into long-term development projects. I think CSR sometimes is looked as extended marketing budgets. And I think that mindset also needs to change, because that is the only way to really develop the country in many different ways. And we've already talked about how the role of sport can be to develop education, to develop the health of that country. And I really hope that, corporates really look at that long-term play in mind and not just look at it as a marketing thing, because supporting...
So is it still being seen largely from the marketing lens?
You would know more of that.
I would not fully agree on that. Okay. At least the organizations, when you position, I think it's the role of people actually bringing in that money. Are you positioning it as, we'll get you a medal, or are you positioning it as a long-term benefit to cater to other elements? So I think it's a combination, and nation building, I think, is a big piece of it.
Yeah.
On your second point of governance, I think it's a critical point. Without proper governance, I think sport will never be able to achieve our fullest potential. We all complain about administration and the infighting that many federations have. But what is the alternative that we have in play? We do not have an alternative. We sometimes say that, athletes are going to become better administrators. And I'm not sure if that is always going to be the case. I think the root point is we have to build human capacity. We have to build human capacity in different segments of sport. Performance is one aspect, building the support systems that support athletes is one thing, but also the aspect of governance in trying to really build people who are the best minds that you can get, who are completely equipped to run a high performance environment.
Do we not have enough of the best minds that we require here in India? Do we need to import talent from outside?
I think the people are there. There's no reason that we don't have the people. The people just need to be empowered. And investment also needs to go into training people to govern sport well. Governance in sport will always have a political angle to it, and it is world over. There is politics in sport, in every sports federation, everywhere in the world. But then there is a professional setup which also comes into play, which takes care of the day-to-day running of sport. And we need to improve this aspect of it. Politics can continue
Yeah.
and can stay.
And that's a reality, as you point
It's
out,
a
that we have to
reality.
live with, and the world over,
Correct.
it's the way that sport functions. But Aparna, on this point of governance, on the point of capacity and capability building, we were talking about how do we deepen the pipeline of coaches? How do we bring in an ecosystem of coaching? I mean, what do you believe there in terms of the micro fixes that you were talking about is the need of the hour today?
Yeah, I think, one of the micro fixes again is, you look at coach education, or you look at, getting sports administrators ready, be it athletes or non-athletes, it doesn't matter. I think when you look at the larger scheme of things, they say quality people make people of quality, right? You want to make champions, and I'm not saying champions as in Olympic champions, I'm saying champions as in good human beings as well. Quality people will make people of quality. So how do you get those quality people in? Now, for that, there's an element of funding. There's an element of interest. Coming back to my point of, experience, it's not only the athletes who have a bad experience. It's also the fans. It's also the sponsors. And governance sometimes plays a part there.
Yeah.
Right? So when you're actually sorting and fixing the micro fixes, you need quality. Look, aspirations and goals don't bring you success. It's high standards that bring you success.
Yeah.
So unless we set our standards so high, and I'll just give you a small example from UK, in fact. So in 1996, Great Britain was number 36 in the Olympic medal tally. Come 2003, they got a high performance director for cycling. Agreed, they have cycling is their sport, and now he came in and he put in this concept of aggregation of marginal gains, basically saying that we'll make it 1% better in every portion of, our training, 1%, right? What translated then was in 2008, they got 60% of the gold medals at the Olympics. In 4 years later,
Yeah.
they had 7 world records. So just you need that 1% of quality, you need high standards
Absolutely.
across the board.
Across the board to make not just a marginal difference, but a significant impact, as you were pointing out. I'm going to end by asking each one of you, what was the moment that made you fall in love with sport, Aparna?
I think watching the Asian Games on TV as a 4-year-old.
Watching the Asian Games on TV, what was the moment for you?
I think for me it was watching Steffi Graf win that Grand Slam, being a fan of tennis, and Abhinav's gold medal, I think.
And Abhinav's gold medal. What was the moment for you, Abhinav Bindra?
I'm still in the process of falling in love.
Falling in love with sport. Abhinav Bindra, Deepti Bopaya, and Aparna Popat, many thanks for joining us here on the Rising Bharat Summit and taking us through what you believe India needs to focus on to truly embrace a culture of sporting and become a sporting nation as well, along with its aspiration of being an economic powerhouse. Appreciate you joining us here this evening. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Brindra, Ms. Bupaya, and Ms. Popat. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shireen. Ladies and gentlemen, now what is common among semiconductors, chip manufacturing, trains, railway stations, artificial intelligence, safety, data, and technology? Now, if you think that is a trick question, I'm just leading up to the next session. This next session is with a leader who is in charge of putting India on a fast track of speed, safety, and technology, literally. He's soft-spoken, affable, low-key, and a quintessential doer. He is an IS officer, an engineer. He is a career technocrat and has been at the forefront of complex infrastructural projects. If you have traveled on a train lately, you would have experienced the changes and you would know exactly what I mean. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ashwini Vaishnav, Minister of Railways, Information and Broadcasting, Electronics and Information Technology. He will be in conversation with Chandra Shrikant and Nalin Mehta for a session that's titled Future Perfect, Starting Up for New Bharat.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our guest tonight, Mr. Vaishnav, is one of the government's key technocrats alumnus of IIT Kanpur and Wharton, handled some of the government's key economic ministries and very important initiatives like those on AI, semiconductors, Vande Bharat, electronics. And Mr. Vaishnav, you had a very busy day today. There's been a cabinet meeting, a cabinet briefing, and I'm told you were at you're coming straight from the Rail Bhavan with meetings with railway officials. Thanks very much for making time for Rising Bharat, sir. Mr. Vaishnav, let me begin with what's occupying the minds of many people, which is around AI. There's a huge debate around AI around the world with around deep tech. You have said that our foundational AI model for India will be ready in, say, next 5 or 6 months. Are we on track for that, sir?
Absolutely, we are on track. See, if you look at the talent concentration that we have in our country, among the highest talent nations is India. When we look at how we are democratizing the access to AI GPUs, compute power, our model has been today appreciated by everybody, right? So we have already got 14,000 GPUs empaneled and another round getting soon. So combine these two, the talent as well as the compute power which is available for many people to use, this has given us a very good edge to our developers and our startups, and it's going very well. I must say, I recently read a tweet from, I think Sam Altman tweeted, the way our country has adapted AI, it's phenomenal. It's really, really huge, enthusiastic adoption of AI.
So also on the first Made in India chip, you would put a deadline of September, October this year. How realistic is that, and is that happening?
Oh, that's very much on track. All the 5 units construction going on very well. The plants are now getting set up. At some places, the validation of the machinery is going on. So it's absolutely on track to have the first Made in India chip rollout this year.
Right. So you said that, we are going to have a foundational model very soon. Are we late in the game? There is this whole debate that, if China could come from behind, produce DeepSeek that has totally shaken Silicon Valley, why couldn't India do that with a fraction of the cost, considering we have the best tech talent in the world? So, do you think we are late in the game? Secondly, sir, where do you stand on this whole debate on whether India should look at models? Should India look at use cases? Because Nandan Nilekani has often said, let the big boys in the valley spend all the money. We will build the best AI applications on top of it. Where do you stand, sir?
See, this is just the first chapter of the AI book. This is just a beginning of what AI can do, what it is going to do in coming years. In the industrial world, we have been using AI for almost 20 years now. Lots of maintenance work, lots of machine, lots of industrial plants, where it was not called AI, it was called machine learning and large data, big data kind of things. Lot of IoTs, lot of sensors, lots of those things were already happening in the industrial world. Now it has come to a B2C kind of consumption, a new setup where practically everybody is using AI. So I wouldn't say that we are late. I would say that since this is just a beginning of this entire new industrial revolution, as many people call it, we are very much in the race, and we will be among the top few countries who have that ability to harness the power of this new technology. Foundational models would be needed. They would be needed for two different reasons. First reason is your ability to have control over, as a country, not just as government, but more as a country, your ability to have control over this very key technology is very, very important. Just like it's very important to have your own telecom stack. Just like it's very important to have your digital infrastructure. Just like it is very important to have your own semiconductor manufacturing and design capabilities. Similarly, we must have the LLM within our ecosystem. Second reason is biases. Biases can be very dangerous. They can really play very negatively, play out very negatively. So it's very important to have the bias-free, diversity-embracing, understanding the cultural context of our country, making sure that so diverse a country as we are, we should be able to have the AI understand that and be free from those biases. That's why it's important.
So on social media, sir, there are issues around fake news, and there is also the DPTP bill which has been passed, which was passed by your government under your tenure. What is the time frame for operationalizing those rules, and when will we see the rubber hitting the road, as it were?
See, the approach that we have followed, there are two things that we have meticulously followed. One, we decided not to make either the rules or the act very prescriptive. We wanted it to be very principles based. Now that's a very different approach from what the Western governments took, that approach. Their approach was very prescriptive, identifying the number of hours and all that kind of stuff, right? So we wanted it to be very principles based. Same thought process we are following in the rules. The second thing that we always followed was we wanted the entire process to be very consultative. And because of that consultative process, for example, when we were drafting the law, I think we had more than 35,000 inputs from various stakeholders, and we used all those inputs to finally draft our bill. Same process we are following now. The consultation process is in its final laps. Most of the inputs that we wanted have already been received, and we should now be in a position to do the final draft.
Right. In the last week, sir, there's also been this huge debate and discussion in the Indian startup ecosystem on the type of entrepreneurship that is coming out of India. You know, there is a view that India has done very well for itself. It's one of the biggest startup ecosystems in the world. But is there enough depth? Is there enough deep tech being built? Or are we stuck with gig workers, delivery apps, fancy cookies and ice creams? What is your view on this, sir?
I think in our economy and our country, there is a space for practically everything. I must share with you that some of these startups are really working on very good, very key, very difficult technologies. For example, there is a startup, I wouldn't take the names, which is working on developing a chip. It's basically software. It's a fabless company, and their chip will be used in mobile. There are other companies which are working on variety of different semiconductor as well as AI technologies. There are more than 100 startups in IIT Madras itself, which are deep tech startups. So I think there is a space for all. Ultimately, what does a startup or an entrepreneur try to do? They try to solve a problem. So solving a problem in every space is required. Every sector is required. So I think in our economy, there is a space for all.
तो जो लोग कहते हैं कि सरकार और क्या कर सकती है स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम को इंकरेज करने के लिए कि लोगों के इश्यूज हो रहे हैं, उस पे आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया रहेगी?
देखिए, सरकार ने अपनी तरफ से बहुत बड़ा एक रोल प्ले किया है. 10 साल पहले अगर आप देखते हैं तो स्टार्टअप्स कितने 300-400 ही थे. आज 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा है. सरकार ने एक पूरा एक एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट किया जिससे भारत एक 3rd लार्जेस्ट स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम बना है. सभी का रोल होता है. कोई भी ताली एक हाथ से नहीं बजती है. सभी को अपनी अपनी तरफ से प्रयास करने पड़ते हैं. और मैं कहता हूं कि आज के स्टार्टअप्स में वो एनर्जी है, वो एक एंथुजियाज्म है, वो एक काम करने का जो जज्बा है वो है. एंड आई एम वेरी हैप्पी विद द वे आवर स्टार्टअप्स आर working on a variety of problems that they are trying to solve.
Right. If I can slip in a question here about Elon Musk. You know, on the one hand, the government has sort of rolled out the red carpet with respect to Starlink. But on the other hand, we are also seeing a very fierce battle where Elon Musk's ex has sued the Indian government in court because of the Sahyog portal. As the nodal minister, where do you stand on this?
Listen, this is not the first time that social media platforms have filed cases or suits against government. It's a very common thing, and ultimately every company, whichever company, has to work within the framework of the constitution and the framework of the laws that are passed by the parliament.
Talking about social media, sir, do you think the scope of the broadcast bill needs to be widened to also look at influencers, content creators, considering what happened recently with the whole Ranveer Alabadia and Samay Raina episode?
See, end of the day, we must understand that we are all living in a society. We are all living in a particular cultural context. We are all having friends, neighbors, children. Everybody is connected with each other. So we must, as users of technology, whether we are content creators or we are consumers of technology, we should understand what is our responsibility, and we should try to be, I would say, as a citizen or as a user, we should try and see what my own boundaries should be. I should be able to define that and work within that. Making, let's say, if you are in your own living room, 4 or 5 persons, those jokes would be very different from a platform where you are basically broadcasting to the entire world what you want to say. Then we must understand that we are living in a social context, and I would say that we should understand that as a social responsibility.
अश्विनी जी, आपकी सरकार ने मेक इन इंडिया पर बहुत जोर दिया है. इस वक्त काफ़ी अस्थिरता का दौर है ग्लोबल मार्केट्स में और कई चीज़ों को लेकर काफ़ी अनस्टेबिलिटी है, अनसर्टेनिटी है. चाइना से सप्लाई लाइंस शिफ्ट करने की जो बात है, इंडिया को चाइना +1 स्ट्रैटेजी, इंडिया आपके हिसाब से हाउ वेल प्लेस्ड इज इंडिया टू बेनिफिट फ्रॉम द करंट सिचुएशन और विद द शिफ्टिंग ऑफ सप्लाई लाइन फ्रॉम चाइना टू इंडिया?
आप अगर पिछले 10 वर्षों की जर्नी देखो तो यू गेट द आंसर. इन 10 वर्षों में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हैज ग्रोन 5 times. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एक्सपोर्ट्स हैव ग्रोन 6 times. 5 गुना यानी 17% CAGR से ग्रो हुई है 10 साल में, डिस्पाइट द 2 कोविड ईयर्स. आई एम सेइंग एक्सपोर्ट्स 20% प्लस CAGR ग्रोथ हुई है, एंड इट्स इंक्रीजिंग एट द सेम पेस और एट अ फास्टर पेस. अभी रिसेंटली वी अनाउंस द इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स कंपोनेंट स्कीम. इससे पहले हार्डवेयर, मोबाइल फोन, and the ecosystem is deepening so well. What gives more satisfaction is that many of the manufacturers are now setting up their design houses. There is one manufacturer who has set up a design team, and that design team has designed a laptop which they showed to me recently. Then I showed that laptop to one of the big IT companies ka CEO, and that CEO basically said that he didn't believe that this is made in India, this is made in Taiwan, is what he said. And that is the kind of quality that our people are manufacturing and designing today. So that's a reality today, and that's going to grow. More than 400 companies are there which are there in the, I'm saying the major ones. There are many more smaller MSME units which are there, which are part of the ecosystem. So combine our stable policies that our Prime Minister has shown us a clear vision, the availability of design talent, and our focused way of implementing that policy, we are bound to grow in the coming days.
Mr. Vaishnav, you mentioned the scheme for electronic components. The Union Cabinet last week approved over about 22,000 crores of PLI for electronic manufacturing. Overall, as I understand it, across 14 sectors, about 1.6 lakh crore of investment will come in on through the PLI route. But how do you react to criticism by those like Raghuram Rajan, who argue that the PLI scheme essentially just subsidizes a whole bunch of foreign investors?
See, I always take any criticism which comes very constructively, but what I would like to share with you is every country which got into electronics manufacturing, every country, take any name, they all started the same process, whether it is South Korea, it's Vietnam, it's China, it's Japan in the early phases after the Second World War. Most countries had a similar phase, and especially in the last 30-40 years, you start with manufacturing of the finished goods, then you go to the modules, then you go to the components, and we are exactly following that same trajectory. We started with finished goods, now we are and we already do modules, now we are already in the component stage. The highest possible domestic value addition that any country has shown is in the range of 38% after 30, 40, 35 years of working in that sector. Within very small time span of 10, 11 years, we have already reached 20% plus. And we are going to double this in the coming 5 years. So it's a very systematic, methodical journey. And to the critics, I would like to point out, electronics manufacturing is today giving good, meaningful employment to 25 lakh people. 25 lakh people. And some of these employment, and a large number of this employment, is for young women coming from rural areas with very little education, but very good, strong determination to make a difference, to work in sophisticated technologies. I like to give an example where I visited one of the factories, one of the plants. The girl was from a village of Bihar, and she said that when she goes back to the village, गांव जब वापस जाती है, तो गांव के प्रधान से ज्यादा इज्जत उसको मिलती है, क्योंकि जब वो बताती है कि मैं मोबाइल फोन मैन्युफैक्चर करती हूं. It's a very touching human thing.
That's an amazing anecdote, Mr. Vaishnav. I just wanted to also ask you about phone manufacturers, right? So some of the biggest phone manufacturers in India are Chinese makers like Oppo and Vivo, more than Apple in India sales. So would they be eligible for PLI? There have been reports that the government has encouraged these companies to enter into joint ventures with Indian companies. How is this going to work?
Listen, any country or any company which wants to come and work in India, they have full freedom to work, and companies generally prefer joint venture mode when they want to go up the learning curve at a faster pace.
Ashwini ji, the Katra Srinagar Vande Bharat will be inaugurated by the Prime Minister in next 9-10 days or so. How symbolic is this in the idea of India? And also on the Vande Bharat project overall, at the last count करीब 136 Vande Bharat चल चुकी हैं. ये नंबर कहाँ तक जाएगा?
नहीं, ऑलरेडी 118 या उससे ज्यादा सर्विसेज ऑलरेडी चल रही है. 36 कहाँ?
136 में कह रहा था.
हाँ, 136 अभी चल रही है. And manufacturing is continuously happening. So I think that's, and people like it. Some of the parameters, Vande Bharat is actually better than some of the best trains in the country, as you are aware. Acceleration pay, noise level inside the train, the vibration levels. That's because the design has been done with lot of thought in it. देखिए, कश्मीर और जम्मू को, श्रीनगर को और जम्मू को जोड़ने का, ये रेल से जोड़ने का, ये एक बहुत बड़ा सपना है देश का. और इस सपने को प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अपनी बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग संकल्प के साथ, दिस इज अ प्रोजेक्ट विच रिक्वायर्ड ट्रिमेंडस टेनेसिटी, ट्रिमेंडस डिजाइन वर्क, lots and lots of engineering inputs were there. It's a very difficult project, but ये प्रधानमंत्री जी का political will power है, political clarity है, जिसके कारण ये प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट हो पाया.
अश्विनी जी, लेट मी आस्क यू अबाउट सेफ्टी, क्योंकि जब जहां तक कवच सिस्टम की बात है, इसके बारे में कई बात होती है. जब इसका पहला टेस्ट हुआ था तो आप खुद बैठे थे उस इंजन में रेलवे बोर्ड के ऑफिशियल्स के साथ लास्ट मिनट तक. यू सैट देयर योरसेल्फ. When do we expect the coverage system to be implemented across the country and us to go to zero accident rates?
बहुत significant progress हुई है compared to the period 10 years before. We have already reduced the number of incidents by almost 80%. That is the improvement which has happened in the last 10 years, and that improvement is now significantly moving forward in a big way. Kavach ka that particular thing was the time when it was in its preliminary design phase. That was version 3.2. Obviously, when people are looking at a new technology, and that to a technology on safety matters, लोगों को थोड़ा डाउट रहता है. इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि let me take that, make that as a personal example and take that risk and do that experiment, do that pilot myself. वो इसीलिए किया था. और उसका रिजल्ट भी अच्छा आया, बिकॉज दैट गेव लॉट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस टू द टीम्स विच वर वर्किंग ऑन द कवच प्रोजेक्ट. और अच्छी प्रोग्रेस है. अभी 10,000 लोगों पे लगाने का काम चल रहा है. अबाउट 15,000 किलोमीटर्स लगाने का काम चल रहा है. Many of the rich countries, they took about 20 years to cover their networks, and I think we should be able to do that in 6 years.
Ashwini ji, last question. We are running out of time. So, the Prime Minister speaks about his vision for Viksit Bharat in 2047. Let me ask you, as a subset of that, your vision and the Prime Minister's vision for Indian railways. 5 साल के बाद हिंदुस्तान की रेलवेज किस तरह की लगेगी?
रेलवेज में प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इतना क्लियर फोकस रखा है, और जो इसकी रिक्वायरमेंट्स जितनी भी थी, विशेषकर फंडिंग के बारे में, सेफ्टी के बारे में, टेक्नोलॉजी लाने के बारे में, प्रोसेसेस को चेंज करने में, इसमें बहुत अच्छा एक मार्गदर्शन मिला है, बहुत अच्छा एक नेतृत्व मिला है, जिसके कारण वी आर ऑलरेडी इन अ वेरी railway is actually transforming. In the coming 5 years, 3 major things will happen. First, from where we are today, safety will improve even more significantly. We have already reduced number of incidents by 80%. I think there will be a further reduction of 80% going forward. Second, the capacity is going to increase substantially. This year, we became the second largest cargo carrying railway in the world. We left, now it's basically top 2 countries mein hum aa gaye already, and that will again further go up because railways is the most environment friendly mode of transportation. That will go further. Third, a lot of new technology trains, beginning with what Vande Bharat did. Vande Sleeper hai, Namo Bharat train hai, Amrit Bharat train hai, Bullet train aa rahi hai. तो ये सब की सब एक टोटली एक नए तरीके की टेक्नोलॉजी के ट्रेन्स आएंगे. फोर्थ, द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विल इंप्रूव सब्सटैंशियली with the stations getting rebuilt. Today we are doing the world's largest station redevelopment program. 1,200 stations पे अभी as we speak काम चल रहा है, और within a month's time frame, Honorable Prime Minister will be inaugurating 100 stations in one go. So उस तरह का काम चल रहा है.
If you can allow me 2 quick questions. How do you use AI every day? Is there an AI chatbot that you like? What kind of questions do you ask?
Bad question to ask. You ask OpenAI, how does Ashwini use it?
So let me ask you another question. I'm told, work a very long day. You have many, from 9 o'clock till 11:30, 12 at night. What is your view on what does your staff think about this idea of a 90-hour week?
I think you should ask the staff.
What do you think about it?
No, I think our Prime Minister has set a very good example before us. He works very hard, and when we have to take our country to a totally new level, there is no option but to, and it's a personal choice. Each one should make, each company, each organization should make their own choices. For me, I think there is no substitute to hard work.
So, Ashwini ji, coming back to railways, in terms of the AC class, the numbers show that the percentage of that in passenger revenues बहुत बढ़ गया है.
इसमें मैं बहुत clear आपको कहता हूँ. Throughout our history, it has been a 2/3, 1/3 history, as in the recent history of 20-25 years. 2/3, 1/3 का ratio रहता है AC और non-AC का. That ratio has actually increased now. Now it is 70% non-AC coaches, 30% AC coaches. When you look at the number of seats which are available, it is 82% non-AC and 18% AC. देखो, विपक्ष वो जो एक नैरेटिव बनाने की कोशिश करता है, उसमें आप मत जाइए. आप look at the data, and I've placed this data before the parliament also.
In terms
रेलवे बहुत स्पष्ट है. रेलवे इस पूरे इनकम पिरामिड में very clearly low income, middle income. That is where our focus is. Low income or middle income families के लिए to provide a good, affordable, and we are the most affordable railway service in the entire world. Compared even to our neighbors Pakistan and Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, we are at least half or sometimes 1/4 the price that they charge. So providing affordable and safe transport to our middle income families and to our low income families, that is what our priority is. Very clear, absolutely laser sharp focus.
Thanks very much, Mr. Vaishnav. Thanks, and that brings us to the end of this session. A big hand for Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vaishnav.
Thank you so much, Sri Vaishnav. Thank you so much, Nalin and Chandra. Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that an enriching session? Come on, after all of you must have traveled on the Vande Bharats. That man walking out is the person who is responsible for that. Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, and that was an enriching session nonetheless. Now we have to look forward to more things that are coming up. So is the excitement palpable, or I'm here speaking to a quiet audience? What do we have here? Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, what are you expecting? Now that I'm not getting a response, I might just ask you before pinpointing at people and asking them to stand up and tell us what are they expecting as the next speaker is all set to come up on this stage. Any guesses here? Ladies and gentlemen, any guesses? All right, you already queued in. So I am here talking to a very smart audience, right? So what are the questions that you look forward to asking the Union Minister once he's here? Can we have someone answer that? Any particular question that you have in mind? About tariffs, of course. That's an important question after the reciprocal tariffs that were imposed on India particularly, because we have to look at our country. What is the response that India is looking at? And he is the right person to answer that question. And whether or not India is going to be cushioning that impact, because there are greater amount of tariffs that have been imposed on countries like China, and there are retaliatory measures that have been slapped by China. So that's something that every Indian, I believe, is looking forward to. And that's why we got the gentleman there in the nice suit say that point blank about tariffs. Any other question that you have in mind that you'd like to ask the Union Minister? Anything that comes to your mind? Okay. Can we have a mic there in the audience so that we are able to hear the gentleman there?
Mic 9.
Okay, so we have actually a very cute panel, and we'd like everyone to get involved as the Union Minister comes on stage. So the wait is over. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now talk about building, about creating jobs, about relationships among countries. Because our next speaker is a distinguished personality who has been meticulously running through each and every detail with a fine-tooth comb. His personal rapport with trade ministers from various countries have helped bolster the cause of India's stakeholders, helping iron out sticky, rough edges. He has expanded the area of the possible for India in a fast-changing global trade scenario. In another equally vital role, he has been shepherding Bharat's rise as one of the most vibrant startup capitals in the world, and also as a preferred global manufacturing hotspot, creating the right ecosystems for a new enterprise to flourish, unleashing strong jobs and economic multipliers. So please join me in welcoming Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry. He will be in conversation with Palki Sharma. This is a session that is called Reshaping Destinies, Preparing for a Glorious Tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Shri Piyush Goyal. All yours, man.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are calling this session Reshaping Destinies, Preparing for a Glorious Tomorrow. A lot of people say your destiny is in your hand, but increasingly it looks tough. It depends on a lot of factors that you cannot control, like which side of the bed did Donald Trump get up from, how fast is climate change coming for us, how soon are the wars in Europe and West Asia ending. So there's a fair bit of uncertainty, and the question is, how will India navigate this? To get some answers, we have with us a very special guest, Union Commerce Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. Piyush ji, good evening. Welcome to Rising Bharat. It's Wednesday. Trump tariffs have kicked in. Markets are volatile. Recession fears loom. What is India's strategy, sir?
Thank you, Palki. Thank you, Palki. I think we've all seen the way Prime Minister Modi has deftly managed the entire situation. He was very cognizant of the impending possibilities. He was first off the block in building back his old friendship and relationship with President Trump. They both jointly declared that the US and India are trusted partners and we will work towards a bilateral trade agreement by fall of 2025 to ensure that our relationship, our friendship and our ongoing partnership, not only in trade, but in so many areas, geopolitical, defense, we have a very strategic relationship with the US. And I think it's only got reinforced since President Trump has come in. I think our strategy is very clear. We are engaged with the US. Incidentally, we are right up front in the queue because we started early. Prime Minister Modi had the foresight to recognize the crisis, and as is his wont, we have seen it in history over the last 11 years, every crisis has been converted into an opportunity for India.
We hope this one is true. And you've been at the forefront of the conversations and you've engaged with the Americans and your counterparts in Washington, D.C. What have they told you? What is their primary concern? Is it the trade surplus or is it the high tariffs? What do they want to fix?
I think we must recognize that this problem that the US is facing is not particularly directed towards India. The whole issue is about fair trade. And that's something India has been very vocal about for the last 10 years. I recently shared with an audience that we have to go to the root of the issue. The genesis of this problem emanates from the entry of China into the WTO about 30 years ago, when they approached the WTO and then they were admitted as a full-time member with all the privileges of most favored nation status, which means, in common words, that we cannot have differential tariffs for different nations. And therefore, whatever is the tariff one country imposes on country A has to be the same from country A to Z, unless we have a bilateral trade agreement or a free trade agreement. Now, I think we have suffered over the years tremendously. I don't know what agreement Congress party signed with the Communist Party of China during the UPA government. But post that, we saw the trade deficit with China grow by leaps and bounds. And India and Indian manufacturers, Indian industry, Indian trade suffered massively. Similarly, the US has suffered massive trade deficits because of the non-market economy that is China, because of their predatory pricing or unfair trade practices. And I think the United States is trying to reset the rules of the game. And in some sense, it's a good omen for India because it opens up huge opportunities. I've just come in, Palki, to your program straight from an interaction with all the sectoral export promotion councils. And I must tell you, save and except one or two, everybody is very excited. They see good potential going forward. They are supporting our engagement with the US, and together they and us will convert this into a great business opportunity.
Right, fair point. And I did see that comment about China's unfair economic rise earlier. And by that logic, Trump is taking the fight to China. But in the last decade then, our trade deficit with China has crossed $100 billion. So what are we doing to fix the imbalance?
Incidentally, the exponential growth that happened in the UPA time was about 25x. So a small trade deficit from $1 billion, $1.5 billion increased to almost $35 odd billion. Now, once you have weakened Indian industry, once you have killed, for example, our KSM and the important ingredients that go into making our pharma industry the pharmacy of the world, we become dependent on China for these materials, for many items. And then it takes a long time to get all of that back reshored into India. We have been working through projects like the Product Linked Incentive Scheme, where 1,97,000 crores has been given to different sectors. Our Semicon project, where the semiconductor industry and its ecosystem is getting 75,000 crores. We have recently announced that we'll come out with a scheme for the toys and the footwear sector. 2 days back, the cabinet decision was announced, I think probably on Friday last week, 3 days back, that we are going to offer 22,000 crores for the electronics component manufacturers to support them to manufacture high quality inputs in India. So it's a continuous process to promote manufacturing, to get industry in India to replace a lot of goods which have become a part of our supply chains. And wherever we see dumping or predatory pricing from products coming in from China, the government acts proactively. We have the Director General of Trade Remedies acting on any request that sector's industry puts up to us. We have the Industry Ministry working with the different sectors to protect any irrational pricing. So it's an ongoing effort, and our growth of the deficit during our 10 years compared to the 25x plus that grew in the 10 years of UPA is possibly only 3x or so.
Right. I'll come to the China point in a bit, and I know there's a political reset as well. But coming back to the Trump tariffs, I'm sure you had some calculation before the tariffs were announced. Was 26% closer to your best case scenario or worst case scenario?
I think the tariffs have been determined based on a formula, which is the trade deficit that the US has with a particular country divided by the total imports into the US from that country.
What do you make of that formula, though? You're a chartered accountant yourself.
I would not like to comment on a formula that's used by the United States. Basis that formula, they've come up with different tariffs for different countries. We believe that India was not one of those countries which really needed to have tariffs on them because we were already in engagement for a bilateral trade deal. But I think the US has not differentiated. For every country, they've come out with a number. But we are in constant engagement, and I think we'll be working with them to take off these additional tariffs in the days to come.
And India has a better deal than some of our other players in the region.
And we are much faster off the block compared to the others.
But I think the strategy at the moment focuses on the trade deal that we're working towards. If for some reason it does not happen by the end of this year, what is the plan B, or is plan B to make plan A work?
Well, I think this is another area where I'd like to quote from your past experience. Look at COVID. The challenges were many. Solutions were experimented with very often. If you recall, the oxygen was a big crisis. We had only 900 metric tons of medical oxygen being produced a day. We needed 10 times that amount. But Prime Minister Modi, through deft handling of the entire ecosystem that could produce oxygen, actually achieved not only the production of medical oxygen grow to 10 or 11,000 tons a day, but the bigger problem of logistics of moving this large quantity was also resolved. We had to send empty containers, ISO containers by Air Force planes to save time and move the finished or filled up containers through railway. And we did that literally on real-time overnight basis. Like that, I can recount 50 examples during COVID. There's always plan A, plan B, plan C. But we succeed in whatever we take up. We will succeed here. Look at the Ukraine-Russia war. Many people criticize Prime Minister Modi that why are you not taking sides one way or the other. But look at the situation today. The world is recognizing and respecting Prime Minister Modi's astute handling of the war between Ukraine and Russia.
It's very interesting.
We never took sides.
Yeah.
We balanced our relationship. We worked towards diplomacy and dialogue leading to peace. And the whole world realizes today that that was the right path and the only way this crisis could be resolved. And I would add to that, there was the crisis of oil, oil imports, crude oil imports into the country. Now just imagine, Palki, and you understand economics a little bit. I see your Vantage program quite often. Friends, just try to imagine if India did not import the crude oil that we got from Russia and we were standing in the international market with our requirement, and our requirement is not small. We import between 3 and 4 million barrels a day. 3 or 4 million barrels a day is our requirement. We don't have enough domestic oil. Now, if we were standing in the market to buy that level of crude oil, the price of oil for the whole world would have increased to probably $300 per barrel. Thanks to India importing oil from Russia in large measure, we were able to bring stability to the crude oil prices, the benefit of which the entire world enjoyed. Entire world could protect themselves from inflation. That is the way Prime Minister Modi thinks in advance of what the others can think. So he's always two steps ahead. And I think the world, as Dr. Jaishankar rightly said, the world should send a thank you note to Prime Minister Modi for saving the whole world from this oil crisis that could have happened.
President Trump has said that India is going to substantially reduce tariffs, and I know that we've made some moves with American whiskey and high-end bikes and so on. But have you also spelled out some red lines that these are the no-go zones where we shall not entertain American demands?
Palki, we always look at India's interests. For us, it is India first. Our goal of making India a developed and prosperous nation by 2047 is paramount in our mind when we are engaged with any country. The US, the EU, UK, New Zealand, Chile, Peru, Oman. We are working on several free trade agreements bilaterally with developed nations with whom we have no competition but who can add to our economic prosperity. And in each of them, India's interests are paramount. So obviously, we take care of what India needs and what is good for India. But every trade deal is a win-win for both sides. And it involves negotiations. We never negotiate on the platform of a news channel. Negotiations are behind closed doors. And there's a lot of give and take that happens. But the final outcome will always be in India's interest. That assurance I can give to all Indian countrymen. And the proof of the story lies in the past.
Yeah.
We did an FTA with Mauritius. We did an FTA with Australia. With the ECTA agreement, Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement. We did an FTA with the UAE, the world's fastest ever negotiated FTA. We did an FTA with the 4 EFTA countries, Switzerland, Iceland, Norway, and Liechtenstein. All of these agreements with extensive stakeholder consultations. Even News18 could not find any fault with those free trade agreements. So our free trade agreements under the Modi government, guided by Prime Minister Modi's principles of India first, are always in the best interests of India and 140 crore Indians.
Piyushji, have you heard the Gen Z term truth bombs? It's what you dropped a few days back about Indian startups. Why did you choose to drop the truth bomb and why now?
First of all, let me tell you, it was not a truth bomb. It was an appeal to India's talent. And we have huge talent in India. We are the people who provide talent to the world. Our skills, our STEM graduates. And by the way, we produce the highest number of STEM graduates in India, 43% of whom are women. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. 43% of our STEM graduates are women. Our talent has huge potential. They've done some wonderful work over the last 9 years since Prime Minister Modi launched Startup India. We've grown from 400 startups to nearly 170,000 plus startups. There's always a moment in history when you now look for the next level of growth. You aspire for bigger and better. And that needs a little bit of jogging of the true potential of India. And I was only trying to show the mirror to our young men and women, show them the huge potential that India has, that each one of our youngsters has, and encourage them to dream big, to aspire big. Because as Prime Minister Modi often says, unless we dream big, unless we look for very big targets, we will never achieve that. And I think that was the simple effort I tried to do. But I must share with you, by and large, I did an analysis of the entire social media, which was abuzz with the comments of the news channels.
Yeah.
And I found there was a very small ecosystem. Almost all the Congress handles, obviously they are the culprits, one would imagine. But I saw that I got my office to analyze all those news, all those handles on Twitter, on Insta, on Facebook who were critical of my comments. Save and except 3-4 people.
Yeah.
They were all a part of an ecosystem that has been bashing the Modi government on every single opportunity they got. I can share that report one day in public. It will be an eye-opener for all my young friends to see how the Congress party and its ecosystem doesn't wish to see our startups engage with modern technology, engage with the best in the world, have big aspirations, big targets. And on the other hand, even Aman Gupta of Shark Tank, I saw a lot of comments by very reputed founders, very reputed startup companies, welcoming the call to action for our youngsters to aspire to achieve big targets. You remember Chandrayaan?
Yes.
We didn't succeed the first time when we tried to do the lunar landing on the south pole of the moon. Prime Minister Modi was right there, encouraging the young scientists, encouraging the team, many women there, encouraging them, don't lose hope. I think it was Dr. Sivan at that time, encouraging them, we have to succeed. We will succeed as a nation. And lo and behold, second time around, we are the first country in the world to do the lunar landing at the South Pole. We need to encourage our scientists, we need to encourage our people. They have the potential. And that's what I tried to do.
No, and I agree. It was a positive provocation, if I may, and it's important to have tough conversations to grow as a country. And new ideas, especially the ones in technologically advanced spaces, require a strong platform to build on. And that is also a challenge that we as a country need to overcome because that platform is typically provided by a government. I was looking at a report that said that we spend, 0.6% of our GDP on R&D, research and development. China spends 2.4%. The US spends more than 3%. Would you say that successive governments have failed to create the right environment and launch pad for young entrepreneurs to really take off?
It's the story of the water in this glass. It's half full and half empty.
Of course.
A number of initiatives have been taken. A number of initiatives are on the anvil. A number of initiatives are already on the table. Let me share 2 or 3 things. Our startups have done us proud with huge amount of good things that have come out. In fact, we had the Startup Mahakumbh at this very venue, Bharat Mandapam.
Right.
In my 11 years as a minister, I've never been to any program. All 3 days. But I came here all 3 days. It was so exciting. And the work that I saw here, the deep techs, the agri-techs, the edu-tech, some of the innovative fintech work. There was some fantastic work. What I saw encouraged me to think bigger. And I think it will encourage thousands. We had a footfall of 30,000 in Startup Mahakumbh first edition last year. We had estimated we'll have about 1 lakh of people coming this time. We crossed 2,30,000.
Fantastic.
almost 9.5x in the startup market. Out of the 3,000 exhibitors, 1,500 technology-based entrepreneurs. We gave them space free of charge, encouraging them to come here and showcase their technology products. We did a Mahariti challenge for the technology-oriented startups, where we gave 70 crores worth of grants. No equity, no loan, nothing. Grants to all those who came up with good ideas. And I gave out some of those awards. You know, they were from places like Badaयूं, from Odisha, from Bihar, from Sikkim, from Guwahati, all over the country. Now we are coming out with Startup Fund of Funds second edition. Another 10,000 crores. And I've asked Sidbi, who monitors it, to promote more of the tech-based, deep tech-based, AI-based startups. Take more grant-based funding or less equity. Allow the founders to enjoy the equity. If they do well, allow them to claw back their equity. We are coming out with a 1 lakh crore Anusandhan NRF, National Research Foundation, a fund of 1 lakh crores to promote research in a public-private academia partnership. And that 1 lakh can be equivalent to 10 lakh crores of funding for R&D, because our R&D is at 1/10 the cost of US or Switzerland. So, and there are many more initiatives. Time is up. But I can assure all the viewers of Network 18 and its channels across the length and breadth of the country, Modi ji's government is with all of you. Go for it. Innovate in India. The country stands behind you. Thank you.
Thank you for the message and thank you for taking all the questions. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you, Palki. Thank you, Piyushi. Thank you so much. Thank you for making the time at your busy schedule. You're busy working out those important trade deals with multiple nations and multiple entities. Wish you all the best there. Thank you. To the audience, we are now queuing up for the big session of the evening, the conversation with the Union Home Minister, Shri Amit Shah. He is at the Bharat Mandapam. But thereafter, I would also like to remind you that post the interview, the evening isn't over yet at Rising Bharat Summit 2025. We have a phenomenal performance where multiple generations of the Subramaniam family will be performing. Padma Vibhushan Dr. L. Subramaniam, Kavita Krishnamurti ji, Vidya Subramaniam and Ambi Subramaniam will be there along with that crew for a mesmerizing performance which perhaps will be our grand finale here at Rising Bharat Summit 2025. So request you to please stay on and enjoy that performance. The other aspect, even as we get ready here on stage, we have a lot of dignitaries, guests who are present with us. I acknowledge their presence and a warm namaste to all of you. Thank you for coming in. I would also request you to put your hands together for the entire Network 18 crew that's put up Rising Bharat 2025 for you. If you have had a memorable 2 days, there is a lot of effort that's gone behind putting this show for you. Now, we are just the faces. There are many behind the scenes who have worked tirelessly over the last 2-3 months to put this together and bring this together. So may I request your humble indulgence and put your hands together again for them. This is for the entire team. And in all humility and gratitude, I'd like to thank you all on behalf of Network 18 for being such a fantastic audience. Thank you very, very much. And a big round of applause to you too. This is from all of us. Some do's and don'ts, some guidelines. Please put your phones on silent. You're welcome to take pictures, but no use of flash. And there is a security drill. Please try and clear the aisles. Request everyone to take a seat. Similar guidelines as we followed last evening when we had the Honorable Prime Minister, who perhaps for the first time spoke about the Waqf Amendment, and it being perhaps a continuum from the partition times where the Prime Minister said it's the collusion of those who are power hungry and those who were fundamentalist in their approach. कट्टरपंथ और सत्ता के भूखे. These were the words that he used. We will be having in our midst any moment now a person who has been at the forefront of some path-breaking legislation. So we'll talk about that in just a bit. But overall, as we are ready for the Union Home Minister, Shri Amit Shah, perhaps Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his team is the first in a long list of politicians and prime ministers who've served our country to give us a vision that is 25 years ahead of us, to put forward a vision of Viksit Bharat, and to continue to underline that the biggest demographic dividend of our country, the youth, are the ones in which the government of the day has blind faith in, just like Swami Vivekananda ji did. And this is something that the Prime Minister underlined here at Rising Bharat Summit 2025 when he was addressing the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session with a political leader who's a brain behind the BJP's electoral successes and the mega comebacks from minor setbacks. He's now a barometer for political astuteness. उन्हें यूं ही भारत की वर्तमान राजनीति का चाणक्य नहीं कहा जाता. His commitment to ideology, विचारधारा, value of workers, कार्यकर्ता, and sanctity of workplace, कार्यालय, are his key standout attributes. Since taking over as a Union Home Minister in May 2019, he has piloted several key measures and legislations, including abrogation of Article 370, the Muslim Women Protection of Rights of Marriage Act 2019, that's made instant triple talaq an illegal practice, the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, and the Ummeed Bill or the Waqf Amendment Act 2024, among others. Be it an overhaul of Bharat's ki Nyaya Samhita, or ensuring a massive nationwide crackdown on drugs while working tirelessly towards Naxalism-free Bharat by March 2026. Jo kaha hai wo karke dikhaunga seems to be his motto. Committed to making Bharat a stronger, safer and more secure nation. He's also a history buff and a foodie. Please welcome, with greater round of applause, the Union Home Minister and Minister of Cooperation, Shri Amit Shah, in conversation with Rahul Joshi, Managing Director and Group Editor-in-Chief, Network 18, for the session titled, Make India Great Again. Over to you, Rahulji.
Thank you. अमित भाई, आपका राइजिंग भारत मंच में स्वागत है. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको इस समय निकालने का. ये हमारा फाइनल लास्ट सेशन है. सब लोग आपको सुनने के लिए आतुर हैं. पर इस बार मैं शुरुआत जरा अलग तरीके से करना चाहता हूं. कल प्रधानमंत्री जी आए थे और उन्होंने वक्फ बिल के बारे में यहां पर पहली बार बोला. तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप एक क्लिप सुने और उसके बाद हम लोग प्रश्नोत्तर करेंगे.
अलग देश का विचार सामान्य मुस्लिम परिवारों का नहीं था, बल्कि कुछ कट्टरपंथियों का था, जिसको कांग्रेस के कुछ नेताओं ने खात्मा नहीं दिया ताकि वे सत्ता के अकेले दावेदार बन सके. साथियों, तुष्टीकरण की इस राजनीति में कांग्रेस को सत्ता मिली, कुछ कट्टरपंथी नेताओं को ताकत और दौलत मिली, लेकिन सवाल ये है, आम मुसलमान को क्या मिला? गरीब पसबंदा मुसलमान को क्या मिला? उसे मिली उपेक्षा, उसे मिली अशिक्षा, उसे मिली बेरोजगारी. और मुस्लिम महिलाओं को क्या मिला? उन्हें मिला शाहबानो जैसा अन्याय, जहां उनका संवैधानिक हक कट्टरपंथ की भेंट चढ़ गया.
अमित जी, मोदी जी ने कहा कि उस वक्त के जो नेता थे उन्होंने राष्ट्रहित को के ऊपर सत्ता को रखा. तो मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं आपसे कि मोदी जी किन लोगों के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं? कट्टरपंथियों का साथ किन नेताओं ने लिया और ऐसा क्यों किया? और पार्टीशन के लिए वो कहते हैं कि जो है मुसलमान नहीं चाहते थे कि पार्टीशन हो, गरीब मुसलमान नहीं चाहते थे ऐसा हो.
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो सब जानते हैं कि जब मुस्लिम लीग चुनाव में खड़ा हुआ, और 2 राष्ट्र के सिद्धांत के आधार पर खड़ा हुआ। पार्टीशन के पहले जो अंतिम चुनाव हुए स्थानीय विधानसभाओं के, उसमें पाकिस्तान के हिस्से में भी मुस्लिम लीग का पराजय हुआ था। मुस्लिम जनता सच अर्थ में नहीं चाहती थी कि इस देश के टुकड़े हो, और ये बात मोदी जी ने ठीक ही कही है कि उस वक्त के कांग्रेस के नेता ही राष्ट्र के विभाजन के लिए जिम्मेदार हैं। उनकी तुष्टीकरण की नीति ही राष्ट्र के विभाजन के लिए जिम्मेदार है। और आज मैं आपके कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से मैं देश के युवाओं को विशेषकर कहना चाहता हूं, बाकी कुछ भी सहन करना, मगर तुष्टीकरण ऐसा जहरीला नासूर है जिसको देश से हमेशा के लिए युवा पीढ़ी ने उखाड़ कर फेंक देना चाहिए। जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं वो देश हितों के साथ समाधान करते हैं, वो देश हित की नीतियों के साथ वोट बैंक के कारण कॉम्प्रोमाइज करते हैं और देश के अंदर ही एक नया देश बनाने का बीज बोने का काम करते हैं। मगर मोदी जी थोड़े चिंतित दिखते हैं। मैं भी कहना चाहता हूं युवाओं को कि समय बहुत निकल गया है। मोदी जी ने ही 10 साल में इस देश को जातिवाद, परिवारवाद और तुष्टीकरण से मुक्त कराकर विकास की राजनीति की ओर ले जाने का काम किया है। हमारी युवा पीढ़ी ने इसको आगे बढ़ाना हो। दल कोई भी तय करिए, दल के अंदर युवाओं को समान मौके होने चाहिए। दल की नीतियां दल के हित में नहीं बननी चाहिए, देश के हित में बननी चाहिए। और दल जातिवाद, प्रांतवाद, भाषावाद से ऊपर उठकर देश की चिंता करने वाला दल होना चाहिए। दल कोई भी चुनिए, वोट उसी को दीजिए जो दल जातिवाद, तुष्टीकरण और परिवारवाद से मुक्त हो। और यही हमारे देश के विकास का, हमारे देश के लोकतंत्र की रक्षा का सच्चा रास्ता है।
कांग्रेस में उस जमाने में बहुत बड़े बड़े नेता हुए, आपने मेरे सवाल का जवाब नहीं दिया। किस नेता के बारे में बात हो रही थी? वो कौन से नेता थे जो ये कर रहे थे?
नहीं, ऐसे सिंगल आउट करना तो बहुत तकलीफ होगी, मगर कांग्रेस ने बाद में प्रधानमंत्री नेहरू जी को बनाया था,
तो इशारा उन्हीं की तरफ है।
इशारे का सवाल नहीं है। प्रधानमंत्री तो अंततोगत वही बनता है जो फैसले करता है। हमारे सर्वोच्च नेता मोदी जी है तो मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे। अब कांग्रेस ने उस वक्त नेहरू जी को बनाया था, परंतु मैं इतना सुनिश्चित रूप से कहता हूं, आज देश के युवाओं को खड़ा कर दीजिए, किसी को भी उठाकर मंच पर लाकर पूछ लीजिए उस वक्त आप विभाजन लेते क्या? विभाजन किया नहीं गया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के उस वक्त के नेताओं ने विभाजन को स्वीकार किया है, और ये मैं मानता हूं इससे बड़ा देश, इससे समझौता कोई हो नहीं सकता।
अमित जी, दूसरे सवाल की ओर चलते हैं। आप कहते हैं कि वक्फ बिल लाकर आप लोगों ने मुसलमानों पर अन्याय खत्म कर दिया, और मुसलमान समुदाय ये कहता है कि उससे बड़ा कोई अन्याय ही नहीं है।
देखिए राहुल जी, आप पूरे समुदाय के नाम से इतना बड़ा लोडेड स्टेटमेंट मत करिए, आपको तकलीफ आएगा। मुसलमान समुदाय ऐसा नहीं चाहता है उनके साथ अन्याय है, कुछ गिने चुने नेता चाहते हैं। मैं आपको 2-4 सरल सवाल पूछता हूं
जी।
अभी का जो वक्फ का कानून है, इसके अंदर महिलाओं के लिए कोई कंपलसरी प्रावधान है क्या? आना चाहिए या नहीं आना चाहिए? इस देश की मुस्लिम महिलाओं को वक्फ बोर्ड और वक्फ काउंसिल में हिस्सा मिलना चाहिए या नहीं मिलना चाहिए? 80% मुस्लिम समाज पसमंदाओं का है, जो गरीब है, एक प्रकार से ओबीसी है। उनको वक्फ में प्रतिनिधित्व मिलना चाहिए या नहीं मिलना चाहिए?
जी।
सिया, आगा खानी, दाऊदी वोरा, मोहम्मदिया, अहमदिया, ये सारे मुसलमानों का कोई प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं है। वो भी मुसलमान है, क्यों नहीं मिलना चाहिए भाई? और कांग्रेस पार्टी तो माइनॉरिटी की बात करती है, तो माइनॉरिटी विद इन माइनॉरिटी को हम रखते हैं तो विरोध करते हैं। ये जो बिल आया है वो बिल मुस्लिम समाज के हरेक अंग का प्रतिनिधित्व करने वाला बिल है। दूसरा, आज मैं, आपने बहस देखी ही होगी, कांग्रेस के नेता कहते थे कि क्या गलत हुआ है। मैं आज देश की जनता को टीवी 18 के कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से बताना चाहता हूं कि आजादी से लेकर 2013 तक, आजादी से लेकर 2013 तक, इस्लाम जब से भारत में आया तब से जितनी वक्फ में भूमि वक्फ घोषित की गई वो 18 लाख एकड़ थी, जिसमें मुगलों के पहले से भी जो वक्फ हुए हैं वो सारे आ गए, क्योंकि दिल्ली में तो वक्फ सल्तनत काल में हो गया था। और 2013 का कानून आने के बाद 18 लाख एकड़ में 21 लाख एकड़ भूमि और बढ़ गई। तो यही बताता है कि 2013 के कानून में आपने ऐसी व्यवस्था करी जो न्यायपूर्ण नहीं थी। किसी की भी भूमि को आपने वक्फ घोषित कर दिया, चाहे भूमि हिंदू की थी, पूरे के पूरे गांव वक्फ घोषित हो गए जिसमें लोग रह रहे हैं। कहीं मंदिर, 1500 साल पुराने मंदिर वक्फ घोषित हो गए जहां पूजन अर्चन होता है। इस तरह से कैसे चल सकता है? और ये 2013 के पहले नहीं था। 2014 के चुनाव के एंड मौके पर कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अपनी वोट बैंक सुनिश्चित करने के लिए काम किया था। और मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं, सारे मुसलमान भाई भी मुझे सुनते होंगे, ये 39 लाख एकड़ भूमि हुई है। इसमें से आर्गुमेंट करते कुछ तो कब्रिस्तान है, कुछ तो मस्जिद है, कुछ तो दरगाह है, ये सब मिल मिलाकर 5% से ज्यादा नहीं है। 39 लाख एकड़ की भूमि से राजस्व क्या मिलता है, आय क्या मिलती है? 123 करोड़ रुपया। रेलवे और सेना से बड़ी भूमि है भाई ये। तो ये आय कहां जा रही है? जो बैठ गए हैं वो भ्रष्टाचार करते हैं, क्योंकि ऑडिट की व्यवस्था ठीक नहीं है। हमने कानून के माध्यम से ऑडिट की व्यवस्था ठीक करी है। कानून के माध्यम से मुस्लिम समाज के हर तबके को इसके अंदर प्रतिनिधित्व दिया है। और उनका एक बहुत बड़ा आर्गुमेंट है कि हमारे धार्मिक मामलों में दखल देना। राहुल भाई, इससे बड़ा झूठ कोई हो नहीं सकता। वक्फ जो है वो वाकिफ बनाता है और मुतव्विल इसका मैनेजमेंट करता है। वक्फ बाकी सारे धर्मों के हिसाब से देखे तो ये ट्रस्ट है। ट्रस्ट तो उसी का होता है जो वो बनाता है, वक्फ उसी का होता है जो बनाते। इसमें कोई नॉन मुस्लिम रखने का प्रोविजन हमने नहीं किया है।
पर 2 मेंबर वो तो आपने डाले हैं ना?
वो वक्फ बोर्ड में डाले हैं और वक्फ काउंसिल में डाले हैं।
वो कहते हैं टेंपल ट्रस्ट में।
सुनो ना भाई, टेंपल ट्रस्ट है ना जी, टेंपल ट्रस्ट में नहीं रख सकते, वक्फ में भी नहीं रख सकते। पर चैरिटी कमिश्नर हिंदू होगा, ये कंपलसरी है क्या? वो सिख भी हो सकता है, मुसलमान भी हो सकता है, क्रिश्चियन भी हो सकता है। टेंपल ट्रस्ट में नहीं रखना चाहिए, मैं भी मानता हूं, वक्फ में भी नहीं रख रहे हैं। जैसे ट्रस्ट होता है, इसका मैनेजमेंट अगर रिलीजियस ट्रस्ट है तो हिंदुओं के हाथ में होना चाहिए। वक्फ अगर अल्लाह के नाम पर दान दी गई संपत्ति है तो मुस्लिमों के हाथ में होना चाहिए। मगर ट्रस्ट चैरिटी के कानून के हिसाब से बरोबर चल रहा है नहीं चल रहा है, इसकी देखरेख, ये तो व्यवस्थात्मक काम है, इसमें धर्म कहां से आता है? फिर भी हमने तो 22 में 2 रखे हैं भाई, 14 में 2 रखे हैं। और एक बात मुझे बताओ, जो मैंने पहले कहा, पूरे के गांव कर दिए वक्फ, कोई मंदिर भी कर दिए, तो संपत्ति का डिस्प्यूट नॉन हिंदू का भी है या नहीं है?
जी,
हुआ या नहीं हुआ?
जी।
तो वो पार्टी है या नहीं है? 2 हिंदू इसका पक्ष न्यूट्रलिटी से देखेंगे तो क्या बिगड़ जाएगा? क्या इस देश में हिंदुओं को इतना भी अधिकार नहीं है भाई? ये बिल्कुल खोखली बात है जो कांग्रेस ने फिर से उनके समाप्त होते हुए अस्तित्व को आधार देने के लिए अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी। और अगर इतना ही था तो प्रियंका जी तो वोट डालने भी नहीं आई, राहुल जी ने भाषण भी नहीं कराया। अगर आपकी पार्टी की प्रमुख पॉलिसी है तो पार्लियामेंट से बड़ा मंच क्या हो सकता है? लोकतंत्र में सबसे बड़ी पंचायत है। राहुल जी वहां बोले ही नहीं। इनकी पार्टी को 50% समय दिया था हमने, 50%, और कहते हमें बोलने नहीं देते। भाई आपकी पार्टी के वक्ता तो आप तय करोगे, आप बोले ही नहीं। अब हम क्या कर सकते हैं? अब चिल्लाएंगे रोड पर, हमें बोलने नहीं देते, हमें बोलने नहीं देते। उनकी पार्टी को जो टाइम दिया है उसमें पूरा टाइम राहुल गांधी बोल सकते थे। ना उनकी पार्टी चाहती है ना वो चाहती है।
ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज ये भी कह रही हैं कि ये जो नैरेटिव आप बना रहे हैं, आप भी बहुत दमखम से बोले लोकसभा में, कल प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी शानदार स्पीच दी यहाँ पे। वो कह रहे हैं ये पासमंदा मुसलमानों और महिलाओं को, गरीब मुसलमानों को अपनी तरफ वो करने का एक तरीका है, एक वोट बैंक को उनका वो करना। पर मेरा क्वेश्चन थोड़ा लार्जर है। क्या आपको लगता है कि मुसलमान भारतीय जनता पार्टी के संग कभी आएगा? क्या कोई ये ट्रस्ट बिल्ड हो पाएगा आने वाले समय में, जिससे कि आपको उधर से भी कुछ वोट मिलेंगे?
देखो राहुल जी हर काम वोट के लिए नहीं करते हैं। अगर हर काम वोट के लिए होता तो हमने इतने बड़े बड़े फैसले किए, वो न कर पाते।
जी।
कुछ काम देश के अंदर गलत पॉलिसियों को निकालने के लिए भी करने पड़ते हैं, और वो ही कर सकते हैं जो देश का सोचते हैं। और अगर ये लोग ऐसा सोचते हैं कि हमारा ऐसा करने का उद्देश्य है कि मुस्लिम बहनें हमें वोट दे दे, पसमंदा मुसलमान हमें वोट दे दे, सिया, बोहरा, आगा खानी, मोहम्मदिया, ये सारे हमें वोट दे दे, तो आप क्यों नाराज कर रहे हो भाई? आप भी ले लो, स्वीकार कर लो इसको। वो करने की खातिर आर्गुमेंट करते हैं। उनको भी मालूम है वोट का मामला नहीं है, व्यवस्थापन का मामला है।
अमित जी, जब सीएए का बिल पारित हुआ था तब उस वक्त थोड़ा हिंसा का माहौल बना था देश में। कुछ आप लोगों को कोई इस बात की चिंता है कि इस बार भी
बहुत
कुछ हिंसा
अच्छा
हो सकता?
किया आप सीए निकाल दिया। मैं चाहता था कोई पूछे, कोई पूछता नहीं था। आपने पूछ लिया, अच्छा हो गया। भाई पूरे देश के सामने ढिंढोरा पीटा राहुल गांधी एंड कंपनी ने कि सीएए से मुसलमानों की नागरिकता चली जाएगी। अब सीएए पूर्णतया लागू होने से 2 साल हो गए। मैं राहुल गांधी को सार्वजनिक चुनौती देता हूं, एक भी मुसलमान की अगर नागरिकता गई है तो हमें बताए। पूरे देश को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने गुमराह किया, इनके इंडी अलायंस वालों ने गुमराह किया। मुसलमानों की नागरिकता चली जाएगी, नागरिकता चली जाएगी, नागरिकता चली जाएगी, और देश में हिंसा करे। यही जिम्मेदार है हिंसा के लिए।
तो इस बार नहीं लगता आपको कि ऐसा कोई डर?
कुछ तो समझे होंगे।
अमित जी, थोड़ा दूसरे सब्जेक्ट डिलिमिटेशन की ओर बढ़ते हैं। ये मुद्दा भी बहुत गर्म रहा है पिछले कुछ महीनों में। तो डिलिमिटेशन से क्या आप आज ये आश्वासन साउथ सदर्न स्टेट्स को दे सकते हैं कि डिलिमिटेशन से उनकी सीटों पे कोई कमी नहीं आएगी प्रोपोर्शनेटली?
देखो, मेरे कोरे आश्वासन से शायद साउथ के हमारे भारतीय है वो नहीं समझ पाएंगे। मैं थोड़ा कहना चाहता हूं।
जरूर।
हिमाचल में कांग्रेस की सरकार है
जी,
वहां डिलिमिटेशन के लिए कुछ हो रहा है? जरा बोलो ना भाई।
जी जी,
नहीं हो रहा है।
नहीं।
कई जगह इंडी अलायंस की सरकार है, वहां डिलिमिटेशन के लिए कुछ हो रहा है?
नहीं।
सिर्फ तमिलनाडु में क्यों हो रहा है?
चुनाव आ रहा है।
चुनाव है। अभी डिलिमिटेशन सरकार ने घोषित किया है क्या?
जी नहीं।
नहीं। एक सेकंड।
जी जी।
डिलिमिटेशन एक्ट हमने बनाया है क्या? नहीं बनाया
जी नहीं।
डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन में किसी सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज को अपॉइंट किया है क्या? नहीं किया है। तो आज है क्या? क्योंकि रैंपड करप्शन कर कर तमिलनाडु की जनता आपके खिलाफ हो गई है, इसको ढकने के लिए ये मुद्दा आज उठा रहे हो। आज बुरहत क्या है डिलिमिटेशन लाने का? मगर आपने कहा है, मैं स्पष्टता कर ही देता हूं, दक्षिण के किसी भी राज्य ने, किसी भी मतदाता ने, किसी भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वादा है कि किसी को अन्याय नहीं होगा, आपकी प्रोरेटा सीटें बनी रहेंगी।
तो मतलब अगर 7.5 सीटें होंगी तो प्रोरेटा के हिसाब से उनकी जो बनती है 180
मैंने
वोट
कह ही दिया भैया, पहले भी कह चुका हूं, मगर ये सुनना ही नहीं चाहते
जी।
क्योंकि ये शोर शराबा बंद कर देते हैं तो उनको करप्शन का जवाब देना पड़ेगा, उनको परिवारवाद का जवाब देना पड़ेगा। चुनाव मुद्दे पर वो चाहते नहीं।
तो जैसे 750 सीटें अगर हो गई तो उत्तर प्रदेश की सीटें भी बढ़ के 110 120 हो जाएंगी, तो ये बहुत बड़ा नंबर है।
राहुल जी ऐसा है कि डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन का हर बार एक्ट बनाना पड़ता है। अभी तक की एक्ट का आयुष्य 25 तक था। अब नया एक्ट आएगा तो वो भी समझते हैं, हम भी समझते हैं, पार्लियामेंट में आएगा। छिपा कर नहीं हो सकता। इसके पहले ऑल पार्टी कंसल्टेशन होगा, एक्ट आएगा, शायद समिति को भी जाएगा या डायरेक्ट भी होगा, तो चर्चा होगी ना
जी।
अभी कुछ आया ही नहीं है और आप हो हल्ला कर रहे हो क्योंकि आपको चुनाव में मुद्दा चाहिए।
मैं ये कह रहा था कि अगर उत्तर प्रदेश में इतनी ज्यादा सीटें हों तो जैसे मायावती जी एक समय कहा करती थी कि उस प्रदेश का विभाजन होना चाहिए, 4 टुकड़ों में उसको बांटना चाहिए।
देखिए वो वोट बैंक के लिए कर रहे हो, आप टीआरपी के लिए कर रहे हो। अभी भैया आया ही नहीं है डिलिमिटेशन, काहे को डिलिमिटेशन करते हैं।
डिलिमिटेशन अमित जी तभी हो सकता है जब नया सेंसस आए, तो ये कैसे होगा, कब होगा? और इसमें कास्ट सेंसस की जो बात चल रही है, जो ऑपोजिशन की भी डिमांड है, उस पर आपका क्या विचार है?
गट डिलिमिटेशन भी 2001 के जनगणना के आधार पर हुआ था, ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है, परंतु डिलिमिटेशन जब भी करना पड़ेगा, किस प्रकार से करेंगे, किस जनगणना के आधार पर करेंगे और किस प्रकार से करेंगे, ये सारा एक कानून बनकर संसद में पारित होता है, तब जाकर डिलिमिटेशन की प्रक्रिया शुरू होती है, क्योंकि वो हमारे लोकतंत्र का मूल आधार है। जो लोकतंत्र को सत्ता तय करने का कॉलेजियम है, हमारी संसद है, हमारी विधायिका है, वो वहीं से चुनकर आती है। तो उनकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी का डिजाइन करना, इससे बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण कार्य लोकतंत्र में और कोई हो नहीं सकता। और पार्लियामेंट के कानून से, और पार्लियामेंट के कानून को राष्ट्रपति महोदय के अनुमोदन के बाद ही होता है और उसमें कोई पार्टी इन्वॉल्व नहीं होती है। इसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट के एक जज इसकी अध्यक्षता करते हैं।
जी अमित जी, एक और बड़ा मुद्दा आप लोगों का रहा है वन नेशन वन पोल, काफी चर्चा भी हुई है, उसमें आपने काम बहुत किया है। ये कैसे कर पाएंगे आप? इसको पारित करने के लिए आपको 2/3 बहुमत की जरूरत है, तो और कौन सी पार्टियां जुड़ सकती हैं आपसे? इस मुद्दे को कैसे, इस कार्यकाल में इसमें हम कुछ देखेंगे क्या?
देखिए भाई, आप तो ऐसा सवाल कर रहे हो, गांधी जी ने देश को आजाद करने की मांग की, तो वो कोई पूछ लेगा उनको, कैसे करोगे भी, अंग्रेजों का राज है। ऐसा है भाई, हम हमारा मुद्दा लेकर जनता के सामने गए हैं, हम जनता के बीच में कार्यक्रम कर कर भी जा रहे हैं। 2-3 साल होते होते माहौल ऐसा होगा कि कोई पार्टी वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन का विरोध नहीं कर पाएगी, क्योंकि ये देश के भले में है। कोई मुझे बताए कि बार बार चुनाव कर कर, खर्च कर कर हम क्या करना चाहते हैं इस देश में? एक साथ चुनाव क्यों नहीं होना चाहिए? कारण क्या है? ये कहते हैं संविधान सम्मत नहीं, कोई आर्गुमेंट नहीं करता, एक वाक्य लिख कर दे दिया है, बोले रखते हैं संविधान सम्मत नहीं। कैसे संविधान सम्मत नहीं? और नहीं है तो आपने 3 चुनाव कैसे कराए?
जी,
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जब तक सरकारें तोड़ने की शुरुआत नहीं करी, उनकी सरकारें आती थी, तब तक तो सभी चुनाव एक साथ करे, और 2-3 राज्य 4 राज्य नए बन गए, इसके चुनाव आगे पीछे हो गए। तो वो एक साथ करने के लिए असेंबलियां डिसॉल्व कर दी कांग्रेस ने। वही कांग्रेस पार्टी ये कह रही है कि लोकतंत्र के विरोधी है। 7 राज्यों के असेंबलियां डिसॉल्व कर कर वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन कराया था। और आज वो ही विरोध कर रहे हैं। जनता वो मानते हैं ऐसे नहीं सोचती है, जनता के अपने के सोचने के तरीके। कुछ नेता ऐसा मानते हैं कि मैंने कह दिया तो बस जनता मान गई, और फिर परिणाम आते हैं तो कहते हैं कि भाई ईवीएम में गड़बड़ हो गया। एक्चुअल में भैया आप जो बोलते हो वो जनता मानती नहीं है।
अभी तो कह रहे हैं महाराष्ट्र का इलेक्शन भी जो है उसको भी चोरी कर लिया आप लोगों ने।
अगर हम जीत जाते तो क्या, वो जीत जाते तो क्या कहते? हम तो वो है 10 साल, हमारे 10 साल में इनकी तेलंगाना सरकार बनी, चेन्नई में सरकार बनी, बंगाल में बनी, हिमाचल में बनी, वो कैसे बनी फिर? तो
कांग्रेस की बात हो रही है तो एक सवाल यहां पे आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा। ये एआईसीसी का सेशन चल रहा है, उसमें जो खबरें हम पढ़ रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं, जो वहां से निकल के आ रही है, तो उसमें लीडर्स का मानना है 2 तरीके के थॉट्स हैं। एक तो ये है कि मोदी को गाली दो, मोदी के खिलाफ भाषण देते रहो, मोदी के पीछे पड़े रहो, और दूसरा कुछ नेता ये मानते हैं कि आप अपनी ऑल्टरनेट सोच, अपना विजन भी सामने लोगों के रखें। आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस पर राहुल?
देखिए, इसका मतलब है कुछ तो समझ वाले लोग अभी भी वहां बचे हैं क्योंकि इतने सालों का अनुभव है, 2001 से लेकर 2025 तक का, जितनी बार मोदी जी को गाली दी, इनकी माता जी ने भी दे दी, इन्होंने भी दे दी, जितनी बार गाली दी मोदी जी और मजबूत होकर बाहर आए हैं। उनको मालूम नहीं हमारे दल का चुनाव चिन्ह कमल है, जो कीचड़ में ही खिलता है, ज्यादा खिलता है। तो हम तो गालियों के कीचड़ में ही खिलकर बाहर आते हैं, वो उनको मालूम नहीं।
अमित जी, आपको काफी दिनों बाद इस बार इंटरव्यू कर रहा हूं। 2024 के चुनाव के समय आपसे बात हुई थी, एक सवाल उस पर भी। 2024 में आप लोगों को उम्मीद थी, नारा था अब की बार 400 पार, सीटें आई भारतीय जनता पार्टी की 240। कहां गड़बड़ हो गई, कहां रणनीति में कमी रह गई?
देखिए राहुल जी, हम भी मानते हैं कि हमारी सीटें कम हुई, वो तो आंकड़ा है
जी।
मगर ये जो कह रहे हैं कि भाई ये तो ये कह रहे थे ये आए, ये कह रहे थे ये आए, मुझे बताओ, कोई खिलाड़ी मैच खेलने जाएगा, सामने टीम कैसी भी हो, पिच कैसी भी हो, वो क्या कहेगा? नहीं हम आज हार जाएंगे, ऐसा कहेगा क्या? अरे भाई हमारा 300 था तो हमने 400 कहा, इसमें क्या बुराई की है भाई? हम तो सोचते ही हम बढ़ोतरी करेंगे और करेंगे। अभी भी मैं कहता हूं हम तमिलनाडु जीतेंगे, बिहार भी जीतेंगे और इनका सुपड़ा साफ हो जाएगा।
नहीं, 2024 की उसके बाद आपने 3 शानदार विजय भी वो की हैं, दर्ज की हैं। आप हरियाणा में जीते बहुत अच्छी तरीके से। महाराष्ट्र में तो मुझको फडणवीस जी ने कहा कि वो सोच भी नहीं रहे थे कि इतनी सीटें आएंगी, और उससे कहीं ज्यादा सीटें आई। तो दिल्ली में आपने जो है केजरीवाल जी की सरकार को परास्त किया। तो ये कैसे हुआ? ये आप लोग बाउंस बैक कैसे करें?
देखिए, जनता ने चुनाव में कुछ झूठा प्रचार किया गया, कुछ भ्रामक बातें फैलाई गई, इसका कुछ तो असर हुआ, कुछ वोट कम मिले। जब परिणाम आया तो सबके मन में एक प्रकार की रंजिश थी कि हमने मोदी जी के साथ ये ठीक नहीं किया, और इसके कारण ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी का समर्थन भी बढ़ा है और बड़े जोर के साथ मोदी के काम पर थप्पा लगाने का काम ये 3 राज्यों में।
थोड़ा सा आप हिंदी के पक्ष में बहुत बातें करते हैं, तो थोड़ा एक लैंग्वेज मुद्दे पर भी बात कर लेते हैं। ये भी साउथ से जुड़ा हुआ है।
पहले मैं थोड़ी स्पष्टता कर दूं, मैं हिंदी भाषी नहीं हूं, मैं गुजराती हूं। मैं हिंदी के पक्ष में बात करता हूं, ये विपक्ष का प्रचार है। मैं भारतीय भाषाओं की बात जरूर करता हूं, और मैं मानता हूं कि इस देश को अपनी संस्कृति, अपने संस्कार और अपने इतिहास के साथ जुड़ना है तो देश की हर एक भाषा को जिंदा रखना पड़ेगा, और ये मेरा अकेले का नहीं, देश का हर नागरिक का दायित्व है। क्योंकि व्यक्ति अपनी मां की भाषा में ही सोच सकता है, अपनी मां की भाषा में ही व्यक्ति विश्लेषण कर सकता है, मतलब एनालिसिस करता है, तर्क कर सकता है, मतलब लॉजिक इसका डेवलप होता है, इसके आधार पर वो निर्णय लेता है, और इसके आधार पर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की वो योजना बनाता है। ये पूरी प्रक्रिया मां की भाषा में ही होती है। मगर अब कुछ लोगों की भाषा यहां की नहीं है मां की, तो मैं क्या कर सकता हूं भाई? मैं तो भारत में जन्मा हूं, तो भारत की भाषाओं की बात करता हूं। ये सब निरर्थक हो अल्लाह करते हैं। मैं आपको बताता हूं कि हमारे आने से पहले, मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है, हमारे आने से पहले कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इतने सालों तक हिंदी और अंग्रेजी को सभी भाषाओं के बच्चों पर थोपा था। यूपीएससी की परीक्षा जो आईएएस आईपीएस की थी, वो अन्य भाषा में नहीं आती। 2015 में नरेंद्र मोदी ने निर्णय किया कि आप तमिल में भी पेपर दे सकते हो, गुजराती में भी दे सकते हो, मराठी में भी दे सकते हो, मलयाली में भी दे सकते हो। 2020 तक सीएपीएफ की जो भर्ती होती है, इनका पेपर सिर्फ हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में लिखा जाता था, आज 13 भाषाओं में लिखा जाता है। हमने तो तमिल की एंट्री की है, गुजराती की एंट्री की है, मराठी बंगाली की एंट्री भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने की, आपने अंग्रेजी पर छोड़ दिया था। इनके समय के अंदर लोकल स्टेशनों पर लोकल भाषा में अनाउंसमेंट भी नहीं होते थे, वो भी हमने किए। इनके समय में मेडिकल और इंजीनियरिंग कंपलसरी अंग्रेजी में ही पढ़नी पड़ती थी, हमने उसको स्थानीय भाषा में एंट्री करा दी और आज मध्य प्रदेश में हो चुका है, उत्तर प्रदेश आगे बढ़ चुका है, राजस्थान आगे बढ़ चुका है। पूरे के पूरे मेडिकल के कोर्स हिंदी में अनुवादित हो गए। 13 भाषा में इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ाने की व्यवस्था 2026 के पहले हम कर देंगे।
तो डीएमके का ये कहना हिंदी, हिंदू, हिंदुस्तान, ये गलत है कि आप लोग?
नहीं भाई, मैं देखो, अभी मोदी जी गए थे, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से कहा कि एक भी डीएमके नेता का सिग्नेचर तमिल में हो तो बताओ मुझे।
अंग्रेजी में करते हैं।
हमारे राज्यों ने तो अपनी भाषा में मेडिकल इंजीनियरिंग के कोर्स का अनुवाद कर दिया है, वो तमिल में शुरू भी नहीं करते हैं
जी,
और वो तमिल की बात कर रहे हैं।
एक गर्म मुद्दा जो कि सिर्फ भारत का ही मुद्दा नहीं है, पूरे विश्व भर का मुद्दा है, वो है टैरिफ का मुद्दा। तो ये जो टैरिफ वॉर चल रहा है इस वक्त, उसका भारत पर क्या असर होगा, आप ये जरा सा समझाएं।
देखिए, असर का आकलन करने के लिए बहुत जल्दबाजी होगी। सिर्फ अकेले भारत पर टैरिफ नहीं डाला गया है, ढेर सारे देशों पर डाला गया है। हमारे कितने ऑप्शन खुलेंगे, अमेरिका में भी हमसे ज्यादा हमारे स्पर्धक है, वो देशों पर टैरिफ डाला गया है। तो इसका असर क्या होगा? हो सकता है कि हमारा सामान ज्यादा भी जा सकता है, कई सारे देशों में हमारे सामान जाने की व्यवस्था भी होगी। बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स मसला है, इसमें इतनी जल्दबाजी में इसका असर का आकलन किसी को नहीं करना चाहिए।
पैनिक एक जो आ रहा है, आपको लगता है कि भारत में कोई ऐसा पैनिक का कोई वो?
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि देश की जनता ऐसे पैनिक में कभी आती नहीं है। ये थोड़ा मीडियाबाजी होती है तो असर तो होता है, असर नहीं होता है ऐसा नहीं, मगर धीरे धीरे संभल जाएगा।
अमित जी, सब लोग जानना चाहते हैं, मेरे कुछ कॉलीग्स ने भी बोला है कि आपसे जरूर पूछूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का अगला अध्यक्ष कौन होगा। बहुत दिनों से चर्चा चल रही है, सुर्खियों में भी है, मगर कोई नाम निकल कर नहीं आ रहा है।
अभी तक तय नहीं हुआ है।
बिल्कुल तय नहीं हुआ, तो कितना समय लगेगा? आपकी मुस्कुराहट से मुझे लग रहा है कि कुछ नहीं बता रहे, कुछ छुपा रहे हैं।
भाई 13 करोड़ के मेंबरशिप की पार्टी का अध्यक्ष छिपा नहीं रह सकता ना, तय होगा उसी दिन सार्वजनिक हो जाएगा। वो पर्चा भरेंगे तो तुरंत ही नाम घोषित हो जाएगा।
तो समय क्यों लग रहा है अभी तक? तो
जी, समय लग रहा है।
जी। मुझे याद है एक बार मैंने इनसे ज्यादा सवाल पूछा था कि कितने टिकट बटेंगे, किसको क्या मिलेगा। कहता है जब होगा तो आपको भी बुला लेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा। अमित जी, दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट के एक जज के घर में आग लग गई, आउट हाउस में आग लग गई, तो उसमें भारी मात्रा में कैश करेंसी बरामद हुई। तो मेरा सवाल यह है कि इस तरह का एक चित्र देश के सामने आया है, तो क्या आप संतुष्ट हैं कि इसके पीछे क्या कार्यवाही चल रही है, क्या होना चाहिए, कैसे लोगों को विश्वास दिलाया जाए कि
देखिए, परंपराओं से जो परंपरा अब तक बनी है वो ये है कि जुडिशरी की जांच में इनिशिएटिव, अगर हाईकोर्ट जज के लिए कोई मसला खड़ा होता है तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सर्वोच्च न्यायाधीश ने लेना होता है। उन्होंने एक कमेटी बनाई है। हमें ये न्यायिक प्रक्रिया पर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की प्रक्रिया पर भरोसा रखना चाहिए। इसकी रिपोर्ट आएगी तो काफी सारी चीजें स्पष्ट हो जाएगी। मगर मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूं, उन्होंने कमेटी बनाने के निर्णय करने में कोई तक देरी नहीं की है। और मैं आशा करता हूं कि जल्दी, क्योंकि पूरी जनता भी इसको बहुत गंभीरता से देख रही है, तो जल्दी ही ये कमेटी की रिपोर्ट और उसके बाद ऐसा भविष्य में न हो, इसके लिए क्या कदम उठाए जाए वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की ओर से सार्वजनिक होगा। हम भी राह देख रहे हैं, आप भी राह देखो।
एक जुड़ा हुआ सवाल जुडिशरी पर, हायर जुडिशरी के जो अपॉइंटमेंट प्रोसेस का एक सवाल काफी मुद्दा चल रहा है, एनजेएसी की भी बात हो रही थी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बताया, इस पर आपका व्यक्तिगत क्या मत है?
देखिए, मेरा व्यक्तिगत कोई मत नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि मैं एक पार्टी से बंधा हुआ व्यक्ति हूं। मेरा कोई व्यक्तिगत मत नहीं होता है। मेरा मत व्यक्तिगत मैं पार्टी में रख सकता हूं, पार्टी एक निर्णय पर पहुंचती है, फिर पार्टी का मत मेरा मत होता है। इसी तरह से सरकार में भी मेरा कोई व्यक्तिगत मत नहीं होता है। व्यक्तिगत मत जब प्रधानमंत्री जी चर्चा करते हो तब मुझे रखना होता है, या तो कैबिनेट में रखना होता है। इसके बाहर तो कैबिनेट का जो डिसीजन होता है वही हमारा डिसीजन होता है। परंतु मैं मानता हूं कि इस पर एक नए सिरे से एक बहस ये घटना के कारण खड़ी हुई है, जनता में काफी उत्सुकता भी है। हम राह देखते हैं कमेटी क्या करती है, उससे काफी
आप कह रहे हैं उसके बाद बहस होनी चाहिए?
नहीं, बहस तो अभी कर ही रहे हो आप। बहस में तो कौन किसको रोक सकता है, परंतु कमेटी क्या रिपोर्ट देती है इसके आधार पर सारी चीजें स्पष्ट हो।
जम्मू और कश्मीर की ओर चलते हैं, कल आप वहां पर थे भी। राज्य का दर्जा कब तक मिलेगा, क्या आपको लगता है, और नई सरकार का कैसे आप आंकलन करते हैं?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक अखिल भारतीय पार्टी है। हमने भारत में दो नेताओं के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनाई, एक अटल जी के नेतृत्व में बनाई और एक लंबे समय के लिए लगातार तीसरी बार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में बनाई। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कभी भी केंद्र में सत्ता रहते वक्त राज्य सरकार किसकी है वो नहीं सोचा है, ना हम कश्मीर के लिए सोच रहे हैं। कल ही मैं रिव्यू करने के लिए गया था, उमर साहब मेरे साथ ही बैठे थे, भोजन भी किया, बड़े अच्छे से इनकी फोटो भी आई है।
जी जी।
और हम सभी राज्य सरकारों के साथ जिस तरह का हमारा व्यवहार होता है इसी का है, परंतु सुरक्षा और अलगाववाद इस पर हमारा स्टैंड फर्म है, इसमें कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज ना हम करेंगे ना किसी को करने देंगे।
अभी कठुआ क्षेत्र में कुछ घुसपैठी घटना जरा सा सामने आई है, इसमें कुछ आपको लगता है ये पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर टेररिज्म टाइप के कुछ?
नहीं, घुसपैठ तो पाकिस्तान के अलावा रसिया से कैसे हो सकता है, वहीं से हो सकता है, और ये तो सालों से कर रहे हैं। मगर देश के जवान बहुत मुस्तैद है, देश की सरकार भी मुस्तैद है। हम यहाँ पर कोई कांड नहीं करने देंगे, और करेंगे तो दंडित भी करेंगे उनको।
अमित जी थोड़ा इलीगल माइग्रेशन की ओर चलते हैं। ये मुद्दा जो है आपने भी कई बार उठाया है, खासकर बांग्लादेश में जहां तख्ता पलट होने के बाद सर ये बढ़ा है, तो इस पर क्या कदम उठाएंगे कि ऐसा ना हो, इसको हम कैसे टैकल करेंगे?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं इसके लिए बंगाल की जनता को विनती करना चाहता हूं, आने वाले चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बना दीजिए, ये समस्या वहीं से समाप्त हो जाए। इसलिए क्योंकि ममता जी हम पर आरोप लगाती हैं कि भाई बीएसएफ बॉर्डर को देख रही है और आप कैसे घुसपैठ हो रही है, और बंगाल से दिल्ली तक, बंगाल से जम्मू तक कैसे पहुंच जाते, भारत सरकार क्या कर रही है। पूरे देश को मालूम है कि बॉर्डर पर फेंसिंग करने के बाद भी लगभग 250 किलोमीटर बॉर्डर ऐसी है जहां फेंसिंग हो ही नहीं सकती। नाले हैं, बड़ी बड़ी नदियां हैं, विकट भौगोलिक परिस्थिति है, और 400 किलोमीटर बॉर्डर ऐसी है जहां पर बंगाल सरकार हमें फेंसिंग करने के लिए भूमि नहीं दे रही। अब जिस बॉर्डर में 600 किलोमीटर खुला रह जाए वहां घुसपैठ का रोकना बहुत दिक्कत होता है। मूसलाधार बारिश में, ठंड में, गर्मी में नदियों के नाले खुले हैं, वहीं से आते हैं, न जाने घने जंगलों से। परंतु मैं एक छोटा सा सवाल देश की जनता के सामने सवाल और स्पष्टता दोनों रखता हूं। वो आग तो गए देश में, चाहे रोहिंग्या हो चाहे बांग्लादेशी हो, उनका वोटर कार्ड कहां बन रहा है, जिसको लेकर वो पूरे देश भर में उत्तराखंड तक और कश्मीर तक ट्रैवल करते हैं। वो सारा वोटर कार्ड बंगाल के 24 परगना जिले से ही बनता है। हजारों पकड़े गए बांग्लादेशियों के पास से जो दस्तावेज मिलता है, जिला भी नहीं बदलते, इतना बेखौफ हो गए। सभी के फर्जी वोटर कार्ड, फर्जी आधार कार्ड, वो 24 परगना जिले के। और अब मैं ममता जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, किसकी जिम्मेदारी है? कोई विदेश से आता है, घुस गया, चलिए, इसकी जिम्मेदारी जनता तय करेगी। मगर घुस कर गांव में आया, क्या पटवारी को मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा कि गांव में 25 लोग नए आ गए हैं? क्या पुलिस वाले को मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा? कौन इनका आधार कार्ड बना रहा है, कौन उसका वोटर कार्ड? और वो कहती है आधार कार्ड भारत सरकार की एजेंसी अंततोगत्वा कलेक्टर होता है, जो आपके अधीन है। इलेक्शन कमीशन की भी एजेंसी तो कलेक्टर ही होता है, जो आपके अधीन है। परंतु ये सब इंडिया अलायंस की पार्टियों को उसमें अपना वोट बैंक दिखाई पड़ता है।
तो इसका समाधान
अब आसाम से क्यों बंद हो गया?
जी
देखो भाई, समाधान तो हम जरूर ढूंढेंगे, मगर मैं तो इस मंच का उपयोग कर कर बंगाल की जनता को कहता हूं, इसका एक सरल समाधान है। इस बार कमल फूल की सरकार बना दीजिए, अपने आप समाधान आ जाएगा।
क्या लगता है अगले चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी? पिछली बार भी बहुत वो था, पर आप लोग सरकार नहीं बना पाए, और लोकसभा के चुनाव में भी धक्का लगा है आपको वहां।
देखो भाई, ऐसा है, हमारे 4 मेंबर थे। मैं मीडिया का रुख, जिसमें आप भी आ जाते हो, वो समझाता हूं। हमारे 4 मेंबर थे, 4 से 77 हुए, हमें झटका लगा। जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी ने 23, सुनो ना यार, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी ने 27 साल राज करा, ये 0 हो गए, उनको झटका नहीं लगा है। जिस कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी ने 27 साल राज करा, वो भी 0 हो गए, झटका नहीं लगा है। भाई 4 से हम 77 पहुंचे एक चुनाव में, तो 77 से कितना होता है, जरा गुणाकार करो। सरकार बनती है, और कई सरकार हमने बनाई है।
नहीं, 77 तो बहुत बड़ी आपकी वो थी, बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन रहा था। मैं ये कह रहा था कि अगला चुनाव को अगर देखें तो इस बार के लोकसभा चुनाव में ज्यादा अपेक्षा थी, कम सीटें आई।
स्वाभाविक रूप से कम हुई है, मगर हमने इसके बाद में काफी हमारे संगठन का विस्तार भी किया है, सदस्यता भी की है, ड्राई एरिया में भी सदस्यता करी है, हमारे फुल टाइमर भी निकले हैं, और हम इसको अच्छे से देख रहे हैं। बंगाल केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए जीतना जरूरी नहीं है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए जीतना तो जरूरी ही है, परंतु बंगाल देश के लिए भी भाजपा या तो कोई भी राष्ट्रवादी दल जीते, ये बहुत जरूरी है। इसलिए हम बंगाल के पीछे।
अभी 25,000 जो अनलमेंट हुआ है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का डिसीजन, उसके खिलाफ भी ममता जी खड़ी हैं, कह रही हैं कि किसी की नौकरी नहीं जाएगी, मैं देखती हूँ कौन क्या करता है।
चलिए, अब वो तो कुछ भी कह सकते हैं, मैं ऐसा नहीं बोल सकता कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले को मैं नहीं मानूंगा, वरना आप लोग मेरे थोड़े से जो बाल बचे हैं वो भी नोच लोगे भैया।
मोहम्मद यूनुस जी का कहना है कि बांग्लादेश के इस संदर्भ में एक सवाल और, कि जो वहां के इंटरिम लीडर हैं कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्टेट जो है वो लैंडलॉक्ड स्टेट्स हैं, और चाइना को जो है जो भी कुछ करना है वो बांग्लादेश के थ्रू जो है वो मार्केट एक्सेस है, चारों तरफ सी का वो है। इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं, इनके स्टेटमेंट को कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार है, भारत की 1 इंच जमीन पर हम किसी को आंख नहीं डालने देंगे, एंट्री का तो सवाल ही नहीं।
आपने हरदम, मैंने आपसे ये सवाल 2-3 बार पूछा है, फिर से पूछता हूं क्योंकि नया कार्यकाल है, इस तीसरे कार्यकाल में पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर पीओके के बारे में, इस पर क्या इस थर्ड उस पे?
देखिए, भारत का स्टैंड बड़ा रुख है, स्पष्ट है और सालों से है कि पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर हमारा है। और जहां तक कब आएगा इसका सवाल है, तो इतना तो तुम भी समझते हो राहुल, मैं सार्वजनिक मंच पर इसकी तिथि न बता सकता हूं, ना योजना बना सकता, मगर हर भारत सरकार का दायित्व है कि पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर हमारा है। वो हमारा सिर्फ क्लेम नहीं है, हमारी बिलीफ है और ऐतिहासिक डॉक्यूमेंट भी है और हमारा लीगल केस भी मजबूत है।
पाकिस्तान कहता है कि जो बलूचिस्तान में अटैक हो रहे हैं उसके पीछे इंडिया का हाथ है, इसको कैसे आप देखते हैं?
चलिए, अब उनसे संभल नहीं पड़ता, वो तो कुछ न कुछ कहेंगे, वहां की जनता को क्या करेंगे, मगर अब उनकी समस्या है, उनको निपटना चाहिए।
पर क्या इंडिया सपोर्ट करता है बलूच लोगों के लिए इंडिपेंडेंट स्टेट? हमारी क्या?
इंडिया के सपोर्ट का सवाल ही नहीं होता। उनके यहाँ जिस प्रकार से शासन चल रहा है, इसके कारण कुछ प्रांतों में असंतोष है, इसको हम रिपेयर नहीं कर सकते।
नेपाल में जो है, नेपाल में इस वक्त हिंदू राष्ट्र की जो है एक मांग है, इस मांग को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
अब वहां पर भी डेमोक्रेसी है, सब लोग अपनी अपनी मांगे करते हैं।
चाइना का स्टैंड जो है इधर कुछ सॉफन होता हुआ आपको दिख रहा है, हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि बातचीत बढ़ रही है। क्या चाइना से इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आने की कोई उम्मीद है?
देखो, मैं मीडिया का आदमी नहीं हूं
जी।
एक स्टेटमेंट से देशों के रुख तय नहीं होते हैं, बहुत सारे हमारे मुद्दे हैं, सकारात्मक समाधान निकलता है तो अच्छी बात है।
तहव्वुर राणा का जो है एक्स्ट्राडिशन जो है हो रहा है, वो कुछ दिनों में यहाँ आ जाएंगे। क्या डेविड हेडली के लिए भी हम ये वो करेंगे? कुछ उम्मीद है कि वो भी?
देखिए, मोदी सरकार का प्रयास है कि जिन लोगों ने भी भारत की जमीन, भारत का सम्मान और भारत के नागरिकों के साथ दुर्व्यवहार भी किया है, वो हमारे कानून के जद में लाना चाहिए। और मैं मानता हूं तब राणा की यहां वापिस आना, ये मोदी सरकार की कूटनीति का बहुत बड़ी सफलता है
जी।
तो क्योंकि जिनके समय में जब बम धमाके हुए वो तो ला नहीं पाए, मगर आज वो वापिस आएगा, हमारी अदालत के सामने पेश होगा, हमारे संविधान के तहत उसको सजा होगी। ये देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है।
अमित जी, आपने नक्सलिज्म पे बड़ा बयान दिया है, इसका रोड मैप क्या है, कैसे खत्म होगा पूरा? आपने एक टाइम फ्रेम भी दिया है, थोड़ा सा अगर हमारे दर्शकों को बताएं। देखिए,
नक्सलिज्म अब 120 जिलों के आसपास था, घटते 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 अब 12 जिलों तक सिमट कर रह गया है। एक जमाने में स्वप्न देखते थे पशुपति टू तिरुपति का, वो सपना उनका चूर चूर हो गया है। बिहार मुक्त हो गया, झारखंड मुक्त हो गया, महाराष्ट्र ऑलमोस्ट मुक्त हो गया, कुछ तहसील बच गई है, मध्य प्रदेश ऑलमोस्ट मुक्त हो गया, कुछ तहसील बची है, तेलंगाना मुक्त हो गया, आंध्र प्रदेश मुक्त हो गया, उड़ीसा मुक्त हो गया, केरल मुक्त हो गया है, कर्नाटक मुक्त हो गया है। अब कुछ जिले और कुछ तहसीलें बची है, और ये थोड़ा लेट भी इसलिए हुआ है कि बीच में 5 साल कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार आ गई। मैं जब कहता हूं तब कांग्रेस पार्टी वाले मुझ पर बड़ा आरोप लगाते हैं कि आप नक्सल के खिलाफ की लड़ाई में पक्षापक्षी करते हैं, मगर मैं आंकड़ा देना चाहता हूं जी। 24 में हमारी सरकार बनी छत्तीसगढ़ में, 24 से अब तक 25 में टोटल 436 नक्सली मारे गए, 1364 गिरफ्तार किए गए और 1400 सरेंडर हुए। 15 साल का टोटल ये नहीं है। छत्तीसगढ़ में हमने सुरक्षा वैक्यूम को समाप्त कर दिया है। विगत 5 सालों में लगभग 380 कैंप बनाए हैं और सीआरपीएफ के जवान, आईटीबीपी के जवान, बीएसएफ के जवान और छत्तीसगढ़ पुलिस घने जंगलों में, एक प्रकार से इसके लिए शब्द उपयोग करना है तो घोर तपस्या कर कर इनके पीछे लगे हैं और उनके उन्मूलन में लगे हैं। फिर भी मैं तो आज के कार्यक्रम से माध्यम से कहना चाहता हूं, कई लोगों ने सरेंडर किया है, जिनके हाथ में हथियार है, हथियार डाले, मेन स्ट्रीम में आए और अपना जीवन अच्छे से बिताएं। उत्तर पूर्व में भी 10,000 लोगों ने सरेंडर किया है, 20 समझौते हमने किए हैं और उत्तर पूर्व में कमोबेश टेररिज्म समाप्त हो चुका है। परंतु एक बात निश्चित है कि 31 मार्च 2026 इस देश में नक्सल हिंसा पाश बन जाएगी। ये हमारी सरकार का बहुत फर्म निर्णय है कि हम नक्सल से मुक्त भारत बनाएंगे।
मतलब 1 साल में। अमित जी, भारत के अंदर खालिस्तान की एक्टिविटीज कुछ बढ़ रही हैं क्या? आपका क्या वो है? और पंजाब की सरकार जो है वो कितनी सक्षम है इसको कंट्रोल करने में आप लोगों के साथ मिलकर?
देखिए, पंजाब सरकार की प्राथमिक जिम्मेदारी है
जी,
मगर भारत सरकार की भी जिम्मेदारी है। कोई भी किसी भी नाम से अगर देश को तोड़ने की बात करता है तो हम जरा भी सहन नहीं कर सकते और उसको बिल्कुल सख्ती के साथ दबाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार करेगी।
पंजाब में क्या लगता है आपको, अगले चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का क्या रोल, क्या भूमिका रहेगी? क्या आप अकाली दल के साथ लड़ेंगे?
ऐसा कहते हैं कि सृष्टि की रचना ब्रह्मा जी ने करी है, पंजाब के अगले चुनाव का आकलन तो ब्रह्मा जी भी नहीं कर पाएंगे भैया। ऐसा मैच होकर पड़ा है। मगर मुझे आशा है कि चुनाव आते आते पंजाब की जनता एक अच्छे निर्णय की तरफ पहुंचेगी और एक पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार कोई न कोई जरूर बनाएगी।
मणिपुर में आप जो है दोनों कम्युनिटीज के बीच बातचीत का माहौल एक बना रहे हैं, कब तक प्रेसिडेंट रूल रहेगा? कैसे, कब?
देखिए, प्रेसिडेंट रूल पूर्णतया नहीं लगाया गया। अभी हमने असेंबली को सुषुप्त अवस्था में रखा है
जी।
तो हमारा तो प्रयास है कि जल्दी से दोनों समुदायों के बीच में बातचीत हो और शांति स्थापित हो। कुछ सफलता मिली भी है, घटनाएं तो बंदी हुई है मगर बातचीत में भी कुछ सफलता मिली है। परंतु मुझे लगता है कि 2-3 दौर की बाढ़ और होगी।
जो सबसे पास चुनाव है वो है बिहार का चुनाव, तो क्या बिहार में क्या लगता है आपको, क्या
एनडीए अब तक के सबसे बड़े बहुमत के साथ बिहार में सरकार बनाएगा, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं।
और जो सीट शेयरिंग होगी वो क्या जैसे पिछली बार थी उसी प्रोपोर्शन में रहेगी?
प्रदेश में हमारी पार्टी और हमारे साथी दल बैठकर तय
पर क्या नीतीश जी के चेहरा होंगे चुनाव का? बाकी मुख्यमंत्री
तो नीतीश जी मुख्यमंत्री है ही, सवाल ही कहाँ है कोई।
तो वही मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे अगर आप जीतेंगे?
अरे भाई, अभी नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में ही हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं।
कुछ पर्सनल सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, हर बार 2-3 पूछता हूं पर इस बार भी कोशिश।
पूछकर क्या करोगे, कुछ निकलेगा नहीं यार।
मैं फिर भी कोशिश करता हूं। मैंने सुना है कि आपका जब जन्म हुआ था तो आपका शरद पूनम के दिन जन्म हुआ था, तो बहुत दिनों तक आपको पूनम भाई के नाम से भी लोग जानते हैं और आपके नामकरण में बहुत देरी भी हुई थी, इसकी क्या वजह थी, कुछ बताइए।
नहीं, मेरी बुआ ने मन्नत मानी थी कि 5 साल का होऊंगा तब नाम तय किया जाएगा। चूंकि मैं पूनम के दिन जन्मा था तो सब पूनम कहते थे। इसमें कोई बड़ा रहस्य नहीं है भाई, हर एक बच्चे के साथ गांव में होता है।
एक कहानी जो मैंने आपसे भी सुनी है थोड़ी बहुत, कि जब आप 11 वर्ष के थे तो आपको आपके घर वाले चाहते थे कि आप यूएस चले जाएं, तो आप घर छोड़कर भाग गए।
छोड़ो, मैं भारत छोड़कर कहीं नहीं जाने वाला, यहीं रहूंगा, यहीं लड़ूंगा और यहीं जीऊंगा।
अगले साल मोदी जी के गवर्नेंस में करीब 25 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे और आपने उनके संग बहुत क्लोजली बहुत समय तक काम किया है। इस केमिस्ट्री के बारे में कुछ बताएं, किस तरीके से ये जोड़ी इतने साल से साथ में काम कर रही है, आप एक दूसरे को कैसे कॉम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं?
देखिए, कोई भी दो कार्यकर्ता एक साथ काम करते, एक नेता और कार्यकर्ता एक साथ काम करता है तो इतने लंबे समय तक काम करते करते एक दूसरे की काम की पद्धति भी समझ में आ जाती है, एक दूसरे का सोचने का ढंग भी समझ में आ जाता है और एक दूसरे का स्वभाव भी समझ में आ जाता है। अंततोगत्वा तो चाहे मोदी जी हो चाहे मैं हूं, हमें हमारी आइडियोलॉजी के अनुरूप काम करना है। तो हमारी आइडियोलॉजी है, वो हमारी गाइडलाइन है, इसीलिए कभी मतभेद पैदा नहीं होते हैं। वो भी आइडियोलॉजी के लिए, देश के लिए, संविधान के लिए सोचते हैं, मैं भी आइडियोलॉजी के लिए, देश के लिए और संविधान के लिए सोचता हूं। तो मतभेद होने का कोई सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता। जहां एक दूसरे को कंट्रीब्यूट करने का सवाल है, इसमें जरूर एक दूसरे को कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं, मगर अलग प्रकार से। मैं मोदी जी जो लक्ष्य तय करते हैं, इसका पूरा करने के लिए मेरे साथियों को साथ में रखकर पूरा प्रयास करता हूं। ये मेरे कंट्रीब्यूशन का तरीका है। मोदी जी हमारे नेता है, हम सब कार्यकर्ता जो इनके साथ तैयार हुए, इनके नीचे काम कर रहे हैं, वो सभी के छोटी गलतियां हैं, उनको मोदी जी माफ कर सुधारते हैं, तो हमें भी वो कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं एक तरफ से कंप्लीट बनाने में। तो इस तरह से एक दूसरे का कंट्रीब्यूशन हो ही जाता है। परंतु ये उदाहरण जो आप दे रहे हो नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह का, ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ जुड़े हुए इस देश में हजारों कार्यकर्ता है, जिनमें कार्यकर्ता बनाने से लेकर उसको बड़ा सोचने तक, तरीके से सोचने तक की पूरी प्रक्रिया नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने की है, हमारे कई नेताओं ने की है, और ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। और इसी के कारण हम चुनाव अनेक हारे, मगर हमारी पार्टी कभी टूटी नहीं जी। चुनाव हारे, हम साफ नहीं हो गए। यूपी में कांग्रेस चुनाव हारी, साफ हो गई। बिहार में चुनाव हारी, साफ हो गई। हम साफ नहीं होते, इसी का कारण है कि हमारे कार्यकर्ता आइडियोलॉजी के लिए काम करते हैं, देश के लिए काम करते हैं, देश के संविधान के लिए काम करते हैं।
अमित जी, एक आखिरी सवाल। अगर एक दिन मान लीजिए आपको बिल्कुल फुर्सत हो, कुछ भी करने को ना हो, कोई मीटिंग ना हो, आपके पास पूरा समय हो अपने लिए, तो आप क्या करेंगे उस दिन?
मेरे पास 8000 पुस्तकें हैं, काफी सारे पढ़ने का बाकी है, और मुझे शास्त्रीय संगीत का भी बहुत शौक है, जिसको मैं समय नहीं देना पड़ता। पुस्तक तो जरूर पढ़ूंगा और संगीत सुनते सुनते पढ़ूंगा।
अमित जी, आज आप हमारे संग जुड़े, आपने हमारे सारे प्रश्नों का उत्तर दिया। आपका राइजिंग भारत मंच पे आने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
You can be a little more generous with your applause. He's been so candid, forthright in his answers. Amit ji, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay in the auditorium because we have Dr. L. Subramaniam, Kavita Krishnamurthy ji, Bindu Subramaniam and Ambi Subramaniam taking the stage for a mesmerizing performance. We request you all to please stay seated.
Since you said it's been challenging circumstances, it's beyond what anyone could have imagined. Let's address the elephant in the room, and that is the tariffs that have kicked in today. That's what our business editors have been telling us. The reciprocal tariffs have kicked in today, and first of all, I'd like to understand from you what is your assessment, what is your reading of what is going to be the impact of these reciprocal tariffs on India. What is India's strategy to try and deal with the fallout of it? If you could sort of, elucidate what your views are.
I don't think it's possible to speak about what would be the impact because we don't know. What is our strategy? I think that's pretty clear. We decided that we will engage the Trump administration early on this set of issues. We were very open with them, very constructive with them, as they were with us. What we agreed to do was to try to negotiate a bilateral trade agreement by fall of this year. To the best of my knowledge, and I could be corrected here, I think we are the only country after President Trump has assumed presidency the second time which has actually reached such an understanding in principle. So I don't know, every country, because every country is tariffed, okay? So every country in the world today is fashioning its own strategy of dealing with the United States. In our case, our strategy has a goal. And the goal is to see whether it's possible to actually deal with this situation by concluding a bilateral trade agreement. And I should add that in an interesting way, this has long been our objective. The present situation may have created the circumstances for such a serious conversation. But if you look at President Trump's first term, we were actually negotiating a trade deal which could not fructify. And if one looks even at Biden's administration, we discussed trade possibilities and we ended up with the IPEF initiative. They were very averse to doing a bilateral agreement. So from the Indian perspective, actually doing, working out something bilaterally with the United States is not at all a sort of a negative or a, sort of unwanted situation. On the contrary, it is something which has long been our objective.
Last time you were here at the summit, the big concern, the big talking point was the relationship with China, and you had said that the relationship is not normal. And, we need to deal with the situation at the border for the relationship to become normal. Now, there's been a disengagement process. The Prime Minister has met with the Chinese President. You've met with your counterpart, I think, on a couple of occasions since then. How would you describe the state of the relationship with China? How far away from normal is it?
Well, it's obviously better than the last time I was here.
Sure.
I think the disengagement, particularly the Depsang-Temchok, was important. We are now addressing, to some extent, issues on the border because there's been a force build-up over a period of years. But there were many other things which also happened during this period. Some of it was a collateral of the situation. Some of it was actually a carryover from the COVID era. For example, our flights, direct flights stopped during COVID. They were not resumed. The Kailash Mansarovar Yatra stopped during COVID. It did not again resume. So I think there is work to be done. We are at it. We are, sort of trying to see whether a lot of this post-COVID and, parallel to the border tension, the combination of these issues, how much we can progress on this. We are looking at it because at the end of the day, we have always maintained that the situation which we saw between 2020 and 2024 was not in the interest of either country. It was not in the interest of our relationship. And I think there is a recognition of that now.
So it's on the road to being normal again?
Well, I think we are moving in a positive direction. The problem with your profession is you want instantaneous transformation. The challenge of my profession is it's a very arduous and painstaking one.
Harshen, who runs one of the most profitable unicorns in the country, Mohandas Pai, who's very vocal about a number of issues. So are you in a good mood or a bad mood today? You're in a good mood. And Vivek Wadhwa, who's come all the way from Silicon Valley. Thank you very much for talking to us. Before we get into the specific of the sports culture and sports economy, I want the three of you to give me an overview of the rapid digitization we have seen in India in the last 10 years. While there is room for improvement in many things, we must also acknowledge that we've come a long way from where we were in 2014. We have 800 million internet users. I think Dream Sports alone has 250 million users, registered users. UPI has taken off in a big way. So give us an overview of where we are, where we should be. Harsh, maybe you can start and Mr. Pai and Mr. Wadhwa can join in.
Thanks for having us here. I think we've been running Dream Sports for the last 18 years now. And I think the last 10 years have been completely transformative. Obviously, everyone should thank Jio because Jio has truly changed the game in terms of mass adoption of data and really good high-speed internet available at your fingertips. There's also been the COVID factor, which got people to pay at the right time online, and just before was demonetization. So there's been a bunch of very strong, high impactful events that have happened in the last 10 years that have led us to where we are today. Speaking of sports, I think that we have an insane opportunity where we have almost 1 billion sports fans in this country, 800 million from the last I checked online watching sports. That is more than almost every other, I think it's larger than every country on the planet, right? This is the largest sports fan base online in the world. And this moment is something that we can really, really utilize because India is still a cricket country. Cricket is religion. But today you can see the green shoots for kabaddi, hockey, football, so many different sports coming in. And I think that our technology, our tech startups, what we're trying to solve, the problems we have, along with the opportunities we have, which are very unique for such a large sports nation, can come together to produce some amazing results. And every conglomerate that I know, thanks to our PM's push, is now working on sports foundations, led by programs such as Khelo India and the TOP scheme.
Right. Mr. Pai?
Chandra, we are in the midst of the digital revolution for the last 10 years. In 1750, when the Industrial Revolution took place, it displaced India and China as the most richest countries in the world, and Europe took over and dominated. And now India is the third largest digital power in the universe. It's the United States, China, and India. And India and the United States are joined at the hip. Now it all starts with software and human capital. The US has 10 million people working in software, out of which 6 million in the United States. 1 million of the 6 million is Indian. India has 7.5 million people, 6 million in the export industry, 1.5 million in the local industry. And out of 6 million, about 3 million work for American companies. Out of 10 million working for American companies, 4 million are Indians. 50% of global hiring in software in the free world outside China happens in India. And the 7.5 million will go to 10 million by 2030. We probably will have more people. We already have more people working in software in India than the US has in the United States. And let's understand that very clearly. We exported $235 billion of software. We export more software than I think Saudi Arabia exports oil, unless the price goes up. And out of the top 10 software service companies by market value globally, 5 are Indian. Of the top 5, 3 are Indian. Of the 3.2 million employees in the top 10, 2.3 million are Indians. And 50% of global hiring in software happens in India. If we look forward, we'll have the largest pool of human capital in the software technology industry, excluding the top 10%. The top 10% will remain in the United States because Vivek lives here. He's got to spend more time in India to make that happen.
Everyone keeps saying India can't do it, you need billions of dollars. No, you don't do it. India can do it. So let's start with number one. I live in Silicon Valley. In Menlo Park, I would go hiking across the Route 280. And the moment I go 1 kilometer there, my internet stops working. There are no Wi-Fi towers. There's no internet access there. Where I live in Belmont right now, I've been dying to get fiber optic things. I can get something close to a gigabyte. Can't get it. Okay, I mean, you go around and then you go shopping, and they want credit cards. No digital currency, no digital anything. Here, everywhere you go, even beggars are taking QR codes, and they, that's literally what happened to me last trip over here. That this guy came up to me, he says, I forgot what his words were. He wanted to say, I said, I'm sorry, I don't have any cash. I didn't have any cash. He says, QR code, lelo. I mean, so, Silicon Valley, we can't even dream about anything like that. We have these old-fashioned credit cards. I have to have credit cards with me wherever I go. That's how primitive we are over there. And here people complain about the quality of their geo service. It's slow. My God, to me, it's lightning fast here. I can't believe how well everywhere I go, I have internet access. It costs nothing. I mean, over there, my T-Mobile plan, if I exceed, so much a month, I start getting all these bills and warnings, and it costs a fortune to get a basic cell phone plan. Here, you get it for free, and you're complaining. All right, so don't don't get over the inferiority complex. You are much better off than Silicon Valley is as far as digital infrastructure goes.
Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, namaste and बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you, very kind of you. I'm sure this is going to be a learning experience for me as well, so thanks for making me a part of this.
सर एक पैसेज इसी से मैं शुरू करना चाहता हूं. वक्त से जुड़ी डिबेट के मूल में तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति है. पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ अपीजमेंट है. ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कोई नई नहीं है. इसका बीज हमारे स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के समय ही बो दिया गया था. आप सोचिए, भारत से पहले, भारत के साथ साथ और हमारे बाद दुनिया के कई देश आजाद हुए, लेकिन कितने देश ऐसे थे जिनकी आजादी की शर्त विभाजन थी? आजादी के साथ ही वो टूट गया। भारत के साथ ऐसा क्यों हुआ? क्योंकि उस समय राष्ट्रहित के ऊपर सत्ता का मोह रख दिया गया। ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी एट द राइजिंग भारत समिट लेस देन 24 आवर्स अगो।
Yeah, Anand, I think जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, nobody could have summed it up better than what he's done in a very polite, very subtle manner, which has, of course, very crude connotations. And since you raked up this, I'll ask you to give me 2 or 3 minutes because I have always had very strong views on this. And I have gone on record, in fact, I have written a number of times, also said once in the parliament, that the partition of the Indian subcontinent was possibly the greatest blunder in the recent history of the world. और एक बड़ा मूल प्रश्न ये है, nobody raises this, who asked for partition? There was no public demand, there was no yearning in any section of society. It was just the ambition of 2 individuals, Nehru and Jinnah, because you couldn't have 2 prime ministers in a single country, so they carved out one each for each one of them. And the British Empire made the best use of this ambition of theirs to divide. In fact, Mountbatten initially had another plan to divide it into 3 parts: Hindustan, Pakistan, or Princesstan. Thankfully, thanks to Sardar Patel, he didn't let that happen. But जो बुनियादी सवाल जो कहीं नहीं बोला जाता वो ये है कि in fact, while the so-called political protagonists of Pakistan were demanding an Islamic state or Islamic nation on the basis of 2-nation theory, the common man, even in the Muslim community, was opposed to it. There was a forum of the Muslim intellectuals and Muslim writers called the Progressive Writers Forum, जिसमें साहिर भी थे, जिसमें कैफी भी थे, मोहसिन भोपाली भी थे. They had actually very vehemently opposed the idea of partition. So much so that, and in fact, even when this happened, they were so disgusted that they had no hesitation in writing about it. फैज़ अहमद फैज़ वहाँ चले गए, तो वो वहीं थे लाहौर में. तो वहाँ से उन्होंने लिखा कि ये दाग दाग उजाला, ये शब गुज़ीदा शहर, वो इंतज़ार था जिसको ये वो शहर नहीं. When he saw the riots happening. And Sahir went to Pakistan actually, but he stayed there for about 2 years. I think somewhere towards the end of 1949, he came back, very disgusted. And he wrote immediately, कि ए रहबरे मुल्क बता, ये किसका लहू ये कौन मारा. And then later on, a few years later, he went on to write another beautiful poem, which of course Raj Kapoor incorporated in one of his movies. जब दुख के बादल पिघलेंगे, जब सुख का सागर छलकेगा, जब अंबर झूम कर नाचेगा, जब धरती नगमे गाएगी. जिस सुबह की खातिर मर मर के हम युग युग से जीते हैं, जिस सुबह के अमृत की धुन में हम जहर के प्याले पीते हैं, इन भूखी प्यासी रूहों को एक दिन तो कर्म फरमाएगा.
Chief Justice, there's a lot of talk around judicial reform of late, and I know we don't want to get into the specifics of anything because, some things could be still under investigation, some matters could be sub judice. I just want your 35,000 feet view on judicial reform. Is it a good time to have this debate in this country? You were part of, various judgments which talked about judicial reform. There is a view that, something needs to be done. I want your 35,000 feet view on whether it is an apt time to have that debate in this country about whether some certain things need to be reformed in the higher judiciary.
Talking of judicial reform, I think reform has to begin at the very base of the pyramid, namely the district judiciary, because that's where common people come into contact with the judicial system. A young couple which has a matrimonial dispute, where do they go to? They don't go to the High Court or the Supreme Court as a matter of first instance. They go to the family court. Now you see that in the family courts, there's a huge backlog of cases for the reason that we have used the adversarial system for resolving family disputes, which is so completely incorrect. Family disputes have to be resolved by applying non-adversarial systems because you have a child. If the couple has a child, there are issues of child custody, of child welfare. So we have to adopt a more non-adversarial system at the level of the district judiciary. The second important reform which we need to focus on is the huge vacancies in the district judiciary. Recruitment to the Indian district judiciary takes place in the states. It's never at the national level. I am a proponent of at least some national deliberation taking place on should we have an all India judicial service in India. In other words, we must make some effort to attract the best into the Indian judiciary at the district judiciary level, apply reservations. Now, the states do have some concerns because we are a federal nation. So will having an all India judicial service impact on the responsibilities, the authorities, the constitutional role of the states? That has to be obviously thought of, and I don't discount the concerns of the states. But having said that, we can at least have a national level examination and then allow for recruitment by the states on the basis of the merit list in the national examination, applying reservations in relation to each state, whether for the SCs, the STs, or the OBCs, as the case may be. So that reform has to take place at the lowest level.
So I just wanted to follow up on that. You say that the choice between activism versus restraint is a false one. It's more responsibility versus abdication. There's also the balance that needs to be found between judicial, the right to fair reputation of a judge versus the right to transparency of the public to know what the judge holds, right? There is now a new move that your successor has made that all judges have to declare their assets. I know it started under you, and at the last time we met, I think you said 30 out of 35 judges have already declared their assets and put it on the website. Now he's made it mandatory for everyone. Do you feel there is a need in this country to restore full faith in the judiciary when it comes to the question of assets, when it comes to the debate that we're having about judicial reform, etc.? And how do you speak to that need?
It's important to understand that right from, I believe, 2009, there was a resolution of the full court of the Supreme Court that all judges must declare their assets. Now, as you know, all of us as citizens have to declare our assets for the purposes of income tax. And all judges are like individual citizens. Income tax pays. So when you file your returns, you necessarily have to disclose your assets, which are dealt with, in certain cases audited. Now, the resolution which was passed by the Supreme Court of India was that declaration of assets by all judges, including the Chief Justice of India, is mandatory. Whether they should be put on the website should be left to each individual judge. Because there is more to be said on both sides of the picture. Should you have judges' assets declared on a website so that just anybody can scrutinize what kind of assets which you have? Or should this be subject to some level of responsible institutional mechanisms? What is the purpose of declaring your assets? To identify whether a judge has recorded a sudden spurt in the assets during the course of the judicial career. Now, does putting that on the website necessarily pursue the aim of transparency? Or does it only give an opportunity to social media to pick up a judge and target a judge, not knowing where those assets came from? So yes, I completely understand and I support the decision which has been taken. I support the decision which was taken by my predecessors a decade ago on the declaration of assets. To what extent should you have transparency? That's a very important question, and that's a more vexed question. We shouldn't, in the name of transparency, be doing something which will prevent genuinely competent people from entering into the institution of the judiciary.
But who defines the Indic way fundamentally? Who gets left out when it becomes an instrument of narrative power, for example? These are some questions that we must explore because so many people say that history is being rewritten to pursue some interest, some political interest. So let me begin with you first, Sanjeev Sanyal. You advocate for a civilizational lens in statecraft. But can policy rooted in the past, in the ancient, still have relevance today in this complex world, modern plural nation states, the vicissitudes of time and dogma, etc.? How does that work?
So let me say first that think about how our history is explained to us at a meta level. You will get the impression from reading our history that, it's a long series of defeats that Indians have had against. Every time some passing fellow from Central Asia came by, they defeated us, ruled over us. Even our Vedic culture that we are proud of was given to us by some white people who came from Central Asia. And even our freedom struggle is taught to us in a very peculiar way, in which you get the impression that Gandhiji gently suggested to the British that they should leave, and they politely left. So if that is the narrative in which we are all the becharas who are getting handouts from the rest, and even Vedic culture was given to us by the white people, and so the impression is that the British Raj was basically a software update when another bunch of white people came and sort of reformed us, all the great reformers of the 19th century, stopped sati and all this, and of course gave us the railways. So we are given this impression that our entire culture and civilization is us being becharas, who are, being handed out by, occasionally civilized by these passing hordes. And we really are passive recipients of the vicissitudes of time. That is the impression you'll get from. So what I did is dig into this and look into this. Look, we are the oldest continuous civilization. Surely we must have won a few battles along the way. There must be some strength in us that after all these thousands of years, I'm still chanting the Gayatri Mantra. So there must be something going on. So I dug into this and I discovered that the history is completely different from what we are being told. So for example, completely different. So I'll give you one example. You'll get the impression, there were these caste rules about crossing the seas. So we Indians had a peculiar people that we lived right next to one of the biggest oceans in the world. In fact, oddly enough, the only nation which actually has an ocean named after it. But we showed no interest in crossing it or sailing into it, etc. Which is, of course, nonsense. Because you just have to go to Southeast Asia and see the enormous influence of India everywhere. I mean, the largest Hindu temple in the world is not in India. It's in Cambodia. The largest Buddhist structure in the world is in Indonesia. The history of Korea begins with the marriage of a princess of Ayodhya to a local prince. So we were clearly everywhere. And indeed, once you begin digging into it, we discover that we have a maritime history that is perhaps the longest and most exciting in the world. Going back to the Bronze Age, from the Harappan period,
That's right.
We have a continuous history. So what I'm trying to do is to simply dig this up and present it. And one is to write books and so on, which also I do, and so does Vikram and others. But I thought there are other interesting ways of doing it. So one way I'm doing it, for example, I am actually building a Gupta period ship from the 5th century. No nails in it. We're going to stitch it together with rope, literally the old style. And that ship has already been sort of tested in water. Next month, we will name it. And hopefully, if all the testing goes well, in December, we will sail it to Oman.
बिहार में चुनाव आने वाले हैं. राहुल गांधी एक के बाद एक दौरा कर रहे हैं. 4 दौरे कर लिए हैं.
करें, हमारी मदद करते हैं जितने दौरे वो करते हैं.
कन्हैया कुमार उनके साथ है.
सोचिए कौन है उनके साथ.
अरे आपको सोचना है. चुनाव आप लड़ रहे हैं, मैं क्या करूंगी सोच के.
देखिए रुबिका जी, सारी चीजें एक तरफ, बट राष्ट्र हित से ऊपर कुछ नहीं हो सकता. कतई कितने भी बंटवारे की राजनीति कर लें, सांप्रदायिकता, जातीयता जो कर लें, बट व्हेन इट कम्स टू द नेशन, उसके ऊपर कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए. और मैं मानता हूं ईमानदारी से हर इंडिविजुअल, हर भारतीय को सोचना चाहिए कि कोई एक ऐसा व्यक्ति जो देश में रहकर बंटवारे की राजनीति करता हो, जो देश में रहकर भारत के टुकड़े रखने की सोच रखता हो, क्या ऐसे व्यक्ति के साथ किसी को भी जुड़ना चाहिए. और देश की एक बड़ी पार्टी, और बड़ी पार्टी नहीं जिनका आप जिक्र कर रही हैं, वो हमारे एलओपी हैं लोकसभा में. वो उनके साथ खड़े होते हैं जिन्होंने देश के टुकड़े करने के नारे लगाए. ये उचित नहीं है।
नहीं, पर वो ये कहते हैं कि मैंने कभी ऐसे कोई नारे नहीं लगाए, कहीं भी ये साबित नहीं हो पाया है, और हाँ, मैं टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग से हूं, मैं बीजेपी के टुकड़े करने के लिए आया हूं। सीधे तौर पर उन्होंने ये बयान
प्रयास करें, उनके नेता भी यही प्रयास करते हैं, देखते हैं कौन सफल होगा।
सबसे ज्यादा हावी मुद्दा बिहार में क्या रहने वाला है? वो ये कि इससे पहले मुझे याद है कन्हैया कुमार कह रहे थे कि सड़कें नहीं बन रही हैं, लोग वोट नहीं कर रहे हैं।
उन्होंने स्वीकार किया कि विकास हुआ है बिहार
नहीं, पर
में।
पानी चोरी के लिए सड़कें बन रही हैं।
कब पानी की किल्लत होगी, कब चोरी होगी? हाँ, उसके लिए सड़कें आज बना रहे हैं हम लोग। क्या सोच है ये? अगर ये एक युवा, पढ़े लिखे युवा की सो कॉल्ड अगर सोच है, तो मैं कतई इससे इत्तेफाक नहीं रखता हूं। मतलब ये, बट कम से कम इन द प्रोसेस उन्होंने इस बात को स्वीकार तो किया कि बिहार में विकास हुआ, वहां पे सड़कें बनी। हाँ, वो किस सोच के लिए बनी बताइए? मतलब कब वो समय आएगा? उसके लिए हम लोग को चिंतित होना चाहिए जरूर। वाटर सेव करना चाहिए, पानी को हम लोग को बचाना चाहिए। आने वाले समय में संभवतः ऐसी परिस्थितियां उत्पन्न होंगी, पर वो कब होंगी? उसके लिए बिहार आज सड़कें बना रहा है। सोचिए क्या बात कर रहे हैं ये लोग।
अच्छा, लेकिन आपको क्या लगता है, कन्हैया अभी पद यात्रा हुई है, राहुल गांधी एकदम जातिगत जनगणना को लेकर बहुत एक्टिव थे, फिर बाद में उन्होंने जो जातिगत जनगणना हुई थी उसी को कहा कि ये ठीक से नहीं हुई है। आप भी फेवर में रहे हैं जातिगत जनगणना के, बीजेपी ने क्लैरिटी से बताया नहीं है, तो ये फिर आपको ऐसे कटघरे में खड़ा करता है कि भाई ये कैसा साथी है?
नहीं, कैसा साथी नहीं है। देखिए, मैं साथी इसीलिए हूं ना, नहीं तो मैं उन्हीं का सदस्य होता। Why am I a different party? Because I have my own priorities. I have my own ideology. मेरी अपनी विचारधारा है, मेरी अपनी सोच है, मेरी अपनी प्राथमिकताएं हैं, इसीलिए मैं एक अलग दल हूं। अगर सब कुछ सेम ही होता और उन्हीं की सोच के साथ मुझे चलना होता तो we might as well be one party ना। Why am I an ally?
लेकिन
Because I have my...
चिराग जी ऐसा कहते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए परसेप्शन ये है कि जो उन्हें पसंद वही बात करेंगे, जो तुमको ना पसंद वो बात नहीं करेंगे। वो क्या गाना है ना, तो आपको कभी ऐसा नहीं, मोदी जी ने, अमित शाह ने ऐसा नहीं बोला कि भाई चिराग ये ऐसे तो नहीं चल पाएगा, ये क्या है, तुम अलग ही अपनी राह पर चल रहे हो, अलग ही राग है?
गाना आपने ठीक बोला,
हाँ।
साइड आपने गलत कर दी। वो वर्जन मेरा था, हाँ। आपने उनकी तरफ से सुना दिया। जो मुझे हो पसंद वही बात करेंगे। उन्होंने किया भी है। मैंने लैटरल एंट्री को लेके एक बड़ा विषय था और मेरी प्राथमिकताओं का विषय था। मुझे खुशी है इस बात की कि जैसे ही मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी के समक्ष उस विषय को रखा, उन्होंने तुरंत उसको एक्नॉलेज किया, उसके ऊपर एक्शन किया और उसको विड्रॉ किया। और जब जब मैंने उनके सामने ऐसी बातों को रखा है, और मैं अपनी बात ही नहीं, मैं शायद आई डोंट नो, आई कैन टॉक ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ ऑल द एलाइज, बट आई थिंक वी ऑल आर ऑन द सेम पेज। जितने भी सहयोगियों ने अपनी बातों को, अपने कंसर्न्स को रखा है, हमेशा प्रधानमंत्री जी और गठबंधन के भीतर उसको वो सम्मान दिया गया है।
जोरदार तालियां चिराग पासवान के लिए।
Check. Hello? Check. Hello. Check.
What is it, sir?
check, check. Check, check.
Track connected, एक मिनट track play करो. Okay, thanks. वो हो गया मेरा. नहीं वो नहीं है ना. केवल एक गलती. Keys 3 को ऑन कर दो. Keys 3 ऑन कर दो. ये जरा म्यूट है.
Check, check. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Ta ta ka jun tin ta.
कौन सा? डफ का ऑन है, डफ ऑन है.
Sang Temchok was important. We are now addressing to some extent issues on the border because there's been a force build up over a period of years. But there were many other things which also happened during this period. Some of it was a collateral of the situation. Some of it was actually a carryover from the COVID era. For example, our flights, direct flights stopped during COVID. They were not resumed. The Kailash Mansarovar Yatra stopped during COVID. It did not again resume. So I think there is work to be done. We are at it. We are, sort of trying to see whether a lot of this post-COVID and, parallel to the border tension, the combination of these issues, how much we can progress on this. We are looking at it because at the end of the day, we have always maintained that the situation which we saw between 2020 and 2024 was not in the interest of either country. It was not in the interest of our relationship. And I think there is a recognition of that now.
So it's on the road to being normal again?
Well, I think we are moving in a positive direction. The problem with your profession is you want instantaneous transformation. The challenge of my profession is it's a very arduous and painstaking one.
I'm glad that we are sticking to each other's respective professions. But, because there's so much talk around trade and because President Trump has made that the point of conversation, you referred to, we have trade imbalances with a lot of countries to the east, right? Is this, you reckon, an opportunity, again, academically speaking, an opportunity for India to look at some of those trade relationships and say that, these imbalances...
Could you increase my voice in the monitors, please? I would like a little more of my voice, possible. दोनों हाँ 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 थोड़ी सी आवाज बढ़ा दीजिएगा. Fine. थोड़ी मैं ट्रैक के साथ
cannot sustain. Just like America is saying that, an imbalanced trade relationship is not working for them.
Well, we've had concerns. We have articulated those concerns. This is not my direct remit, but I have a visibility into it, and we work as a team within the government. I think one of the issues for us, for example, has been the review of the ASEAN-India Trade in Goods Agreement, ITIGA, which we believe has been unnecessarily prolonged. I think it's important for all countries today to realize that the nature of the global discourse on trade is changing. There are new parameters, there are new metrics of judgment. I think countries will do what they need to do to protect their businesses, to protect their labor, to protect their societies. We cannot be an exception to it. So I think we have concerns with many of the countries east of us, countries with whom we have FTA arrangements, and also countries with whom we don't.
Prime Minister was recently at the BIMSTEC summit. You were there with him. It's the first time that he met with the new interim leader of Bangladesh, Professor Yunus. There's been a lot of concerns here in India about some of the statements that have been made by the leadership there, some of the goings-on the ground, whether it's attacks on minorities, so on and so forth. From within whatever you can divulge in the public domain, what did the Prime Minister tell Professor Yunus, particularly on this comment about India's northeast being landlocked and, Bangladesh being the gateway to the ocean, and also on the attacks on minorities, on both those issues?
No, look, I think the main messages from our side, which came out at the meeting, one, that our relationship with Bangladesh, for historical reasons, is a very unique relationship. It's a very fundamentally a people-to-people connect. Much more so, perhaps, than any other relationship than I can think of. And that's something we need to recognize. So, it's not necessarily one of the government of the day. Secondly, we have concerns. We have concerns about the rhetoric which is coming out of people in Bangladesh. We have concerns about radicalizing tendencies we see. We have concerns about the attacks on minorities. And I think we were very, open about sharing those concerns. Again, as a country which, no country wishes Bangladesh well more than us. That's in our, I would say almost in our DNA, if you can say that. And as a well-wisher, as a friend, I think we hope that, they make the, go the right way and do the right things. And as a country with a, which has a democratic tradition, democracies require elections. That's how mandates are given and mandates are renewed. So, we hope that they go down that path.
From well-wishers to not so well-wishers, I want to talk about Pakistan. Two questions. One, because this news just came this morning, the Tahir Rana, who's the convict in the 26/11 attacks, is likely to be extradited perhaps in the next 24 to 48 hours. So I want your comment on that. And second, this whole thing, Balochistan seems to be in a bit of a flux, and Pakistan has resorted to its old, copybook that, India is doing this, so on and so forth. So on both those issues, I would like your...
No, there's nothing really new that I can say on the Tahir Rana issue. I mean, obviously, we welcome the decision of the American legal process. On the Balochistan issue, look, I don't want to say anything. I mean, there is clearly a very disturbed situation there. People are suffering there. And if I say something, there'll be finger pointing. So I don't want to say it.
But just on the principle that, every time India says there is terrorism emanating from Pakistan targeting India, you're met with a stone wall.
Look, Zaka, I don't have to say it. It's visible. Even they say it. But it's not like I'm making an accusation and everybody in Pakistan is there saying, no, this is completely untrue. You have people in Pakistan who openly declare that they are doing terrorist activities in India. So this is not an argument. I mean, this is not a hypothesis. This is something they proudly claim. So I think, we've always made...
It's a wow moment for me. It's a fan moment for me. So I'm being very honest with all of you. First up, to start the proceedings, it's the famed, accomplished singer and artist par excellence, someone for whom I have immense respect for. Please put your hands together to welcome on stage Kavita Krishnamurthy ji.
Good evening. What a pleasure to be here amongst such a vibrant India. I'm very happy to be part of this Rising Bharat, very happy to be part of this vibrant India. Today I'm starting off the concert with a song called Swagatam, written by Pandit Narendra Sharma, and it's been composed by my husband, L. Subramaniam.
कुसुमित नई कामनाएं, सुरभित नई साधनाएं, सुनित नई कामनाएं, सुरभित नई साधनाएं, मैत्री मात क्रीड़ांगन में, मैत्री मात क्रीड़ांगन में, प्रमुदित बंधु भावनाएं, शाश्वत सुविकसित इति शुभम्। स्वागतम् अथ स्वागतम्, शुभ स्वागतम्। आनन्द मङ्गल मङ्गलम्, नित प्रियं भारत भारतम्। स्वागतम् अथ स्वागतम्, शुभ स्वागतम्। स्वागतम् अथ स्वागतम्, शुभ स्वागतम्। स्वागतम् अथ स्वागतम्, शुभ स्वागतम्।
Dhanyavad. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite the Taira Shadam project on stage, which consists of my daughter Bindu Subramaniam, Ambi Subramaniam, and the talented Mahesh Raghavan.
Namaste and good evening, friends. It's such a pleasure and privilege for us to be here on this stage where so many great minds have been for the last 2 days, some incredible men and women who have really inspired us and continue to inspire us. The song that the three of us would like to do together is a song that we wrote a few years ago, which is the Tilana, traditionally a composition that's used for dance, although none of us are good dancers, so we're not going to be dancing at all. This is the Swarabindu Tilana.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Ding
ನಾದವು ಹರಿನಾದವೇ ಶಿವೆ ನಾದವು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮನಾದವು ಹರಿನಾದವೇ ಶಿವೆ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರರು ನಾದವು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮನಾದವು ಹರಿನಾದವೇ ಶಿವೆ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರರು ನಾದವು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮನಾದವು ಹರಿನಾದವೇ ಶಿವೆ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರರು ನಾದ ಯೋಗವೇ ಭವಸಾಗರವ ಪಾರುಗಣಿಸುವ ಅಂಬಿಗ ನಾದ ಯೋಗವೇ ಭವಸಾಗರವ ಪಾರುಗಣಿಸುವ ಅಂಬಿಗ
Thank you so much. It's such a privilege for us to come from a legacy of music and to be part of a family that not only values music and performance, but music education. Through SAPA, we're privileged to work with 45,000 kids a year, making music a meaningful part of children's lives. And next, we'd like to invite on stage our father, the legend, Dr. L. Subramaniam.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, he's one person who's a legend. The family treats him as a legend, and we love him for what he's done for Bharat and Bharat's music. Please welcome Padma Vibhushan, Dr. L. Subramaniam. And he's going to play for us something very, very memorable, some of his best pieces that he's curated for us. Interesting. Put your attention to not just what Ambi is doing, but also what Mahesh is doing. He's actually using an iPad, and he's giving you classical tones like that sound like an electric guitar. Mahesh, you want to quickly tell them what you're doing?
Sure. So what I'm doing on the iPad is I'm using the iPad as an instrument, and I'm playing an application called GeoShred. So it's got lots of buttons on the screen. So I'll just quickly.
Well, they'll show it. You leave it there. You leave it there. The cameras are going to come.
Cool. So there's a lot of buttons on the screen. Each of these buttons represents a different musical note. So if you notice, yeah, and if I slide between notes, and this sliding and pressing technique allows me to play
Indian music. Can we have it on the screen here, please?
So
it's not on the big screens. Yeah, there it is.
That's how it works.
Where? There you go. Sir, all yours, sir.
Good evening, Namaste. It's a great pleasure and privilege to be part of Raising Bharat. I'm going to start with a composition called Indian Express. This has nothing to do with the newspaper. It's about fast India, Indian Express. Thank you. You know, sometime because of the temperature difference, everything, the skin of the Indian percussion behaves differently. It goes up instead of, so we have to tune it and thank you. We'll start with the Indian Express. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite my better half. She will do a song in Mirabai's composition, Jotum in praise of Krishna.
I've always loved to hear Meera Bhajan from my childhood. She's so inspiring. And today I'm singing a song called Jo Tum Todo Piya, Main Nahi Todu Re.
जो तुम तोड़ो पिया मैं
The final piece is called Peacock. I'm inviting my entire family, not entire family, part of the family, rest of them are not here. I have a son who also sings, but he's a doctor, Narayana. He's not here. And my granddaughter also plays with me quite often, Mahati. She's also not here. So
Some of the good family members are here.
Thank you. Peacock, the final piece. Thank you.
ದಿನ ದಿನಕ ದಿನ 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 ತಕ್ಕಡ ತಕದ ದಿನ ದಿನಕ ದಿನ ತಕ್ಕಡ ತಕ ತಕ ದಿನ ದುಮ್
Can we give them a standing ovation, please? Dr. L. Subramaniam, Kavita Krishnamurthy, Bindu Subramaniam, Ami Subramaniam, Mahesh, and the whole group of fantastic musicians. Big round of applause for them too. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Well, I got to say to the Tair Sadam group and the Sapa Academy, we're going to come back to you. We're going to do a bigger collab. Those 45,000 students, some of them need to come back here on a stage here at Network 18, and we need to do something more special. So we'll do that for sure. But tonight, Dr. L. Subramaniam, Romba Nandri sir, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really, really special for all of you to have come. And they are indeed the good part of your family. They all came along with you, sir. You should acknowledge that. Bindu, I heard that. I agree with you. So special round of applause for them again. Thank you. All those who came. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I especially want to thank Anand and the Channel 18 CNN team for inviting us for this very special Racing Bharat Summit. And it's a great pleasure, privilege, always, to do something special for these kind of very special events. Thank you for inviting us, and nice to have you all here. Pleasure. Thanks a lot. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, with that, we come to the conclusion of Rising Bharat Summit 2025. Over the past 2 days, we've witnessed the convergence of brilliant minds, inspirational stories, and of course, engaging discussions. As we conclude this enriching summit, we would like to reiterate our heartfelt appreciation for our partners. Your unwavering support has enabled us to bring together the brightest minds and the most innovative ideas. Thank you, our co-powering partner, Dream Sports, our associate partner, Max Estates, and our esteemed partners, Vikram Solar, Samtel Avionics, and Reliance Industries Limited. Our support, your support to us has been invaluable. We also appreciate the contributions of our workspace partner, IndiCube, our exchange partner, National Stock Exchange, our logistics partner, DTDC, our energy partner, Crown LNG, our insurance partner, Insurance Deco, and our state partners, Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh, for being an integral part of the News 18 Network's Rising Bharat Summit. And as we wrap up, we carry with us a renewed sense of purpose, a deeper understanding, and of the complexities and opportunities that lie ahead for us as a nation, and a stronger connection with each other as Bharat. To our esteemed speakers, performers, and dignitaries, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for sharing your insights, talents, and expertise with us. To our attendees, we thank you for being an integral part of this journey. Your participation, engagement, and enthusiasm have made this summit truly unforgettable. And to the entire team that worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this summit a success, I'm so proud to be part of this team. Thank you so much. Thank you. We applaud your hard work, dedication, and commitment to excellence. And as we go our separate ways, let us carry the spirit of a rising Bharat with us. Let us continue to inspire, motivate, and support one another in our pursuit for a brighter, more prosperous future for Bharat and the world. Thank you. Good night. Goodbye. And until we meet again, Jai Hind.